things coming into the country. So we do not expect to have any changes for goods coming into the country. We keep the same checks that we have now. Everyone is aware of what happened in Dover and Kent in 2015 when there were strikes, bad weather, and the traffic problems chaos that caused at the time. And there's been a lot of concern in the papers and elsewhere about what would happen should our French counterparts, or the European Commission insists that our French counterparts firstly, if our French counterparts take no measures at all and just keep the infrastructure that they have in place in Calais at this point, and impose the full third country checks on a non-member state. So we obviously work on a reasonable worst case assumption based around all those things, but we are very, very aware and keep constant surveillance on what is actually going on in France. So the French have just passed their no-deal legislation just before Christmas. In fact, on the 18th, France adopted its no-deal legislation in both chambers. But just before that, its European Affairs Minister, Nathalie Loiseau, said, "We stand ready for a no deal. The French government is now preparing the necessary decrees to protect the rights of citizens and maintain fluidity at the border in the event of a no deal." The laws I just mentioned do give powers to the French have appointed a no deal coordinator. He's got powers to and instructed to ensure that flow continues on the French side of the channel. This is obviously very important to us because our problems would occur if the French side in somehow got bunged up, for want of a better phrase. He has been, we've been talking to him at a technical level, and he's been briefing businesses that are based on the French in North France who use the short straits to import and export.
But the government, Minister, the government must be sufficiently worried to have done the trial queuing system at Manston, to have entered into the 3 ferry contracts. Are you saying to us that, given what the planning that the French government has put in place, you are more or less worried than you were previously, or are you still preparing for the possibility of significant disruption?
Well, can I just finish the preparations?
Yep.
So what he's been telling businesses on the French side is that currently there are 2 border checkpoints in Calais. They expect there to be 10 by the time by the 29th of March. They build a border inspection post, which is for phytosanitary and animal checks, and I believe they've already got planning permission actually for a site south of Calais itself for consignments on lorries that might not have the correct paperwork to move away from the port itself to ensure flow through that. So we obviously watch all this, but however, we are a responsible government. Until we actually see this being built, coming into operation, we will work on the most reasonable worst-case scenario, which is why we've taken the measures that we have.
Right. Now, the fact that the French have announced they're going to have additional checking points suggests pretty clearly they intend to check things. Mm-hmm. Does it not?
Yeah, I believe there are. It was in the speech. It might have been in the speech I quoted earlier, if not on an earlier date. It would be Mrs. Loiseau said. We are working with the measures taken to put in the customs infrastructures that ensure our controls are the least penalising possible at the entryway to the European territory, and also talked about there being 3 extra checks at that point. And if you were to read, I shall quote bits of this, if you don't mind, throughout the meeting, the partnership pack that's on the gov.uk website, we detail what those checks are likely to be.
But any additional time, which is why the government has taken the contingency arrangements, then leads to stuff backing up. And that is
well,
the problem.
any additional time, which is so especially based, if you were based on what infrastructure is in Calais now, then yes, we'd have a problem.
Now, in 2014, the Prime Minister said, at the time there was a debate about whether we should rejoin the European Arrest Warrant, that a decision not to do so would significantly diminish our power to remove these people, risking our biggest urban areas becoming safe havens for European criminals. If we leave with no deal, we would no longer be part of the European Arrest Warrant. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'd have to go back to agreements that we previously had.
Before. Well, is it still the government's view that in that eventuality, our biggest urban areas would risk becoming safe havens for European criminals?
Well, it's not my view, and I've not heard it articulated by anybody else.
Well, the Prime Minister, when she was Home Secretary, said that in 2014. Has the government's view of that changed?
Well, I have not heard that from government since that point.
You haven't, right.
But what? So I would say it's not the government's view that would be the case.
It's not. So you disagree with what the Prime Minister said when she was Home Secretary in 2014?
I'd say it's just, that's just not the case anymore.
That is not the case anymore. So what has changed?
Well, the fact that we are much further down the line of being prepared for leaving without a deal, and therefore working up the instruments and the things that we would need to maintain a decent cooperation on security with our European partners.
So what would be the replacement mechanism for the European Arrest Warrant that would ensure that our biggest urban areas did not become safe havens for European criminals?
Well, we would, as I said earlier, we'd revert to some of the... Actually, in my lovely briefing, I've got a whole host of different reference points. But essentially, we'd revert to agreements that we have, and we try to negotiate a new security arrangement on a bilateral basis with the European Union itself, and indeed with individual countries for... We'd use Interpol because we get the messages that you would receive about individuals using the SIS2 system now on an individual basis through Interpol. There's a whole host of things we could be. It just would not be as good as the current system that we have now.
Right. Now, in the event of no deal, the government would need to roll forward the 40 or so trade deals that we're currently party to because we are members of the European Union. Could you tell the committee how many of those agreements has the government got the consent of the other party to roll forward in the event of no deal?
Yeah. So we are party to and I believe when my Secretary of State appeared before you just before Christmas, there was a conversation about that here. We are party to a large number of EU international agreements through our EU membership, and the EU treaties database does carry a hugely long list on this. But not all of these agreements actually need action as a result of our exit from the European Union. In fact, the vast majority do not. Some of these have been superseded because, for example, they've been amended over time as the terms have changed or new countries have joined the European Union. For example, the old trade-related agreements with Canada, which have been superseded by CETA, or agreements with countries that have since acceded. Some are not applicable to the United Kingdom, such as the agreement between the European Union and European microstates regarding the use of the euro, and agreements with third countries relating to short-stay visa waivers, which the UK does not participate in. And in some instances, we've signed the agreement as a member in our own right, and so our membership will continue, including for a large number of the multilateral agreements, such as the WTO and climate change agreements. And we've been obviously working throughout the course of the last couple of years to identify which agreements are relevant, important, and need action. And these discussions are well progressed and in many cases are ongoing. So it's very difficult to actually put a precise number on the volume of agreements requiring transition as a result from our exit from the European Union. However, the number of replacement treaties will inevitably be much lower than the full list on the EU treaties database. We obviously will always keep Parliament and stakeholders updated as replacement treaties are put in place. But, for example, we have already announced that the 10 new EU aviation agreements have been finalised with some of our most important routes and markets, including the US, Canada and Switzerland. We've signed 5 nuclear agreements which have passed through parliamentary scrutiny here already. And there are a number of trade agreements that we're working on in great detail. These are ongoing negotiations with our partners there, very important ones that involve a great deal of work at the highest level. And I'm sure you'd have noticed that Prime Minister Abe, the Japanese government leader, is coming across at the end of this week, and that'll be a matter of discussion there. And there are a number of multilateral agreements that we're working towards our own independent membership of, including the Global Procurement Agreement, and we've acceded to the Common Transit Convention and the 2 Hague agreements that I know this committee has shown some interest in previously.
Well, there's obviously a lot of work going on. But coming back to my question, which is how many of the countries with whom we have agreements relating to trade have to date said, yes, we will roll it forward? I mean, let's just be specific. Has Albania agreed to do so?
I haven't seen the Albanian agreement. One of the most significant trade agreements that we have rolled for British companies exporting £19 billion worth of goods and services was our agreement that was announced just before Christmas with the Swiss trade agreement.
Well, no, I've got the Swiss thing, but Albania you can't say. Central America Association Agreement?
Again, ongoing.
The discussions are ongoing.
Yeah.
Chile?
Ongoing. I mean, most of the ones you're about to read out to me are in...
So if they're ongoing, they have not yet been concluded, and that means that they haven't yet agreed to roll forward the arrangements. Is that correct?
The negotiations are ongoing.
But we haven't yet concluded a deal. We've got just over 2 months to go. So if I read out the whole list, you'd say they're ongoing?
Yeah.
Right. So with 2 months to go from a potential no deal, and a large number of these agreements, we haven't got an undertaking from the other parties that they will roll them forward.
We are not at the stage where we can initialise agreements and put them on the floor of the House for the crowd process to...
Okay, well, there's not long to go. That is very helpful. And finally, from me, what are the 1,000 or so British police officers being trained to do in Northern Ireland in the event of no deal?
Police numbers in Northern Ireland are being trained to do police work in Northern Ireland.
But what additional work is it expected they might have to do in the event of no deal?
I don't think there's any work that's expected to do in the event of no deal.
Well, why are there 1,000 British police officers, as it has been reported, being trained to support the police service of Northern Ireland in the event of no deal?
I think a member of your committee might have commented on this in saying that he represents a Northern Ireland constituency, in saying that there's often a rise in police numbers as you head towards marching season.
The marching season? Sorry, did you say marching season? Yeah. Well, the marching season has been last year, the year before that, and
yeah, I know.
It's July, and I'm not aware that
has been a rise in
previously.
Yeah.
My understanding from the reports I've read was that this is specifically to provide assistance in the event of no deal. Can you confirm whether that is or is not the case?
I don't believe that is the case.
You don't believe that is the case? Okay. Right, Vera Hobhouse, thank you.
First of all, what you said earlier, you conceded that a no deal is really not what the government would like to see because it's not good for the British economy in the short and long term. So a responsible government in which hand it is to absolutely make sure that no deal is happening, how can a responsible government not rule it out? That's my question. But preparing for something that is going to be bad is not the same as actually ruling it out if it is in your gift to actually rule it out.
A responsible government prepares for every eventuality. No deal is certainly a possible eventuality.
The government has it in its gift to rule out no deal.
But it is something that could happen to this country based on the fact that we have activated Article 50, and it could happen on the 29th of March. It would be irresponsible not to prepare for it.
The government could rule out no deal, and a responsible government could rule it out. It's in your gift.
No, a responsible government has to prepare for every eventuality. I'm afraid I completely disagree with you.
Can I come back to the Dover-Calais crossing? Because we met as a committee over a year ago now, and we met with a representative from the port of Calais. And we understood quite clearly that while on the Dover side we can have holding stations in Calais, they're not going to make preparations because, as I simply said, we have got a migrant crisis. So if they have anywhere where lorries can be stacked, they've got a huge issue with people trying to jump onto these lorries, so it's not going to happen. And he said quite clearly, basically in that case, the port of Calais would close. Have you had similar discussions with them, or has this now been resolved?
So we've had plenty of discussions at a technical level with the various people in Calais. However, as I hope I made clear in my answers earlier, so we will prepare for the reasonable worst case scenario, which is why you saw the testing of traffic flows in Kent earlier this week, and why the government has taken out the ferry contracts that was the subject of an urgent question and yesterday in this place. But we are very well aware that the French are doing everything they can do to ensure that flow continues there.
But worst case scenario in Calais is that the port of Calais is actually closing. Has the government considered that?
Yeah, of course the government has considered that.
So if the government has considered that, what would be the alternative to the port of Calais?
Well, it'd be the firstly, this would be this is a problem that has occurred before, and it was actually a very dramatic what happened in 2015 with the strikes and the bad weather. I think it was 20 days that the port of Calais was essentially offline. As someone who pre-politics used to import fruit and vegetables and use that route a huge amount to do so, you have to make sure that you as a business have alternative routes to divert around. They do exist, but they are, again, I used the word suboptimal earlier, but they are suboptimal. The best thing about the short straits is that it's a very quick transition.
Right. But the worst deal scenario for which you're planning is must be the closure of the port of Calais. What would be the alternative to the port of Calais?
Firstly, I generally do not expect that to happen, and so that is not our reasonable worst case scenario. That's a kind of worst case scenario. But we have, as you have already seen, we have got some alternative extra ferry capacity that the government has purchased, and we have been talking to businesses and working with business sectors about how you can use other ports and other routes to market in the United Kingdom and out of the United Kingdom into mainland Europe and beyond.
So which ones would they be, the alternatives to the port of Calais on the mainland of Europe? Have you talked to other countries, Holland, Belgium?
Yes, conversations have taken place with Ostend and Rotterdam and Zeebrugge, and
they could pick up the capacity of Calais.
I don't believe they could immediately, although there is a lot of capacity in those ports.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. You referred to a member of this committee suggesting that 1,000 additional police officers for Northern Ireland might be related to the marching season. You don't seriously believe that, do you? You know perfectly well this is not to do with the marching season, is it?
I do not know why the extra numbers of police are going into Northern Ireland, but I believe it's a regular occurrence that numbers are inflated.
But it is a fact, isn't it, that the additional funding from the Treasury that was included in the statement shortly before Christmas explicitly referred to the recruitment of additional police officers in Northern Ireland with no equivalent additional officers needed in the rest of the United Kingdom, specifically to deal with no-deal contingency planning. That's what that Treasury statement was about, wasn't it?
The Treasury statements, I think, included funding for 390, if I recall extra police in Northern Ireland at the time.
Right. Part of your remit is planning for contingency planning for no deal. That's correct, isn't it?
I do not think the police numbers that you're talking about are related to contingency planning for no deal. But just in case I am incorrect, I will go away, I'll check, and I'll come back to this committee very quickly indeed. But I don't believe so, and certainly it's not been included on any of the briefings around contingencies that I've seen in my ministerial role.
Okay, thank you. When I and some of my colleagues raised questions about freedom of movement at Brexit questions shortly before Christmas, your ministerial colleagues said that effectively the decision to end free movement is a UK decision, and that as long as Scotland is part of the United Kingdom, these decisions will always be taken on a UK basis. Is that still the government's position?
Yes.
Are there any major decisions of that kind where Scotland and the government's view should be allowed to take a different path where we're part of the United Kingdom?
You'd have to identify what sort of decisions you'd be talking about. Obviously, I don't know what the sort of things you'd mean.
Can I take you back to the document that was published by the Scottish Government quite early on in the Brexit process, Scotland's Place in Europe, which has been updated a number of times since then? Can you tell me what parts of either the withdrawal agreement or the political declaration are different as a result of those documents?
As someone who did not draw up the withdrawal agreement nor the political declaration, I can't.
The fact is that nothing has changed as a result of those submissions, has it?
I honestly couldn't say that.
I could ask you perhaps to write to the committee once you find out what, if anything, in the withdrawal agreement is different as a result of representation.
I'd be very surprised. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Can you explain why the government suddenly started to talk up the badness of no deal at exactly the same time as it became obvious that you were going to lose the vote if you'd taken it before the House before Christmas?
I think you would find that there has been a minister in the Department for Exiting the European Union with responsibility for no deal from the very beginning, from when the department was set up. Obviously, when you're negotiating in hopefully very, very good faith with friends to get a new agreement, you want to talk about the agreement that you hope to strike. And I think there has been an ongoing debate within government and indeed outside about how much of planning for a deal not taking place you would openly talk about whilst trying to get the deal that you passionately want over the line. However, since I took up this role last summer, I mean, one of the first things I did was be introduced to an official who started work on planning for no deal in my department. I think his first commission, he told me, was in August 2016.
My question wasn't about planning for no deal. My question is about the fact that we got it dinned into us that no deal is better than a bad deal, and that no deal wasn't a particularly bad thing. And then, over a very short period of time, the government's position was that no deal was something very, very bad.
I think there were plenty of stories last summer about, and some of them completely bizarre stories, but there were plenty of stories nearly every day last summer dominating that press and our media about the consequences of no deal. So I don't think you can say there's not been a discussion on the suboptimal nature of us leaving the European Union without a deal.
Fair to say, though, that anything, whether it's a bad deal scenario or a no deal scenario, that leads the Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland to ask for a significant increase in police officers is probably not going to be something very good. Police don't tend to ask for additional officers in order to deal with good news, do they?
I wouldn't comment on that.
Do you agree with the Prime Minister that if the deal is voted down, it's possible that Brexit might not happen?
That's an excellent question. I mean, in government, in terms of the legislation is set out now, and the fact that we've activated Article 50, I actually still believe that we will be leaving the European Union on the 29th of March at 11 p.m. Is there a parliamentary route by which Brexit can be stopped? I do not believe so.
With the repeated statements from the Prime Minister, including statements she's made from the dispatch box before the House of Commons, when she said that a possible consequence of voting down her deal is that Brexit might not happen. Are you now telling us
I'm simply stating the fact that we activated Article 50 nearly 2 years ago, and with the legislation that we have passed to run alongside that, if we do not leave with a deal, currently we would be leaving without a deal.
The government has it within its power, should it decide to do so, to ask Parliament for agreement to either unilaterally revoke Article 50 or to ask for an extension in order to avoid the damage of a no deal. I'm not asking you whether the government intends to do that or whether you think it would be a good idea, but it is the case, isn't it, that the government could ask Parliament for that approval?
It's not government policy to do that.
No, Minister, I'm not asking what government policy is, because part of our job is to scrutinise government policy and to maybe suggest places where the government have got it wrong. It is a fact, isn't it, that if Parliament refuses to endorse the deal the Prime Minister has just now, that one option available to the government, rather than throws into no deal, one option available is to ask Parliament to put the brakes on either temporarily or in the longer term, should the government decide that. So the government at that point effectively can choose, do we plunge out with no deal or do we slow down the process to look for a better deal? The government has that opportunity.
It's quite simply not government policy to revoke Article 50. We saw what happened in the court case, understood the ramifications, but it is not the government policy.
What you're in fact saying, Minister, I know that you're very reluctant to tell me to disagree with my statement. I'll give you a further chance to contradict if I'm wrong here. The government could prevent a no deal from happening even if Parliament refuses to back the Prime Minister's deal next week or at any other time. Isn't it the case?
Mr. Grant, you could stop a no deal from happening by voting for the deal.
I could, yes.
You could.
Yeah.
Are you likely to contemplate that?
No.
Minister, can I say, Minister, I'm quite happy at some point to be there answering the questions. I think my position and my national parliament's position and indeed my nation's position is perfectly clear on this. I'm asking you to confirm that, notwithstanding any decision that Parliament might take to try to initiate proceedings to slow the process down, the government has that opportunity, so that in the event that the deal is voted down either next week or at any other time in the future, it is not the case that the only course of action open then is no deal. There is another course of action open. Why are the government so determined to tell us that it is a state choice between this deal and no deal, when patently, obviously, that is not true?
Because a large number of the people sat around this committee room were elected on manifestos that were delivering on a referendum result where 17.4 million people voted to leave the European Union, and not doing so would be going against the wishes of the British people.
How many people around this table were elected manifestos that said we would leave the European Union without a deal?
Well, if 80% of us were elected on manifestos to take us out of the single market and customs union, I would suggest that 20% would be the answer. No.
Isn't it a fact that there's nobody currently in the House of Commons who was elected on a manifesto?
So I might have misheard. Could you repeat your previous question?
You referred to the number of MPs who were elected in manifestos that said they would carry out the result of the referendum.
Yeah.
Isn't it a fact that none of those manifestos in which anybody was elected to the House of Commons said they wanted to leave without a deal? Nobody elected MPs that said they wanted to leave without a deal.
Yeah, I don't believe there are many caveats in manifestos at all.
You're suggesting that people who voted for Conservative MPs, because I would assume you're familiar with your own manifesto, that people read the Conservative manifesto and it was reasonable for them to think this could take us out without a deal with all the damaging or suboptimal.
I think when you're standing on a manifesto whose theme is to respect the result of the 2016 European Union referendum on our membership of the European Union, and the result of that referendum was to leave the European Union, you would expect that party and any other party that stood on a similar manifesto to deliver on that commitment.
Campaigns during the referendum said they were campaigning to leave the deal.
Well, they all campaigned to leave the European Union.
Campaigned on the basis that there would be a good deal at the end of it. That is the
I have to say, I'm not sure. One, this is relevant to us leaving without a deal, because there is a deal on the table which I generally wish people would take another look at, because the one certain way of avoiding leaving without a deal is to leave with a deal, which we have on the table. It's a perfectly good deal that's been negotiated over a long period of time. But I am quite confident that when the British people voted to leave the European Union, they voted to leave the European Union, and that they weren't. There were not many debates at the time about what sort of method of leaving. They just wanted to leave.
Just final question, yeah, because we need to move on.
Such a good deal. Have you been given any indication as to why the Secretary of State responsible for that deal resigned as soon as it was published?
Only what I've read in the papers, so the same as you.
It's the first time in history that anybody has resigned in protest at the success of their own department's work.
Do you know, in British politics, I very much doubt that.
Right, okay. Stephen Timms.
Can I ask some questions about the position of UK citizens currently living elsewhere in the EU in the event of exiting without a deal? The Department's paper on citizens' rights, published last month, called on the Member States to set out details of how they will protect the rights of UK nationals in the event of no deal. Have any of the 27 Member States so far done that?
Yes, actually. I know earlier I was talking about the French suite of laws that were passed on the 18th. That includes those guarantees. I believe, if I may check my notes, that on the 12th, so obviously, just I know you do not need the scene setting, but obviously most people in this country and most people in Europe were hoping that we would vote for a meaningful vote and get the deal over the line, and therefore not have to be preparing in this manner. But most countries, most member states have been doing some preparation, some behind the scenes, some quite overtly. From when the meaningful vote was delayed, there's been a lot of action, and it's become much more visible. So, for example, on the 11th of December, Ireland announced a swathe of plans for its no deal. We obviously have a special relationship with them in the travel area. On the 12th of December, the German cabinet adopted its no deal legislation, including what it perceives to be reciprocal rights for Brits. On the same day, the Swedish had a very big governmental preparation meeting. That week, the Dutch published its draft Brexit umbrella bill, or as it's formally called, the Consolidated Brexit Act. On the 18th, as I mentioned, the French adopted their no-deal legislation in both chambers. And on the 19th, the European Commission published their communication on preparedness, which detailed what they would expect member states to do. So even in that last week before Christmas, when, as you would understand, none of those countries want to be preparing for no deal. They'd much rather get the deal over the line. There was a huge amount of movement.
So it sounds like six or seven have said what the position is.
Well, the overarching one is the European Commission piece which was published on the 19th, which I can happily share, and I've actually got in my papers I could read out, but they talked about the rights that UK citizens could expect in the European Union going forward.
So it takes the specific question of continuing access to the health service locally. Clearly there will be UK citizens living elsewhere in the EU who will need to continue using the health services in those countries after Brexit. Can they now be reassured that they will have access to the health service in the event of no deal?
In some cases, yes, but not in all at this current point in time. So,
are you able to tell us where they can be reassured about that? Which countries?
If I may be so bold as to do a tiny advert for the new portal on the gov.uk website, which if you're a UK, as you come into the website, you get 4 options. If you're a business or if you're an individual, if you're a UK national living in the EU is one of those options. You then get a couple of click-down menus as to which country you're in, and it then goes to the sort of information that you're talking about, you've been questioning me about, where we are currently on
Right.
if you went there later today, on what has been assured so far, and as we get more information and as we come to different agreements with different member states, that will be populated on a daily basis.
For UK citizens living in France at the moment, can they be confident they will continue to be able to access the local health service if we leave the EU?
Yeah, I do believe that was mentioned in their no-deal legislation, yes.
It was mentioned.
I do believe it's part of that. Again, I haven't read every single word of the French legislation, but I believe that is the case, and if I may, I will write back. Well, actually, I will check on the website and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Spain, is anything yet from Spain?
No, those discussions are continuing.
So at the moment, the position in Spain is not clear.
That's right.
Can I just ask about another? Access to the health service is obviously very important. Another area is around receipt of pensions. So those UK citizens who are receiving part of their income from state pensions elsewhere in the EU because they've worked in those countries in the past, are there any potential difficulties in continuing to receive those pensions?
Not in continuing to receive them now.
You're happy that will be fine. Can I now ask that the government's paper in December accepted that some people will feel they need to come back to the UK in the event of a no-deal Brexit. If they do come back and if they are job seekers looking for work, would they have to satisfy the habitual residence test in order to qualify for benefit in the UK?
I believe from... I don't want to give an incorrect answer, so if you don't mind, can I write back to you on that? Because I believe that it is the case, but I'm not
certainly it is the case at the moment.
Yeah.
If you come back from somewhere else in the EU and you're looking for work, you do have to satisfy the bit. Normally means you have to wait around 3 months or a bit longer before you can.
I believe that is the case, but I have a flicker of doubt in the back of my mind, so I much prefer to write back with a clear answer.
I think that's quite important that,
I believe it is 3 months.
that we know that. Can I just ask one final question in a rather different area? The British Retail Consortium was briefing members of Parliament yesterday, and they made the point that meat products can only be exported from the EU through a border inspection point, and at the moment Calais is not a border inspection point. Were you saying earlier that the French government has announced that it does intend to make Calais a border inspection point?
It has talked about building. Yes, it has talked about building a border inspection point at the Port of Calais. Yes.
Has it committed to doing so?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Crabb.
Good morning, Minister. Can I start by asking you, what is it about a no-deal outcome that makes you personally believe it's suboptimal?
Well, Yeah, that's a terrible question to ask a good Eurosceptic. But as someone who worked in the European Parliament for 10 years and who has friendships and I'd like to think some understanding of people and the cultures of the European Union, I just think it would be much better to have a deal that satisfies those friendships, allows them to continue in an uninterrupted basis, be it for trade, tourism, whatever it might be. And so whilst a no-deal outcome is suboptimal, it's nowhere near as bad as maybe some of the newspaper reports have been in the past.
What concerns you most about it? Is it the potential short-term disruption, uncertainty, or is it the longer-term consequences of taking the biggest possible step away from an integrated trading relationship with the single market?
Well, personally, I think that. So I actually, and I'm going to get some daggers from some people looking at me from around this committee table. But when I campaigned to leave in my constituency,
Prime Minister?
I campaigned on.
Can you win over Parliament, Prime Minister? Can your deal succeed, Prime Minister?
Everyone is aware of what happened in Dover and Kent in 2015 when there were strikes, bad weather.
Yep.
We are doing our best to manage the process of no deal.
In your working assumptions of what a no-deal scenario might look like, and you talked, I think, about a reasonable worst-case scenario, I think is the kind of basic planning assumption. What is the posture assumed of the EU and EU member states in that scenario? Is it one of cooperation, wanting to reach bilateral side deals, compromises, short-term working arrangements to get through the impact?
It's based on more than that. For example, if we were to talk about data adequacy, the European Commission has said that it would not currently it will not give us a data adequacy agreement until we have become a third country, and then we can negotiate a data adequacy agreement. That gives us a gap. It gives us it's one of the issues that my department is looking at. Well, actually, we're not looking at it. All the no-deal preparation is done within individual departments that are in control of their own plans and policy. DCMS are in charge of that, and the Information Commissioner launched just before Christmas a website to give companies the
fact that this is a yearly application which is made by the police in Northern Ireland, and it is an application which they've never ever had to draw down the officers from. For the rest
I believe that is the case, yes.
And then just one last area, and that's in relation to the preparations in Northern Ireland. Who's responsible for liaising with government departments in Northern Ireland as to in regard to the preparations for no-deal Brexit? Is it your department? Is it the Northern Ireland office? Or is it meant to be, you know, if the Health Department has preparations in it, contact the Department of Health in Northern Ireland, the Business Department would contact the Department of the Economy? How exactly is it?
Yeah, so my department kind of coordinates the whole thing, but it is departmental responsibilities extended. So, yeah, it would be DEFRA when it came to agriculture, for example.
Where has the breakup occurred then, or the breakdown occurred then? The head of the civil service has complained recently that in Northern Ireland that there appears to be no or a very poor flow of information as to what the preparations are. and that government departments in Northern Ireland have not been well prepared. In fact, he's talked about massive smuggling across the border, and I don't know who's going to buy all of these smuggled goods, given that supermarkets have very, very great traceability requirements when it comes to the food which they sell, etc. But he has anyway made this claim in a letter. So where do you see the breakdown occurring? Is it that departments here at Westminster are not making contact with departments in Northern Ireland, or that the Northern Ireland office is failing to pass on information to departments in Northern Ireland?
Well, theoretically, the departments are responsible for their plans and policies. In Northern Ireland's case, it would be coordinated by the Northern Ireland office. I would be surprised if the appropriate information, I'd be very surprised actually, if the appropriate information has not been flowing. And following this, I will go away and check that that is actually what level of information has been flowing, and ensure that any pipeline that might be blocked is unblocked, because there should be no reason for that flow of information being interrupted.
No fear that the Northern Ireland office may, given the vigour with which the Secretary of State, a vigour which she seems to have found for her role recently, which is maybe notably absent before, that the Secretary of State has, in defending this deal, that the Northern Ireland office may well have been reluctant or not as diligent in sharing information as to how to prepare for a no deal as it could have been.
No.
Well, it might be helpful if you can come back to us and let us know where, if you identify where the roadblock has been, because certainly the head of the civil service seems to be making the claim that information is not as freely flowing as it should.
I will happily go away on that basis.
Okay. Can I just ask you, Minister, why do you think so many businesses are anxious about the prospect of no deal?
Because they'd much rather have a deal and the certainty that that provides.
Right. Let's take the farming industry.
Yeah.
In just over 2 months, beef and dairy farmers could be facing tariffs as high as 40%, which the NFU Cymru president has described as catastrophic, and the president of the NFU has described as the worst possible outcome for the farming industry. Now, what do you say to them when the government says, well, we might leave with no deal?
I say to them that the government has a deal on the table which they would agree is eminently preferable to leaving without a deal, and it is incumbent on members of this Parliament to vote, I know they, appropriately as they feel fit, but to look seriously at the deal that's on the table, which provides the certainty that industry and others ask for.
What is your plan to help them in the event that we did leave with no deal?
As I mentioned earlier, I shall ensure that the committee hears as quick as I do about the outcome of the arrangements that DUP and DEFRA are talking about.
Right. Now, on tariffs, you said the government had yet to make a decision as to what tariffs it might charge EU member states in the event of us leaving with no deal. Is it the government's understanding that if the government decided to charge no tariffs, would it then have to apply the same policy to every other country in the world under the MFN rules?
I think I am not an expert in the tariff field, so I'll vie away from answering the question, but I do believe you get a short period of time where you can vary tariffs, but eventually you have to come back to the position that you articulated.
Right, and if we did have to come back to the position which is we cut the tariffs for everyone, what have we got to offer in any trade negotiations if we've already given it away?
Well, whilst not accepting the whole premise of your question, we do have to offer the 5th largest economy in the country, in the world, with a growing economy and a growing and dynamic economy and market.
Right, but we'd have given away the offering of reduced tariffs in those circumstances. We'd already given that away.
I don't accept the premise of your question.
Well, okay, you don't accept that. Okay, finally, what primary legislation will be required between now and the end of March for no deal?
We have a number of pieces of primary legislation that are currently before Parliament, and they are the pieces that are required. So we have the Trade Bill, the Fisheries Bill, the Agriculture Bill, Financial Services Implementation of Legislation Bill, that's for no deal especially, the Healthcare International Arrangements Bill, the Immigration and Social Security Coordination EU Withdrawal Bill, and the EU Withdrawal Bill itself, introduced when Parliament's approved the final deal.
No, but in the event of no deal, clearly...
There are financial services, the in-flight financial services Directors Bill, basically, to make sure that there's certainty for pieces of legislation that are currently on track. That's the Financial Services Bill. The Healthcare International Arrangements Bill is a reciprocal health
The
bill.
point I'm trying to understand is those are all bills the government's bringing forward in anticipation of there being an agreement.
No, those two are no deal.
Those two are right. They're for no deal.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
And
do you expect any other additional bills to deal with the consequences of leaving with no deal?
I can't,
other than the list you've just read out?
I can't for certain say I do not expect any extra pieces of primary legislation, but I'm fairly confident that is the complete list.
That's the complete list. But there might be government amendments to those bills to take account of the fact...
Well, and things do change in all sorts of areas. And as I described earlier, how quickly things are changing as we are now pivoting the primary focus of government to no-deal preparation. If extra things are found, then there might be extra legislation required.
And are you confident that all of the necessary bits of legislation to deal with no deal would be completed by the 29th of March?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming today. Your evidence has been extremely helpful. Order, order.
The proceeding has ended.
Everyone is aware of what happened in Dover and Kent in 2015 when there were strikes, bad weather, and the traffic problems that caused at the time. And there's been a lot of concern in the papers and elsewhere about what would happen should our French counterparts, or the European Commission insists that our French counterparts firstly, if our French counterparts take no measures at all and just keep the infrastructure that they have in place in Calais at this point, and impose the full third country checks on a non-member state. So we obviously work on a reasonable worst-case assumption based around all those things, but we are very, very aware and keep constant surveillance on what is actually going on in France. So the French have just passed their no-deal legislation just before Christmas. In fact, on the 18th, France adopted its no-deal legislation in both chambers. But just before that, its European Affairs Minister, Nathalie Loiseau, said, "We stand ready for a no deal. The French government is now preparing the necessary decrees to protect the rights of citizens and maintain fluidity at the border in the event of a no deal." The laws I just mentioned do give powers to the French have appointed a no deal coordinator. He's got powers to and instructed to ensure that flow continues on the French side of the channel. This is obviously very important to us because our problems would occur if the French side in somehow got bunged up, for want of a better phrase. He has been, we've been talking to him at a technical level, and he's been briefing businesses that are based on the French in North France who use the short straits to import and export.
But the government, Minister, the government must be sufficiently worried to have done the trial queuing system at Manston, to have entered into the 3 ferry contracts. Are you saying to us that, given what the planning that the French government has put in place, you are more or less worried than you were previously, or are you still preparing for the possibility of significant disruption?
Well, can I just finish the preparations?
Yeah.
So what he's been telling businesses on the French side is that currently there are 2 border checkpoints in Calais. They expect there to be 10 by the time by the 29th of March. They build a border inspection post, which is for sanitary and animal checks, and they, I believe, they've already got planning permission actually for a site south of Calais itself for consignments on lorries that might not have the correct paperwork to move away from the port itself to ensure flow through that. Everyone is aware of what happened in Dover and Kent in 2015 when there were strikes, bad weather.
Now got to happen is we have to be absolutely... I do object to being called a Nazi, actually.
Right. Well, apologies to you if you're offended by what you're listening to.
I just think this is astonishing. This is what has happened to our country, actually. This is what's happened to our country. But anyway, let's try and move on and be positive about things.
You're not serving your constituents who voted to leave.
Wait. Your constituents voted to leave.
Why are you not doing that, Anna?
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Should Brexit be delayed? Should it happen in March, Mr Hunt, or should it be delayed? Morning, sir. Will Brexit be delayed? Is no deal still on the table? Will Brexit happen in March, Mr Hancock, or will it be delayed? Morning, Mr Javed. Will Brexit happen in March? Will Brexit be delayed, Minister? Can you... Should Brexit be delayed, Minister? Do you think Brexit will happen in March? Will Brexit happen in March? Good morning, Mr Grayling. Good morning, Mr Ross. Will Brexit be delayed? Will Brexit be delayed, Mr Ross? Do you think it will happen in March? Is no deal still on the table? Will Brexit be delayed? Can you rule out no deal, Minister? Will Brexit be delayed?
That's one of the main things.
Will Brexit happen in March, Minister?
Back to this cross-party group of MPs.
Will Brexit be delayed, Minister? Minister, is no deal still a possibility? Will Brexit be delayed, Minister? Is Brexit going to happen in March?
Happening later this month, definitely.
Yes, we are going to hold the vote. You said it was due to be next week. Actually, the debate starts next week, and the debate will carry on into the following week. But we will be holding the vote.
We're talking about the 15th or 14th, or around
that sort of timing. So what we'll be setting out over the next few days is a sort of assurances, is measures in 3 areas. The first is measures that will be specific for Northern Ireland. The second is a greater role for Parliament as we take these negotiations into the next stage for our future relationship. And the third, and we're still working on this, is further assurances from the European Union to address the issues that have been raised. If the deal is not voted on as at this vote that's coming up, then actually we're going to be in uncharted territory. What we see in Parliament is some people who are advocating a second referendum, because they want to stop Brexit. Now, we've also got some people, on the opposition, the chairman of the Labour Party, Ian Lavery, has said that this would be disrespectful to those people who went out and voted leave. It would divide our country. It would, I believe, and practically, actually, you couldn't get a referendum in time before the 29th of March.
Your deal on the table. It's almost certain.
This convoy of trucks is the latest visible warning about the potential upheaval of a no-deal Brexit. They rolled out of a disused airfield towards Dover on England's south coast on Monday morning to test how the road network and Europe's busiest ferry port would cope with delays caused by new post-Brexit customs checks. There's less than 3 months to go until Britain officially leaves the EU. And so far, Prime Minister Theresa May has failed to pass the divorce deal she agreed with the bloc's leaders through Parliament. It's a deal that the European Commission repeated again on Monday won't be renegotiated, saying it's the only deal possible. Both pro- and anti-Brexit lawmakers have warned that leaving without a deal would cause major disruption, not least in the port of Dover. Up to 16,000 trucks a day pass between here and the French port of Calais, carrying everything from food to medicine to factory supplies. That's significantly more than this convoy of 87 trucks. The town's MP, who supported the Remain campaign in the referendum, says the test is on far too small a scale.
We also need to be asking, are there other places in the country where lorries can be looked after and stored? And is there a system where one can say to factories around the country, don't dispatch your lorries except on a timetable basis?
More than 200 lawmakers have now signed a letter to the Prime Minister to rule out a no-deal scenario. She herself has warned the UK will be in uncharted territory if her deal's rejected, and has already postponed a vote on it once.
Everyone is aware of what happened in Dover and Kent in 2015 when there were strikes, bad weather, and the traffic problems, chaos that caused at the time. And there's been a lot of concern in the papers and elsewhere about what would happen should our French counterparts, or the European Commission insists that our French counterparts firstly, if our French counterparts take no measures at all and just keep the infrastructure that they have in place in Calais at this point and impose the full third country checks on a non-member state. So we obviously work on a reasonable worst-case assumption based around all those things, but we are very, very aware and keep constant surveillance on what is actually going on in France. So the French have just passed their no-deal legislation just before Christmas, in fact. On the 18th, France adopted its no-deal legislation in both chambers. But just before that, its European Affairs Minister, Nathalie Loiseau, said, "We stand ready for a no-deal. The French government is now preparing the necessary decrees to protect the rights of citizens and maintain fluidity at the border in the event of a no-deal." The laws I just mentioned do give powers to the French have appointed a no-deal coordinator. He's got powers to and instructed to ensure that flow continues on the French side of the channel. This is obviously very important to us because our problems would occur if the French side in somehow got bunged up, for want of a better phrase. He has been, we've been talking to him at a technical level, and he's been briefing businesses that are based on the French in North France who use the short straits to import and export.
But the government, Minister, the government must be sufficiently worried to have done the trial queuing system at Manston, to have entered into the 3 ferry contracts. Are you saying to us that, given what the planning that the French government has put in place, you are more or less worried than you were previously, or are you still preparing for the possibility of significant disruption?
Well, can I just finish the preparations? Yeah. So what he's been telling businesses on the French side is that currently there are 2 border checkpoints in Calais. they expect there to be 10 by the time by the 29th of March. They build a border inspection post, which is for phytosanitary and animal checks, and I believe they've already got planning permission actually for a site south of Calais itself for consignments on lorries that might not have the correct paperwork to move away from the port itself to ensure flow through that. So, yeah, we obviously watch all this, but however, we are a responsible government. Until we actually see this being built, coming into operation, we will work on the most reasonable worst-case scenario, which is why we've taken the measures that we have.
Right. Now, the fact that the French have announced they're going to have additional checking points suggests pretty clearly they intend to check things. Mm-hmm. Does it not?
Yeah, I believe there are. It was in the speech. It might have been in the speech that I quoted earlier, if not on an earlier date. It would be Mr. Loiseau said. We are working with the measures taken to put in the customs infrastructures that ensure our controls are the least penalising possible at the entryway to the European territory, and also talked about there being 3 extra checks at that point. And if you were to read, I shall quote bits of this, if you don't mind, throughout the meeting, the partnership pack that's on the gov.uk website, we detail what those checks are likely to be.
But any additional time, which is why the government has taken the contingency arrangements, then leads to stuff backing up. And that is the problem.
Any additional time, which is so especially based, if you're based on what infrastructure is in Calais now, then yes, we'd have a problem.
Now, in 2014, the Prime Minister said, at the time there was a debate about whether we should rejoin the European Arrest Warrant, that a decision not to do so would significantly diminish our power to remove these people, risking our biggest urban areas becoming safe havens for European criminals. If we leave with no deal, we would no longer be part of the European Arrest Warrant. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'd have to go back to agreements that we previously had.
Before. Well, is it still the government's view that in that eventuality, our biggest urban areas would risk becoming safe havens for European criminals?
Well, it's not my view, and I've not heard it articulated by anybody else.
Well, the Prime Minister, when she was Home Secretary, said that in 2014. Has the government's view of that changed?
Well, I have not heard that from government since that point.
You haven't, right.
So I would say it's not the government's view that would be the case.
It's not, so you disagree with what the Prime Minister said when she was Home Secretary in 2014?
I'd say it's just, that's just not the case anymore.
That is not the case anymore. So what has changed?
Well, the fact that we are much further down the line of being prepared for leaving without a deal, and therefore working up the instruments and the things that we would need to maintain a decent cooperation on security with our European partners.
So what would be the replacement mechanism for the European Arrest Warrant that would ensure that our biggest urban areas did not become safe havens for European criminals?
Well, we would, as I said earlier, we'd revert to some of the... Actually, in my lovely briefing, I've got a whole host of different reference points, but essentially we'd revert to agreements that we have, and we try to negotiate a new security arrangement on a bilateral basis with the European Union itself, and indeed with individual countries for we'd use Interpol, because we get the messages that you would receive about individuals using the SIS2 system now on an individual basis through Interpol. There's a whole host of things we could be. It just would not be as good as the current system that we have now.
Right. Now, in the event of no deal, the government would need to roll forward the 40 or so trade deals that we're currently party to because we are members of the European Union. Could you tell the committee how many of those agreements has the government got the consent of the other party to roll forward in the event of no deal?
Yeah. So we are party to and I believe when my Secretary of State appeared before you just before Christmas, there was a conversation about that here. We are party to a large number of EU international agreements through our EU membership, and the EU treaties database does carry a hugely long list on this. But not all of these agreements actually need action as a result of our exit from the European Union. In fact, the vast majority do not. Some of these have been superseded because, for example, they've been amended over time as the terms have changed or new countries have joined the European Union. For example, the old trade-related agreements with Canada, which have been superseded by CETA, or agreements with countries that have since acceded. Some are not applicable to the United Kingdom, such as the agreement between the European Union and European microstates regarding the use of the euro, and agreements with third countries relating to short-stay visa waivers, which the UK does not participate in. And in some instances, we've signed the agreement as a member in our own right, and so our membership will continue, including for a large number of the multilateral agreements, such as the WTO and climate change agreements. And we've been obviously working throughout the course of the last couple of years to identify which agreements are relevant, important and need action. And these discussions are well progressed and in many cases are ongoing. So it's very difficult to actually put a precise number on the volume of agreements requiring transition as a result from our exit from the European Union. However, the number of replacement treaties will inevitably be much lower than the full list on the EU treaties database. We obviously will always keep Parliament and stakeholders updated as replacement treaties are put in place.
The United Kingdom is at the forefront of the humanitarian response and has been providing life-saving support to millions of people across Syria from the start of the conflict. To date, we've committed £2.71 billion, our largest ever response to a single humanitarian crisis. This includes the provision of over 27 million food rations and 10 million relief packages since 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. Just before Christmas, I had the rather humbling honour of meeting two Syrian families who fled the horror of that country to find sanctuary in Shaftesbury, in my constituency, where they are making their new home. The pictures that they showed me and the stories that they told were indeed horrible. Can my right honourable friend assure me that, notwithstanding everything else that is going on, Her Majesty's government haven't forgotten Syria and the underlying and ever-pressing need for peace?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable friend that no one in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office or DFID has forgotten Syria. We're all shocked and moved by the plight of those who have suffered so much, and I'm familiar with some of the pictures with which he describes. We're engaged diplomatically and in humanitarian terms every day in relation to Syria.
Royston Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although Daesh is significantly weakened in Syria, a US departure could leave a vacuum which could potentially cause more misery. Does the Minister expect the focus of humanitarian assistance in Syria to change as a result of the withdrawal of US troops?
Minister Burt. Well, Mr. Speaker, the full details of the impact of the US withdrawal are yet to be worked through. Our focus in terms of humanitarian aid will not be changed. We continue to monitor closely the situation as it develops, and our focus on providing humanitarian assistance to millions of people displaced both externally and internally will remain.
Mr. Stephen Twigg. The possibility of a US withdrawal raises serious concerns for civilian protection.
Yes,
Can the Minister
indeed,
tell us what the government's doing to work with agencies on
the Select Committee? Very concerned about potential implications, particularly on the Turkish-Syrian border. We are in constant contact with our partners in relation to this and with humanitarian agencies who are fully abreast of the consequences of actions which have not yet happened, and everything is being done to try and encourage a peaceful resolution to the political conflicts there.
Anne Clwyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are any plans in place to deal with what will be increasing humanitarian needs, I suspect, of the Syrian Kurds in particular, especially if they're attacked by the Turkish military?
Here, here. Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated to the chair of the Select Committee, we're all extremely concerned about potential implications of US withdrawal and what it might mean on the Turkish border in relation to Kurdish area. Humanitarian agencies are very alert to this, but politically we're doing what we can with partners to minimise any risk of confrontation there.
Alex Chalk.
Mr. Speaker, what assessment is it possible to make of the number of lives that have been saved in Syria as a result of the historic financial contribution to the aid effort by the United Kingdom?
Minister.
It's difficult to put full figures on this, to be honest. We believe that we've provided, as I indicated earlier, 27 million food rations, 40 million medical consultations, 10 million relief packages, 10 million vaccines. If you look at those who have been protected, the 3.5 million in Turkey, the 1.5 million in Lebanon and the 1 million in Jordan, all those lives have been protected, and the United Kingdom aid has played a significant part in relation to this.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the UK Government cut funding to aid programmes in rebel-held Syria, instead shifting focus to its valuable humanitarian work in the region. Nonetheless, groups such as the Free Syrian Police, whom we have supported throughout the conflict, continue to face a number of threats from the regime as they continue their valuable work. Can the Secretary of State assure me that her department has not simply abandoned these people and that her ongoing protection is still a matter of serious concern for the UK Government? Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the honourable gentleman, DFID aid has always been focused on humanitarian need, regardless of who has been in control of territory, providing we can be assured that aid and support is not diverted for terrorist or extremist purposes, but gets through to those who are in need. That has been the guiding principle on which we work, and that will continue to be the principles on which DFID will provide humanitarian aid.
But if you'll forgive me.
Nigel Huddleston. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Forgive me, Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gender equality is considered in the design of all DFID's programmes, and it is essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Between 2015 and 2018, UK aid provided 16.9 million women and girls with modern methods of family planning and supported 5.6 million girls gain access to a decent education.
Come and get it pointed from. Nigel Huddleston. Thank you. Action on Poverty, a charity based in my constituency, has done some tremendous work in Africa and Asia, including helping thousands of women set up their own businesses. What more can her department do to assist charities like Action on Poverty?
Well, I would pay tribute to the work that Action on Poverty has done, and indeed my honourable friend's support for that organisation. We're currently supporting them through UK Aid Direct to improve livelihoods and food security in Sierra Leone. But more widely, we want to increase the number of small and medium-sized charities and organisations that we work with to deliver the global goals.
Barry Shearman.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Secretary of State a pertinent question this morning, absolutely on empowering women. Would you agree with me? All the research shows if you empower women by allowing them to start their own business, have control of their own lives, is one of the best ways, and often that's giving them the finance to start the small business.
I could not agree more with the honourable gentleman, and the future of not only the future of womankind depends on that happening, but the future of mankind too.
Sir David Evernett.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend share my concern that in many parts of the world, women and girls are still not getting the education they deserve, or the same as men and boys? What is her department doing to help alleviate this discrimination and highlight the need for equal opportunities?
Well, globally, 63 million girls between the ages of 5 and 15 are out of school. We, under the auspices of my right honourable friend, the Minister for Africa, we are supporting the global education partnership and the education challenge within that. We've refreshed our own strategy on education to ensure that it's not just about girls in classrooms, but also the quality of education that they're receiving. And it is only through a concerted effort in that respect, and asking other partners to step up, that we will ensure that every woman and girl has a decent education.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's ambitious strategy on gender equality, which is a heartening step towards Labour's feminist approach to international development. But these commitments will remain just warm words if, as we learned last month, 20% 600 of all DFID staff are to be reassigned to other departments to help manage the Tories' Brexit shambles. So can she tell the House very specifically what impact she expects this huge cut to have on her gender equality strategy and indeed all her department's work?
Can I start by welcoming the honourable gentleman to his new role, and I sincerely wish him well in it. I would say that he is incorrect in what he asserts. That number of staff has not been redeployed. I think the grand total at the moment of DFID staff who are helping other departments is 25 individuals. But I would say to him, if he is concerned about a no-deal situation, he knows what he needs to do. He needs to vote for the Prime Minister's deal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for her warm words. I noticed she didn't rule out 600 staff leaving the department. Many in this House will be deeply concerned by media reports last week that DFID's independence may once again be up for debate in this summer's comprehensive spending review, even though merging DFID into the Foreign and Commonwealth Office would fly in the face of evidence about how to get the greatest impact from our aid budget. With more UK aid already being spent by other departments, brazen attempts to use aid to win trade deals, 600 staff on their way out, isn't she actually overseeing the managed decline of the Department for International Development?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman quotes a lot of statistics and figures at me, so I'm going to help him by quoting some back. I would say that all of what he has said at the dispatch box is not true, but I would encourage him, as he starts this new role, to talk about 17 global goals. That is what I hope that everyone on all sides of this House is looking to deliver. What he has said is not correct.
Gillian Keegan.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom is a world leader in efforts to end the AIDS epidemic, including through our major investment in the Global Fund, which provided 17.5 million people with treatment in 2017. We're working to expand access to treatment while reducing new infections, particularly among adolescent girls, women and other groups who face stigma and discrimination.
Gillian Keegan.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Education, along with medication, has been transforming the spread of HIV in the UK, with a fall in infections of 28% since 2015. But in sub-Saharan Africa, 3 in 4 new infections among 15 to 19-year-olds are among girls. And globally, young women are twice as likely to be infected by HIV than men their age. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to curb HIV infection within the most vulnerable and susceptible groups?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising the question. Women and young girls are indeed in a very vulnerable group in relation to AIDS. Ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030 is a priority for the UK, which I was able to re-emphasise at speaking at the Global AIDS Conference in Amsterdam earlier this year. Tackling this is only possible if we target the most vulnerable populations, which we are doing by having a focus on adolescents in the sexual and reproductive health programmes we support.
Preet Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Analysis from the Stop AIDS Coalition shows that despite increased funding to multilaterals, overall DFID funding for HIV has been falling, with bilateral funding for HIV programming falling from £221 million in 2009 to just £13 million in 2017. What steps is her department taking to fill the funding gap created by these cuts? And if she is to shift spending to multilateral mechanisms, can she confirm if her department will continue to invest in the Global Fund at the 6th Replenishment Conference in October 2019?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the honourable lady's questions. There's sometimes a difficulty in taking a snapshot period of time and comparing spending because programmes roll over a different period of time. She's right to recognise our strong commitment to global funds, global fund replenishment. In the current process, we invested £1.2 billion in that. We've provided extra assistance to Robert Carr Civil Fund during the course of this year. So we will make sure that funding continues to go through programmes, and we do our best to track when they go into wider programmes where the spending on AIDS will actually be. It remains a priority for us to do so.
Michael Fabricant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Uganda Virus Research Institute does a huge amount of work on HIV/AIDS and was jointly set up, of course, with the British government back in 1988. What work are they doing, and what can the British government do to strengthen their work on that and also on Ebola research?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising it and mentioning the programme. In actual fact, my right honourable friend, the Minister for Africa, visited the programme very recently and was able also to see the valuable work which it does in relation to both AIDS and Ebola. That sort of ministerial commitment demonstrates our support on the ground, which will continue and intensify.
Mr. Adrian Bailey.
I want to see it.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. UK Aid provided 2 million people in Afghanistan with life-saving support last year, including members of the Hazara community. Provision of humanitarian assistance is based on need and delivered across the country, and this includes food, shelter and clean water. Humanitarian partners have been assisting displaced people in central Afghanistan but have not requested new funding.
Adrian Bailey.
On the 4th of December, the Minister, Foreign Office Minister, said the British Embassy staff had met Afghan government representatives from the affected areas to discuss the situation there. Can the Minister update us on progress made on the humanitarian front and any developments that have taken place since that meeting?
Secretary of State.
Well, obviously, I don't know which precise meeting he is referring to, because, of course, we meet with regional representatives on a frequent basis, as well as those based in Kabul. What I can tell him is that we are assisting people, particularly in that region, because of the changes in territories and the new pressures that are being put there. At the moment, there hasn't been a further call on us to provide any further assistance in that respect, although in other areas in Afghanistan we have leaned in because of the drought.
Danielle Rowley.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department for International Development's mission is to reduce inequality by ending extreme poverty.
Danielle Rowley.
Mr. Speaker, we often talk in here, at least on this side of the House, about the importance of universal public services like the NHS and free state education to ensure that everyone, regardless of income, has access to essential services. And this brings about greater equal societies. So what's the Minister's Department doing to ensure that UK Aid better supports the development of universal free public services in countries where the Department works? Well, she's absolutely right that that does form a core part of our work, not only in terms of ending extreme poverty, but providing access to the kind of essential services that are life-saving. So whether it is helping with infants and preventing maternal mortality, or whether it's providing 12 years of quality education, the department is working around the world to tackle these kinds of opportunities.
Sir Oliver Heald.
My right honourable friend will be aware that I'm a member of the Independent Commission on Sexual Misconduct set up by Oxfam following the Haiti issues, and that it's about to produce its interim report. Does she agree with me that the way in which staff are treated by NGOs, showing proper respect and reducing inequality, is an important step towards meeting the development goal in question?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I take this opportunity to thank my right honourable friend for the work that he's doing on this very important issue. And last year, the department did take the leadership role in terms of addressing these kinds of issues, not only within our own department, but also in terms of the providers that we work with around the world.
Jim Cunningham.
What will the Minister say what progress the Department has made in engaging with children and young people to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 16.2%, to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking and all forms of violence against children?
Minister.
Through our own work and through the International Citizenship Service, through the work that we're doing with many of our partner organisations, including UNICEF, we are working extensively on this particular issue, and I'm glad to be able to tell the honourable gentleman that the UK is in fact the largest donor to the global partnership to end violence against children.
Dame Caroline Spelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that it will be impossible to meet this goal unless people with disabilities are included in all our humanitarian and development work?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight this, which is why last year the UK held the Disability Summit, and why we launched last year the Disability Strategy to make sure that those truly are included in all our development work.
Order. Topical questions. Bambos Charalambos.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Secretary of State.
The current Ebola virus outbreak has claimed 377 lives in eastern DRC to date, and over 600 people have tested positive for the disease. The response effort has been good, but hampered by terrible insecurity in the region, with many humanitarian workers being under fire whilst trying to initiate vaccinations. Over 200 people have survived the virus, and the rate of infection is slow. Yesterday, I spoke with Dr. Tedros of the World Health Organization, who's just returned from the country, about what further we can do to contain this outbreak over the next several months. And the UK has stepped up its support in response to DRC and preparedness across the region. It is a critical time, Mr. Speaker, for other nations to do the same.
Andrew Rosindell.
The good news is that once we leave the European Union, we can get rid of tariffs on products from our friends in the African world. What discussions has the government had with African countries to increase trade and development after Brexit?
Mr. Speaker,
we haven't heard from Mr. Charalambos, and we must hear from the fella.
Mr. Speaker, the APPG on vaccinations for all, of which I'm a member, will release the report next week, which highlights that 1 in 10 children globally do not receive any of the 11 essential World Health Organization recommended vaccines. Does the Secretary of State agree that ensuring that all children are fully immunised should be a priority of this government and vital organisations such as Gavi and the Vaccine Alliance?
I'm extremely glad the honourable gentleman got to ask that question, because Gavi is one of our better performing, in fact our highest performing multilateral partner. It is absolutely right that we keep this programme strong. I'm going to be visiting Gavi's Bognor facility next week, and between 2016 and 2020 UK Aid will have vaccinated 76 million children, saving 1.4 million lives. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister for Africa is ready to answer a question without it having to be repeated.
But indeed, let's hear from the Minister for Africa.
Can I say to my honourable friend for Romford that there will indeed be scope, we believe, not only to copy across the existing very favourable trade arrangements, but also to increase the favourability in terms of access to the UK market for many of the poorest countries in the world post-Brexit.
Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pregnancy and childbirth are incredibly dangerous times for women across the developing world, where the vast majority of maternal deaths take place. What more will the Secretary of State be doing this year to ensure that pregnant women and those in childbirth receive the same basic level of healthcare support that many of us here are able to take for granted?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our commitment to global health is designed to ensure that a focus is placed on the most vulnerable, and our support for sustainable health systems ensures that the work that is going on to improve maternity and pregnancy services in so many parts of the world is supported and bolstered by the work that we do both in country and multilaterally.
Will Quince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, Ethiopia has one of the worst neonatal mortality records in the world. Will my right honourable friend join me in thanking all those in Colchester, including the chuffed blanketeers that have been busy knitting, supporting my campaign to send thousands of knitted hats for newborn babies in Ethiopia?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, indeed, Ethiopia is one of the countries where the Department for International Development has extensive programming, but I'm very, very pleased to hear that the good folk of Colchester are supplementing that with this wonderful project to knit hats for babies.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Without realising it, many members... Without realising it... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without realising it, many members of this House will own an item of clothing made by a slave from an overseas country. What more will the Minister do to make sure that her department and also the Department of International Trade in an independent trade policy is tackling modern slavery not only at home but also abroad?
Well, absolutely. Well, under the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, we have led the charge on tackling modern slavery globally, including at UNGA this year, where we increased our financial contribution to £200 million to combat this issue, but also critically held events with the private sector, because it's really only with the private sector and ensuring the transparency and knowledge and security across all of their supply chains that we can eradicate this terrible practice from the world.
Trudy Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend explain to the House what steps she is taking to improve primary education in Pakistan?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the House will know, we work worldwide, including extensively in Pakistan, to fund education, and literally millions of children are accessing 12 years of quality education thanks to the work of the Department for International Development. Thank you.
Daniel Zeichner.
Could the Secretary
Because it is even with our immense skills, it is impossible to spend any of the 0.7% on anything which is not ODA eligible. But I would encourage all members opposite, as they hopefully join with us to deliver the global goals, to, for a change, start working with the private sector and the armed forces, without which we will not be able to deliver the humanitarian relief that we wish to, or achieve those goals.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, the US decision to stop funding United Nations Relief and Work Agency support to Palestine risks vital education and healthcare services there. I welcome DFID's decision to increase funding in the short term, but is this sustainable in the longer term?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we and other donors have moved very rapidly this year to seek to cover a shortfall in UNRWA funding. Work is going on to ensure that long-term UNRWA is sustainable, but ultimately the issue is not UNRWA, the issue is the unresolved situation of refugees in relation to the situation.
Joe Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State see the huge contradiction between the vital work that DFID does helping countries to mitigate and adapt to climate change, while UK export finance continues to subsidise billions of fossil fuel projects?
Well, I can assure the Honourable Lady that in terms of climate change, we continue to improve access for millions of people to clean energy worldwide. That's an important part of the work that we do within our UK aid budget.
Order. Just before we begin Prime Minister's questions, I hope colleagues across the House will want to join me in welcoming to the House of Commons today the former Member of Parliament for Glasgow Central and now the Governor of the Punjab, our friend Mohammed Sarwar. Welcome, Mohammed. Order. Questions to the Prime Minister. Drew Hendry.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the whole House would like to join me in paying tribute to Lord Paddy Ashdown, who sadly died last month. From his service in the Royal Marines through to his time in this House, and then as High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina, he served his country with passion and distinction, and he will be sorely missed. In recent days, Mr. Speaker, we have seen instances of threats of violence or intimidation against members of this House, including my right honourable friend, the member for Broxtowe, and members of the media. I know the whole House will join me in condemning those threats. Politicians and the media should be able to go about their work without harassment and intimidation. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I echo her comments on Lord Paddy Ashdown and, of course, the disgraceful behaviour of threats to politicians and journalists going about their business. Mr. Speaker, like those in the rest of the UK, 235,000 EU nationals in Scotland were treated to a Christmas removal threat via social media from the UK Home Office, telling them to register if they want to stay in the UK after December 2020. Friends, neighbours, colleagues, people vital to the Scottish economy, shamefully told to pay to stay in their own homes. Can she confirm what will happen to those not registered by December 2020? And does she realise that for those affected, this feels less like a hostile environment and more like a xenophobic one?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, we recognise the huge contribution that EU citizens have made to our economy and to our society, and we want them to stay. And the EU settlement scheme will make it simple, straightforward for them to get the status that they need. But can I say to the honourable gentleman also, EU citizens have until June 2021 to apply. The cost of applying is less than the cost of renewing a British passport. But if he is concerned about the interests of EU citizens, then he can back the deal which enshrines the EU citizens' rights.
Tom Pursglove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant is commendable, as is its focus on reducing reoffending. Care After Combat is doing remarkable work in this area, and their veterans have a reoffending rate of 8% compared to a national average on leaving prison of 45%, saving the government £20 million. Will my right honourable friend therefore convene a cross-government effort to not only shore up Care After Combat's work, but to look to expand it nationally?
Well, my
Minister
has raised a very important issue, and first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to those who've served in our armed forces for their courage and their commitment. I'd also like to pay tribute to the vital work that Care After Combat undertakes. My honourable friend is absolutely right on that. Now, we have a range of measures in place to support those who've served in the armed forces who then find themselves in the criminal justice system, and prisons tailor rehabilitative work to the individual needs, helping to reduce the risk of reoffending when they're released from prison. But the point my honourable friend makes about the excellent record of Care After Combat is a very good one, and I'm sure that a minister from the Ministry of Justice will be happy to meet with him to discuss this further.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined the Prime Minister in paying tribute to Paddy Ashdown. He was elected to Parliament at the same time as me in 1983. He was a very assiduous constituency MP. He was a very effective Member of Parliament, and he and I spent a lot of evenings voting against what the Thatcher Tory government was doing at that time. I also, Mr. Speaker, agree with the Prime Minister on the point she made about intimidation of members of Parliament and representatives of the media outside this building has happened a few days ago when the member for Broxtowe and Owen Jones of The Guardian were intimidated outside this building, and I send my support and sympathy to both of them. But we also have to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that intimidation is wrong outside this building as it is wrong in any other aspect of life in this country. And we have to create a safe space, we have to create a safe space for political debate. You see what I mean, Mr. Speaker? I'm calling for a safe space for political debate.
Order, we've got a long way to go. The questions will be heard and the answers will be heard. No amount of heckling, no amount of noise will make any difference to that simple fact. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, I also am sure the whole House would join me in wishing a speedy recovery to the 2 British soldiers who were injured in Syria last week. The Prime Minister scrapped the Brexit vote last month and promised legally binding assurances would be secured at the December EU summit. She failed. She pledged to get these changes over the recess. She failed. Isn't the Prime Minister bringing back exactly the same deal she admitted would be defeated 4 weeks ago?
Prime Minister.
Can I first of all say to the right honourable gentleman, I absolutely agree with him that there is no place for intimidation in any part of our society. Politicians do need to be able to have a safe space in which to express their opinions, many of which are passionately held. And I hope he will now ask his Shadow Chancellor to withdraw or apologise for the remarks that he made about the former Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. On the matter of Brexit that the right honourable gentleman has raised, perhaps let me update the House. The conclusions of the December European Council went further than before in seeking to address the concerns of this House, and they have legal status. I've been in contact with European leaders since then about MPs' concerns. These discussions have shown that further clarification on the backstop is possible, and those talks will continue over the next few days. But we're also looking at what more we can do domestically to safeguard the interests of the people and businesses of Northern Ireland. And that's why this morning we published a package of commitments that give Northern Ireland a strong voice and role in any decision to bring the backstop into effect. We've also been looking at how Parliament can take a greater role as we take these negotiations on to the next stage. And so I can tell the House that in the event that our future relationship or alternative arrangements are not ready by the end of 2020, Parliament will have a vote on whether to seek to extend the implementation period or bring the backstop into effect. And the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union will be saying more about this during his opening speech in the forthcoming debate.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, no amount of window dressing is going to satisfy members of this House. They want to see clear legal changes to the document that the government presented to this House. The Foreign Secretary said the Prime Minister has not been asking for anything new in her discussions with the European Union. She doesn't tell us. So doesn't that tell us that the Prime Minister has been recklessly wasting time, holding the country to ransom with the threat of no deal in a desperate attempt to blackmail MPs to vote for her hopelessly unpopular deal?
Prime Minister.
The right honourable gentleman can say what he likes about no deal, but he opposes any deal that the government has negotiated with the European Union. He opposes the deal. He opposes the deal that the EU say is the only deal, and that leaves him with no deal. The only way to avoid no deal is to vote for the deal. If the right honourable gentleman is uncertain about what I am saying, perhaps I can give him a tip. He might like to use a lip reader.
The Prime Minister says that it's the only deal available. If that is the case, why wasn't it put to a vote on December the 11th in this House? Why has there been a delay of 5 weeks on this? The Prime Minister said she hopes to get written assurances before the vote next week. So can I ask the Prime Minister this? Will the changes she is looking for be made to the legally binding withdrawal agreement itself?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, as I have said earlier in my remarks, and I've said previously, there are three elements that we are looking at. One is the undertakings and assurances we are looking for from the European Union, and those will be available. We intend that those will be available to the House before the House votes at the end of this debate. We are also looking at what more we can do domestically. I've set out, the Secretary of State will be clearer and more detail will set out what we're going to do in relation to the powers for Northern Ireland and in relation to the question of the role of Parliament for the future. And we are looking to ensure that we can provide the assurance and confidence that this House needs in relation to the question that has been at the forefront of members' concerns in relation to the backstop. But we've put a good deal on the table. Yes, we are looking for those clarifications which I'm sure will ensure that members of this House know that the backstop need never be used, and that if it is used, it is only temporary.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, in the midst of that very long answer, I didn't hear the words legal changes to the document. That was what my question was, Mr. Speaker. The Environment Secretary has said no deal would damage the UK farming sector. The Foreign Secretary has said that no deal is not something any government would wish on its people. The £4.2 billion of public money is being wastefully allocated to no-deal planning. Will the Prime Minister listen to the clearly expressed will of the House last night, end this costly charade and rule out no deal?
Prime Minister.
I've made it clear to the right honourable gentleman that if he wants to avoid no deal, he has to back a deal and back the deal. But he stands there and complains about money being spent on no deal preparation. So today, on Wednesday, he's saying we shouldn't be spending money on no deal preparations. On Monday, he said no deal preparations were too little, too late. He can't have it both ways. Either we're doing too much or we're doing too little. So perhaps he can break his usual habit and actually give us a decision. Which is it?
Corbyn.
This is the first time since 1978 that a Prime Minister has been defeated in the Finance Bill in the House of Commons. Last night, the House made it clear in supporting the amendment in the name of my friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, that no deal should be ruled out. That is the position of this House. The UK automotive industry has written to the Prime Minister in December asking her to take no deal option off the table or risk destroying this vital UK industry. Given this House has now rejected no deal, will the Prime Minister protect thousands of skilled jobs in the automotive industry and others and rule out no deal?
Prime Minister.
Can I say I recognise that the right honourable gentleman welcomed the leadership that the right honourable lady, the member for Normanton, had given on the issue that he's referred to. I just want to be clear that the amendment does not change the fact that the UK is leaving the European Union on the 29th of March, and nor does it stop the government from collecting tax. But he asks once again about the question of no deal and about protecting jobs. We have negotiated a deal with the European Union that protects jobs. We have negotiated a deal with the European Union that ensures what is raising concerns, he says, is the prospect of no deal. It is absolutely sensible for this government to prepare for no deal, and those preparations are even more important given the position taken by the right honourable gentleman. With an opposition front bench that is opposed to any deal that the government negotiates with the European Union, it's even more important that we prepare for no deal. The deal protects jobs and security and delivers on the referendum, and he should back it.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, instead of backing industries in this country and protecting thousands of jobs in manufacturing and service industries, her Transport Secretary is awarding millions of pounds of contracts to ferry companies with no ferries to run on routes that don't exist, and apparently they won't even be ready by the beginning of April either. This is the degree of incompetence of this government in dealing with the whole question of relations with the EU. The Prime Minister has spent the last week begging for warm words from EU leaders and achieved nothing. Not one single dot or comma has changed. She's already squandered millions of pounds of public money on last-minute, half-baked planning for a no deal that was rejected last night. So if her deal is defeated next week, as I hope and expect it will the Prime Minister do the right thing and let the people have a real say and call a general election?
Prime Minister. They've all got their mouths.
No, we've put a good deal on the table that protects jobs and security. But I noticed in all of that we still don't know what Brexit plan the right honourable gentleman has. I was rather hoping as he went through that he might turn over a page and actually find a Brexit plan. Because what do we know about the right honourable gentleman? He's been for and against free movement. He's been for and against the customs union. He's been for and against an independent trade policy. He was a Eurosceptic. Now he's pro the EU. He wanted to trigger Article 50 on day one. Now he wants to delay it. He didn't want money spent on no deal. Now he says it's not enough. The one thing we know about the right honourable gentleman is his Brexit policies are the many, not the few.
The NHS long-term plan is hugely welcome, in particular its recognition that GPs are the bedrock of the NHS. Does the Prime Minister agree that it's vitally important that we do all we can to support GPs to stay in general practice, and that the education training budget must be urgently prioritised to support a wide range of healthcare professionals to support GPs in their practices?
Can I say to my honourable friend that he raises a very important point about GPs. And indeed, of course, if he looks at the long-term plan for the NHS, which was launched on Monday, which is being made possible by the £20.5 billion extra we'll be putting into the NHS in 2023-24, he will see that support for the workforce, including GPs, is a very important part of that plan. And indeed, a greater focus on primary care, which will be better for people in helping to keep them out of hospital. At any point in time, 20 to 30% of people in hospital don't need to be there, is an important part of that plan. GPs are an essential element of that. I assure my honourable friend that they will be part of that important workforce planning.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I concur with the Prime Minister on her remarks and Paddy Ashdown and make the point that all of us collectively have a responsibility to make sure there is no intimidation in our public life. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister delayed the doom Brexit vote last year on the promise of written concessions from Brussels. Prime Minister, where are they?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, I set out the position in my first response to the Leader of the Opposition. I suggest he should have listened to it.
Ian Blackford.
We're used, Mr. Speaker, not to getting an answer, and there we have it again. What the Prime Minister promised was that we would get written concessions, that Parliament would have the opportunity to vote on that, and nothing has materialised. A month has passed, and nothing has changed. Mr. Speaker, last night, the Prime Minister suffered another humiliating defeat. When will the Prime Minister face the facts? There is little support for her deal or no deal in this House. The new year began without concessions. The Dublin talks failed without concessions. The debate on her deal restarts today without concessions. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is frozen in failure, asking MPs to write a blank cheque for her blindfold Brexit. MPs should not be debating without the full facts. Is it this, or when are the concessions, not just clarifications? When will the Prime Minister guarantee that this House will see the full details before we start the debate this afternoon?
The Prime Minister.
As I said in response to his first question, I set out the position earlier. I referenced, as he will know, the conclusions of the December European Council, which went further in relation to the issues that I had raised with the European Council than they had gone before, and those have legal status, but we are, of course, working further on those issues. But the Right Honourable Gentleman can't get away from the fact that if he wants to avoid no deal, he has to be willing to agree a deal. The deal that is on the table, that the EU has made clear is the only deal, is the one that the United Kingdom government has negotiated with the European Union. And if he really wants and is concerned about ensuring that we can look ahead with a bright future across the whole of the United Kingdom, he should back that deal.
Order. Closed question, Michael Fabricant.
Question 11, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you. I was pleased to meet the Mayor of the West Midlands last October when my right honourable friend the Chancellor and I visited the Kings Norton headquarters of ADI Group. And we saw firsthand the opportunities that apprenticeships can afford, and that's why we're seeing annual investment in apprenticeships double to nearly £2.5 billion by 2020. It was also an excellent opportunity to see a successful West Midlands company doing its bit to give young people a career, and I'm pleased to say that the latest statistics show employment in the West Midlands has risen by 276,000 since 2010.
Michael Fabricant.
Well, that's fantastic news, but I think the Prime Minister will agree with me that transport is also the key to employment. And I just want to raise the question of the rail line which lies between Lichfield and Burton, which is currently only used for freight. It passes the National Memorial Arboretum, which gets around 500,000 visitors a year, but they all have to come at the moment by road along the busy and congested A38. So, could I ask the Prime Minister that this rail line be upgraded to a passenger service, providing a valuable east-west connection from Birmingham, and would she also allow me to take her personally around the National Memorial Arboretum?
Prime Minister!
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, I of course recognise the important role that transport links play in relation to prosperity and economic growth. And our rail strategy connecting people that we published actually does look at how we can restore lost capacity where that does unlock housing growth, eases crowded route, meets demand, and does offer good value for money, of course. It's for local authorities and local enterprise partnerships to determine whether a new station or train service is the best way to meet local transport needs. But we'll work closely with local authorities and local enterprise partnerships to take forward the schemes which they're interested in progressing. And in relation to the Arboretum, I will, of course, consider a visit in the future, and I think he's probably given me an invitation it's very difficult to refuse.
Martin Day.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, UK officials at Dover process 10,000 lorries every day from the EU bringing in food, medicines and other goods. So has the UK Government experiment on Monday with 89 lorries in a Kent car park given the Prime Minister confidence in her government's abilities to handle a no-deal Brexit?
Prime Minister!
The government is doing exactly what it is necessary and sensible for a government to do, which is making the preparations for no deal and ensuring that we test those preparations. But I come back to the point that if the honourable gentleman is worried about the consequences of no deal, then he should back the deal.
Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, it seems to be plain to anyone who's listened to most of the debates in this House that there is no majority for any proposition on our future relationships with the European Union in this House of Commons, except the majority that is clearly against leaving with no deal. I propose to vote for the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, but I doubt whether it will pass. And if it is passed and we get into a transition, there is no majority or consensus on what the government is supposed to be negotiating for in the years that will follow that will settle our future political and economic relationships with Europe. So the Prime Minister has to be flexible on some things. So would she consider, if she loses the debate next Tuesday, moving to the obvious step in the national interest of delaying or revoking Article 50 to consider what the British actually want?
The Prime Minister.
first of all, can I say to my right honourable and learned friend that he said that he referenced the withdrawal agreement and said that there was no position in relation to what the future relationship should be. Of course, the framework for that future relationship, in greater detail than many had expected, is set out in the political declaration, which is the instructions to the negotiators for the future. But I think in that circumstance, it is right that we consider the role that Parliament would play as those negotiations go forward in ensuring that we get that future relationship right. I believe it is possible to have that future relationship, which is deep and close with the European Union, but gives us the freedom to do what we want to do, which is to have independent trade policy and develop trade agreements and trade arrangements with the rest of the world.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the crackdown on cold calling to fleece pensioners out of their hard-earned pension pots? But isn't this just dealing with the symptoms rather than the underlying cause, which is the ill-judged free-for-all pension changes introduced by her friend, the previous Chancellor George Osborne, which gave the green light to the shysters and the spivs? What's she going to do about that?
Prime Minister.
What the changes that were made by the government and introduced by the previous Chancellor of the Exchequer did was actually gave pensioners more flexibility and more freedom in relation to how to use their own money.
Nonsense!
And then Gerald Gillen.
Mr. Speaker, every member of this House knows that drivers and commuters want greater investment to repair our roads and upgrade our existing railway services. Yet we are wasting money on a deeply unpopular project where the management has failed, the costs are out of control, and which will end up costing the taxpayer more than £100 billion. That's about £300 million per mile of track. Why can't we face up to reality, Prime Minister, and cancel HS2 and spend the money on the people's priorities for transport rather than on this overpriced project which will never deliver value for money for the taxpayer?
Prime Minister.
Can I say to my right honourable friend, first of all, we recognise the concerns that people have about their roads, particularly about issues like potholes in their roads, which is precisely why my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has made more money available to address those issues. On the question of HS2, HS2 is not just about a high-speed railway. It's actually about ensuring we have the capacity that is needed on this particular route, because the capacity on the West Coast Main Line, we're already reaching capacity. We're already seeing HS2 spreading prosperity. It's encouraging investment. It's rebalancing our economy. And that's 10 years before the railway even opens. We've seen 7,000 jobs created across the UK and 2,000 businesses across the UK delivering HS2, and it will bring tens of billions of pounds worth of benefits to passengers, suppliers and to local communities up and down the route.
Sir Edward Davey.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for her words about Lord Ashdown, our friend Paddy. Paddy was loved on these benches, and I believe he was respected across the House and across the country, and we will miss him deeply. Mr. Speaker, an unusual thing happened last night. Conservative MPs and opposition MPs united. Leavers and Remainers united. United to back my proposal for review of retrospection in a law called the Loan Charge, which offends against the rule of law and has caused misery to tens of thousands of people. So, in her role as First Lord of the Treasury, will the Prime Minister agree to meet with me and a cross-party delegation of MPs to discuss this new review into the loan charge?
Prime Minister.
The right honourable gentleman. First of all, I think he was absolutely correct. Lord Ashdown, the late Lord Ashdown, was deeply respected across this House and across Parliament as a whole, and widely across the country too. In relation to the question that he's put about the review on the issue on the loan charge, he goes like that. Yes, I got the point that he was trying to make. But can I just make this point? He talked about opposition and government MPs uniting. Actually, the government accepted his review into the loan charge, and I think the first stage might be for the Chancellor of the Exchequer to sit down with him and a group of cross-party MPs to look at how that review is being taken forward.
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to ask about Brexit. You may be pleased with that, but...
Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
And Happy New Year to all of you as well. Can I say I recently had to my right honourable, the immense privilege of shadowing Dr. Imran Zia at our A&E department at Whipps Cross Hospital. It was a humbling experience to witness the dedication and fantastic skill of our doctors and nurses. But they work in buildings that are now well over 100 years old, and they know they need better facilities. Now, I have to say to her that whilst the NHS, the department, has set the development of Whipps at the top of the North East London priority, in December they announced our programmes across London for investment. Yet again, North East London was not included. So can I ask my right honourable friend, please, would she now visit Whipps Cross Hospital? Would she see how important and vital it is to the area? And would she work with our excellent Health Secretary and work on the basis of a fantastic announcement on Monday to invest in those buildings and those facilities?
Well,
Prime Minister.
Again, my right honourable friend has issued an invitation that I will certainly look at the possibility of taking him up on that invitation. He makes an important point at the end there about the announcement that we made on Monday. My right honourable friend, our right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has heard what he has been saying about the particular requirements of Whipps Cross Hospital, and will be happy to sit down and talk with him in more detail about that. And I'll certainly look at my diary and look at his invitation.
Layla Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to add my own sadness at the passing of Paddy. And in his final weeks, he was very concerned by the way that Brexit would play into Britain's place in the world. Brexit is clearly, for example, in Russia's geopolitical interest. And it was chilling to hear Vladimir Putin parroting exactly the words of the Prime Minister on why we should not be holding a referendum to, quote, fulfil the will of the people. Meanwhile, poll after poll show there is a majority for a referendum, because people can see that her flailing deal is not in our national interest. So whose side is this Prime Minister on? Putin or the people's?
Prime Minister.
I am on the side of the people, to whom this Parliament gave the vote on the decision as to whether to stay in the European Union. And we will be delivering and respecting that referendum and delivering on Brexit.
Maggie Throop.
I'm delighted that we've been able to deliver on our manifesto commitment to introduce an energy price cap. Can my right honourable friend outline how this price cap will benefit my constituents across Erewash?
Yes. Well, can I say to my honourable friend, the fact that the energy price cap has now come in, I think, is a very important step that this government has taken. I think it's something like 11 million households will benefit from the price cap. It will be saving households money as a result of what this government has done, because we recognise the concern people had about energy prices, and it's this government that has acted to deliver, and her constituents in Erewash will see a benefit as a result.
Jill Furness.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents are employed in the Sheffield steel sector, a beacon of innovation and manufacturing. UK Steel, the body representing steel companies, has been clear that a no deal would be nothing short of a disaster for the sector. Will the Prime Minister confirm she will not be so irresponsible as to consider the option of a no deal, and reassure my constituents who are worried about their jobs and their future?
Prime Minister.
To the honourable lady, that I absolutely respect and recognise the role that the steel industry is playing in the United Kingdom. As you know, over recent years, government has taken steps to support the steel industry. She talks about the issue of whether or not we should leave the European Union without a deal. I have been working to ensure that we have a good deal when we leave the European Union. That is the deal that is on the table. And anybody who doesn't want no deal has to accept that the way to ensure there is no deal is to accept and vote for the deal.
Hugh Merriman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Tuesday, I shall be voting for the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement. But can I ask the Prime Minister to consider one particular aspect for which I must declare a rather rash...
Order. The question from the honourable gentleman must be heard. And as I scarcely heard what he said, I think the honourable gentleman should start again and deliver it. Yes, he should start again and deliver it in full. Mr. Hugh Merriman.
Mr. Speaker, I wear my Arsenal tie. Unfortunately, the terraces here are not quite as well behaved as they are at the Emirates. Mr. Speaker, as I was mentioning, I will be voting for the Prime Minister's deal on Tuesday. There is one particular aspect I would like the Prime Minister to look at, for which I have to declare a rather rash financial interest. It relates to page 33 of the withdrawal agreement, where citizens' residency can either be provided free by the UK government or commensurate to existing cost. I rather foolishly, in a Brexit meeting in Bexhill, was so confident that this would be free by the government that I offered to pay the charge to one particular European citizen who was not quite as confident. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister is, surely, given this was a decision by the UK public, surely we should be welcoming our friends, our neighbours, our essential workforce from the EU and offering this charge free so that they can stay in this country at our cost.
The Prime Minister.
To my honourable friend, obviously I recognise the concern that he's raised. The fee of £65 to apply for status under the scheme is in line with the current cost of obtaining permanent residence documentation, and it will contribute, of course, to the overall costs of the system. But applications will be free of charge for those who hold valid permanent residence documentation or valid indefinite leave to enter or remain, and for children being looked after by a local authority. And where an application is granted pre-settled status under the scheme, there will from April 2019 be no fee when they apply for settled status. And as I said earlier in response to another member, the EU settlement scheme actually will make it simple and straightforward for people to get the status that they need.
Sir Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week our cross-party group, Norway Plus, published Common Market 2.0, a clear plan that respects the 52-48 mandate, addresses concerns about free movement, protects jobs in my Aberavon constituency and helps to reunite our deeply divided country. If the Prime Minister's deal is rejected on Tuesday, will she then give the House the opportunity to vote on a range of the options, including Common Market 2.0, and will she be giving her benches a free vote on those options?
Prime Minister.
Gentlemen, as he knows, I am working to ensure that the deal that has been negotiated by the UK government with the European Union is voted positively on by this Parliament, because it is a good deal. It does what he wants. It protects jobs and security. It also delivers in full on the referendum result, which is a key issue. I believe we owe it to people to deliver what they wanted, which was control of money, borders and laws, and that's what the deal does.
Jack Lepresti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for ensuring our manifesto commitment to scrapping tolls on the Severn Bridge crossings has been met. This will put £1,400 a year into the pockets of thousands of motorists, many of which are my constituents, and does she agree this will help transform the economies of the South West and South Wales?
Yes, can I say to my honourable friend, I think this is an important step that the government has taken. It is one that was advocated, I know, by individual members and by the Secretary of State for Wales, and it will indeed, I believe, have a very positive economic effect on Wales, but also a positive economic effect on the South West and indeed on constituencies like my honourable friends.
Mr. Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Local Government Association has produced figures showing that councils of all political persuasions overspent their children's services budget by £800 million last year. The figure for Sheffield was £12 million. This is totally due to the fact that the number of children in care has risen to a 10-year high. In the light of that pressure, does the Prime Minister accept that the £84 million over 5 years offered by the Chancellor in the budget is totally inadequate? And without extra funding, either these vulnerable children will not get the care they need, or the other important services, such as parks and libraries, will get further cuts at a time the Prime Minister has told us that austerity has come to an end.
What can I say to the honourable gentleman? He's quoted the £84 million. That was actually for a pilot, which is about keeping more children at home with their families safely. We did announce overall an extra £410 million at budget for social care, which includes children, and spending on the most vulnerable children has increased by over £1.5 billion since 2010. but we're also taking a number of other steps. For example, the work that we're doing to increase the number of children's social workers, the appointment of the chief social worker for children, introducing frontline and step up, getting quality candidates into social care careers. These are important steps. The honourable gentleman talks about money. Actually, it's about ensuring that the service that is provided is the right one, and that's why we do it. That's why we do it across the board, and that's why we're looking at those issues around those social workers.
Sir David Amis.
Further house to my entry in the Register of Interest. Ever since former President Gayoom introduced democracy into the Maldives, legitimacy has been challenged. And just like the prophets of doom around Brexit, the recent elections went ahead with no violence and President Solly was elected with a great majority. So would my right honourable friend now redouble her efforts to increase trade, education and cultural links?
Well, I can tell my honourable friend what I hope is news that he will welcome, which is a new embassy is being opened up. A new embassy is being opened up in the Maldives, and we will, of course, look to ensure what we can do as we look around the world in relation to trade, to see what we can do to improve our trade with a number of countries around the world.
Pete Wisher.
On yourself, Pete.
Parliamentary defeats are now a regular feature of her government. She's lost a quarter of her cabinet and 117 of her backbenchers want her gone. Her deal is as dead as the deadest dodo. How many more indignities can this Prime Minister endure before she realises that she is the biggest part of this problem? And for goodness sake, just go.
Prime Minister.
The UK government has negotiated a deal with the European Union which delivers on the referendum result. I know the honourable gentleman doesn't want to deliver on the referendum result. He wants to ensure that the UK stays inside the European Union. Talking about the economy at the same time as he also supports taking Scotland out of the Union of the United Kingdom, which is much more important economically for the people of Scotland. The people of Scotland know that remaining in the United Kingdom is their best future.
Mrs. Anne Main.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Volunteering services are enormously important, and none more so than the RNLI, who put their lives at risk, and often are rescuing people who are making perilous crossings to try and get into this country as well. Isn't it time that we looked at the funding associated with the RNLI? Many people think it's a service that is funded by the government, and it's time we gave some money towards it.
Well, Prime Minister is absolutely right about the absolutely vital role that the RNLI play. And of course, the RNLI, as she says, many people don't realise the RNLI is entirely funded by voluntary contributions. And I would pay tribute to all those across the country who raise funds for the RNLI, including, if she may allow me, the Sonning branch in my own constituency.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. York has been in shock as we have learnt that 11 homeless people in our city died last year. And whilst we know this is an issue across the nation, we know substance misuse services have been cut. We know the social housing hasn't been built in our city, and we know that mental health services are desperately underfunded and understaffed. Prime Minister, I don't want to hear what you have done, because clearly it has failed. I want to know what you're going to do differently, so no homeless person dies this year.
Prime Minister.
Every death of someone homeless or sleeping rough on our streets is one too many. And that's why, we have the commitment in relation to rough sleeping to ending it by 2027 and halving it by 2022. We've committed, she says she doesn't want to know what we've done, but we have committed over 1.2 billion to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. And she mentions mental health service and asks what are we going to do in the future. What we're doing in the future is putting an extra 2.3 billion into mental health services to ensure that we're providing those mental health services for those people who sadly currently are not able to access them.
Paul Scully.
Mr. Speaker, more Londoners voted to leave the EU than voted for the current Mayor of London. So, whilst he's swanning around Europe talking about Brexit rather than his responsibilities like crime, housing and transport, does my right honourable friend agree with me that if he does insist on being a Brexit diva, he should concentrate on telling his side to actually vote for this deal?
Prime Minister.
To my honourable honourable friend, I absolutely agree. And that what the Mayor of London should be doing is looking at what delivers on the vote, overall vote of the people of London, and what on the vote that my honourable friend referred to in terms of the people of London, and on what delivers in a way that protects the best interests of Londoners, and that is to vote for this deal.
Meg Hillier.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has had 20 dancing rebels, has promised 5 golden trade agreements and has had 1 big defeat. And yet she still can't find her withdrawal agreement. Has she checked her pear tree?
The Prime Minister.
I think it was a good attempt, but Christmas happened a couple of weeks ago.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
According to that invaluable website, theyworkforyou.com, the Prime Minister has assured this House on no fewer than 74 previous occasions that we will be leaving the EU on the 29th of March. Will she categorically confirm today that there's absolutely no question at all of delaying that date?
Prime Minister.
I'm happy to repeat what I have said previously, that we will be leaving the European Union on the 29th of March. I want us to leave the European Union on the 29th of March with a good deal that's on the table.
Mrs. Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituents, Sarah and Chris Cookson, lost their little boy Charlie in 2013. Since then, they've devoted their lives to helping other families and children with life-limiting conditions via their charity, the Charlie Cookson Foundation. On Boxing Day, they gave birth to Carter John Cookson. He had 3 cardiac arrests in 1 day. After a unsuccessful operation, he is now fighting for his life in need of a heart transplant. Carter has only been given a matter of weeks to live. Will the Prime Minister join me today in raising awareness to help us find a heart for little baby Carter?
Prime Minister.
Can I first of all join the Honourable Lady in commending the work that the Cooksons have done with the Charlie Cookson Foundation in raising funds for those children and babies with life-threatening conditions. Can I say I'm sure that the sympathies of the whole House are with the family at this very, very difficult time. Obviously, she's outlined some of the specifics of the case, but what I will do is ensure that the relevant Minister at the Department of Health and Social Care meets the Honourable Lady to discuss this issue further. We do want to change the culture on organ donation to save more lives. That's why we're planning to introduce the new opt-out system in England from 2020. And the new law will be known as Max and Kira's Law in honour of Max Johnson, who received a heart from Kira Ball, who sadly lost her life in a car accident. But it's a tragic case that the Honourable Lady has outlined, and I'll ensure that a Minister from the Department speaks with her about it.
Thank you. Order. Yes, I will take points of order. Yep. Yeah, no, I will take points of order. I was going to take a point of order first from Layla Moran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you were aware, during my question at the beginning, when I was expressing my deep sadness at the loss of Lord Ashdown and his concern for the state of where we are now, the member for North West Leicestershire shouted loudly from a secondary position, "From the grave." I find such a comment disgraceful, and I would like to ask guidance from you, Mr. Speaker, on how, for example, you might want to retract such a statement, and also if this is becoming of the sort of conduct we should expect from members of this House.
I did hear those words. I did not hear a particular member. I did not see a member mouth those words, but I did hear those words. And what I... Order, please, let me deal with this. What I want to say to the Honourable Lady is that I think it was most unfortunate that that was said. People sometimes do say things instinctively and rashly, but it was most unfortunate. The Honourable Lady was perfectly properly paying tribute to an extremely distinguished former member of this House and someone that many would regard as an international statesperson. What was said should not have been said. If the person who said it wishes to take the opportunity to apologise, it is open to that person to do so. I think it's a point of order, Mr. Andrew Bridgen. Thank you.
Speaker, I will apologise for my remarks if any offence was caused to any members of the House.
The honourable gentleman's words stand, and I thank him for what he has said. Yes, indeed. Point of order, Mr. Peter Bone.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, I've always regarded you as an exceptional Speaker and a Defender of Parliament, which I continue to do so. But I also regard the clerks of the House in exactly the same light. Now, yesterday, late last night, I went into the table office to look at the Business of House number 2 motion to see what shenanigans the government was up to. And it had been published, and I thought of proposing an amendment to that. But I was told that would be totally out of order and that there were no other amendments filed. Today on the order paper, there is an amendment to that, and that puts me in, I think, somewhat of an unfortunate position. And I wonder if you could rule on what action might be taken.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and first of all, let me thank him for his kind remarks that prefaced his inquiry. This is the first I've learned of the matter, and that makes it difficult for me to give immediate advice. It is a matter upon which I might need to reflect before giving him what I would call substantive advice. Obviously, I was not aware of the honourable gentleman's visit to the table office, of which he has now informed me. I understand that he is telling me that he was advised that the motion was unamendable, and I don't know whether he went into the table office before the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, or after. All I know is that, in my understanding, the motion is amendable. Order. In my understanding, the motion is amendable. I'm clear in my mind about that. So, insofar as the honourable gentleman is disappointed that he wasn't able to table an amendment, I understand that. Whether there is an opportunity for him to do so now seems doubtful, but I have no objection to him. Would have had no objection to him seeking to table an amendment, but I wasn't aware that he was attempting to do so. That's my honest answer to him, and I absolutely accept that he is a person of complete integrity and will always try to do the right thing. And the same goes for me. I'm trying to do the right thing and to make the right judgments. That is what I have tried to do, and I will go on doing. A point of order, Mr. Eddie Hughes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you will bear with me as a relatively new member who hasn't raised a point of order before. I'm sure there might be some inaccuracy in the process. But anyway, given the comments you just made, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if you could point me towards the precedent that would allow for what seems to be an unamendable motion to be amended so that I could be informed.
The honourable gentleman, I'm not in the business of invoking precedent, nor am I under any obligation to do so. I think the honourable gentleman will know that it is the long-established practice of this House that the Speaker in the chair makes judgments upon the makes judgments upon the selection of amendments, and the order and those judgments are not questioned by members of the House. I am clear in my mind that I have taken the right course. Let me say this by way of explanation to the honourable gentleman and to the House. The motion in the Prime Minister's name is indeed a variation of the order agreed by the House on the 4th of December. Under paragraph 9 of that order, the question on any motion to vary the order should be put forthwith. I interpret that to mean that there can be no debate. But the terms of the order, I must advise the House, do not say that no amendment can be selected or moved. I cannot allow debate, but I have selected the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield. At the appropriate point, I will invite him to move it once the motion has been moved. That is the position. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. A point of order, Mr. Mark Francois.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the convenience of the House, I have brought with me a copy of the original business motion, which says very clearly, and which was passed by this House,
on the 4th of December 2018. Under the general paragraph, towards the end of the motion, Mr. Speaker, it says, and I quote, "No motion to vary or supplement the provisions of this order shall be made except by a Minister of the Crown, and the question on any such motion shall be put forthwith." That was a motion of the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have not been in this House as long as you, but I have been here for 18 years, and I have never known any occasion when any Speaker has overruled a motion of the House of Commons. So, just to finish, sir, just to finish, you have said again and again you are a servant of this House, and we take you at your word. And I have heard you many times on points of order when people have challenged you said, "I cannot do X or Y because I am bound by a motion of the House." You've done that multiple times in my experience. So why are you overriding a motion of the House today?
The answer to the...
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his point of order and also for his characteristic courtesy. The answer is simple. The right honourable gentleman referred to a motion, and he said that no motion in this context, for the purposes of Précy, may be moved other than by a Minister of the Crown. 'Tis so. We are not treating here of a motion, but of an amendment to a motion. Well, I'm sorry, but there is a distinction There is a distinction between a motion and an amendment. What the right honourable gentleman says about a motion, I accept, but it doesn't relate to an amendment. That's the answer. So no, there is no further point of order, Mr. Kenneth Clark. Kenneth Clark. Point of order, Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Sorry, that is absolutely... Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent years,
Order, please. The Father of the House is on his feet. Let's hear the right honourable and learned gentleman. Point of order, Mr. Kenneth Clark.
In my opinion, in recent years, this House has seen a considerable diminution of its powers and has often seemed rather indifferent to the eroding of some of the powers we used to have to hold governments to account. And you, Mr. Speaker, have been assiduous in maximising the opportunities for the House to hold what happens to be the government of the day to account and giving the opportunity for debate and for voting. I find it unbelievable that people are putting such effort in trying to exclude the possibility of the House expressing its opinion on how it wishes to handle this matter. And I would suggest to some of my honourable friends, the ones that are getting somewhat overexcited, that perhaps they should don a yellow jacket and go outside to take part in this discussion.
I will come. Of course, I will come back to other colleagues. I thank the right honourable and learned gentleman for what he said, which I think requires no response from me. It stands on its own. Point of order, Mr. Christopher Leslie.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are in a very invidious position. You have an extremely difficult job to do. But can you confirm that your rulings, whichever way they go, sometimes we will agree and sometimes we will disagree, but that it would not be in order for you to simply respond to the loudest voice at a particular point of time, or in any way to be pushed by a minority view because they are acting in a coordinated attempt to overrule your rulings, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I note what the honourable gentleman says, and he won't be surprised to know that I share his judgment in the matter. And For the avoidance of doubt and the understanding of people who are not members of the House but who are attending to our proceedings, possibly even present in the Palace of Westminster today, let me say this so that it is crystal clear from the vantage point of the Chair. What the Chair is proposing to do is to select an amendment because, in my honest judgment, it is a legitimate selection. It is for the House to vote upon order. It is for the House to vote upon that amendment and indeed to vote upon a motion. The Chair is simply seeking to discharge the responsibility of the holder of the office to the best of his ability. That is what I have always done, and no matter what people say, or how forcefully they say it, or how many times they say it, or by what manner of coordination it is said, I will continue to do what I believe to be right. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you confirm that no amendment to the European withdrawal motion can have any legislative effect and therefore cannot override the express repeal of the European Community Act 1972 under any shape or form, which was passed under Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act by this House and by Parliament on the 26th of June this year?
The short answer is yes. The honourable gentleman is right. The honourable gentleman is right. Only statute can overrule statute. As usual, the honourable gentleman's exegesis of the situation is entirely correct. I say to the honourable gentleman, somebody chunted from a sedentary position, not as usual. Well, that was my evaluative comment on the honourable gentleman, based on long experience of him. But on that particular point, I absolutely accept that he is right. Point of order, Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You yourself have often drawn our attention to not just what goes on within this House, but the view that the public might take of the priorities we hold.
That's right,
So can I just ask, Mr. Speaker, for you to confirm what I believe that you just said as a point of order, which is that if people do not like the amendment that you have selected, the simple answer is to vote against it.
Yes, a point of order, Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask you to rule on a different matter, which is regarding Standing Order 118, which is how delegated legislation is dealt with in this House. Under subparagraph 6, it says the Speaker shall put forthwith the question thereon. That is, after orders have been debated upstairs and brought to the floor of the House. And that has always been thought to mean, and has always been understood to mean, that these motions are unamendable. Forthwith means unamendable. Why have you changed your interpretation of that word in this case?
My understanding is that the motion today and the amendment are undebatable. There is to be no debate on them. I haven't made, as the honourable gentleman suggests, a change of judgment specifically for today. I understand what the honourable gentleman tells me in respect of the traditional treatment of delegated legislation, upon which he may himself be a considerable authority. I think it reasonable to say, by way of response, that I cannot be expected to make a comprehensive judgment on that related question now, but I stand by the view that I have expressed to the House. I completely respect the fact that the honourable gentleman takes a view that differs from my own, but that is in the nature of debate and of argument. And a point of order, Mr. Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has a track record on this. They have a track record of trying to prevent this House having its say over all aspects of this Brexit process. And what the public can't see, Mr. Speaker, is the Chief Whip sitting there at the end of the bench, feverishly briefing journalists and texting members in a coordinated attempt to try and undermine your judgment, Mr. Speaker. Now, the honourable gentleman opposite made a very reasonable point.
Order. The honourable gentleman is raising a point of order, and he is entitled to be heard. And he will be heard. Mr. Stephen Doughty.
The gentleman opposite made a very, very reasonable point about going into the office and about the ability to table. Is there not a problem, Mr. Speaker? The fact is that the government didn't table. They've had 4 weeks to get this right. They didn't table the business of the House motion until, I think, well gone 5, 6 o'clock last night. There was even confusion. We were sitting, members in this House, were sitting in a meeting with the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip, and there was complete confusion about whether the business of the House motion had gone down. It was a deliberate attempt to prevent amendments going down and for the House to know what was going on. Do you not think that's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker?
My understanding is that the business of the House motion was tabled yesterday afternoon by the government. I confess I don't know at precisely what time, but my recollection and understanding are that it was tabled yesterday afternoon. I think it's for members to judge, in the light of the chronology of events of recent weeks, whether that was altogether helpful. Clearly, the Government Chief Whip will do what he judges to be right on behalf of his Prime Minister and his government. I acknowledge that. Whether members elsewhere in the House found it particularly helpful is perhaps an essay question, which I leave to others. Yes, point of order, Heidi Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to tell you, I am absolutely hopping mad. When I became an MP 3 years ago, I was determined that I would not become part of the establishment. Do people in this House have any idea how out of touch the general public think we are most days? We are talking about 79 days to potentially crashing out of Europe without a deal. Should our focus not be on the detail and the arguments about the process in this place, but getting on with a plan B if the Parliament decides next week that the government's plan is not the one for the people? When are we going to start acting like public servants, doing the right thing and having the debate and getting on with it?
Well, I have the highest respect for the Honourable Lady, as she knows. I take on board what she says, and I don't dissent from it. Equally, however, if members raise points of order, it is my responsibility to deal with them as fairly and effectively as I can. Clearly, I think there will be a desire at some stage to proceed to the substance of the matters with which we are supposed to be dealing, but if there are further points of order, of course I will hear them and do my best to respond. Point of order, Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my previous job in the European Parliament, I often found I was being asked to vote on amendments that had not been debated. And one of the things I really like about this House is that before we vote on amendments, we get a chance to debate that amendment. Can you confirm that if this amendment is put to a vote today, we will have had a chance to debate it?
Very simple reason that the terms for today, specified by her right honourable friend, the Government Chief Whip, specify no debate. So if the honourable lady asks me whether there will be a debate, the honest answer to her is no, but that isn't my fault. A point of order, Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill. No, order. Of course, a point of order, the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will appreciate that there are members around the House who have concerns about your decision today. I think it would be very helpful to the House if you can confirm that your decision was taken in the full advice and agreement of the Clerk of the House of Commons. And perhaps to help the House, you might agree to publish the advice so that the House can understand the reason for your decision. Thank you.
Forgive me, colleagues. I do want to hear the point of order from the Right Honourable Lady. I heard the start of it, but I didn't hear its continuation, so please, let's hear it. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you will have heard today, there are some concerns about the decision that you've taken in the context of the House motion that's before us. And I wondered, therefore, if you could please confirm that your decision was taken with full advice from the Clerk of the House of Commons and other senior parliamentary advisers, and whether you might consider, under these circumstances, publishing that advice for the further...
Order. I thank the Leader of the House for her point of order, and what I say to her is twofold. First of all, of course I consult the Clerk of the House and other senior clerks, and I hear their advice. That advice is tendered to me privately, and that's absolutely proper. That's absolutely proper. But it is also true that I had a written note from the clerk from which I quoted in responding to the first point of order. If the Right Honourable Lady is... If the Right Honourable Lady... If the Right Honourable Lady... If the Right Honourable Lady is inquiring whether there is what she might consider in governmental terms full written advice, a paper or a written brief or whatever, there is none such. I have just told the Right Honourable Lady what the situation is, and I quoted from what was provided to me by the Clerk of the House, and I have given my ruling, and that is the situation. Yes, a point of order, the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for your reply. My question is really, did the Clerk of the Commons propose that your solution was acceptable, or did the Clerk advise against it?
The answer is I discussed the matter with the Clerk of the House. The Clerk offered me advice. We talked about the situation that faced the House today. And at the end of our discussion, when I had concluded, as I did, he undertook to advise me further in the treatment of this matter. That seems to me to be entirely proper. That is the situation, and I think that is what colleagues would expect. Point of order, Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just before I begin, I'd like to wish Michelle Barney a happy 68th birthday today. Mr. Speaker, the contention with which this amendment is held is surely all the justification that is required for members to vote in it, to decide one way or the other. And you, sir, are correct in what you're doing.
Thank you. Yes, on account of his seniority, I will take a further point of order from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Chingford and Woodford Green, but I hope he won't push his luck. Point of order, Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, I respect the Chair and I would never push my luck with you, sir. But I do ask this, because of the decision being made, it's not by any means a challenge of that decision, which is your right to make this in the Chair, but over the last 5 years, I have, on a number of occasions previously, particularly during the Maastricht debates, requested from the clerks whether or not we could amend business motions. I was always told categorically that precedent said that was not possible and therefore there was no point in doing it. I only say that as a statement. So I ask now, going forward, because this has a big impact on the government's ability to get their business regardless of Brexit, will the instruction go to the clerks that in future a backbencher wishing to amend a forthwith motion will now allow and be accepted against any business at all in this House?
Say to the Right Honourable Gentleman that it seems entirely reasonable for me to say to him that I would like to reflect on that matter. Yes. Well, yes. Well, members cavil as though there is an assumption that there should be an immediate and comprehensive knowledge of all circumstances that might subsequently unfold. Now, it may be that there are members who feel that they possess that great wisdom, and if so, I congratulate them upon the fact. I don't claim that wisdom, so I am giving, I absolutely admit, a holding answer to the right honourable gentleman. I will reflect on the point, but if he puts it to me like this, do I think that it is unreasonable that people might seek to amend a business of the House motion? I do not think it is unreasonable. And if in future backbenchers were to seek to do so, it would seem sensible to me to say, let us look at the merits of the case. And finally, I just say to the right honourable gentleman, attempting to respond not only to him but to some of the concerns expressed, I understand the importance of precedent. But precedent doesn't completely bind for one very simple reason, which I say for the benefit of the Leader of the House, who is shaking her head, and it is this. If we were guided only by precedent, manifestly nothing in our procedures would ever change. Things do. Ridiculous. Nothing would ever change. And I have made an honest judgment, and if people want to vote against the amendment, they can, and if they want to vote for it, they can. Yes. A point of order, Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, can I remind the House that, further to what you just said, it was because of your courage in allowing an amendment to the Queen's Speech debate which enabled a referendum test to be applied in this House that we had the referendum in due course and we are where we are. So let nobody suggest that you, by your actions, have been undermining Brexit. Can I also say that it seems to me absolutely an own goal for this House if we start undermining your position in the chair. And I must say, as an independently minded government backbencher, that I strongly resent the fact that the government pairing whip is on the right-hand side of your chair, and he has been frequently trying to orchestrate objections to your ruling.
Can I... Let me say this to the honourable gentleman, the member for Christchurch. So far as his last remark was concerned, I think I can cope with that. You know, government whips going about their business in their own ways, something to which the chair is very well and long accustomed. And the notion that a government whip might now and again do things that are unhelpful to the chair is not entirely novel. I've got broad shoulders and I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. Never have done, am not doing so and never will. Secondly, what I say to the honourable gentleman, I thank him for his characteristic courtesy and his sense of fairness. He records the record accurately. I did indeed select an additional amendment to the gracious address, if memory serves me correctly, in 2013, and that was in the name of Mr. John Barron. And that amendment was on the subject of a referendum on British membership of the European Union. So what the honourable gentleman says is true. The fact is, there is a responsibility upon the chair to do its best to stand up for the rights of the House of Commons, including the views of dissenters on the government benches, that is to say, independent-minded souls who don't always go with the whip, and to defend the rights of opposition and very small parties as well. I've always sought to do that, and on the Brexit issue, as on every issue, what the record shows, if I may say so, and I will, is that this chair, on a very, very, very big scale, calls members from across the House with a very large variety of different opinions. And ordinarily, when statements to the House are made, as colleagues will acknowledge, my practice almost invariably is to call each and every member, whether the government likes it or not. And that's not because I'm setting myself up against the government, but because I'm championing the rights of the House of Commons. I will come to the right honourable gentleman. Point of order, Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you agree with me that over the last few years we've seen a big evolution of the way that the government treats motions in this House, partly brought about by the right reforms, but we've seen the widespread ignoring of motions that have passed in this House and the beginning of a practice not to vote on motions, opposition motions especially, which the government feels are somehow awkward for it. And do you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that this has taken away from the importance of decisions this House of Commons is making? And therefore, do you also agree that allowing this House of Commons to vote on more issues in a context in which those votes have to be taken and put into effect empowers this House of Commons and demonstrates that this House of Commons is taking back control, and you as Speaker have an absolute duty to ensure that this House of Commons is taken seriously, which is why I commend you for the decision you have taken today.
Thank you. Rather than deal in detail with what the Right Honourable Lady has said, I will say that I agree with her assessment of recent events, and of course I thank her for agreeing with me. Yes, of course. Point of order, Mr. Simon Hoare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The advice of the clerks is entirely proper between you and the clerks. I think that is an accepted principle. But if this place is to operate properly and effectively, it has to be on an established, rules-based system, as my right honourable friend, the member for Wanstead and Woodford Green, referenced. Could I ask you, sir, to reflect on two things? The first is, if there is to be what one would consider to be a fairly seismic change in the definition of terminology in this place, then the role of the Procedure Committee should be taken into account in that. And I say to you personally, we need to reflect in this place about not about the personalities, not about the politics, but about the dignity of the office of Speaker and the dignity of the Chair. I think we are, and I say this with sadness, in pretty choppy and dangerous waters at a time in our nation's affairs when, frankly, we could least afford it.
Extraordinarily grateful for the point of order from the honourable gentleman. I know he's deeply versed in the affairs of the House and takes his responsibilities to it very seriously indeed. I shall reflect most carefully on every word of what the honourable gentleman has said to me today. I agree that there could well be a role for the Procedure Committee in relation to this matter, and I thank him for what he has said. Yes, a point of order. I will come to other colleagues, if that is what colleagues wish to do. Point of order, Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Given that the crisis that the country is facing over Brexit, the fact, as my right honourable friend has just said, that the House of Commons is taking back control is something to be welcomed rather than feared. Mr. Speaker, you have made your ruling. It is clear the House should respected.
Absolutely.
And I wonder if you could advise us how we could now move on
Yes.
to the business of the day, which I think the nation expects us now to turn our attention to.
The short answer to the right honourable gentleman is that I am in the hands of colleagues, and I think he knows me well enough to know that I have never ducked a challenge. That's not in my nature. It's no part of my DNA, either since I've been in this House or in all of my life before I came into Parliament. The right honourable gentleman, member for Birkenhead, says from a sedentary position, words to the effect, let's get on. And I would like to move on, but I do wish to treat colleagues with courtesy. Well, somebody said you can, but I will take a few remaining points of order if people wish to raise them. But I do just very gently say to the honourable gentleman from the government backbenches who just raised his point of order and talked about the dignity of the chair and the importance of our procedures, if people are going to invoke that importance, it would be helpful if they did not undermine that self-same point by continuous and repetitive dispute. Point of order, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 points which I would be grateful for clarity on. The first of all, under Section 9 of the Order of the House setting out the terms of this debate, which says that no motion may be made other than by a Minister of the Crown, you have interpreted that that allows for an amendment to be made to the motion, but then that motion as amended has to be put, which is the motion, which needs to be put by a Minister of the Crown under the order. So is it therefore the case that the motion, if amended, may not then be put unless it is adopted by a Minister of the Crown? And I then have a second point. If Mr. Speaker, I may come on to the second point, which is the precedential...
I've heard the honourable gentleman's first point, but I would like to hear his second. Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Mr. Speaker, the second point really does relate to the interpretation of the word forthwith. And for the benefit of the Commons Journal tomorrow, how this is to be understood in future when these matters arise. If you look at page 458 of Erskine May, which I'm sure you have, it says that they must be put forthwith without any possibility of amendment, which reads as if it is a single set rather than simply forthwith qualified in this way. But the question that then arises is on the other important standing orders that are affected by the forthwith question. I think particularly of Standing Order 44 relating to disorderly conduct, which states that it must be put forthwith, but makes no mention of amendment one way or another, and it seems to me it would be deeply troublesome if forthwith came to allow for amendments under such circumstances, and therefore I think the precedential effect of your ruling needs to be clarified.
On the second point, which is not altogether dissimilar to that raised earlier by the right honourable gentleman, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, I'm happy to reflect on that point. It's a very serious question and it warrants a serious reply. I'm not sure that it is reasonable to expect, and I'm not sure that the honourable gentleman is seeking a full reply today, but if he is saying to me in his typically courteous way, Mr. Speaker, this is an important matter and we need a judgment on it, either from the chair alone or acting on the advice, for example, of the Procedure Committee, I agree with him. On the first point that the honourable gentleman raised, the answer is that if the motion has been moved, it must then be put. And for the avoidance of doubt, I say that on the basis of specialist advice. Yes? Point of order, Mr. Pete Wishart.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, and my point of order is equally importantly constitutionally Is there any means available to this House, Mr Speaker, to communicate to the Conservative Party we're now all bored, we're now all tired of all these points of order, the nation is increasingly embarrassed by them, and how do we therefore get on with today's debate?
Well, the honourable gentleman's made his point, and I'm grateful to him. Point of order, Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I must say I never bore with the proceedings of this House and doing my job, even if others do. But one of the things I wanted to pick up, Mr Speaker, is a few moments ago you said only statute can overrule statute. The Act that the motion the business motion relates to specified a period of 21 calendar days for the government to come back. This would specify 3 sitting days. Which one has precedence, and why did you select this amendment?
I've already explained the situation that appertains to the amendment, and I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman, but if after all of the exchanges he's still not clear as to my rationale for the selection of the amendment, I'm not sure, frankly, that I can very greatly help him. I think I'm right in saying that the reference to 21 days, as I've just been advised from a secondary position by the Clerk of the House, is a 21-day maximum. And when the honourable gentleman inquires about supremacy, in a sense, which takes precedence over the other, I simply make the point that that which is governed by statute is a matter of legal fact. Earlier in this series of exchanges, the honourable gentleman, the member for Stone, asked me to confirm his legal understanding, and I did so. And that seems to me to treat of the point that concerns the honourable gentleman. Point of order, Luciana Berger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, there will be times in this House when we agree, when we disagree, but as the Speaker, I respect the ruling that you have made today. How can we put it on record that I believe that it is reprehensible that there are both honourable members and right honourable members in this House who have often advocated for us to take back control, who are now doing completely the opposite, seeking to challenge your ruling. Let's not forget that this amendment, Mr Speaker, is seeking to decrease the uncertainty currently experienced by millions of people across our country, our constituents, our public services and our business. And on that basis, how can we make it known to people watching outside of this House that what I believe is the majority of this House respect your ruling and don't believe that what we're currently seeing and experiencing in this House is any way to conduct this affairs?
Very grateful to the honourable lady. I think she's made her own position very clear, as many others have also done, and that stands on the record for people to scrutinise. In terms of the issues to be voted upon today, I return, and I hope both colleagues and those attending to our proceedings out with the chamber will understand me when I say this. I return to the point that I was making earlier. The issues are for the House to decide. I am simply making a selection and then inviting members of the House of Commons to vote and reach their conclusion. And I think a lot of people would feel that it would be seemly and advantageous if we were relatively soon, we have another piece of business first, to do so. Point of order, Shailesh Vara.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, you have said that you consulted with the clerks. However, for the sake of clarity, will you kindly inform the House whether the decision that you have arrived at is different to the initial advice, to the initial advice that was provided to you by the clerks?
Not confirming or denying that. I'm saying what I said earlier, that I had a discussion with the clerk and with other clerks. We discussed the situation, the various scenarios, the proffering of advice, and I stand by what I said, and I've got nothing to add to that. And it is perfectly proper that the Speaker consults with and hears the views of the clerks who serve at the table, and sometimes other clerks as well. A point of order, Mr. Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I really seek your guidance on behalf of myself and perhaps others in this House. There is a difference between a motion and an amendment, and if the government had wished to prevent amendments, would a better worded motion a few weeks ago relieve them of the problem they find themselves in today?
I'm not sure that I want to speculate on that, but the honourable gentleman has obviously applied his beady eye to the material on the paper, that is to say on the order paper in front of him, and he has reached that conclusion. And others may also do so. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Nigel Huddleston.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you and your deputies have a well-deserved reputation for being absolute sticklers for protocols, processes and conventions in this place, which personally I find occasionally quite frustrating, but I utterly respect. But to that end, would it be in order, Mr. Speaker, for you, as you consider this important matter, to consult with your deputies as to the appropriateness or not of accepting this amendment?
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman, but the short answer is no. And I'll tell the honourable gentleman why the answer is no. The clue is in the title. The Speaker in the chair. The Speaker is elected to discharge his responsibilities to the House to the best of his ability. That is what I have done diligently, conscientiously and without fail for the last 9.5 years. Mine is the responsibility. I don't seek to duck it. And point of order, Mr. David Lammy.
Mr. Speaker, would you agree that in all of our experience in this House, it is extremely unwise to thrust civil servants and officials who give their advice in confidence and are neutral into the public domain in this way? And that when it has happened in the past, it has often ended very badly for those individuals indeed. And the House should stop that, and it is extremely inappropriate for a leader of the House to lead that charge.
Well, the honourable gentleman makes, the right honourable gentleman makes his own point in his own way with considerable force and alacrity. I respect him and I respect what he said. As to how others choose to go about their work, that's a matter for them. As far as I am concerned, I'm a member of the legislature. I am the Speaker of the House of Commons, a very important part of Parliament. My job is not to be a cheerleader for the executive branch. My job is to stand up for the rights of the House of Commons. And the Speaker will assuredly do so. Point of order, James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In your response to the point of order from my honourable friend, the member for Warsaw North, you made the point that this was an unprecedented thing. In response to my question, the point of order from my honourable friend for Somerset North, you said you did not necessarily intend this to be the setting of a future precedent. It is clear that it is important that you are both impartial but also, sir, seen and believed to be impartial. There is clearly a huge appetite to explore the implications of this decision. Might, sir, it be wise to not implement this particular decision at such a contentious point in time, to reflect on both, sir,
I think, had the honourable gentleman completed his remarks? He had or hadn't? No, please finish.
Would it not be appropriate, sir, to take a time to reflect on the precedents that this might set, and to make a decision in slower time at a less contentious moment in the business of this House?
To the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and I respect his sincerity. No, I respect his sincerity. But what I say to the honourable gentleman, and I hope he'll see this point, even if he doesn't agree with it, is this. The responsibility is mine. And it isn't tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. It's now. And the chair has to make his best judgment there and then. That is what I have done, honourably and conscientiously, in the firm and continuing conviction that I am right. So whilst I respect the honourable gentleman and his sincerity in his point of order, the short answer to him is no. Point of order, Angela Smith.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Any of our constituents watching this now will be deeply worried about the future of our country and will not be impressed by this spectacle. A number of the points of order that we have heard have articulated a series of finely detailed points, but they amount to the same thing, a tedious repetition. Is there anything in the rules of the House that prevent the abuse of the time made available to this House by making the same point over and over again?
Well, I don't think it's helpful when people just make the same point over and over and over again. It has to be said that, as I myself have often observed, it's not unprecedented, and the point has just been made elegantly and eloquently from a sedentary position by the honourable gentleman member for Brent North. Continued repetition is not entirely a novel phenomenon in the House of Commons. So I'll deal with it, but I do say to the House, there is a 10-minute rule motion with which to deal, and the honourable gentleman, the member for Aldershot, is waiting to present that 10-minute rule motion, and we do then have important business to dispatch. And unless people really feel they've got something new by way of a point of order that has to be raised, I would ask them in all courtesy to consider not doing so at this time. Point of order, Andrew Percy.
Speaker, can I ask you firstly to confirm that members have an absolute right to raise points of order with you and to challenge you in what I think is an excellent job you do as a servant of the House. This afternoon we have been told we're reprehensible by some members, accused of wasting time, and similarly accused of being part of a coordination. I'm part of no coordination in this place and never will be. Secondly, my second point, Mr. Speaker, is with the greatest of respect to you and the decision you made, and I am agnostic on the decision you have made. Agnostic decision you have made and believe you have the absolute right to make it. But what I would just say, Mr. Speaker, is that when we talk about the public, out there are a lot of people who believe there is a conspiracy and a stitch-up, a procedural stitch-up taking place by a House of Commons that on the substantive issue of leaving or remaining in the European Union is grossly out of touch with the referendum result. And with that in mind, whilst accepting your decision and indeed being more than happy to support you in that, could I ask just again that perhaps any advice that has been proffered on this should also be put in the public domain so the public can make their own decision about that?
Has just said advice to me is private. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is twofold. First of all, perhaps I can concur with him. I know the honourable gentleman, and I know that his whole political background and track record in this place prove that he is not part of coordinated efforts. He is very much his own person, and he knows that I've always respected him for that, as well as for a number of other of his qualities. Secondly, when the honourable gentleman refers to a perception out there, let me just again, and it to some degree comes back on earlier points of order, say this, and let me say it explicitly. It's not for the chair. I often have to say this to constituents and to people I meet around the country. Either to try to push a policy through or to prevent a policy being pushed through. That's not the role of the Speaker of the House. The role of the Speaker of the House is to chair as effectively as he or she can in the chamber, in the management of today business, including in the selection of amendments and new clauses and so on. What the House chooses to do is a matter for the House. If that applies across the piece, manifestly it applies to the subject of Brexit. What happens on this subject is not a matter for me. I am simply seeking to facilitate the House in deciding what it wants to decide. That has always been my attitude, and it remains my attitude, and it will continue to be my attitude. Let the House decide on the policy. And point of order, Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't intending to make a point of order, but I think it's important that we place on record, certainly for myself, that in the 8.5 years I've been in this place, that every time I have an occasion to speak to any of the House officials, whether it's the table office, whether it's the clerks, whether the public bill office or the private bill office, I have been given the most brilliant advice from everyone. I think it's really improper for members here to be saying that advice given to you by the clerks in the execution of their duty should be revealed publicly. I think that's most inappropriate, and it is putting the clerks in an invidious political position.
Well, the Honourable Lady, what she said, my understanding is that it has not previously been. I don't know whether there is any precedent for such advice having been issued, but it had not previously been, and I said what I did in response to an earlier point of order on the basis, once more, of clerkly advice. I know that the clerk would concur with that view, as I do. And point of order, Mr. Crispin-Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year will be 30 years since we first met in the final for the competition to be selected for Bristol South, and both of us have been on something of a journey since then. And when you were elected, Mr. Speaker, you said you would serve 9 years. You have, there has been the controversy of the recommendations of the Dame Laura Cox inquiry into the House of Commons. You have been defended by, particularly by two right honourable members on the other side, about the importance of you being sustained in this position beyond the 9 years in order to oversee the discussions and the denouement of the Brexit issue. The uncomfortable conclusion, Mr. Speaker, given the points made by my right honourable friend for Chingford and for honourable friend for Somerset North East, and the implications about the precedent you have set with this ruling today, is that for many of us we will now have an unshakable conviction that the referee of our affairs, not least that you gave your opinion and your vote on the issue of Brexit publicly, that we will have an unshakable conviction that the referee is no longer neutral. And, Mr. Speaker, I just invite you to reflect on the conclusion that many of us inevitably will have come to.
Very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his point of view. He's quite right. We met, I think, in the ante-room of the Bristol Conservative Association headquarters at 5 Westfield Park, Redland, Bristol, in July 1989. So we've known each other a long time, and I take in a perfectly good spirit what the Honourable Gentleman has said. I think I have explained in response to previous points of order and adduced evidence in support of my argument, including that proffered by the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Christchurch, that I have always done my conscientious best to champion the rights of members wishing to push their particular point of view on a range of issues, and perhaps most strikingly on this issue. That is what the record shows. I have always been scrupulously fair to Brexiteers and Remainers alike, as I have always been to people of different opinions on a miscellany of other issues. That has been the case, it is the case, it will continue to be the case. And as far as the other point the Honourable Gentleman made is concerned, the Honourable Gentleman will know that I was re-elected unanimously by this House on, I think, the 13th of June 2017 for the Parliament, and if I have a statement on that matter to make, I would of course make it to the House first, and I think that most people would accept that that is entirely reasonable.
Point of order.
Point of order, Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I never thought that I was going to be one of the people who would care about the procedures of this House. I scoffed at people who talked in procedure, and when I arrived here, I realised that actually it is the procedures of this House and protecting them and developing them that actually will make our democracy considerably better. I wonder if you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen 2 occasions of that this week, of what I'm about to say, is that people only care about the procedures and protecting and conserving the procedures when they don't like the outcome of the thing that is about to happen, and never when it is going in their favour.
The Honourable Lady has made her own point with force and style. I think we all know, let me put it like this, I won't get into that, but I think we all know from our own constituencies that people are inclined to complain about a process when they don't like a result. In this case, to be fair, the result will come only when we have votes on an amendment and a motion. But if what the Honourable Lady is implying is that people are complaining because they don't like the amendment that has been selected, well, you know, she's made her own point, and that may very well be so. I certainly wouldn't impugn for one moment the integrity of members of this House who have challenged me today, which they're absolutely entitled to do, and made their own points. I hope throughout these exchanges to date it will be demonstrably obvious to everybody that no matter what point people have made and how forcefully they have made it, I have heard it, and I have heard it fully, and I have heard it with courtesy, and I have responded to it with courtesy. That has been my approach, and it will always be. Point of order, Charlie Elphicke.
Mr. Speaker, can I also join with many others who've said I appreciate and respect the extent to which you listen to everyone and ensure that everyone is given a courteous and fair and proper hearing, and that the voices and votes of all people should be listened to, including, of course, the 17.4 million people who voted leave and who will be watching these proceedings and worried about the direction of the House of Commons. On the substantive question on this amendment, can I ask for your advice and guidance on the amendment itself, in the name of my right honourable friend for Beaconsfield? And the reason I raise this is I'm wondering why you selected it, as it seems to me to be defective. It says a Minister of the Crown shall table within 3 sitting days a motion under Section 13. But it seems to me there's no ability to, no sanction if a Minister of the Crown doesn't raise such a motion, nor indeed does it say which Minister of the Crown it needs to be. And if it were to be tabled within 3 sitting days, there's nothing to force it to actually be taken, because it could end up on the remaining orders and notices section indefinitely. So why are we having this sort of amendment when it doesn't actually have, it seems to me, any effect?
I say to, and again I thank the honourable gentleman for what he said at the start of his remarks and for his usual courtesy. What I would say to the honourable gentleman on the substance of the issue is as follows. The judgment for the chair is whether an amendment, in this context we're talking about an amendment, is orderly and selectable. It is not incumbent upon the chair to seek to interpret the amendment. That's not my responsibility. And what I would say to the honourable gentleman, if he is quizzical on that point, he believes it to be, as he put it, I think, ineffective, or he said it is not effective, his inquiry on that matter should, if I may say so, be lobbed gently or otherwise in the direction of his right honourable and learned friend, the member for Beaconsfield, whose amendment it is. That, and I'm very clear intellectually on this point, that is not a matter for me. It may well be very important to the honourable gentleman and perhaps to other people, but it is a matter to raise either personally with the right honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, or indirectly. I will take remaining points of order on these benches. Point of order, Adam Holloway.
Speaker, to the member for Reigate's point, we've all noticed in recent months a sticker in your car making derogatory comments about Brexit. No, this is a serious point about partiality. Have you driven that car with the sticker there?
Order. And, I think the record will show, and I have the highest regard and affection for the honourable gentleman, that I've listened to all the points of order. The only reason why I interrupt him at this point, and I hope you'll forgive me doing so, is that there was a factual error in his opening remarks. I'm sure it was an inadvertent error, and I mean that most sincerely, but it was a factual error. The honourable gentleman said that in recent months it had been noticed that there was a sticker in my car. That sticker on the subject of Brexit happens to be affixed to or in the windscreen of my wife's car. Yes. And I'm sure the honourable gentleman wouldn't suggest for one moment that a wife is somehow the property or chattel of her husband. She is entitled to her views. That sticker is not mine, and that's the end of it. Point of order, Mr. Nicholas Brown.
I think the House is now ready to move on. We've got a long day ahead of us, and I beg to move next business.
Well, it isn't a motion that I can accept, but I would like to propose that we come now to the 10-minute rule motion. Mr. Leo Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to require Her Majesty's Government to derogate from the European Convention on Human Rights in its application to the conduct of members of the armed forces participating in combat operations overseas and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, I seek this bill to ensure that our armed forces are protected from legal pursuit and that the resolve and capability of our armed forces to deliver hard-fiting power
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
when needed.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes. No.
10-minute rule motion, no.
I just wish people would be quiet.
I do think the honourable order. We will start again. The honourable gentleman. The honourable gentleman is a person of unfailing courtesy in this House, and I think he also knows our procedures. There isn't a point of order during a 10-minute rule motion, but he's absolutely right that the speech to the 10-minute rule motion should be heard, I hope, with courtesy and respect, and I thank him for helping the chair. 10-minute, yes, start again. Let's stop the clock and start again. 10-minute rule motion, Mr. Leo Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that leave be given to bring a bill to require Her Majesty's Government to derogate from the European Convention on Human Rights in its application to the conduct of members of the armed forces participating in combat operations overseas and for connected purposes. And I seek this bill, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our armed forces are protected from legal pursuit and that the resolve and capability of our armed forces to deliver hard-fighting power when needed around the world is undiminished. Mr. Speaker, the legal pursuit of our soldiers and veterans is a particularly painful chapter in our country's recent history and must be urgently resolved. And I relate, Mr. Speaker, as illustration, a conversation I had last year in my constituency in the Aldershot Garrison with a senior soldier who had just left the army after 3 decades of service, distinguished service, in the most elite units in the most brutal and demanding theatres of operation. Mr. Speaker, his experience of sustained legal pursuit in relation to operations in Afghanistan had left him with a deep sense of betrayal. And even though he was the son of a soldier and had himself served for 30 years, he told me that my sons will not serve, which pained me, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, soldiers do not wish to be above the law. They just want to be under the correct law. And it has been the case for generations that the law of armed conflict and the Geneva Conventions have governed warfare in the modern age carried out by our soldiers. And this was the case up until 1998 and the unintended consequences of the Human Rights Act and the European Convention on Human Rights. which has led, Mr. Speaker, to a catalogue of injustice involving hundreds of soldiers from all operational theatres. And, Mr. Speaker, these cases go on today. No other country has such a perverse situation in which soldiers who have done their duty and done no wrong face this kind of sustained legal pursuit. And indeed 10 countries, Mr. Speaker, including France and Spain, have in effect opted out of certain aspects of the European Convention on Human Rights. So there can indeed be a way forward, and we must do the same. And I would commend at this point my honourable friend from the member for Tunbridge and Morling for his terrific work on bringing this issue to the fore and getting it the attention it deserves since his election to this place in 2015. And his excellent report, his policy exchange report, which he co-authored, Clearing the Fog of Law, makes clear the alarming manner in which the British military is today entangled in human rights law, to the extent that the European Convention on Human Rights applies wherever and whenever a British soldier employs force, meaning that foreign nationals, including enemy combatants, can sue the United Kingdom for breach of the European Convention of Human Rights, both in courts here in London and in Strasbourg, following military operations. So, to prevent this, we must, as other countries have done, derogate from the European Convention of Human Rights. Mr. Speaker, I would also pay tribute to my honourable friend, my honourable gallant friend, the member for Plymouth Moor View, who has tackled headlong the outrageous scandal of the Iraq historical allegations team and has been, since coming into this place, instrumental, along with other members of the Defence Committee, in urging our honourable friend, the right honourable member for Sevenoaks, to close down IHAT, quite rightly. Mr. Speaker, the Defence Committee, led by our honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, continues to investigate the scandal of legal pursuit. And we have heard recently from witnesses that the army is running scared of the law. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this is something that must end. And it must end not only because of legacy cases and the past, it must end because of our concern for the viability of future operations. Indeed, getting the legal basis of military operations right underpins the central mission of our national defence at this time, which is the rejuvenation of our armed forces to meet a complex new range of manifold threats. Mr. Speaker, is also part of the process of moving our armed forces from the era of counterinsurgency towards a more conventional posture, which we have lost by necessity through our long engagement in Iraq and Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, we must state with confidence that we need conventional fighting power. It is not a luxury. Some commentators suggest that the era of military intervention overseas is over, and whatever the judgment of honourable and right honourable members in this House about the wisdom of various past entanglements, the clear lesson of history is that whether we like it or not, we will need in the future to deploy our soldiers abroad to fight on our behalf. And it will be to fight, Mr. Speaker. We need to be honest with ourselves about that. Soldiers are extremely versatile and adaptable. They can be superb peacekeepers, first-class aid workers, very accomplished policemen and effective diplomats. They can do all of these roles very well, but they are first and foremost, above all else, Mr. Speaker, soldiers whose task is to deliver hard fighting power to kill and destroy our enemies. And they must be able to do that, Mr. Speaker, in the correct basis of law, in situations where domestic human rights law is completely and utterly inapplicable. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we must bring an end to the entanglement of our armed forces in human rights law. We should do this because it is the right thing to do. And we should also do this, Mr. Speaker, because we have promised to do it. It's on page 41 of our manifesto. And we should do it, Mr. Speaker, because we need to be honest with our constituents and our society about the role of our armed forces and the fact that they need to fight on our behalf. Our armed forces need to know they can deploy and fight on our behalf while adhering to the Geneva Conventions and the law of armed conflict. They need to know they can deploy and fight on our behalf and will not then face spurious legal accusations years and decades after the event. And our armed forces need to know, Mr. Speaker, that they can deploy and fight on our behalf with the full confidence of our government and our society, allowing them to serve in good faith and with pride for the safety of our people and for the defence of our nation. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the honourable gentleman have leave to bring in the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr. Speaker, Sir Nicholas Soames, Sir Henry Bellingham, Dr. Julian Lewis, Johnny Mercer, Tom Tugendhat, Mark Francois, Sir Mike Penning, Richard Benyon, James Heapy, Jim Shannon, Gavin Robertson, and myself, sir.
The orders of the day. Armed Forces Derogation from European Convention on Human Rights Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 8th of March, sir.
Friday the 8th of March. Thank you. Order. We come now to the motion on the business of the House, Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018, number 2. Minister or Whip to move formally.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. I call the right honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Beaconsfield, to move his amendment formally. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby! Is an Amendment A be made? As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Alison McGovern and Guito Bebb. Tellers for the noes, Amanda Milling and Rebecca Harris. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 308. The noes to the left, 297.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 308. The noes to the left, 297. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock.
So the main motion as amended.
The will of the House.
Order. The question is the main motion as amended. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. You can use the debate.
Mr. Speaker, you're right.
In case people didn't hear, the whip on duty said, as he should, now. I call the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union. Secretary of State, Mr. Stephen Barclay.
Mr. Speaker, before Christmas, the government presented to Parliament a comprehensive deal for the UK's withdrawal from the EU. We continue to believe that this is the best deal to honour the referendum result and deliver the certainty for our businesses, our citizens and our security. It was clear that there was much that members agreed with, but we listened to the views of the House, which in particular expressed concerns in relation to the backstop. We therefore paused the debate to enable those concerns to be discussed with the EU leaders. And, well, you're right.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. An intervening month from when the meaningful vote was delayed until debate restarting just now, not very much has changed. And on Monday I asked the Secretary of State whether or not he had brought forward any Plan B contingency work, and he ignored that question. I wonder, in light of the motion that is, and the amendment that's just passed, it's rather more contingent on the government to have a Plan B, and rather urgently. Can he explain to us now what work has been going on?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, we have a very good early illustration in this debate of the attitude of the SNP, because even before we've got into the statement setting out what measures have been taken since the pause in that debate, they've already decided that they've reached their conclusion as to what their judgment on those measures are. So let me enlighten, he's already had one go, let me enlighten him on some of the developments that have happened since the pause in the debate. Today we have published, Mr. Speaker, a document entitled The UK Government Commitments to Northern Ireland and its Integral Place in the United Kingdom, which sets out the domestic reassurances we can provide. As the Prime Minister has said, these are one aspect of our strategy to reassure the House. Another aspect, I'll take interventions in a moment, and then another aspect will be our commitment in the next phase of negotiations to working in a more targeted and closer way with Parliament, and I will return to that later. I also want to reassure colleagues that whatever the outcome of this debate, we will respond rapidly, recognising that we must provide Parliament with as much security as possible. I give way to the member for Birkenhead.
To the Secretary of State. On the order paper today, there's an Amendment 9, which deals with the question what further information the government might put before the House on ensuring that, should we need to use the backstop, this House could actually decide to leave alone without Europe deciding with us. I had a quick word with the attorney, because it involves him, this amendment, saying that he should report to the House that should the government say they've got new arrangements whereby sovereignty resides in this House about whether we should leave the backstop, he will report to the House. Might the government therefore accept this amendment, please?
The right honourable member raises an important point, which is what will the role of this House be in the event that the backstop will need to be triggered. Obviously, as he well knows, there are safeguards which will mitigate against the need for a backstop. It is in neither side's interest to have the backstop, not least because it breaks the four freedoms which the EU have always rigorously sought. But there are safeguards, and I will come on in my speech to some of the safeguards that apply. I'll happily give way a further time given his seniority, but there are safeguards that I will come on to. Give way one further time.
I'm grateful for giving way. He says that he was listening to the debate, which is why he paused it and came back with answers on the backstop. But if he did listen to the debate, he would have known that concerns relating to importing, concerns relating to manufacturing and security were mentioned as many times, if not more, than the backstop. What reassurances and changes has he delivered on those things?
Well, he's absolutely right that there are concerns in terms of issues such as security. That is the very essence of why we need the deal in order to give the confidence on issues such as security and also to secure the implementation period where measures such as security would remain in place. But if I can come on, Mr. Speaker, to the fact that it was very clear in the debate that we had before Christmas that there were many views in the House as to what trade deal we should enter into with the EU. I'll come on to it in a moment, but just to make a little progress. The sort of trade deals including no deal. We had no deal plus, we've got Norway, we've got Norway plus, we've got Canada, we've got Canada plus, we've got Norway for now, we've got Norway forever. There's a whole spectrum of deals that different members cling to, but the reality is whatever deal needs to be put in place requires a winding down of our 45-year relationship with the European Union, and therefore whatever deal is put in place requires a withdrawal agreement, and that withdrawal agreement indeed requires a backstop. I'll happily give way.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And in terms of his comments with relation to working more closely with Parliament, can I just ask him to reflect on the fact that this place is grossly out of touch with the public in terms of the fundamental issue of whether we're members of the European Union or not. This House is not representative of the people. The executive is a legitimate branch of government. So can we be assured that in whatever workings there are increasingly with Parliament, that the executive will not give up its responsibilities, which are to implement the will of the people, which is a much greater body of sovereignty than this place?
Well, I think what is fair to say is that there is a range of views held in the House which are held sincerely by members of Parliament, but as I just alluded to, they cover a vast range of different deals. And I think the point of substance my honourable friend is referring to is the fact that the clear majority of the House did vote to give the public the decision on whether we stayed or left the European Union, and indeed the majority of the House then voted to trigger Article 50. And therefore it is incumbent on members of this House not simply to say what they are against, but also to be clear as to what they are for. But if I can make a little progress, and then I'll happily take some further interventions. For many, including on the benches opposite, the withdrawal agreement addresses many of the key issues that they themselves have spoken of. For example, Mr. Speaker, it protects citizens' rights. It protects the 3 million EU citizens in the UK and 1 million UK citizens in the EU. It also gives a financial settlement that honours our legal obligations. Not to do so, as members opposite have often pointed out, would undermine our international position. It guarantees an implementation period that means businesses have one change to make as we enter into a new trade deal, as opposed to two. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, and this is an issue on which the benches opposite quite rightly should take great pride, because they played a key part in terms of the peace situation in Northern Ireland. It is a very proud record for the benches opposite, and the withdrawal agreement enables us to preserve that hard-won peace and ensure that the commitments that were made in the Belfast Agreement were honoured. I'll happily give way to the
Secretary of State realise that the withdrawal agreement, and especially the backstop arrangement, which actually forcibly would remove Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom, laws made in Brussels rather than Westminster, Northern Ireland economy cut off from trade deals which the United Kingdom would enter into with the rest of the world, that is has put in jeopardy the fine balance which there was in the Belfast Agreement, and it's not helped either by the reported comments of the Secretary of State to the Cabinet yesterday that a refusal to vote for this withdrawal agreement is likely to lead to a referendum on a United Ireland.
Well, firstly, can I say I very much recognise the very genuine concerns that the right honourable gentleman has in terms of the backstop. I will come on in my statement to address some of those, although I readily concede I don't expect to address all of them in terms of the areas of movement today. But I think also this is about assessing the balance of risk. The backstop doesn't cover the 80% of our economy, the services economy, that are actually outside. There's many within the business community of Northern Ireland that actually see huge benefits in terms of the certainty that is offered through the withdrawal agreement. And indeed, it isn't our intention to enter into the backstop for the reasons, not least, that many businesses in Northern Ireland will have access to both the EU and to the UK market, which is one of the attractions. It's actually one of the reasons why the sister party of the party opposite, both in the north of Ireland, the SDLP, and also in the south, the sister party of the party opposite, actually supports the withdrawal agreement, not least, as I was referring to, in terms of securing the implementations on peace. I'll, of course, give way.
I'm grateful to the State Secretary for giving way. The Scottish Government has made known for quite some time now a number of concerns it has with the agreement. So since December, when they cancelled the debate to go away and listen, what's changed in it that could make the Scottish Government now support it?
Well, again, I'm going to come on to that because I think as we move into the trade phase, the trade negotiation, the second phase of this, because this is a process, it's not a single event as we leave the European Union, it is a process. We're dealing with the winding down arrangements in this instance. We're then going to be looking at that. And I think there is a significant opportunity, recognising, I'll come on to this in my remarks, but recognising the fact that Scotland voted differently, different votes within the United Kingdom, and recognise that I think part of the engagement we're looking to put in place with Parliament that the Prime Minister referred to in her interview on Andrew Marr at the weekend is about how we work with Parliament in different ways, how we work in a targeted way with the select committees in particular, to work in a closer way with the devolved administrations, because there are different interests, and I think the trade negotiation phase allows us to explore that differently. But even if I can just allude, because I think show not tell is also important in politics. My very first meeting was to prioritise in this role, meeting with his lead minister and also from the Welsh Government in terms of discussing their concerns, so we can move from having regular meetings to making those more effective and more targeted as to how we proceed. If I can make some progress, we know, Mr. Speaker, that there is no future trade agreement without an implementation period, without a withdrawal agreement, and we can't have an implementation period without it, and that indeed is the guarantee of citizen rights, the financial settlement and the backstop. But let us just look at the position of the opposition front bench, because the Leader of the Opposition rejects this on the basis that firstly he can trigger a general election, then he can negotiate a new deal, negotiating a new deal that secures things that the EU have consistently ruled out, such as a third party having a say over their trade policy. He's then going to secure this new deal and pass the legislation to enact that new deal. And he's going to do all of that before March the 29th. So we're going to have a general election, a new trade agreement, even though the EU themselves ruled that out, even though the EU say this is the only deal on offer. He's going to uniquely secure a new deal, and he's going to pass the legislation to ratify that, all within the next 78 days. And yet the sister parties of the party opposite actually support a withdrawal agreement, and do so not least to recognise one of the proudest achievements of the benches opposite in terms of the peace process. I'll happily give way to my...
I thank my right honourable friend. I obviously agree with him with his points about the fantasy policies of the party opposite, but I'm afraid the government itself is indulging in fantasies. And isn't it time that the government set out a realistic basis for this debate? As the former Perm Secretary for the Treasury, Sir Nick Macpherson, said the other day, there is no chance at all of us concluding a trade deal with the EU by 2020, very little chance of doing so by 2022. A far more realistic prospect is we might do so in the mid-2020s. Can we not conduct this debate, on the basis of reality rather than continued fantasy?
I also pay heed because I think my right honourable friend is one of the most serious thinkers in our party, and I know he engages on these issues very seriously. But what I would say is when people, and of course the former Permanent Secretary of the Treasury is someone that we all listen to very intently. But I think the point I say is what is different in this instance is a number of things. Firstly, in terms of trade deals, often a significant amount of time in trade deals is actually the first phase of understanding the regulatory positions of both sides. Well, after 45 years of being part of the European Union, actually that regulatory understanding is already there. Secondly, there is a difference because often you have 6-week time lags in trade rounds. If you're flying back from Canada or from America, just physically the geographical issues often constitute a delay. Well, clearly, geographically, our relationship with Europe will allow us to inject much more pace into those trade rounds and to accelerate them. Thirdly, the fact is that we have a political declaration that sets a framework for those trade discussions to take place. But fourthly, there's also the issue as to the incentives. And actually, I was going to come on to this, but the incentives as to the fact that whether it's the security offer that the UK offers in terms of our position on security, which is obviously of interest to many member states in Europe, but also the fact that the backstop is uncomfortable for the EU. On day one of the backstop, fishing rights are lost, which is why President Macron may not be keen on entering into the backstop. The fact that the backstop breaks the 4 freedoms, which have always been safely guarded by the European Union. So the backstop is not a desirable place for the European to enter, and that's why there is an incentive for them to get momentum into those trade agreements. I'll, of course, give, and may I also take this opportunity to congratulate my right honourable friend on his recent honour.
Thank the Secretary of State. Would he now, as a matter of good contingency planning, urgently publish our schedule of tariffs for trading as an independent country, and will they please have lower tariffs than the EU schedule, and will they have 0 tariffs for all imported manufactured components?
Well, my right honourable friend will know that, because I know he's often spoken in warm and glowing terms in terms of trading on a no-deal basis, on a WTO basis, and he'll know that tariffs actually is just one aspect of those relationships, particularly for the UK economy and our interest in services. Issues such as data adequacy are actually much more significant to our economy than the political debate often focuses on tariffs, but actually much more serious to us as a service economy are issues such as data, and on a WTO basis, which is what I know my right honourable friend has often advocated. Actually, WTO doesn't address issues such as data, which is one of the reasons why WTO is not the land of milk and honey that some pretend.
Secretary of State for giving way, but of course the problems with the withdrawal agreement extend far beyond the backstop. He talks about services. The fact is, this withdrawal agreement is substantially not going to help services in this country, which is about 80% of our economy. And he talks about certainty. At the end of the day, can he not agree? This political declaration is a declaration of aspiration. We have absolutely no idea where we will be at the end of those trade negotiations, which EU officials will have told him will take at least 3 to 4 years.
Exactly. Yeah, the honourable gentleman hasn't been able to convince his own front bench, because there are senior members of his own front bench who have spoken, such as the Shadow Business Secretary, of the huge damage there would be to our democracy if we did what he's advocating, which is actually to end this uncertainty by calling a further second referendum. I would suggest that actually doing that, well, indeed we have the cheers from the benches opposite, and yet their manifesto on which they were elected actually was to honour the referendum, and yet they cheer actually going back on page 24 of the Labour manifesto on which he stood. Of course, I'll give way to the referendum.
To my right honourable friend, does he agree with me there is a fundamental fallacy at the heart of the opposition position? On the one hand, they say that there is zero appetite on behalf of the European Union to renegotiate the government's deal, and yet they claim there is somehow a huge appetite to negotiate another deal as yet unspecified. The reality is, unless they vote for this deal, they will become the handmaiden of hard Brexit.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, because he alludes to the fact that there is a plan, a 78-day plan being put forward by the opposition, which the EU have made clear is not credible, that their sister parties have made clear is not desirable, and which I suspect many on their own backbenches recognise is not doable, and yet they persist with it. I will, Mr. Speaker, I will make some progress, and of course to my fellow Cambridge colleague I'll come back very shortly, but I will make some progress. So the more material issue which has been raised with the House in terms of the backstop, I think, was relating particularly to whether the backstop damages the European Union, and also in terms of whether it would be used for, I'll come back to it, but whether it would be used in terms of trade negotiations. And it is for that reason that we have published the paper on Northern Ireland in respect of that. But I recognise that that alone will not be sufficient for all of the concerns that colleagues may have, but I think is a welcome step forward. Firstly, in the event that a subsequent agreement that meets the objectives of the backstop will not be ready by the end of 2020, we will face a choice as to whether to seek to extend the implementation period or to bring the backstop into effect. We will provide in law for a mandatory process of consultation with the Northern Ireland Assembly in that scenario. Thus, before any decision is taken on whether to seek to extend the implementation period, the Assembly would be given an opportunity ahead of any parliamentary scrutiny to express its view. Those views would then be brought before Parliament prior to a vote at Westminster, and this procedure places a clear obligation on the UK Government, guaranteeing a strong voice for Northern Ireland. We will consult the parties in Northern Ireland on the details of these proposals and how best to provide for them. Secondly, I should make progress on this section and then happily take some further interventions. Secondly, the protocol provides for alignment in Northern Ireland with a small fraction of EU single market rules. Where there is a proposal for a new EU law, which is within the scope of the backstop but concerns a new area of regulation, that addition needs the consent of the United Kingdom. The EU cannot mandate the United Kingdom to accept that, such as a regulation must apply in Northern Ireland. We recognise that accepting new regulations for Northern Ireland under the backstop would be significant, and therefore we plan to legislate in domestic law to ensure that a UK minister will be required to seek agreement of the Northern Ireland Assembly before reaching any agreement in the UK-EU Joint Committee to add additional rules to the scope of the protocol. I'll happily come to the intervention of my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for kindly giving way. With reference to the possibility of trading on WTO rules, would my right honourable friend agree with what was said this morning on the Today programme by the President of the Port of Calais, Jean-Marc Pousseau, when he said that the trucks will be passing as they are doing today. There will not be a queue in Dover because there will not be control. So where is the problem? Does my right honourable friend agree with me that rather than scaremongering from the comfort of these green benches, we should take note of the person who is actually in charge of the Port of Calais and who knows what he's talking about?
So, well, my honourable friend raises an important point, but of course those representing the port will want to talk up the benefits in terms of those ports, and the issue will be what legal obligations apply, not just what commercially they would want to do. I think the issue in terms of the port was he was talking more in terms of what flows into the UK than necessarily what was flowing back into France. And indeed, in my remarks to the member for Wokingham, I also referred to the fact that we have a political debate that tends to focus very heavily on the issue of goods, and yet we have economy that is predicated on services and on issues such as data, on issues such as professional qualifications. There are many other issues that would not be addressed in a WTO scenario. And I think this is the issue. It goes back to the point where many members are looking at various different deals to which they feel most closely aligned. The issue is those deals will all require a withdrawal agreement. All of those deals in the withdrawal agreement will need to address issues that the EU have made clear in terms of citizens, the financial settlement and the backstop. The backstop is needed to safeguard that, and it's not enough for the House to say what it's against. We have to say, in terms of the deal that we are for, what is a deal with a withdrawal agreement, with a backstop, that we in this House can unite behind. Of course, I'll give way.
I thank him for giving way. Clearly, the whole point of the backstop is to avoid a hard border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. So, can you tell us what the government's time frame is for the invention, deployment, trial and deployment of the new technology that's needed to have an invisible border with absolutely no infrastructure?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will know that the political declaration actually reflected the success of the Prime Minister in terms of negotiation. In raising the point, there's a point raised by a number of my right honourable friends on these benches in terms of using technology to mitigate the issue for a hard border. But in the interim, the issue is can we do that to the timescale required to avoid a backstop? The political declaration allows us to explore that, but it is about having an insurance to protect the very peace that so many on the benches opposite worked and quite rightly should take pride in. Of course, I give it way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful indeed to the Secretary of State for allowing me to intervene on him. May I say to him that, in fact, I strongly support the Prime Minister's Brexit deal, and her deal has considerable support in Northern Ireland across businesses, across farmers' organisations, community leaders, fishermen as well. The issue that I would like the Secretary of State to take a few moments to explain to this House are the very serious consequences that we could look at, might be looking at in Northern Ireland in the event of the UK coming out of the EU on the 29th of March of this year, just a very short time away, without a deal. Would the Secretary of State confirm to this House that it is the case that Sinn Féin, 7 MPs do not take their seats in this House, but are sitting back thinking all their Christmases have arrived at the same time? They will use a hard border to agitate for a border poll, which could possibly undermine the constitutional status of Northern Ireland. I think that's the issue that the Secretary of State may have raised in Cabinet this morning. Would the Secretary of State elaborate?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, firstly for her support for the Prime Minister's deal, and secondly for the way in which she always, with such seriousness, engages on the issues of substance in Northern Ireland. And I'm also very conscious that there are genuine concerns amongst other members in Northern Ireland, and we are seeking to address that. But she is right to draw the House's attention to the level of uncertainty that would flow from there not being a deal in place. And this is what the deal from the Prime Minister offers, because it allows us to guarantee those hard-won progress in terms of the peace process. And also it does reflect, as she quite rightly alludes to, it does reflect the fact that many businesses, many farming groups in Northern Ireland are very supportive of this deal. I'll just make a little bit of progress and then of course I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman. I think one of the other issues in terms of the backstop, in terms of the union, where people look at the terms in the withdrawal agreement and say, does it raise questions for the union, is members also need to consider the consequence to the union of inaction. It's not just action, but it's also the consequences of inaction, because as the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady refers to, if there isn't a deal, that of itself poses risks to the union, not just in Northern Ireland, but also, as a number of my honourable friends will know, in Scotland, because members of the benches opposite will look to exploit a no-deal situation in order to have a further independence referendum. And likewise, inaction that then results in a second referendum carries risk to the union, because members of the SNP would say, well, if we can have a second referendum so quickly after the European referendum, then we could have a second referendum after an independence vote. So it's about balancing the risks to the union that we have in terms of the terms in the withdrawal agreement and the backstop, which I accept members across the House have some concerns about. We're trying to mitigate those, but I accept that, of course, I'll come to the Honourable. I accept there are concerns about that, but it is not about a purity test here. It is about balancing those risks with the risk to the union of inaction through a second referendum, which would be exploited by those benches opposite. Of course, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Oh, all right then. Well, he's sort of moved on, but I hope he understands that for some of us on this side of the House, the issue is that there's no legal certainty in the next stage. So, for instance, the Home Secretary has repeatedly said that we're going to have the best security arrangements that any third country has ever had with the European Union. But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean we're going to be in the European arrest warrant. It doesn't mean we're going to be able to secure proper extradition of paedophiles and murderers and terrorists from other countries to this country to face justice, or the other way round. So that's why some of us think that the government are completely selling us a pup here. And the evidence of the fact that nothing has changed since they pulled the debate is you've got exactly the same motion today, exactly the same deal. Nothing has changed.
Well, I'm in the process of setting out what has changed, and as I go through the speech, hopefully, have an opportunity to do so. But the point is, as we move into this, is a process; it's not a single event. And as we move into that trade negotiation, we will be able to then, through the framework signals those areas, and we touched on it in terms of my remarks to the member for Ormington. I'll just make some progress, and then I'll happily take some further interventions. Let me address, Mr. Speaker, the concerns colleagues have in terms of the issue with the backstopper being trapped, which was one of the other issues that was raised in the debate previously. The government is not shying away from the fact that the backstop is an uncomfortable situation for the United Kingdom, but it is an uncomfortable situation for the EU in terms of the Act breaking the four freedoms and the fact that we have a mutual interest in avoiding entering into the backstop. And indeed, since the last debate, there has been progress through the December Council in terms of the confirmation of its commitment to use best endeavours to negotiate and conclude a subsequent agreement. And indeed, the EU27 gave a new assurance in relation to the future partnership with the UK by stating that the EU, and I quote, stands ready to embark on preparations immediately after signature of the withdrawal agreement to ensure that negotiations can start as soon as possible after the UK's withdrawal. So that goes, he's busy checking his phone, but that goes in a way to the point that the honourable gentleman was raising, which in terms of the intent from both sides to actually make early progress in terms of the issues he's addressing. But of course I give way and then...
I give the honourable gentleman for giving way. He talked about the risks to what he called what he talked of the risks to the 96-year-old United Kingdom. Really, I would see these as the opportunities for independence, and it's underlined by the fact that this government has shown more respect and more engagement to the government of Ireland than it has to the government of Scotland, showing that independence gives you power, voice and respect, something the UK government does not show the Scottish government, but shows it to the Irish government, the independent country, in spades. So the Celts who are independent are in a far better situation than the ones who are stuck with Westminster.
Well, I think firstly, there is a legitimate point in the House as to how we engage with the House as a whole, how we engage with members on all sides as we move into the next phase. And I've already touched on, in terms of the devolved administrations, my desire, the Prime Minister's commitment to looking at how we do that in a more targeted way. Because I think if you look at the first phase, there's been a huge amount of hours spent on engagement. The Prime Minister herself has spent a huge amount of hours at this dispatch box. But I think there are opportunities for us to work in a much more targeted way, to listen to some of the concerns that I know members of the House have in terms of some of the issues around citizens' rights, some of the employment issues, and to look at how, through the select committees in particular, we can work in a much more targeted way. And I think the next phase actually lends itself to that. But I would just gently say to the honourable gentleman that also requires a dialogue both ways. And if members are going to jump in before we've even responded with a judgment on the withdrawal agreement or with a judgment on the measures that are being taken, then it suggests a lack of engagement on their part to actually working in a collaborative way. Of course, I could wait to the honourable gentleman.
To the Secretary of State, but I had my first consultation with the Prime Minister last night, 2 years into the process. The Secretary of State has stood at the dispatch box talking about the backstop. We have the DUP who have a confidence and supply agreement with the government, vehemently opposed to what he is laying out. How did the government get itself into this position? Because it did not consult. If it had taken the view of this House earlier in the process, it could have negotiated with Europe with something that could have been acceptable to this House. And the government has put itself in this position.
Well, firstly, as I'm saying to the Honourable, I think as we move into the next phase, there is an opportunity to operate in a much more targeted way with the House. Secondly, in terms of the pause, well, if I may, I am trying genuinely to answer the honourable gentleman's question. Secondly, in terms of the pause, that was about listening to the concerns of the House in terms of the backstop. And indeed, if you look at the comments of the Taoiseach yesterday, when he said, we don't want to trap the UK into anything, we want to get on with the talks about the future relationship right away. This is because the Prime Minister has been listening to the House and relaying that. But I think there is a difference as we move from a phase which was about implementing the result into a phase which is about the trade negotiations and how those align with the sectoral interests both of the different nation-state economies and how they align with the select committees. I think there is a scope for a different dialogue, and it is one I'm very keen to signal.
Will he give way?
Of course I can listen.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree that for a backstop to work, by definition, it has to be mutually uncomfortable because there needs to be an incentive for both sides to get out of it? So if not this backstop, then another backstop is necessary, and that also would have uncomfortable elements, and we're not hearing of any viable practical alternative.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think it comes back to this point that businesses, as citizens, want to have the certainty of the deal, want to have one set of changes within the implementation period. And it's very clear that requires, after 45 years, a winding down of that relationship, and that involves a backstop, regardless of which of the almost like cinema pick and mix of deals that are on offer. It's almost there's a deal with a plus attached for every variant. But they all require a backstop, and he's absolutely right in that. Of course, I'll take an interview.
Secretary of State for giving way. Is it not a fact that the Republic of Ireland government, this government and the European Union have spent years rejecting all and any suggestions to alternatives to this backstop thus far? So what confidence does this House have, should we have, that the European Union, the Republic of Ireland or this government will now, 2 years after the commencement of this process, start to seriously consider alternatives? The reality is the backstop will be the European Union and the Republic of Ireland's Northern Ireland solution in the substantive deal.
So, well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is we have already seen a signal of that in terms of the political declaration. In the point, for example, on the technology that I know a number of members have previously highlighted. And because I think there's a shared desire to avoid going into the backstop for reasons that I've already alluded to, the breaking of the four freedoms, the fact that under Article 50, the legal underpinning of any permanence in the backstop is not there. But also, I mean, that's also a point in terms of the fact that members need to address the reality of this, because some will say, well, in a W2, we'll pay for a implementation period. That is another of the myriad of deals that sometimes people suggest. But the reality is that the legal underpinning of the implementation period is actually through Article 50. So Article 50 requires it to be temporary, not permanent, and therefore we've sought that clarification, and there was a reflection on that in the December Council. But of course I recognise there are ongoing concerns, and I'm very keen to work with colleagues on that. Of course, aggravated.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for the way in which he's taking us through the developments which have taken place. One of the things that a lot of us can't understand, that if everybody is so reluctant to go into this backstop, we're told that the UK is reluctant, we're told the European Union is reluctant, the DUP are certainly reluctant. Why isn't it not possible to get some legal undertaking as to when it will end?
Well, in fact, the Honourable Gentleman perfectly brings me on to the next phase of my speech in terms of the role of Parliament and how we look at the decision as to the extension of the implementation period and how we do indeed avoid that. We will continue to work closely with Stormont, Holyrood and the Welsh Assembly, especially on the future frameworks which will strengthen decision-making abilities and allow for decisions previously made at an EU level to be now made locally. And indeed, we want to learn from this, engage with Parliament, as I've said, in a much more targeted way. As the Prime Minister has made clear, the government's intention is to ensure a greater and more formal role for Parliament in the next stage of negotiations. And the withdrawal agreement provides that if the future relationship or alternative arrangements to supersede the backstop is not going to be ready by the end of 2020, either the Northern Ireland Protocol would apply or the United Kingdom could alternatively seek to extend the implementation period period for up to 1 or 2 years from the start of 2021, with any extension needing to be agreed by the 1st of July 2020. Should this situation arise, the view of Parliament will be crucial, and I'm pleased to say that we will be accepting the amendment made by my right honourable friend, the member for East Devon, to cement Parliament's role in that process by having a vote on whether to seek to extend the implementation period or bring the backstop into effect. So to the point that my right honourable friend is making, we will, in accepting the member for East, right honourable friend, the member for East Devon's amendment, give Parliament much more of a say on this issue of concern as to the triggering of the backstop. I've got two former ministers in the Department, both of whom serve with great distinction in the Department concerned. I very happily, of course, take interventions.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he not accept, however, that extending the transitional period merely amounts to kicking the can down the road, and that in order to solve the problem of the Irish backstop, which is the most repugnant element of this withdrawal agreement, as is generally agreed across this House, what is needed is a rewording of the withdrawal agreement? Has he agreed a rewording of that agreement?
No, because the point about it is whichever deal we have will need, as I've alluded to on a number of occasions now, to have the elements that we've talked about in terms of the withdrawal agreement, and that will include a backstop. And that, let's not forget, what is that about? That is about saying how do we avoid, because of the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland, the fact that it has a land border, the only part of the United Kingdom with a land border, the fact that it has the history in terms of the peace process, how do we provide that guarantee? It's a guarantee like insurance that one doesn't want to have to call on, but how do we ensure there is that guarantee for the concerns that the Honourable Lady set out earlier? Of course, I said I'd taken a minute.
Thank you. I applaud the Secretary of State and his excellent ministerial team from the Department for Exiting the EU on all their efforts at this challenging time for government. In December, the Attorney-General published in his legal advice a statement on the backstop, and in it he said, and I quote, that despite statements in the protocol that it is not intended to be permanent, in international law the protocol would endure indefinitely until and unless a superseding agreement took its place in whole or in part. Does the Secretary of State's is his position that that legal position is unchanged, notwithstanding the reassurances that have been garnered to date? And does he agree that that means that in international law there is still the risk of being trapped indefinitely in the backstop?
But with characteristic aplomb, my honourable friend has alluded on, I think, one of the key issues in this debate, which is about the balance of risk and how one assess the balance of risk. And what the Attorney-General said in his statement, I think on the 3rd of December, to the House, when these issues were explored in great detail, was that this ultimately is a political decision as to how one assesses those balance of risk. And in a way, it's the same point in terms of the concerns that members have expressed in the Union. There's a balance of risk in terms of what are the concerns within the element of the backstop and the issue of that small section within the backstop in terms of where EU competency will continue. What is the risk of that and the safeguards that I've alluded to today? How does that balance of risk allied with some of the other risks, the risks of inaction? And it's the same in terms of the assessment. That's where, with my predecessor, someone who, the member for Esher, I hold in the highest regard. That's the difference there. It's not that an issue of understanding. He understands these issues with great depth. But the point is, it's where one assesses the balance of risk. And I think the Attorney-General, in his comments to the House, actually dealt with this in some detail. Of course, I will give way to the Honourable.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I actually support the backstop. What concerns me is the future trade relations, and we will essentially negotiating or renegotiating access to our biggest market as a third country. Isn't it the case that that would leave the British state in an extremely vulnerable position?
Absolutely. So, but it is a statement of the legal position that that to enter into a permanent arrangement we need to be a third party. I mean, this is part of the difficulty of this situation. That is just the reality, and that is why one needs to have an implementation period. And what we have in the political declaration is a framework. What we have in the statements of the December Council is a commitment. We have, through best endeavours, something that actually gives legal force for ensuring that momentum is there. We have a shared endeavour, because it's in neither side's interest, to actually trigger it. So there is a mechanism, there is a framework, there is a process in order to address that. But he's absolutely right. There is further work, significant work, to be done on that, and that is what the job of the House will be moving forward in taking that forward. Of course, give way to my
honourable friend. I wonder if my honourable friend agrees with me that it's somewhat inconsistent for SNP and Plaid Cymru MPs to suggest that Britain wouldn't be in a position to draw up a trade treaty as a third country with the rest of the EU, when they both believe that an independent Wales or an independent Scotland would be in a position to draw up a trade agreement with the rest of the United Kingdom if they ever got independence, God forbid.
Well, my right honourable friend is quite right to draw the House's attention to the inconsistency that many of us are familiar with the SNP position, and in particular the fact that their biggest market is the United Kingdom. And it seems strange that they want to sever themselves from their largest market in that way, and also from a fishing point of view, how they appear to want to remain within the remit of the European Common Fisheries Policy. I know my honourable friend wanted to.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for giving way. We're spending a lot of time talking about the risks of the backstop, but my constituents are concerned about the risk to their jobs if they work in sectors that aren't covered by the WTO. They're concerned about the risk to citizens' rights if maybe they're married to an EU citizen. They're worried about risk to security. And all of these issues are covered by the implementation period and the breathing space of the withdrawal agreement. Does the Secretary of State agree that it's important that we focus this debate on the benefits of the agreement in front of us as well as the risks?
Very good. Well, my honourable friend, as a former member of the European Parliament, always speaks with great authority in these issues, and she's absolutely right. And I think that the issue here is, after 45 years, we are winding down a complex relationship with the European Union. There are certain things that are incumbent on that winding down, including how we safeguard citizens' rights, how we honour our legal obligation. I found it fairly strange as a Brexiteer who supported leaving on the basis of trading with the rest of the world, that the first measure in doing so would be to walk away from legal obligations, which I don't think is persuasive to those other countries around the globe. And it's also important, I know she's a huge champion of business in her constituency, it is also important that we respond to the fact that businesses don't want a series of changes. They want to have one set of changes, and they want to have the transitional arrangements in place in order to give them the certainty as they go through that process. And this is the challenge for the House. It is not enough to simply say what it is against, or to present an idea that under a WTO situation these risks can be mitigated. Well, I've given way, of course, to the honourable lady, and then to...
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I mean, isn't the reality that the so-called implementation period is essentially keeping us in the EU and the single market and the customs union, so we don't harm our economy and give us more time to try and sort out what on earth we're going to do? And the so-called backstop is about aligning Northern Ireland with the EU so that there doesn't have to be a hard border and we don't threaten peace in Northern Ireland. The Secretary of State talks about the House having to make up its mind. Why isn't he more honest that this is essentially all about keeping us in there till we can make up our minds about what on earth we're going to do, in which case, what is the point?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't accept that, because, not least 80% of the economy is outside of the backstop. The political declaration is quite clear that the country will get control of its trade policy. That's one of the inconsistencies of the position of the Leader of the Opposition, who is seeking to be both in a customs union and have an independent trade policy. It is a position, actually, previously, that the Shadow Business Secretary is on record as saying it's not a tenable position. And the former International Trade Secretary, and it was in his capacity as the International Trade Secretary that he was making those remarks. But the point is, and this really goes to the heart of the Honourable Lady's question, is that after the biggest democratic vote in our history, we do need to ensure that we honour the result of the referendum, and we do so in a way that gives us control of immigration in terms of the skills-based system, that allows us to have control of agriculture, of fishing, that allows us to put to an end sending vast sums of money to the EU. These were key issues of debate on which the British public voted. I recognise that the Father of the House in particular didn't vote to trigger a referendum. The vast majority of this House did. The vast majority voted for Article 50. And so we need to honour that, but we need to then accept the fact that the way that we leave is either with a deal or a no deal as the default, because that is a consequence of not supporting a deal, and we can't run away from that reality.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. As you will be aware, reports in newspapers show that Jaguar Land Rover is about to undergo a transformation plan very imminently. And what they say, and it is a matter of urgency, what they say to me is very simple. They say the average Land Rover parts for that Land Rover go across the, between the UK and the EU 37 times. And that we do need this withdrawal agreement in order to ensure that that movement, just-in-time movement of parts, carries on in a way in which protects jobs in my constituency and in the wider supply chain. And that, frankly, this is a matter of urgency, and honourable members need to actually think in that respect in terms of withdrawal agreement.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, both in terms of drawing the House's attention to the timing issue, the urgency with 78 days before we leave the EU, but also in terms of his sectoral understanding from the flow of goods, how that does impact on the key industries within his constituency. And that is why so many business groups are supportive of this deal, because they want that certainty. I will, of course, give way to the honourable gentleman. And
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Further to the question asked by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Father of the House, to the Prime Minister earlier, and in the context of this House having voted against the government twice over its concerns about the possibility of no deal, does he accept that it will be the government's responsibility, if it is defeated next Tuesday, to bring forward legislation to suspend Article 50?
Well, again, the honourable gentleman raises an important point. I know that is an issue that many members have raised, but the reality, it doesn't address what is the legal position. The position of the courts was that you can't simply unilaterally extend Article 50. That requires the consent of all 27 member states. We don't know what conditionality would be attached to that if that was sought. But in particular, the fact that the courts were clear that the only way would be to revoke, and to revoke on the basis of a permanent decision. And I feel, based on the manifestos, that more than 80% of the electorate voted in favour of two parties that were backing a decision to leave. Page 24 of the Labour manifesto gave that commitment. Then I think it would be divisive to our country for us to proceed. So, of course, I'll give way, and then I will conclude.
I'm very, very grateful to the Secretary of State. As somebody who did not vote for triggering Article 50, I would ask him to consider very carefully, if he genuinely does not want a no deal, and I know there are many cabinet members who don't want a no deal, is it not time that the government came forward when it is defeated next week with a specific proposal, and he's made clear the difficulties of extending the process, a specific proposal, either to have a people's vote to choose between staying in the European Union as we are now, or the government's proposal, or to revoke Article 50 so we can have the national consultation to get something right, like they did in Ireland on the abortion issue.
Well, firstly, I very much respect the principal position that the Honourable took in terms of his vote on Article 50. But it is only consistent to say, if one recognises the majority of the House, which is what he's saying to me one should do next week, that he himself should recognise that the majority of the House was to trigger Article 50. That set a timetable. From a consistency point of view, he needs to accept that. And the consequence of triggering Article 50 is that we either leave with a deal. The Prime Minister's deal, the European Union has made clear, is the only deal. And I just think it's not logical to say, as the party opposite, is that they can negotiate another deal in the time remaining. I don't think he nods his head, and I think there's many others on the benches. And therefore, they have to accept that the risk is there of a no deal. And a responsible government, whilst we certainly don't want it, I join him in not wanting no deal. I'm not one of... So there are some members in the House who think no deal is something they're very relaxed about. I don't agree that is something we should be relaxed about for issues such as data qualifications, many others that I do think they need to address. But he needs to accept. So I'll take one more intervention and then I'll wind up, of course, for the Honourable.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Yesterday he mentioned outside the House that he's beginning to get used to being a punching bag in the House, so I'll try not to metaphorically punch him. But when he refers to no deal, having said it would be irresponsible, can he, given the votes, in the light of the recent vote, can he rule that out? Because it would be catastrophic. The Bank of England's analysis shows the economy would be, at the worst case scenario, 8% worse off, unemployment 6.5% worse off, and the current deal, the government's deal, would make us nearly 4% worse off, our economy. Neither of those are good prospects for our country, and can he at least keep an open mind about a public vote if all else fails?
Well, I respect the concern that the Honourable Lady has, but it is not the power of an individual minister to say this won't happen, because the House has to decide what it is for. The House is very good at saying what it's against. The reality is, having triggered Article 50, we either lead with a deal. I don't think it's credible to say that we can negotiate another one in 78 days, as party front bench opposite says. I think that is a risk to the peace process, which I think is a fine achievement that should be cherished. But we can't be ruled out, and that is why the deal on the table is the right deal, and it is one we should support. So in drawing to a close, Mr. Speaker, with just 78 days before we leave the European Union, the House should now give citizens and businesses the certainty they seek. The way of doing so is to back the deal after 2 years of hard-fought negotiation that the Prime Minister has secured. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I commend the deal to the House, and I hope all members, mindful of the risks of uncertainty that will flow otherwise, will respond to that by backing this deal.
The Secretary of State has concluded his oration. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure finally to be able to resume this debate. 30 days ago, on the 10th of December, the Prime Minister told this House the meaningful vote would be deferred. She did, of course, do so without consulting the House on that issue. And the grounds that she laid out on the 10th of December, and I quote, was that if the government went ahead and held the vote, which was due the next day, the deal would be rejected by a significant margin. That was her judgment call the day before the vote. What she said on the 10th was that she would do everything possible to secure further assurances, particularly over the issue of the Northern Ireland backstop. The Leader of the House went further at the time. She said going back to the EU and seeking reassurances in the form of legally binding reassurances is absolutely doing the right thing. So the implication was that this was a pause to allow further assurances, legally binding reassurances, according to the Leader of the House. The International Trade Secretary, with his usual foresight, said it's very difficult to support the deal if we don't get changes to the backstop. This is his words. I'm not even sure the Cabinet would agree for it to be put to the House of Commons without those changes. That was his assessment. Mr. Speaker, these were senior members of the Cabinet indicating to Parliament and to the country that the deal, the proposition before the House, needed to be changed if it was going to be voted on and not defeated by a substantial majority. They were, of course, challenged. They were challenged on the basis this was just a way of delaying, avoiding a humiliating defeat. They were just running down the clock. And now, 30 days on, those rebuttals ring hollow. I mean, the Prime Minister is often mocked for saying nothing has changed. But this time, nothing has changed. The proposition before the House today is the same proposition as the Prime Minister put before the House on the 5th of December when she opened the initial debate. I've got my own copies, but these two copies were laid there at the beginning of this debate. They are the proposition before the House. And as everybody in this House knows, these are precisely the same two documents that were put before the House on the... When we go through the lobby next Tuesday, we are voting for or against these two unchanged documents. I will.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for allowing me to intervene in him. Since he has just lifted the withdrawal deal, I would hope that in fact he has, and I'm sure he has, being the Learned Gentleman that he is, I've read on page 307 the guarantee and the protection to the Good Friday Agreement, the Belfast Agreement and the consent principle that his party, the Labour Party, were the architects of. Thank the Lord, 20 years ago, that put an end to the appalling violence of 30 plus years in Northern Ireland, where 302 police officers lost their lives. Thousands of innocent people lost their lives in a terrorist campaign. Could the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman explain to this House and to the Irish diaspora in Labour constituencies how it is that the Labour Party are voting down this deal which guarantees the agreement?
Let me take that head on, because it's a very important point. Our party, both parties, played an important part in the peace process, and I genuinely think there's a consensus across the House, a near consensus, as to the importance of that agreement, and we've been very proud of upholding that. But even in the course of these debates over the last 2 years, every time it's come up, there's been a reiteration of the principles. And I myself worked in Northern Ireland for 5 years with the Policing Board, implementing some of the recommendations from the Good Friday Agreement. Therefore, I've got first-hand knowledge of how both communities see it, what the impact was before change, and what it is now. But I don't think it's fair to characterise anybody who says these two documents are not the right deal for our country on the basis that that is to undermine the Good Friday Agreement, because that simply means there can be no criticism, there can be no issue, there can be no challenge to the government, and that cannot be right. And in addition to that, I'll just finish this point. I have stood at this dispatch box and moved amendment after amendment to have objectives of a customs union and a single market deal, which I genuinely believe are the only way of securing no hard border in Northern Ireland. And that has been voted down on every occasion by the government. Every occasion we've put that amendment. So to now say at this stage we have tried to do nothing to protect the position is simply not. I will come to the backstop and the need for a backstop. I will tackle that issue. But just to deal with that intervention, I give way.
I don't think the Honourable Gentleman, right Honourable Gentleman, has answered the very key question asked by the Honourable Lady, because I can't understand why the Labour Party is joining with these criticisms of the Irish backstop. He's repeated his commitment to a permanently open border. He's also repeated, but I agree with him on, that you only have a permanently open border if you have a customs union and regulatory alignment. And if they're to be permanent, that has to be kept permanently. And what the critics on this side of the House have saying against the Ulster, the backstop agreement is, oh, we're not allowed to cancel it unilaterally. If you give them that power, it's no longer a permanent open border. It does smack of opportunism, with the greatest respect, that the Labour Party is joining with opponents of the backstop with whom actually they have no agreement whatever politically. The answer is to have the same open border for the whole United Kingdom, and to get the United Kingdom in a single market and into regulatory alignment, which is not inconsistent with the referendum.
Yes, it is. Let me deal with that point, because that is to suggest that the customs arrangements under the backstop are the same as the customs arrangements we currently have, and they're not. They are not. I have read it in detail. I've read it a number of times in detail. And I know what the customs union that we're in looks like, and I know that the one under the backstop is fundamentally different. and it is fundamentally different to the amendments we've been faithfully putting forward for 12 months, 18 months in this place. And therefore, it isn't a fair criticism to say that because it's got the name Customs Arrangement, Customs Union, it's all the same. It obviously isn't. There's a very different arrangement for Northern Ireland to England, Wales and Scotland, and even the arrangement for England, Wales and Scotland is not the Customs Union that we're in at the moment. Amongst the deficiencies is that, of course, during any period of the backstop, we wouldn't have any say over over trade agreements in the future, because that's not been built in, because the government is pretending that it's not going to go on very long, and I will address the point about having a say. So we take no advantage of trade agreement. We can't strike our own agreements, and we take no advantage of trade agreements struck by the EU. That is a fundamental deficiency. And pretending that these issues aren't there, that we can't be seriously engaged with, or that somehow it undermines the importance that our party puts on the Good Friday Agreement is not right, and it's not fair. And that just removes challenge. This is a serious document. It's a document the government is putting before us to analyse and to vote on. And we are entitled to say it is not good enough. That does not mean, in the next breath, that we do not stick by the commitments in the Good Friday Agreement. I'll make some progress. I will make some progress, and then I will take further interventions. Mr. Speaker, that proposition is the same proposition that was before the House when the Prime Minister announced she was postponing the vote. It's the proposition, obviously, that she said she thought would be defeated by a significant margin. There have been no changes to that 585-page legally binding withdrawal agreement, and there are no changes to the incredibly vague political declaration. There is no new text for this House to consider. Some of us were expecting the Prime Minister to make a statement on Monday to tell the House what had happened whilst we were in recess, to update us about any meetings she may have had, discussions she may have had. We read about them in the press. Had anything changed? She didn't come and make a statement. The Brexit Secretary handled an urgent question. The central question was what progress has been made, what changes have there been. Now, the Brexit Secretary defended his position with a smile. He attacked, as he always does, the opposition. What's your proposition? Ignoring the fact that it's this document we're voting on, not what anybody else is saying, this document. So he smiled, he attacked the opposition, he swerved challenges. What he didn't do was actually answer that question. And there's a reason why. Because there hasn't been any meaningful change. I'll just make this point, and then I will give in. I was here for Prime Minister's questions today, and I noted down carefully what she said in answer to, I think, the first or second question that was put to her. She said that the changes she's now relying on are these. The December summit, where the EU agreed it would use best endeavours to get the future relationship as quickly as possible. Well, what else could they say? What else would they say? Of course, we'd hope they'd do that. But what they also said at that same summit was that the withdrawal agreement cannot be renegotiated. That's what they said. So that really doesn't take us very far. She said, secondly, she hoped for further clarifications might be possible by Tuesday. Her words, and I quoted, possible by Tuesday. So we're in exactly the same position as we were on the 10th of December, a hope for possible assurances. And there may be something coming. But possible. So that was the second thing she said. She then referred, and the Secretary of State has referred, to the Northern Ireland paper published this morning. And I know members of the House may have had the chance to read this 13-page document. I've read it. And I don't dismiss anything that is a step towards ensuring that whatever concerns there are in Northern Ireland and across the whole of the United Kingdom are met. So I don't just dismiss it. But I do say on my reading, and if I'm wrong, I'll correct this or be corrected, I think I'm right in saying that this does not contain any new commitments. I think what it does is bring together the unilateral commitments that have been made in other places and at other times into one document. Now, I've been doing this, as it were, whilst I've been in the chamber, and if I'm wrong about that, I'll be challenged on that. But as far as I can see, it builds on the unilateral commitments in the Phase 1 December 17 document in paragraph 50 and puts into that commitments that the Prime Minister, I think, has made in Belfast and other places. Now, I don't say they're not important. I don't say they're not without significance. I don't dismiss them. But I do think we need to see this document for what it is, which is a bringing together of existing commitments. It's not a changed position from the 10th of December to today. And the fourth thing that has been relied on as sort of a change that this House needs to take into account is that it's now said that Parliament will have a role in July 2020 when we have to choose whether to apply for an extension of the transition or to go on to the backstop. A number of points about that. It doesn't change the options. Those are the options, and in a moment I'll just develop why I think those options are going to have to be exercised. It doesn't change the options. Arguably, it's the logic of the Article 50 case in the Supreme Court, certainly if we go on to the backstop, because the whole argument of the Supreme Court was if you change the rights of individuals in this country as a matter of international law, then you have to have a vote in this House. So I'm not sure it's much of a gift or concession from the government. But the other is the practical reality, and we've seen it today and yesterday. The idea that the Prime Minister or anybody else was going to get away with freezing Parliament out of that decision in July 2020 is misconceived. We were always going to have a say on that because it's such an important position. So it doesn't alter the proposition on the table. So the reason the Brexit Secretary didn't answer really substantively on Monday was because the December summit really doesn't take you anywhere. The further clarifications may be possible, but they're still long awaited. The Northern Ireland papers are bringing together existing commitments that doesn't change anything. And Parliament was always going to find a way of having a say in July 2020 as to which option we take. I did promise to take an intervention here and then I will come back.
Right honourable and learned friend for giving way, and I absolutely concur with him that nothing has changed. But he does not also agree with me that therefore the Prime Minister's decision to delay was not only wrong, but it was actually irresponsible, because every single day that has gone by during that time, we have seen the Treasury spending more and more taxpayers' money to prepare for a no deal they say that they don't want, businesses cancelling investment plans, jobs being put at risk. All of that is deeply, deeply irresponsible, particularly when nothing has changed.
I agree with that, because if the Prime Minister's own judgment is right, that this deal, as it was on the 10th of December, is likely to go down by a significant margin, it does bring into sharp focus the role of this House in debating and deciding what happens next. And the more time we have for that, the better. We've just been deprived of 30 days of that, because we won't get onto it probably until next week. I did say I'd give way, and I will.
To the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's listed a series of things that haven't changed. One of the things that I note hasn't changed is the terms of his own motion, or the motion of the Leader of the Opposition, where it calls for a permanent UK-EU customs union, which is a perfectly clear phrase, we all understand completely, and a strong single market deal. Now, I'm one of those in this House who would like, somewhere or another, at some point or other in the not too distant days, to arrive at some cross-party agreement about something we could actually go forward with, and therefore I ask him whether he could explain to the House what is a strong single market deal that would need to be delivered in order to get an agreement. Good question.
Oh, that because, as members of the House know, I've been talking to the EU and to the EU 27 for quite a long time now, not to undermine the government's positions, actually facilitated by the first Brexit Secretary of State in some respects, but to explore what other options are possible. At the moment, the Customs Union, as the Right Honourable Member will know, operates on the basis that the Council sets the mandate for the Commission does the negotiating, Parliament then has a role. So if you want a Customs Union that replicates the benefits of the Customs Union, and you want the UK to have a say in that, you've got to find something that is similar to that, but obviously not the same as that. And the discussion, the central question I've been addressing is it possible, would the EU be interested in a discussion about what that sort of working customs union would look like? I've actually had the discussion. It's very easy to chunter, but I've actually been responsible and gone and had the discussion to say, is there a basis for a discussion about a customs union that would work in that way? And I've been very clear that if it ended up as something akin to the Turkey customs union, which works for Turkey, that really wouldn't be good enough. But as for a single market deal, my own view is that there are advantages for what we call the Norway model, but there are also disadvantages in the Norway model, and therefore it must be possible, again, discussions I've had, to explore a close economic relationship that keeps alignment with, of course, oversight and enforcement mechanisms to go with it, but which is not simply the EEA. So I say this in this detail just to reassure the right honourable gentleman that when we say a close economic relationship, when we say a customs union with a say, when we say a close single market deal, these are concepts which I have surfaced only after I've had discussions with EU 27 countries and the EU about the possibility. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend that that will be easy. I am going to stand here and say we've been pressing for 2 years, or at least 12 months or 18 months, to have that. And one of the major problems in this, and this is really at the heart of this debate and the fractiousness about it, is that the Prime Minister and the government have pushed Parliament away. They had a choice. No, I will give way in just a minute, I really will, but I just really want to make this point because it's really important. I campaigned to remain. I wanted to remain. I agonised over the Article 50 vote, whether we should trigger it. I agonised. But I worked out that having accepted the result of the referendum, it was not open to me to stop the Prime Minister starting the negotiations. But what I wanted was this House to have a proper role, by consensus or at least majority, if possible, to find a way forward. Because it was obvious that the sort of arguments that are going on across the House, but particularly on that side, if I may say so, I don't think that's controversial. It was obvious that that would break out. It was obvious because for 30 years there's been a discussion, for want of a better word, in the Conservative Party about not just the relationship with Europe, but the vision for our country. That argument was always going to break out. That was always going to divide those benches. That is just obvious. And it's not just an opposition point, but it is an opposition point. And in those circumstances, a different Prime Minister would actually have said, I can see what is going to happen down the line, and I need to bring Parliament into this. And that has been refused at every twist and turn. And I'll finish this point, and I will give way, because I promised I would. But let's be honest. We're only having a vote on Tuesday because we fought to have that vote. I coined the phrase a meaningful vote. I coined that phrase, and working across party, we got that amendment. It was resisted by the government. They went through the lobby to say no. We said you've got to publish a plan. The only reason we got a plan was because we won an opposition day motion. The government was going to oppose that motion. We said we want to know what the impact is. The government said you can't. We had to get it by a humble address. Well, the Supreme Court, even the idea of voting on Article 50 in the first place, and then the Attorney General's advice, and then just the consistent voting down of every amendment. And the one thing I remember the first Brexit Secretary saying to me over and over again on the Article 50 bill is, I want a clean bill. I want a clean bill. I will make sure every amendment is voted down. And that was his avowed aim. I will come back, but I've promised so many times that I'll do it in order, if that's all right.
I'm very grateful to the honourable learned gentleman for giving way. And I completely accept the central point that he made, which is that there is space for completely honourable debate within and between political parties in this House about the outcome of the negotiations on the future permanent relationship between this country and the EU 27, and the various options from Norway to Canada and every variation in between have their champions in this place. But from his conversations with the EU institutions and members of the 27 governments, surely the right honourable learned gentleman will have accepted that the essential and unavoidable gateway to any such destination of a final agreement has to be the withdrawal agreement, which covers citizens' rights, the Irish border, and the financial settlement, which is the key document that we are being asked to endorse and ratify. What is his objection to that document?
I do accept that. I accept there's got to be a withdrawal agreement. I accept that it's got to cover citizens' rights and the payments And I have, on more than one occasion, stood here and said what the progress on citizens' rights under the withdrawal agreement is a step in the right direction. I don't actually think it goes far enough. We've quibbled with that, but that's always going to be an argument about whether you've gone far enough. I've also stood here and said we're going to have to fulfil our legal our financial obligations for the very reason the Secretary of State said, which is if you're about to try and do trade agreements or any agreements with anybody else in the world on the international plane, at the same time as walking away from the international agreements or obligations you've got, you're not going to get very far. That does not mean I do not have concerns about the withdrawal agreement and concerns about the backstop in particular. The backstop has become the central issue for two reasons. One, because of the lack of progress on the future relationship, and I'll develop that point in just a moment. And secondly, because of the avowed aim of some on those benches to diverge as far as possible from EU alignment. And it's that risk, it's that fear that's driven the debate on the backstop. And that could have been avoided months and months ago. I will give way because I said I would.
I'm doubly grateful to the honourable gentleman. It's helpful actually to address this after the intervention of my right honourable friend. Can you just take this one stage further and explain to the House, if it were the case that there were a cross-party agreement on the terms of an EU-UK customs union of the kind that he was describing, and if there were some variant of a, quote, strong single market deal, whether Norwegian or otherwise, is he saying that actually it is the position of the Labour Party that it would then cooperate with Her Majesty's government to arrive at an agreement about how the political declaration is reshaped in such a way as to enable the withdrawal agreement and political declaration to go forward so that we could exit on March the 29th?
There is the customs union point, there is a single market deal point, there are other issues as well in terms of rights protections, whether it's workplace rights, environmental rights, etc. Obviously, at some stage, if we're to leave other than without a deal, there has to be a consensus in this House for something. And that's why wasting the last 30 days has been so regrettable, because that's where we need to get to. But what I will say is this, that at no point has the government reached out across this House at all, even after the snap election. And I actually personally thought that at some stage somebody might give me a ring and say, well, you know, what would be the main features that we could at least begin to, is there worth even having a discussion about? Now, but the second point is this, because it gives the second point gives meat to this is. We have put amendments down time and time again along these lines, and time again the government has just blindly whipped against them without any regard to whether they were good, bad or indifferent. It was just their opposition amendments, therefore they were going down. I did say people were not.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. We know from the author of Article 50 that it was drafted with the intention that it should never be used. So therefore the 29th of March is an arbitrary date, and it's only now that the government has started to reach out and suggest and indicate that it might be willing to discuss Brexit with other parts of this House in order to get a consensus. But we've run out of time. So surely the government has now got to listen and consider the fact that we may have to suspend Article 50 or seek even revocation.
Thank you for that intervention, and I do accuse the government of running down the clock, and it is a serious allegation because the Article 50 window is 2 years. It's very short. The government started the 2 years by having a snap general election and lost 2 or 3 months. It then went through to the end of the Phase 1 agreement, but it wasn't until June of last year that we even had a checkers plan. And therefore, the clock, the 2 year window has effectively been run down. There is a question of, there's a possible question of, I will in just a minute, let me finish the question if you don't mind. There is a question of extension of Article 50, and that may well be inevitable now, given the position that we are in. But of course we can only seek it. Because the other 27 have to agree. The other question is, and it's a serious question that I've been engaging in, which is the appetite of the EU after the way these negotiations have gone to actually start again and fundamentally change what's on the table. And I have to say, and with regret, I genuinely think that the way the government has gone around the negotiations has undermined a lot of the goodwill that otherwise would have been there, particularly with the red lines that the Prime Minister laid down the first way. I will give way once more, and then I really am going to get on, because I think I've been giving way for about half an hour.
Intervention. I'm going back to my right honourable friend's intervention, which was very pertinent to the situation we're all in. He asked the question, if there was a cross-party agreement on a form of customs union and sufficient regulatory alignment and so on, is he saying on behalf of the Labour Party they would join in that positively with a view to reaching a solution and moving on to the serious negotiations? He's turned it into an attack on the government, and I agree with him. I share his criticism that the government should have made serious overtures to the opposition long ago. But as we're now so short of time, and all of us are in danger of going towards a no-deal exit, which only the small minority in this House actually positively want, isn't it time for him to answer my right honourable friend's question? Is the Labour Party available for discussions with a positive view to reaching a conclusion on a customs union and sufficient regulatory alignment to keep open borders?
I've been available for discussions for the whole time I've been in this post. I have spoken to members on all benches about amendments, some of which have had cross-party support. We are going to have a discussion, I think, next week, starting after Tuesday, about where we go next. And we're all going to have to enter that in the right spirit, because I genuinely think that leaving with no deal would be catastrophic. I actually genuinely think you can't do it on the 29th of March this year. It's simply not viable for so many practical reasons. So we're going to have to look, seems to me, at what are the available options that realistically are still on the table, and what now are the merits of each of them. And there are different options. We're just discussing one of the options. There are other options that I know members in my own party feel very strongly about, such as a public vote. But we are going to have to sit down and look at credibly what are the options, and how does Parliament take control of what happens next. And we will enter that in the right spirit. But we are all going to, I'm afraid, have to acknowledge that some of the options that may have been there a year or two ago are not there in the same shape and the same form as they would have been at the time of the manifestos. No, I really am going to make some progress now, because I've been giving in, hopefully giving way. I may be giving in as well, but I was trying only to give way. Mr. Speaker, I've made the point about this being the same proposition on the table. But let me just go to the heart of the problem and why we're so stuck on this question of the backstop that I've been challenged on. The heart of the problem is this document. That is the future relationship document, because the truth is there's been barely any progress on the future relationship. It's a flimsy 26-page document. In truth, it's an options paper. It's a 26-page options paper. And it could, and it should have been written 2 years ago. And paragraph 28, I know everybody's marked it up, but it is worth just having another look at, because this is the implications for checks and controls. This is the future relationship. The parties envisage that the extent of the United Kingdom's commitments on customs and regulatory cooperation, including with regard to alignment on rules, would be taken into account in the application of related checks and controls, considering this as a factor in reducing risk. It then goes on to say there's a spectrum of possible of different outcomes. What it's saying there is we don't know yet what the commitments on customs and cooperation are going to be. We don't know what the alignment will be. If it's close, it might lead to one result. If it's not close, it might lead to another result. A spectrum of different outcomes. 26 pages, at the heart of which a spectrum of different outcomes. That's not, we keep calling it a deal. This isn't a deal. This is an options paper. An option paper that has been written by others. We've all mocked up an options paper like this as a various academics. And let me just contrast this with what the last Brexit Secretary said, because we were challenging him over the summer about the future relationship and trying to get an assurance from him that we would have a precise and detailed document that we could actually vote on so we know where we're going. And he said this: what is important is that it is clear and specific, the future relationship document. We are not talking about options for negotiations, he said. That's what it wouldn't be. But we're clear on the choice of model, so it's a clear model, he said, we would have, and therefore it reads as a direction for the UK and the EU to get on with it. That's what we're really implementing, heads of a term. This is miles away from that. It's not a deal, and that's the cause of the problem. Because the cause of the problem is this, that whatever the Secretary of State says, nobody but nobody who's serious about this thinks that for one moment the future relationship, this is going to turn into the future relationship and come into force on the 1st of January 2021. Nobody credible thinks that. Nobody credible. It's a complete myth. It's precisely the same as the myth that this would all have been negotiated by now. And that's why there's such anxiety about the backstop. The backstop should never have been the driving force. The backstop should never have been the focus. We should have been so far advanced in this part of the negotiation that the backstop really was a bit of a non-issue. I'm just going to continue to make this point because we need to understand why this document is so flimsy, because it's not just an accident. It's not just that people weren't working hard. It's not just that the civil servants who've done a really hard-working job in all this weren't doing their work. It's for two primary reasons. The first was the red lines that the Prime Minister laid down in the autumn of 2016 when she said, and I think I'm right in saying she said this, I know she just said it without consulting the House, I think she said it without consulting the Cabinet, that her red lines were outside the customs union, outside the single market, no role for the European Court of Justice, and then added that the suggestion, if you're a citizen of the world, you're a citizen of nowhere. That was an interpretation of the referendum. You could argue whether it was a good or bad interpretation, but it's an interpretation by a small team of, I think, 3 or 4 people, not even the Cabinet, certainly not this House. And it got us off. This is why we've only got 26 pages, because it got us off to such a worst start to the negotiations. Those were political choices, not necessities. They were the Prime Minister's choices, and they set her on a path, and this is where it ended. And as I've said just now, add to that, it was only in June of this year that we got the Chequers proposal. Anybody who visited Brussels between the triggering Article 15 of Article 50 and June of this year will have heard the same complaint as I did, which is we don't know what the UK is actually asking for, and therefore we can't really advance the negotiations. And it was in June of this year that we first got the Chequers proposal. In Brussels, they acknowledged that at least they now had a plan on the table. It didn't. I will just finish this point and I will give way. Of course, what Chequers didn't do was unlock the problem, because it was a plan that led immediately to Cabinet resignations. It was a plan that MPs here were quick to say they opposed and wouldn't agree to in any circumstances. And it's a plan that the EU rejected. That's why you've only got 26 pages. And they exposed the thinness of this. I will just crack on and then I will make some further points. But what we see from this document is that the envisaged future relationship will not deliver frictionless trade. It doesn't aspire to anymore. No plan for a permanent customs union, no certainty for financial services. There's almost nothing here for financial services. On workplace rights, environmental protections, nothing to ensure the standards don't fall behind over time. No wonder the General Secretary of the TUC said this is a bad deal for working people, bad for jobs and bad for rights. It also puts us... I'm going to finish the analysis and then I'll take interventions. It also places us outside a whole raft of common EU programmes and agencies. And again, much of this flowing directly from the Prime Minister's insistence that there shouldn't be any role whatsoever for the European Court. She put that red line down, and once she did it, any meaningful participation in those bodies became very difficult. And I was for 5 years the representative of the UK in Eurojust, which, as the House will know, plays an important part in investigation and prosecution of very serious offences across Europe, as does do other agencies. But in order to have the full participation that makes sense, we have to accept the oversight and enforcement mechanisms that go with it. But the red line made it impossible and led to a document as thin as this. I will give way.
Right honourable member for giving way. I've heard colleagues ask him repeatedly about what proposals the Labour Party has and whether it would work on a cross-party basis. He indicated at the dispatch box that he would enter into cross-party discussions. Is he speaking as a Labour Party or as an individual? And if so, what proposals does he have?
I have to say, I love this. I love this. This is the document we're voting on. So what are we attacking? The Labour Party plan. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Because whatever else we're going to do next Tuesday, we're not going to vote on our plan. So let's be serious. This is the document. Well, you asked me a question. I'm answering. This, whether we like it or not, this is what we're voting on. We are not voting on what any one of us may think, say, or do. But also, I have to say, it's a bit rich now at this stage, having not made any attempt to engage seriously with the opposition on amendments, on proposals. To now say it's somehow the opposition's fault, the government's in a mess and can't get its deal through. And the other thing I might gently say is this: there's a huge interest in what the opposition think. Why? Why? Because in an ordinary set of proceedings, and absent the snap general election, there would be a majority on that side for their own proposition. So this challenge needs to be put in its proper context. It's because because members opposite know full well they are not all going into the same lobby. Anybody want to come in on me on that and say you're all going into the same lobby? I don't think you're coming on that level. But the point is this. The point is this. That the government itself is so divided it can't get its own deal through. And that is the truth of the matter. Now, I am going to make some progress. No, I am going to make some progress. So far as this...
Order. I'm well aware that the Honourable Lady is the former chair of the Internal Market Committee of the European Parliament. And in case there are people present who were not aware of that amongst the litany of achievements which the Honourable Lady can proclaim, I have done a public service in advertising that important fact. However, it does not give her an automatic right to intervene. The Honourable Gentleman for Holborn and St Pancras will decide whether he wishes to give way to the Honourable Lady, and he is not at the moment giving way. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to give way. Mr. Speaker, it's no good pretending. It's no good pretending, as when in recent weeks and months I have said that the future relationship document is 26 pages and it's thin and it's flimsy. The answer that now comes back occasionally is it was always going to be that way. What did you expect? It's a future relationship. Well, I'll tell you what the Prime Minister expected, because I see nods, because the Prime Minister was very clear about what she expected and she set it out. Lancaster House speech, 17th of January 2017. The Prime Minister, quote, "I want us to have reached an agreement about our future partnership by the time the 2-year Article 50 process has concluded. I want to have reached an agreement. From that point onwards, we believe a phased process of implementation in which both Britain and the EU institutions and Member States prepare for the new agreement." Now, at the time, I was proposing a transition period. And the Prime Minister and various Secretary of States for Brexit kept insisting it wasn't a transition period because that would imply we were negotiating in it. It was an implementation period because but this is what they argued. The agreement would have been reached and all we needed to do was implement it, to phase it in during the 2-year period. And so the idea that this was always as it was going to be blind Brexit was inevitable or inherent part of the process, it is completely contradicted by the Prime Minister's own words of what she said was going to be achieved. And there are very serious consequences to having such a flimsy document on the future relationship. The first is that it is to invite this House to vote on a blind Brexit. Now, I and members on this side have very strong views on what the future relationship should look like. In a document that doesn't set out whether this might end up as a distant-style Canada model of some sort or a close Norway style, how can you expect any responsible member of this House to say, well, I don't know where this is going to end, I don't know what it looks like, it could actually turn out to be an agreement I fundamentally disagree with, but I should vote for it. That just cannot be right, and that's the problem. It's a blind Brexit. The second point is the one that I've made, that because it's so thin, nobody serious, either here or in Brussels, is suggesting for one moment that the agreement is actually going to be ready by January 2021. And that means that we are going on to either extended transition or the backstop. It's going to happen. And if anybody is intending to vote next week on the pretence or understanding that in July 2020 we are not going to be here arguing about this, I do genuinely think they're misconceived. I think they're wrong. We are going to be either going on to the transition or we're going on to the backstop if this goes through in this form. And we can't simply escape that and pretend it's not going to happen. Now, I have said a few words about the backstop, and as the Secretary of State rightly said, it provides for citizens' rights, it provides for financial obligations. I don't shy away from the commitments made under the Good Friday Agreement. And I certainly have no truck with those, not the Secretary of State or the Government or the Prime Minister, who play down the importance of the Good Friday Agreement or who even say their version of hard Brexit overrides somehow the Good Friday Agreement. Those commitments are serious and they have to be kept. I also accept that against the lack of progress and the 26-page document that we have, at this stage, sadly, some sort of backstop is inevitable. Because having got to this stage of the Article 50 exercise, it is now inevitable that we can't finish the exercise within the transition period. But there are risks under the backstop, and the Attorney-General's advice, which we fought to uncover last year, set those out pretty starkly. There is the fraught question, it's a live question, as to whether the backstop would in truth be indefinite or temporary. Now, you can have views on that, but you can't avoid the fact that that is a really live dispute, and the Attorney-General gave his view on that. It is also indisputable that it introduces, once you're on the backstop, if that's what happens in January 2021, there is the introduction of barriers for trade between England, Wales and Scotland and the EU. It's spelt out. If you read the document, it's spelt out. We are putting up barriers to trade in January 2021 if we go on to the backstop. And I've already touched on the inadequacy of the proposed customs arrangements. So I will give way.
For giving way, and I'm sure he would have seen the article by Peter Hain and Paul Murphy, of course both former distinguished members of this House and former Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland, who played an important part in the peace process over the weekend, I believe, in which they made this case that the backstop is actually a very important element that we must honour. Has he had an opportunity to reflect on that article?
I've read the article and I reflect on the article, and I use my words carefully. I said there are risks in the backstop that the Attorney-General's advice set out, and they're real risks. There is the risk, and we shouldn't just be blind to this, what the Attorney spelt out in his advice was this, that the backstop as a matter of international law may well be indefinite. He did say it's arguable either way. That therefore you can't get out of it unilaterally. Well, we know that. We've had a discussion about that. But he went on to say you can't get out of it even if the negotiations completely break down. And he then went on to say you can't get out of it even if the negotiations completely break down and there's an allegation found of bad faith. Now, that's not just a casual... He did say that. The Minister shakes his... I did flush that advice out, and I've read it over and over and over again. And it is absolutely clear. The Attorney says if there's an allegation of bad faith that is found, the remedy, the only remedy, is to ask the parties to act in good faith. It's spelt out in the advice, and I know the Minister is an honourable man, and I know he will concede it. It's spelt out in the advice that if it's, and I'm not suggesting for a moment bad faith, of course I'm not. I don't think the negotiations have been or will be negotiated in bad faith. But a country ought to pause before it simply says an international agreement with those sorts of arrangements is to be waved through because we've used so much time up that we can't do anything else. I will let the Minister intervene.
The point that I was making, and I apologise for making it from a sedentary position to a right honourable and learned gentleman, but is that the Attorney General said on the balance of probabilities that the backstop would not be entered into, and also pointed out that it could be challenged legally within European law were it ever to be entered into.
I understand the argument that Article 50 can only be a vehicle for a temporary arrangement, can't be a vehicle for a permanent arrangement. And the Attorney addressed that, and it's obvious to anybody who has read and understood Article 50 rightly. But the point is, and the point the Attorney was really addressing, is once you're on it, as a matter of international law, what are the circumstances in which you could bring it to an end? And so whether Article 50 permits or not, or what the court would actually do if it was challenged, is an open question. And that's why I said that he said it may be indefinite. He didn't say it was indefinite, but he said that he called into question the argument that it will be temporary. And actually, I've noticed the Prime Minister is very careful in the way she puts it. She always says it is intended to be temporary. She always says it's intended. I don't think she's ever used any other phrase, presumably because she's bearing in mind what the Attorney has advised. But, and I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be a backstop. I'm not saying there have to be arrangements to protect the Northern Ireland situation. But I am saying this, to simply and casually say, well, these are matters that we shouldn't have too much regard to. I honestly can't think of another treaty that the UK has ever entered into in circumstances where it couldn't exit in those circumstances. Now, you could say that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a very unusual thing to be doing. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just press on to this point, because I want to address the notion that rejecting the deal somehow leads to no deal. I've never accepted that. I think it's deeply irresponsible for the government to pretend that it's a binary choice. No Prime Minister has the right to plunge the country into chaos, the chaos of no deal, simply because the deal's been rejected, or to run down the negotiations. And I believe that's a view shared across this House. There is no majority for no deal. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for Pontefract and Castleford, to the right honourable member for Loughborough, and others for the amendment that this House passed yesterday to the Finance Bill. I think what that shows, it doesn't formally prevent no deal, but it does give consequences to a non-endorsed deal. And I think it's symbolic in that it shows that this House is simply not going to sit by and allow a no-deal exit. And if the Prime Minister attempts that, and I don't think that she will, because I think she must understand that no deal is practically not viable in March of this year. You've only got to go to Dover, I've been several times, and actually look at the customs arrangement. It is impossible to get from the arrangements as they are today, the arrangements as they would need to be on the 29th of March, in the time available. It is, whatever anyone else says, it is impossible to do it. And there are plenty of other examples. But if the Prime Minister attempts a no-deal Brexit, we will fight her tooth and nail every inch of the way. Mr. Speaker, every member of this House has a solemn duty to consider the deal before us. Not the deal the Prime Minister pretends to have negotiated or promises to change between now and when we go through the lobbies, but the text before us. Labour is clear the deal is not in the national interest. It doesn't come anywhere near meeting our tests. It will make the country poorer and more divided. It won't protect jobs in the economy. And I say that with sadness, because I've shadowed 3 different Brexit secretaries. And to now have a deal that so demonstrably is not uniting the country or able to command the support of this House is a tragic waste of the 2 years available for negotiations and a miserable end to this part of the process. We will have to vote on it next Tuesday. After that, it will be time for this House to decide what happens next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order. The House is now embarking on a resumption of the debate started on the 4th of December and interrupted. A lot of members put in to speak on the 9th and 10th of December, and the order just agreed allows those who have already spoken the possibility of a second speech. I must tell honourable and right honourable members that if they wish to speak on any of the next 4 days of debate, they should put their names into my office. I hope that it's helpful for me to make this point, and that they cannot rely upon notification given a month ago. Apart from anything else, the days have changed, and my team can't be expected to anticipate the thought processes of honourable and right honourable members. So if people would notify my office, that would be greatly appreciated. Mr. Andrew Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, I draw the House's attention to my entry in the register of members' interests. I think we've just heard two heavyweight and extremely important speeches from the two front benches. I congratulate the new, he's not really new anymore, but the new Brexit Secretary on his grip on the extraordinary complexity of detail that he so evidently demonstrated at the dispatch box. Mr. Speaker, I have only very rarely troubled the House on Brexit with my views on Brexit. I think this is only the second time that I have done so, and I've approached this whole process on the basis that as a government backbencher, it is our job to try and assist the government in reaching a satisfactory deal. It is to support and assist. And in the West Midlands, we do have some special issues. My honourable friend from Solihull has made clear that the issue of just-in-time supply is important to us in the West Midlands, but it's not just about cars, of course, Mr. Speaker. It's also about food. Much of the food in this country is not stored in a warehouse, but is on a motorway. So just-in-time supply is a very important matter to us. I also think that the comments made by my right honourable friend from Dorset and the right honourable and learned gentleman, the Father of the House, and the response indeed from the shadow Brexit Secretary are a very important start to this resumed debate and need to inform our discussions. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's always been quite clear that it is the government's job to propose and Parliament's job to dispose. And let me be clear, I have great sympathy for the Prime Minister. I served with her in Cabinet and Shadow Cabinet for 7.5 years. I believe that she has a steadfast determination and integrity. No Prime Minister could have given so much time at the dispatch box to the House on this issue. But I have to say, I have been astonished that she would bring back to the House of Commons a deal she knows she has absolutely no chance whatsoever of getting through. And also with apparently no plan B. And I think this is a matter of very great concern. The government is accountable to Parliament. We have had the beginnings of a new constitutional strategy here, that it should be the other way round, and somehow the House of Commons should be accountable to the government. That is not the way we do things. And while I was unable to support the amendment last night, because I thought that fettered the government's ability for executive action too much, I did support the amendment to the business motion this afternoon, because I think the House of Commons has got to be very clear now that if the deal doesn't go through next week, then this House of Commons has got to reach some conclusions. It's got to, if I may coin a phrase, take back control. And it's on the basis, it seems to me, of what my right honourable friend for Dorset and the right honourable and learned Father of the House were saying. I cannot understand, as of today, what the government's strategy is or has been. And it has all the appearances of drawing upon the strategy pursued by Lord Cardigan at the charge of the Light Brigade in the Crimea. Indeed, it doesn't seem to be a strategy at all. And as Sun Tzu, the famous Chinese general, said, tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. And the danger with the tactics that have been pursued was set out very eloquently by the first Brexit Secretary, and they do, of course, relate to the issue of the backstop and sequencing. So, in summary, with the greatest of regret, I am unable to support the Prime Minister and the lobbies next week. And briefly, they are for three reasons. The first is to do with the backstop. The issues to do with the backstop have been very well rehearsed. We had the pleasure in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield of welcoming Arlene Foster to speak, and it was very clear to me that the reservations which she put about the treatment of Northern Ireland on the backstop were extremely difficult. And I would make this point, in addition to what has been said already about the position of Northern Ireland. Having been in this House now on and off for nearly 30 years, I have sat through heartbreaking statements about the position in Northern Ireland, the violence that so dreadfully afflicted Northern Ireland for so very long, and indeed wider than Northern Ireland. And the fact is, there was a hard-won, hard-fought treaty lodged at the United Nations which says there shall be no border in Northern Ireland, and for me that is the beginning and the end of the matter. So the issue of the backstop is very... of course I give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I don't want to question his sincerity in the comments that he has just made. There are very few references to the border at all in the Belfast Agreement, but where they are there, it doesn't in any way suggest that this decision cannot take place. There is no commitment to open the hard border. There's commitment to cooperation amongst our nations between Northern Ireland and the Republic. There is commitment to relationships on a north-south basis. One of the things that is in the Belfast Agreement, which is completely absent from this discussion, at Strand 2, paragraph 12, is that any future relationship or impediment or regulation or rule has only to be implemented when it is agreed by the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Oireachtas in the south. Completely absent from the considerations or indeed the text of the withdrawal agreement.
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a good point, but the point I am making is this: the absolute importance, indeed it is enshrined in an internationally lodged treaty, of having an open border in Northern Ireland seems to me to be completely unexceptional. The second reason that I cannot support the deal is that far from settling matters, this deal enshrines, it embeds the conflicts and divisions which have so convulsed our country. It perpetuates, it doesn't heal, it perpetuates the deep divisions that have engulfed our country, and it leaves us as a rule taker that will antagonise and inflame both sides. Those who voted Remain will campaign to become rule makers once again, and those who voted to leave will feel we have not done so, and that the results of the referendum have not been fully respected. And the government, Mr. Speaker, presents the deal as the compromise that should bind us together, but it is, in my view, the worst possible common denominator. It perpetuates the toxic, radioactive afterlife of the referendum. And if you want, you need look no further, Mr. Speaker, than to see what is said about this deal by the leading proponents and opponents of Brexit on this side. Consider the eloquent arguments put by my honourable friends for East Surrey, Orpington and Beaconsfield, and then the equally eloquent and passionate arguments put by Halton Price, North East Somerset, and my right honourable friend for Chingford and Wood Green. And you listen to those arguments and you see it will perpetuate the deep divisions, because such is their eloquent, well-argued arguments against the deal that is before us. And thirdly, all of this is before, Mr. Speaker, we start on the political declaration, about which we've already heard some astute comments today. We'll be out, we'll have paid the £39 billion, we'll be saddled with the backstop, and we can already see how difficult it is going to be to negotiate and agree the trade and commercial deals with the 27 of our European neighbours in the European Union. We've heard what the French have said about fisheries. We've heard what the Spanish have said about Gibraltar. We've heard what Greece and Cyprus have said about any precedents set in respect of Turkey. So, alas, I cannot support it. So what is to be done? Well, it seems to me that we almost certainly need more time, although I think that the amendment that we've passed today makes it clear that the House of Commons expects the government to address these matters with great urgency. And the former Brexit Secretary makes the good point that deals in the European Union are normally done up against the clock, and I recognise the validity of that point. The much bigger role for Parliament to take that was set out by my two right honourable friends is clearly extremely important. And the government, as the servant of Parliament, and not the other way round, needs to go back to Brussels, Paris and Berlin and spell out clearly to our friends in the European Union why the deal is unacceptable, and in particular the response to the backstop. and to explain, too, that if the Commission persists in this vein, it will sour relations between the European Union and the UK for generations to our huge mutual disadvantage. Now, the government have rightly stepped up planning for no deal, but it seems to me, particularly given the will of the House on this matter, that even talk of cliff edges and no deals seems unduly alarmist. It will clearly be in everyone's interest for a whole series of deals and preparations to be put in place, however temporary, at that point. We must use any extra time to look again at the available options. The Shadow Brexit Secretary talked about this. What are the pluses of Norway and Canada? What are these options? Both deals which, of course, the EU offered us earlier. And clearly also, no money that is not legally, contractually due should be handed over at this point. Now, if, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's deal is rejected, it will be for Parliament to reach a conclusion on how to proceed. I profoundly hope we can, because if we are unable to do so, if this House cannot reach a resolution on these matters, the possibility of a further referendum will undoubtedly arise, something I believe profoundly would be most undesirable. Firstly, because a large cohort of our constituents will feel that a second referendum tramples on their democratic rights and is an attempt by a complacent establishment to make off with the referendum's results. Nor do I think the result will be likely, as a matter of fact, to change in the event that there was a second referendum. So Parliament, Mr. Speaker, must now seek to reach an agreement on how best to proceed. Only if we find ourselves incapable of reaching any agreement should we consider the option of going back to our constituents to seek their further guidance.
Stephen Gethins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, feels like déjà vu all over again. We seem to be back to where we started just before Christmas, and as the member for Holborn and St Pancras rightly pointed out, it seems that nothing has changed. But, Mr. Speaker, we hope this. We hope that we have a vote, and we hope that it's meaningful so that we can actually get on with finding some solutions to the problems with which we are faced as a Parliament. It has to be said that, and I think this is a point that's been made earlier on, that part of the problem for MPs, businesses and others is it's becoming increasingly difficult to believe anything that government tell us definitely will happen. And you have to feel for those who have had to negotiate their way through this and for the officials who have had to negotiate on behalf of the UK Parliament. And I sincerely hope that Monsieur Barnier is enjoying his birthday today, and deservedly so, after what has been 2.5 years of nebulous arguments, as some might put it. Indeed, the Prime Minister got off very, very lightly when Jean-Claude Juncker referred to her as being that, and I think he was actually just trying to be helpful towards the government. In these benches, we cannot vote for a deal that will make us poorer, less secure, more isolated, deliver worse public services and a worse future for young people, depriving them of the rights and opportunities that we ourselves have enjoyed and taken advantage of as well. At a time when we have the biggest crisis in modern times, with a weak and unstable government that is clearly the most incompetent in living memory, it seems timely that the scream is going to be coming to the United Kingdom soon. We have a government that in peacetime is spending money on food and medicine shortages because it's lost control of the situation in this place and beyond. And with every day that passes, shows us just what a disaster this is. The kind of disaster we've got, and this isn't entirely of the government's own making. It was a Brexit mess that was left to them by the grossly irresponsible Brexiteers who'd had a political lifetime prepare for this moment. And when the moment came, we found out just how ill-prepared they actually were. And in many ways, there was an utter disservice to cowboys and snake oil salesmen about those who proposed this in the first place. This situation is going to make us poorer. What kind of government proactively pursues a policy that it knows, that its economic analysis tells us, will make us poorer? A hard Brexit will cost £1,600 for every person in Scotland. Now, we know that's for Scotland because the Scottish Government has had the decency to produce its independent analysis, something that the UK Government pointedly has refused to do so. And we know why they've refused to do so. Because they're embarrassed by it, deeply embarrassed by it. And so they should be. And so they absolutely should be. And I'll give way on that point.
Mr. Speaker, I would thank the honourable member for giving way. There is a tendency amongst those who favour Brexit to think, well, some of them think that maybe it'd be good for us to tighten our belts and a little bit of reduced income was something we could get over. But I represent the furthest away part of the mainland Britain. And if we have a hard Brexit, a no-deal Brexit, I'm going to have businesses that will go bust. The owners will lose their livelihood, but also all the people who work in those businesses. And surely, to take forward the honourable member's point, Mr. Speaker, the ultimate role of government is to protect these people and to protect these businesses, because without enterprise, the little acorns from which mighty oaks grow, this country is going nowhere.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his point, and he represents a rural area in Caithness and Sutherland, many similarities to my own constituency. Now, he'll be aware that the Bank of England warned that crashing out would be worse than the 2008 crisis, and we know how devastating years of austerity have been for our public services and for household incomes as well. And actually, and this was something that was found in the University of St Andrews, was that small businesses will be particularly hard hit, and he's right to have made that point, particularly hard hit by this. And even the Chancellor recognises that remaining in the Union is better. So we're all of us, paying the penalty for the Tories' folly and, frankly, extremism in this regard. The EU single market is the world's largest economic bloc with 500 million consumers, 8 times bigger than the United Kingdom, with 40% of Scottish exports going there. It's become very, very expensive indeed to leave the EU, and the question has to be asked, is it now unaffordable to remain in the United Kingdom? Now, other industries are going to be badly hit as well. In education and research, the UK does well out of education and research, and Scotland does particularly well. Now, since 2014, we've got no answers about what's going to come next. No answers. Scottish universities and other research institutions have drawn down about £500 million, £500 million worth of EU funding. And the UK has done particularly well about that competitively. Now, in universities, some of which I represent, and I see it day and daily, and I know colleagues from elsewhere in the House do as well, universities like St Andrews, Dundee, Abertay, whose research and the benefits from that EU funding will benefit each and every one of us for years to come before we even start up on the financial benefits of that membership as well. And what from the UK Government? What do we have in response, for example, to the biggest employer in my constituency? Nothing. An abrogation of responsibility to people who own small businesses, to people who work in research, to make our lives better, to improve our healthcare. Absolutely nothing. And this goes for the other industries as well. Now, the Minister, in his comments, raised the food and drink sector. Now, if this is rejected, and the Minister's talking about a no-deal Brexit, and some of his colleagues have actively said they'd like a no-deal Brexit extraordinarily, NFU Scotland have said that it would be nothing short of catastrophic and could have a devastating impact. And in terms of access to markets and much-needed labour, they've said it is becoming clear to NFU Scotland that there is misleading and damaging rhetoric coming from the UK Government on where the gaps on skills and labour are. Now, I hope the Minister won't mind me saying, and I'm sure others won't, the NFU is not renowned in terms of being that strong on words. So if they've come out, and they don't do so often, they do so sparingly, I hope that he will be heeding their words. I certainly hope he'll be heeding their words. And in terms of fishing that he himself raised, on fishing, we have consistently argued that we've been taken out of the CFP. And for years, Conservatives have voted against that in this place. They voted against the Fisheries Jurisdiction Bill. They voted against it when we brought in amendments to previous treaties as well. They consistently voted against it. But now, as we're taken out of the EU, with the impact that that has on the markets, that we need access to, all of a sudden they're all in favour of a hard Brexit. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank for giving way. He'll be well aware that if the backstop's enacted, then tariffs will be applied to Scottish fishing exports, but Northern Ireland will have protection with tariff-free access both to the EU and back to the UK. Yet the Scottish Secretary said he would resign if there are special provisions given to Northern Ireland. Does it share my concern that the Scottish Secretary is still in the job, but he's also urging his colleagues to back a deal that disadvantages Scotland?
My honourable friend is right. It is truly remarkable that the Secretary of State for Scotland is still in a job at this point. The Secretary of State who is pursuing a policy that he knows will not only make us poorer, but put Scotland at a competitive disadvantage. And I say this to our friends from Northern Ireland. We want you to thrive and we want you to do well. This has nothing to do with the state of Northern Ireland. It is simply so that we have a level playing field across these islands. And having a level playing field means that we have access to those markets under this agreement Northern Ireland is going to have. And it means having that EU vessels will have waters. And if the gentleman can answer the point about why the Secretary of State is in post, or whether or not we will cede waters for EU vessels or barriers on trade for customers, I'd love to hear it from him.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, Mr. Speaker. He has mentioned a number of sectors, and I think it's only right to put on record that NFUS Scotland, the Scotch Whisky Association and every other trade body in Scotland is imploring this House to support the Prime Minister's agreement with the European Union. That's what should be the expectation that they have as our constituents and as the businesses that employ our constituents on behalf of all Scottish MPs.
No. It's extraordinary, and it's good to have the member's point, and I know he makes it well and he makes it honestly. It's just a shame that many of his colleagues aren't even listening to him, some of which are in the chamber right now. So if he can't even win over his own colleagues, everybody behind him and next to him, what hope does he have for winning over everybody else? And we proposed about nobody in that entire half. Extraordinary stuff. But I've got the greatest respect for the courage and the indefatigability that the member for Stirling demonstrates. But in terms of the Constitution, and let's look at this. The disrespect agenda that has been shown by this government. It's a disrespect agenda that has turned the constitutional settlement of the United Kingdom upside down. The UK government has imposed legislation on the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly as well, against overwhelming opposition from across the benches. Not just the government, not just the Labour Party, but from the SNP, the Liberal Democrats, Plaid Cymru, the Labour Party as well. The deal was rejected 92 votes to 29, with the Conservative Party left again in utter isolation in Scotland, which is where they've been for decades. And as they turn the constitutional settlement upside down without reference to this place, ignoring the Scotland Act, I would like to paraphrase the great Winnie Ewing, Madam of course, who once said that once upon a time it was claimed that Britannia rules the waves, and now Britannia simply waves the rules. Now, even in this place, we heard today howls of protest when Parliament took back control. But Parliament did the government a favour when they've wasted all of this time and now they're being forced to come back within 3 days, not because of this government, but because this Parliament reasserted itself and because you, Mr. Speaker, did the right thing in allowing the vote today. Now, this is incredibly important as we reach this crunch time. You cannot do that kind of thing in the European Union. And one of the things I've found utterly baffling and really quite depressing has been the lack of knowledge about the European institutions across this place. The EU is made up of independent and sovereign states who reach agreement and compromise as a partnership of equals, truly a partnership of equals. There's democratic oversight from the Parliament, in a way that democratic oversight has been attempted to be stifled by the front bench here. We have a court not to impose anything on anybody like any court, but a court whereby if you have disagreements, and amongst 28 independent and sovereign member states that will happen in any democracy, that you have a court. And I'm not entirely sure what the government propose in the future in terms of an arbitration mechanism. I see from their agreement that they have a role for the European Court of Justice, and I welcome that. But it's a little bit too little, too late. And it's been met with a wall of opposition on their own benches who don't seem to understand what the government has been arguing for. And one thing that really strikes me as you set out what the European Union is all about is that all those who try and compare the European Union with the United Kingdom, is there anybody that can tell me in what way they are similar when they talk about if Scotland becomes independent, do you want to be in the EU? Anybody can compare the EU with the UK? No. Silence. Nothing. Because you can't compare the two of them. You cannot compare the two of them. And that's something that has been extreme, to disregard every fact, every treaty, and the fact that the EU is a club for independent and sovereign states. And I'm astonished that nobody can tell me what the difference is, since they're persistently bringing up that argument. That argument is dead, it is defunct almost as much as the Prime Minister's deal itself. Now let me move on to a human element, on EU nationals. The way the EU nationals have been treated is a disgrace. And no member should be complicit in what is being done in our name. And nowhere is this clearer than the appalling treatment of our friends and our neighbours who happen to hold a passport from a different European country. They contribute so much to our homes, our NHS, and they contribute so much financially more than they take away. So will the Minister agree with me, and this is a point that was made by the member for Inverness, Badenoch and Strathspey, as well as, to be fair, the member for Bexhills and Battle during Prime Minister's questions today. Will the Minister agree with me it is deeply offensive to be asking those who already pay their tax and already pay so much in contributions to pay £65 each to remain in their homes? Would anybody on the government benches like to defend that? Anybody? I didn't think so. Did anybody want to defend the disgrace that is charging people £65 to remain in their seats? And since the government can't stand up to defend themselves, I'll give way to my honourable friend instead.
And doesn't it offend natural justice that they're being made to pay that fee to maintain rights that they already have and enjoy, when they were excluded from the vote itself? They've had no part to play in the democratic mechanisms that have brought us to this place. The government has done everything to isolate them and doing everything to isolate them further. Wouldn't it show an element of goodwill, at least, if they cancelled the £65 fee?
I think it would be that my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I think it would be the very least that they could do. And I must apologise, since I didn't give, I'll give way to my honourable friend, who I did mention, so I should.
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend for allowing me to intervene, and he's making a fantastic speech. And on that point, does he not agree with me that it is even worse that these people, our friends and neighbours, our colleagues, people that we depend on in our communities and throughout Scotland, have actually been asked in this circumstance, even when they've been here for decades, to apply to pay to stay in their own homes?
And as usual, he makes a powerful point on behalf of his constituents on European citizens. There is shame on this government for the way it treats our neighbours and our fellow citizens. Truly shame on this government for the way it's treating them. The government is whipping up a frenzy over immigration and those seen as outsiders. The government has disgraced itself, and due to the vote of confidence is no longer fit for office. And if the honourable member, and since he couldn't tell me when I challenged him earlier on, can defend that because the government seem incapable of defending themselves, I'll give way to him.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and I'm wondering if he can defend the SNP policy, because Nicola Sturgeon in July 2014, in the run-up to the Scottish independence referendum, spoke about, and I quote, her common sense position on this issue. She said there are 160,000 EU nationals living in Scotland. If Scotland was outside Europe, they would use the right to stay here. Do you defend that?
Do you know what's extraordinary is that the member cannot engage with any of the arguments. The member cannot defend his own government, and indeed cannot even vote for his own government. But the way in which the First Minister came out the day after the referendum to give that reassurance to EU nationals, the way that the Scottish Government has said it will waive the fees of public sector workers in a way that the UK Government has not had the decency to do so as yet, and I hope it will change its mind on that, should put each and every member on those benches to shame for the way that they have been treated. Because in the independence referendum, like in the Scottish Parliament elections, like local authorities, those EU citizens who are our friends, who are our neighbours, have the franchise. They have the vote, and they're treated with decency, which is a lot more that can be said. And I'll finally.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Everyone knows, obviously, by now that my husband's German, and therefore we have a lot of friends who are EU citizens, with many EU citizens who have been here for decades being refused permanent right to remain, and even they or their children being refused citizenship. Does he not agree with me? It's not just the money. This shouldn't be an application. Even a registration would suggest something different. An application implies you can be refused.
And my honourable friend makes an excellent point, as she has frequently made very, very good points on that very matter. Because this goes to the heart of what kind of society you want to build. It comes to how you treat your friends and your neighbours. Do you want to have that isolationism? Do you want to be treated like that, or do we have the decency to treat our friends and neighbours in an appropriate way? And I'll give away one last time to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful, and I have to say my honourable friend's making a very powerful speech, and he's speaking about these human elements, about that responsibility that we have to our friends and neighbours. But there's also the fundamental point about our rights as EU citizens. Could anyone defend the position that we are going in? I know that he works for many years in Europe. We today have the opportunity to work in 28 member states. How is it right that if the government gets its way, UK citizens are only going to have the right to work in one state of the UK at the moment, and we're going to be excluded from these opportunities that he had, that I had, that many others had to work in Europe? What a disgrace that that right's been taken away from our young people.
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point. Now, I spent years benefiting from freedom of movement doing Erasmus, as I know many members here did as well, and have benefited of friends and relatives and many constituents who benefit. Who are we? Who are we to deprive the next generations of the benefits that we have had, the rights and opportunities that we have had? It's shameful. It's utterly shameful to be depriving our young people of freedom of movement, something which many of us across this House have benefited from, and benefits everybody, and benefits them without fear or favour. That's yet another failure. And let me look at this one on security. It's a basic of the UK government, of any government anywhere in the world, in terms of prioritising its security. This is a government that is proactively and consciously making us less safe, isolating ourselves from key partners from elsewhere in Europe and drawing away from key planks such as the European arrest warrant. And I quote Russi, who said, "The full benefits of membership, combining both shared decision-making and operational effectiveness, cannot be replicated by this deal that we see today." And nowhere has the disregard for security and for the peace process been seen more so than in Northern Ireland as well, where an utter disregard throughout the debate. That's not the government's fault, and it's not one or two of the ministers on the front bench who argued for Remain, but that disregard that was given during the EU referendum and subsequently was something that was appalling as well, especially given the European Union, which has been a key partner for peace in Northern Ireland for decades now. And I'd like just briefly and finally say a little something about the Labour Party. Now, this is the weakest government, the least stable government that we've known about in living memory. Can't even defend their own record, can't even defend the basics, actively making us poorer and less secure, proactively and at great cost at the same time as well. The only thing they've got going for them, and this is with great respect to the Shadow Secretary, who was very, very good, and always good, and many members as well, is an exceptionally weak position on behalf of the opposition front bench. I have to say I want to work with the opposition front bench, and we do so very, very well, and the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras has been a champion for his cause. However, the Leader of the Opposition appears to have washed his hands of any kind of leadership over this. The biggest issue to have faced it. There is no such thing as a jobs-first Brexit. There is such a thing as a jobs-destroying Brexit. We want to work with you. And don't just take my word for it. Last night, as I was preparing for today, I received an email from a member of the Labour Party in North East Fife, a member of the Labour Party who lives in Crail in my constituency. She sent me a letter that she sent today to the Labour Party's International Policy Committee. And I know you'll all have read it, but I'll read it for the benefit of the House. And part of that letter from the Labour Party, the Labour constituency party in North East Fife, was that if there's a general election or a second referendum, the Labour Party should make it clear that being in the EU is in the UK's best interests and that it is Parliament's duty to ensure that we stay. Not from the SNP, not from my friends in the local Liberal Democrats or even the Conservatives of the Green Party, but my own local Labour Party calling for it. And I always like to say there's a great deal of sense in North East Fife, but apparently there's even a great deal more sense in the North East Fife Labour Party as well, and I hope the members will be listening.
Can you give way on that point?
And I'll give way finally on that point.
I mean, just very briefly, what my honourable friend might not know is that a Labour spokesperson said after PMQs that, in theory, Labour could change its mind and be against Brexit in any future snap election. Does he agree with me that a Schrodinger's Brexit isn't exactly a step forward for the official opposition?
Well, look, my honourable friend, as usual, makes an excellent point, but I want to do this. I want to appeal to the Labour Party that we have a weak government. We have an absolute crisis that is facing it. And I say this, and I've worked with many members of the Labour bench, and I know there are many who are pained by the position that's been taken by the Leader of the Opposition, in particular on those benches. And they do so honestly, and they do so decently, and they make a fine contribution, as was evident today. And I appeal to them in the short time that we have left to us to join with us, because there are alternatives. There are alternatives. First of all, and I think it's right, and other members have made the point about what are the alternatives, and I know the ministers have as well. First of all, and as a member for Holborn and St Pancras made clear, and others have done, we have to revoke Article 50 or seek an extension. This isn't going to happen in a sensible way. That is the only sensible course of action that has been left to us. And no amount of three-day motions, although they're helpful, can help you beyond that. That has to be. It will be embarrassing for the Prime Minister, but it's frankly a small price to pay. Now, over 2 years ago, the Scottish Government set out a compromise that devised with members of other parties, with experts, because we still like to listen to experts on this side, and others. And that compromise was rejected by the UK Government without them considering, without them coming back on anything. So this government has failed comprehensively of the biggest issue to have faced a post-war government. And that means that this Parliament has to take back control of the situation. I think it also means that we're now in the place that after almost 3 years, that when we get some kind of final resolution, that we have to put that back in another referendum to people to let them sign off on that, such as the huge impact that this will have on everybody. And I know that's something that's got support certainly across these benches, and I know increasingly on the government benches as well. Given the time the government has wasted, and it has wasted time since 2016, these are our only reasonable options. No deal must be ruled out. The billions that have been wasted on no deal is totally unnecessary. Now, we haven't struggled for metaphors for the failures of government over the past little while, but frankly, a ferry company without any boats is up there with the best of them. Now, Mr Speaker, finally, Brexit has no redeeming features, none. This year we're almost 3 years on from that debate, and I believe now, even more than I did in the referendum, and I was very strong Remain, that this is the wrong thing to do, with nothing good to come out of this whatsoever. Now, I want everybody across these islands to thrive, but what underlines the current setup is that the UK is broken and we probably now need to move on to a new relationship as well. Every one of Scotland's neighbours, similar-sized countries, is more successful, fairer and has a more equal and respectful relationship with the UK government than Scotland does. Our close neighbours in Scandinavia have a healthy and respectful economic and political relationship, even though not all of those independent states are members of the EU. That's much healthier and a better state. And I note that none of the 50 states who became independent from the UK since the Second World War made as much of a mess of the way the UK government's making a mess of this, because they had a straightforward way through this. However, right now, we are focused on sorting out the almighty mess that the Tories have left us in. Over the past 2.5 years, this government had their chance and blew it. All it's achieved is to drive up support for the EU across other member states. 92% in Ireland, which means that those who believe in leaving the EU and our near neighbours are giving the flat earthers a wee run for their money at the moment. They're even giving those who believe that Theresa May still runs a strong and stable government a bit of a run for their money. We've been sold this nonsense for far, far too long. For the moment, we're stuck on this sinking ship. But for as long as we are, this Parliament needs to take back control, and we need to find a common-sense solution through it. And this deal isn't it.
Andrea Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May last year, as a PPS, I believe I was the first person on the payroll to resign to fight for Brexit. I had deep concerns with how Brexit was being handled, and I felt compelled to resign to fight for the Brexit that I believed in, the Brexit that my constituents and our country voted for. I've been the first to step down, but I was not the last. On both sides of the Brexit debate, we have seen talented, committed and hard-working colleagues resigning due to numerous concerns. Our reasons for standing down may vary, but one thing we all have in common is our belief that this deal is a bad deal for our country. Be they remain or leave, I respect all of these colleagues who bravely stood by their convictions and made the principled decision to fight for what they believe in. But the fight is not yet over. The Prime Minister speaks of a deal which will unite our country, a goal that no doubt we all desire. But the division we have seen is a result of the Prime Minister's own making. Her desire to get a deal at any cost, prolonging Project Fear, and her decision to postpone last month's withdrawal agreement vote was a mistake, and has only led to more division at a time when our country should be uniting behind the democratic decision to leave the EU. On the 23rd of June 2016, the question was clear. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? The British people spoke and decided overwhelmingly to leave. Mr. Speaker, well, I think 1 million more people is quite a big clue, actually. Right, Mr. Speaker, it was never supposed to be this way. At the referendum, there was no third option. The choice was either leave or remain. It did not mention a half-in, half-out, or worst of both worlds choice for our country's future. The referendum question said nothing about giving the EU £39 billion of taxpayers' money and getting nothing in return. The referendum question said nothing about a continued role for the European Court of Justice after 2019. And the referendum question said nothing about an Irish backstop and restricting our ability to sign new trade deals. Mr. Speaker, this deal is a sellout to those who voted to leave. And it is therefore impossible for this House to unite around this deal, and it is impossible for our country to unite around a bad deal. At the referendum 2 years ago, the British people spoke, and our objective was clear. As elected members of Parliament, we were asked and tasked with delivering Brexit. Some members thought that the British people would deliver a different result and that they would vote Remain in the referendum, but they didn't. And this is a problem. We have some members across the House who do not accept the result of the referendum, and they are using every opportunity to thwart the will of the British people. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad period in our great Parliament's history when MPs try to overturn the democratic mandate. This is completely unacceptable. After all, it was Parliament that gave the British people the opportunity to have the referendum in the first place. Our great British parliamentary model has been a beacon that has been used as a template in parliamentary democracies across the globe for centuries. Let us not insult our greatest institution or forget that we were elected by the British electorate. We are all Democrats, so let us respect the result. Our British people have spoken, and it's time for us now to deliver. Our people decided to take back control, and they said we should leave. They're still British citizens. Yeah. This was a vote not dictated by fear, but dictated by hope. Hope of a different tomorrow and a new path. Hope of a new system not restricted by the EU's institutions. And hope that once again our people will feel that they have a true stake in our country's future. The chance of a global Britain was promised, but this has now been broken. Mr. Speaker, we must leave, and we need a clean Brexit and trade in under WTO rules if necessary. The US and China sell billions of pounds of exports each year to the EU. Using WTO rules, the UK can do the same if necessary. As the EU's largest trading partner, and with a deficit of £95 billion in trading goods, we should have been negotiating from a position of strength. But the Prime Minister's determination to get a deal at any cost gave the EU the upper hand. The Prime Minister showed her hand too soon, and now the EU has called her bluff. I say it is time that we put the ball firmly in our court and we take the upper hand in these negotiations. The EU fears us leaving on WTO terms, and it will give Britain the competitive advantage if we do. So let us fully embrace a clean Brexit. I've no doubt that the EU will come back running to us in the 11th hour, but besides it being a good negotiating tool, leaving on WTO is not something we should fear. I'm happy to give way to my honourable
friend for giving way. She's talking about the potential advantages for us leaving onto WTO rules. And can she explain why, if WTO rules are just fine for us trading with our largest trading partner, why it's so necessary that we're able to do trade deals on our own terms with other much smaller economies?
Thank you for my honourable friend for his question. Well, I believe in a global Britain, as the Prime Minister said in her statement several times, and it is important with smaller nations, larger nations, that Britain is free to chart our own path in the world and, again, forge new trade deals with whoever. Yes, happy to give.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Now, I know she won't be aware, but in evidence today to the Scottish Affairs Committee, Ryan Scatterty of Thistle Seafoods in the north-east of Scotland, representing seafood processors, says that the growing market for their industry is places like Australia. Now, they currently do trade on WTO rules, as he confirmed today with committee. So if he can do that with Australia, surely they can do that with the EU.
Thank you to my honourable friend. I mean, I was in Kenya with some of our colleagues back in July, and we trade with them. They sell us lots of flowers, which has a short shelf life. They trade with us on WTO rules at the moment, and so we have no problems there. So again, I agree with my honourable friend. I'll give way to my honourable friend, then we'll carry on.
My honourable friend agree that we would desire a free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and the European Union?
As I said earlier in my speech, we've seen the way the EU negotiate. Look how they did with Greece, etc. They usually come back in the 11th hour. It would be great to have a deal with the EU, but I do not agree with having a bad deal. And as the Prime Minister, her own mantra has been no deal's better than a bad deal, then I would rather leave on WTO. But I thank you, my friend. Now, I need to make some way. Thank you. Right. So I say it's time that we put the ball firmly in our court and now take the upper hand in these negotiations. The EU fear us leaving on WTO terms, as it will give Britain the competitive advantage, so let us fully embrace a clean Brexit. Now, leaving on WTO is not something we should fear. There has been some concern over engineering firms being disproportionately affected by a clean WTO Brexit. However, the heads of firms like Dyson, JCB, Northern Ireland's Wrightbus support Brexit. Car companies can withstand 10% tariff on sales into the EU and 4.5% tariffs on components from the EU, since they have benefited from a 15% depreciation in sterling. Border checks on the components from the EU will be unnecessary, counterproductive for EU exporters and illegal under WTO rules, which prohibit unnecessary checks. A better deal was available and still is available. The Brexit deal was never only a choice between the Prime Minister's deal and reverting to WTO rules. And if that is a choice, then I say let's go on WTO rules. This place is often divided by its very nature, but one thing that does unite this place is our belief that the British people are remarkable and can succeed no matter the obstacle. Our great history shows that we can overcome any hurdle and we always triumph. This deal is a submission and the British people should never accept a bad deal. This deal is Remain masquerading as Leave, and it's time entrenched Leave members of this place started believing in Britain and respecting the result of the referendum. Instead of fear, we need to see forward planning, a vision for the future, a future away from the EU that the whole country can get behind. I'm hugely optimistic about our country's future, and there may be difficult times ahead, but we need a leader who can take this great country out into the world and start trading freely around the globe, and a deal that this deal simply does not allow us to do this. Now, in her Lancaster House speech, the Prime Minister said, "A global Britain must be free to strike trade agreements with countries from outside the EU too. The great prize for this country, the opportunity ahead, is to use this moment to build a truly global Britain, a country that reaches out to old friends and new allies alike. A great global trading nation and one of the firmest advocates for free trade than anywhere in the world." Mr. Speaker, this was a vision for Brexit that many of us had. But the Prime Minister's deal will not allow this to happen. I therefore urge colleagues across the House to reject the Prime Minister's deal. Let us stand up for democracy, let us restore faith in our electorate, and let us now deliver on our promises to our great British public. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Leslie.
Mr. Speaker, it's nearly 2 months since the withdrawal agreement, was it 585 pages of the withdrawal agreement were published. It's already gathering a little bit of dust. And as we've already heard in the famous phrase, despite deferring the vote, despite pretending over Christmas, ringing up Mr. Barnier or Juncker on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, please can we have a negotiation? The Prime Minister has found nothing has changed. And so here we are, yet again, facing a government that is determined to prevaricate, to try and kick the can down the road further still. We had the ridiculous spectacle earlier on today where honourable members, having seen the government defer this issue, realising that potentially there would be, once the Prime Minister's plan is defeated, 21 days and then maybe another 7 days before the Commons would be allowed to determine what happens next. The government objecting to that, saying, no, you mustn't be allowed, honourable members, to vote on moving things forward. And that prevarication is extremely dangerous, putting those sorts of political calculations above the country's best interest, when potentially we crash out with no deal on the 29th of March. And Mr. Speaker, I am glad that you withstood the attempts by a very loud and vociferous minority in this place to prevent and thwart members having a say. You have made decisions in the past on rulings that I've disagreed with, but on this occasion, allowing parliamentarians to express their views was the right thing to do. And indeed it proved the case, because MPs by a majority have said, no, we don't wish to wait for 21 days, 28 days to the middle of February. We want to get on with things. It's now that the time has come to decide. And if the Prime Minister's deal is rejected on Tuesday, then the House has instructed ministers to come forward with a motion 3 sitting days later. That would be Monday, the 21st of January, and then we can make some decisions. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I don't just address this question of prevarication to ministers. I would gently say to my own front bench as well, also, they should stop prevaricating on this question of Brexit too. The time has come for the Labour Party to make some decisions and to stop this notion of constructive ambiguity. I know there is this complex sequenceology that has been constructed to try and avoid having to confront these particular issues, but the politics should come second to the national interest, and we cannot afford to gamble at this stage, given how close we are to that 29th of March arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this withdrawal agreement is wrong for the country, as is the political declaration that accompanies it. The withdrawal agreement, of course, ignores 80% of the service sector of our economy, and of course it might not necessarily provide good pictures for the television cameras in terms of queuing ferries at Dover and so forth, but the service sector is very much where the UK excels. Whether it's legal services, professional services, media, creative, financial services. These are not just services where many of our constituents work, but it provides the engine for the revenues needed for our public services, for our NHS, for our schools, for our local authorities, social care. And if we ignore the risk of diminished prospects for those sectors in our economy, we will be facilitating a further decade of austerity to come. And that's why I say to all members across the parties, we cannot just kick the can down the road and pretend this won't matter. The problem with that withdrawal agreement is that it is full of warm promises about what might be agreed, but doesn't actually agree many things. It doesn't have an agreement on data. It doesn't have an agreement on energy policy. It says, well, we will establish a process on transport policy. We will talk about the Erasmus programme for students being able to study across Europe. It doesn't resolve the situation on security, on Euratom. It fudges the question of Northern Ireland border still further. So the withdrawal agreement doesn't actually settle many of these things. And what's worse is that the political declaration, non-binding on the parties involved, means that it is just little more than warm words. The ridiculous situation that this government got themselves into, embarking on the Article 50 process without a commitment that by the end we would have not just the divorce arrangements settled, but in particular a settled plan for an EU-UK trade deal. That should have been part of the negotiation framework. For us to now be asked to leave on the 29th of March without having settled what our future relationship with Europe is going to be, it is highly irresponsible. And of course ministers may say, well, we intend to do it this way. European officials may say they intend to do it that way. But of course they are here today and they are gone tomorrow. And those commitments that are made by those particular individuals will not necessarily bind what happens to the UK. So we will not have that EU-UK arrangement settled down by the time we're asked to leave. And anything could happen in that particular process. And there are many difficulties with that, because, of course, if we don't have the EU-UK trade deal buttoned down, then, of course, our prospects of doing deals with the rest of the world will have to wait, because those other countries, whether it's Japan or Singapore, Canada, America and others, they'll say, well, we'll be maybe interested in doing a trade deal with you, but we'd like to see what your relationship is with the EU first. Will you be allowed to reduce tariffs or not? What will be that relationship? That could take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, an ever unknown amount of time for that arrangement. We saw with the Canada trade deal with the EU that took 7 years. And so the idea that the poor old Secretary of State for International Trade is raring to go with all these new deals across the world is, of course, a fantasy. And this is the delusion of Brexit. So many operating under that particular delusion. the real world is beginning to bite. Businesses know it, and increasingly our constituents see it, and they want the right to determine their own future. The withdrawal agreement and this particular settlement, of course, would end a free movement of people across Europe. I regard that as a great tragedy. I think it is a shame that we haven't stood up and spoken out for the benefits of free movement. I believe that we have to always remember free movement is reciprocal. So just as we restrict European movement into the UK, we will be sacrificing the rights of movement for UK citizens potentially to the rest of Europe. And think of those future generations. Think of the work opportunities, the study opportunities, the freedom that we have and we enjoy, the millions of people, 2 million people who already live and reside, British people who live across the rest of Europe, the uncertainty that creates. And for what? For what? What is this great harm? It is a ridiculous proposition. And that alone would be a reason to reject this particular withdrawal agreement. The notion that this agreement allows us to control our money, taxpayers' money, well, we know we're going to lose a great deal of money because of the effect on the economy, and don't need to take my word for that. The Treasury themselves, the government themselves, the Prime Minister herself have articulated how we will be worse off by going down this particular pathway. So controlling a smaller and diminished amount of money. And we will be paying out £39 billion, possibly even more, by the way, because during the transition arrangements, in exchange for what? Well, no commitment on a trade deal going forward with the EU. And I regard that as a fundamental failure. The Prime Minister made a number of strategic errors in this process all the way along. Of course, setting down red lines and interpreting the outcome of the referendum in her own view, whether it was to do with the single market or the customs union, when of course none of that was on the ballot paper. And also failing to take the temperature of Parliament. She didn't exactly read the room of the House of Commons from the beginning, and now she faces this particular situation. So, Mr. Speaker, the idea that for the next 4 years under this arrangement, potentially, the UK should be a rule taker, should be left in limbo in this situation, and we wouldn't even have a seat around the table to shape the rules that we would be subject to, is a nonsense. I think that Britain has had a fantastic ability to shape the rule-making arrangements of an entire continent, of the whole of the European Union, for very many years. And many of the rules and regulations that we have chosen to adopt have generated, of course, from the United Kingdom. Some of the best ideas that we've had have shaped the EU's policies. And it is a great shame that we will be moving away from that. So whether it's because of the failures of the withdrawal agreement or the wish list that is presented in the form of the political declaration, which is almost meaningless document, I believe that this House does have to reject the Prime Minister's proposal when it comes to a vote next Tuesday. And I believe very quickly the House will have to realise that we need to, at the very least, extend Article 50, if not, in fact, suspend, revoke the Article 50 process while we put this question back to the British public so that they can decide in the full knowledge of the facts that we now have, in the full knowledge of the economic impact, the social impact that we can see. A people's vote is a solution whose time has come. It is a solution that increasing numbers of members from both sides of this House are realising is the way ahead. I strongly hope that the Labour Party front bench will also realise that the people's vote has the support and is the preference of the vast majority, not just of Labour Party members, but of supporters and voters. And I would say again, Mr. Speaker, this is now the time to decide. We cannot afford to prevaricate any longer.
Thank you. Jonathan Giannogli.
Speaker, if the referendum was rerun today, everything that I have seen over the last 2 years, not least as a member of the Brexit Select Committee, would lead me still to vote to stay within the European Union.
Having said that, I do respect the result of the referendum as a valid expression of the will of the people, but to me, this means leaving the EU in a way that secures the best economic deal available with the EU and maximises the potential for retaining the close cultural, educational, justice and security relationships that we have developed with our closest partners and allies. The referendum was in or out, but it did not, as some wrongly insist, dictate the terms of our leaving, nor the terms of our future relationship with the EU once out. Both of these were left for Parliament to resolve, and this is what MPs must now do. And it is for this primary reason that I would oppose a second referendum, which would be indeterminate, complicated to implement, and very divisive.
I will. I'm very grateful, Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. He'll probably be aware that last night in one of the rooms in Portcullis House, the Prime Minister speaking to 200 MPs, and again she ruled out the referendum. But she said if the deal doesn't get through, there are two options left. There's the option of a no-deal Brexit or no Brexit at all with the revocation of Article 50. And I think business up and down the country are going to have to start thinking how they react once the deal is voted down. I don't know if the Honourable Gentleman would venture his view in that scenario, what he would do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, firstly to say that I was at that meeting last night, and I thought that it was a good expression of joint interest from all parties to the Prime Minister, and I hope that we saw within that meeting the start of what possibly could become a consensus moving forward after what might be a defeat next week. Having said that, I do not discount a second referendum, as the Prime Minister did not. I'm simply saying that I think it would be a very poor second best and, to my mind, a sign that this place had failed. But I don't, as I said, I don't dismiss the possibility. As for the Prime Minister's deal, I find it on balance to be a fair one and practical in the overall circumstances of the hand that we had to play. It has my support. To criticise the deal as not being as good as what we have now with the EU is simply, to me, a facile argument, if only because the EU was never, ever going to allow us to leave on the same or better terms than apply to the remaining 27 countries, no matter how many German cars we buy. The deal was always going to have to represent a compromise of views within the Conservative Party, within Parliament and certainly with the EU. The deal reached does not represent my optimum position, but no one was ever going to get everything they wanted. That's not to say that I don't share some of the criticisms of the deal, including many that can be found in the Brexit Select Committee report on the deal. For instance, despite assurances from two Secretaries of State, the financial settlement has not been included in the withdrawal agreement as being wholly or even partially conditional on securing a binding future relationship. To my mind, this has been a failure of negotiation that will undoubtedly reduce our leverage in future relationship negotiations due to start in March 2019 if we have a deal. Furthermore, the lack of detail in the future relationship political declaration means that there will still be another cliff edge as we reach July 2020, when we will need to decide either to head towards the backstop or to extend the implementation period. And there will still be a level of uncertainty for business as to the final form of the deal, although much less so than if we crash out with no deal. So on balance, we should take the deal on offer. The mess and upset that would be caused on a hard Brexit is unacceptable. Yes, the legalities can be brought to the fore on things like the backstop, but the legal cart should not be leading the commercial horse. I give way.
The right honourable member for giving way. I suspect he might agree with me that the deal is very different to what people were promised during the referendum campaign by those leading the Brexit campaign. And if he does agree with me on that, isn't there a case for thinking that it's undemocratic not to allow the people to have a say now, given that what's on offer is so different to what they were promised?
Argue with the honourable gentleman that there weren't promises made during the referendum campaign that could now be disputed. But the same could be said for a lot of general elections that we've had in the past. And to say that elections or referendums are discounted because of what people maintain during the course of them would be, I'm afraid, not a line that I would take. Furthermore, if the deal is rejected by this House, I would just say that from my point of view, I will do everything I can to ensure that we do not leave the EU without a deal. And to my mind, the next best thing after the Prime Minister's option would be the Norway Plus alternative. If the government deal fails to pass this House, and assuming that the opposition's confidence motion fails, I then hope that we shall then start to find a new tone of cross-party working. And I think we shall need a degree more of honesty in how we describe Brexit issues, where in reality no one is going to win, not us and not the EU. We have the Labour front bench changing its position, we have the Brexiteers shouting sell out at every initiative whilst offering nothing as an alternative, and we have a government that has frequently made soothing, hard Brexit noises to Brexiteers whilst lining up a deal that clearly has a trajectory of close regulatory alignment to the single market and some form of customs arrangement. I do hope that the government get their deal, but if not, it will surely be because they have unsuccessfully attempted to be all things to all men. So rather, I will give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he accept that if the deal does not pass this House next Tuesday, that agreement to extend Article 50 will be an urgent priority for government to bring forward a measure on?
The gentleman makes a very important point. If the deal is rejected and we start looking at other possibilities, I hope on a more consensual cross-party basis, then clearly whatever route you take does lead to the deadline. And an answer to that may well have to be to extend the Article 50 period. And I'm very pleased, looking back over a year ago now, that some of us in this place decided to ensure that the government was not able to restrict the timing of the Article 50 period, so that will be a possibility. So rather than add to the fudge, let me explain why, if this deal fails, how members of all parties should, I believe, coalesce around a Norway Plus option, and why the plus element, that is being in a customs union with the EU, is, I believe, a good thing. Most business want a customs union because it allows free movement of almost half our exports between union members without tariffs and checks and paperwork. Opponents say that this would stop the UK forging its own trade agreements. But to my mind, the benefits of the EU customs union are far greater. Keep in mind that the EU has some 250 FTAs with some 70 countries, and the UK plan is to roll over these deals, meaning that, at best, we would have the same, not better, terms than the EU with a third of the world's countries. So there would be no advantage here of being outside of the EU. And that is, of course, assuming that we're able to make these deals happen, which we know is proving somewhat elusive, as indeed the honourable gentleman from Nottingham East explained. Secondly, the chances of negotiating better FTAs as a country of 50 million, rather than a bloc of 500 million, is realistically and simply not how it normally works. Thirdly, there will be significant costs of going it alone on FTAs, from being forced to take US GM crops to issuing visas to countries as currently requested by Australia and India. Fourthly, FTAs take a long time to negotiate, an average of 7 years. Fifthly, the claims that Commonwealth countries will prioritise us over the EU is unrealistic, not least considering that the Czech Republic currently has 4 times the trade that we do with New Zealand, and that the Swiss do much more trade than we do with India. Sixth, most favoured nation clauses in our rolled over EU agreements and the integrated nature of world trade will significantly reduce our ability to get commercial advantage. And finally, with high levels of foreign input into our manufactured goods, it's going to create huge problems under the so-called rules of origin. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my view is that we shall be better off with a customs union arrangement with the EU, and the deal on offer presents the best opportunity of securing future prosperity for our companies and employment for our peoples. We should support it.
Sir Vince Cable.
Mr. Speaker, I think one of the
potential problems of having extended debate and indeed resumption of debate is we are getting a lot of repetition and quite a lot of recycling of arguments that we've heard many times before. And for that reason, I just want to focus on one very specific issue, which is this idea of WTO rules and exactly what they mean. It is used very casually, in every pub and radio interview I encounter, but I suspect that many of the people who use this language are not at all clear what it means. But before getting into the detail of that, I just make one general point about no deal, which I thought was brought out rather brilliantly by the member for Holborn St Pancras, who I thought got to the heart of this very well, in exposing the fact that a no deal is actually a choice. This is not just something that happens. It is a conscious choice of government that could choose to revoke Article 50, as the Father of the House keeps reminding us. It may be a difficult decision, it may be a very unpopular decision, but it could be revoked. And by choosing not to revoke it, the government will be choosing to have no deal with all its catastrophic consequences, or so it tells us. But let me just narrow down to the specific issue about what these WTO rules would be if we found ourselves in this no-deal world. Now, the basis I speak, many years ago, long before I came to the House, I was part of a small community of international trade specialists and got involved in negotiating the so-called Uruguay round and then the Doha round as part of the World Trade Organization that was then called the GATT at an earlier stage, and saw at first hand the way in which the WTO system operates. I realized there's no longer just a small community of anoraks as we were, but there are now very large numbers of people who consider themselves experts on trade policy. But the glibness with which this WTO rules phrase is applied does lead me to believe there probably aren't too many anoraks, because there are some very real difficulties in actually applying WTO rules. When the World Trade Organization is to trade what the United Nations is to peace. It has some admirable principles, but I think most people in the House, and certainly people opposite, would consider it to be seriously negligent to have our national defence solely dependent on the rules of the United Nations. Rules have to be enforced and they have to be effective. And I think we need to look back on what the World Trade Organization is and what it is trying to achieve. In the post-war world, it has established one central principle, which actually isn't free trade. It's something called the MFN rule, most favoured nation. It's about non-discrimination. It has one big waiver, which is to allow common markets and customs union, like the European Union, to function on the basis of total free trade within themselves. But its whole objective is to stop the proliferation of bilateral agreements, which were common in the interwar period and which are now becoming fashionable again, and which I see many people who are in favour of Brexit say is the whole purpose of trade policy. Let's have deals with numerous countries. The whole purpose of the World Trade Organization was to stop this happening. It was supposed to be a multilateral organization. And in that capacity, it achieved a great deal. It cut tariffs to single digit on most manufacturers, but not agriculture. It has got rid of quantitative restrictions, except quotas which still exist in agriculture and textiles. And it began to establish a set of rules around intellectual property and various other intangible non-tariff barriers like government procurement. But the problem is that the World Trade Organization reached its zenith of authority about 10 years ago, and the Doha negotiations collapsed, and multilateral trade negotiations ceased to make any progress. It was largely the obstruction of India and Brazil, to some extent the United States. Actually, the European Union was the main liberalizing force. But anyway, they collapsed, and the World Trade Organization's authority is now much less. But where does that leave us in terms of what WTO rules now mean? If WTO rules are to mean anything, it is the application of the rule of law. And the rule of law in the World Trade Organization operates through dispute panels, which in theory have the same force as the European Court of Justice in settling disputes. It baffles me that people opposite are so affronted by the intrusiveness of the European Court of Justice, but it is designed to achieve precisely what the dispute panels of the World Trade Organization are designed to do. But the World Trade Organization, like the United Nations, is not a desperately effective body, and many of its rulings are not carried through. And you can get to a position, because it is a weak organization, where big countries bully weak ones. There was a celebrated case some years ago of a trade dispute between the United States and Costa Rica over men's underpants, as it happens. And Costa Rica won the dispute, and the United States felt deeply humiliated and refused to comply. Eventually, a face-saving compromise was reached. But that sowed the ill feeling, which in due course has led to President Trump. And President Trump has made it absolutely clear he does not believe in the World Trade Organization. He does not want it to work. He's doing everything he possibly can to stop it working by not sending judges to sit on the dispute panels. This is now a very weak organization. And if we did crash out under World Trade Organization rules and found ourselves in a dispute with the United States, or indeed the European Union that we've left, we could not rely on the WTO dispute panels to settle those disputes in an orderly manner. So that is one of its central weaknesses. Another weakness, of course, is that the WTO has been, in its history, overwhelmingly concerned with getting rid of tariffs. The main problem in international trade these days is the divergence of standards, which is, of course, why we originally went into the single market. Lord Cofield, Mrs. Thatcher, perfectly logical. If you're trying to liberalise trade, you attack the non-tariff practices which obstruct trade, hence the harmonisation of rules or mutual recognition. The World Trade Organization does not do that. There are very weak rules governing government procurement and all the barriers which are dealt with in the European Union through the rules on state aids and competition and the like. And that in turn means that there is very little in the World Trade Organization around the services sector, which, as we've been reminded earlier, accounts for 80% of our economy. We have a fair degree of liberalisation of the services trade in the European Union, which benefits high-tech industries, financial services, and the rest. No such organisation arrangement exists in the WTO. Those sectors are completely unprotected. Then finally, and not least, the fact is there are some tariffs that remain, and they're on agriculture. And we have the problem that if we left the European Union with no deal on WTO terms, then the European Union's tariffs, which are quite high on dairy products and lamb and various other items, immediately kick in. Now, the problem with that, we discovered when we had the foot and mouth epidemic, is that if you cannot export, prices crash. The only logical response from the farming industry is to maintain the value of the stock, is to slaughter large herds. This will happen. We know that there is a paper at the moment in MAF, the Agriculture Department, setting out a plan for slaughtering a third of all British sheep in order to maintain the integrity of the market. And this is an inevitable consequence of a high level of tariff obstructing British exports. And it isn't simply that. I only had 30 seconds yesterday in the House yesterday, but I mentioned the particular problem associated with exports through the port of Portsmouth, which is actually the lifeline to the Channel Islands, which is the main route. And the Channel Islands, of course, are not otherwise affected by Brexit, but they will in this case, because if trade is obstructed at the port, because of the need to comply with veterinary requirements and psychosanitary requirements, things of this kind. Lorries are obstructed, fresh produce cannot get through. Quite apart from the disruption to traffic, the whole system of agricultural trade and the supply of food to the Channel Islands simply dries up. We have an enormous practical problem resulting from this. Sure.
The Honourable Gentleman was giving an excellent speech. It's very, very helpful indeed. Did he see yesterday the Financial Times reported the Department for Transport's commissioned research that said just a 70-second delay of authorising a vehicle at the border could mean a 6-day queue to get on a ferry?
Yes, and indeed, if I've made a contribution to this argument, it is in pointing out it isn't just a problem of Dover. This problem exists in all the ports around the country. There's going to be a serious disruption of supply chains, of fresh food supply, and many other items. And those people who trivialise the issue by simply saying WTO rules, nothing to worry about, are completely disregarding these consequences. Now, the conclusion I come to, and I think many people opposite share it, publicly or privately, is that no deal is just not a viable, acceptable option under any circumstances, and that we will therefore, within the next few weeks, be brought to the point at which the government will have to revoke Article 50. Now, that would be a major step. It would be overturning the result of the referendum. I feel uncomfortable about Parliament, through government, doing that. And that's why I and other people who I'm not an enthusiast for referendums believe that the only way of dealing with this properly and reasserting democratic legitimacy is actually to go back to the public and seek their approval to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Theresa May.
Mr. Speaker, I rise briefly to explain why I feel I have to vote against the draft withdrawal agreement we're debating over the course of the next few days. Before doing that, I would like to warmly welcome, though, the statement made by the Prime Minister very clearly after the Salzburg summit that whatever the outcome of the negotiations, the rights of EU citizens living in the United Kingdom would be protected. I think that was a hugely important promise to give, and I would urge the government to make sure their settled status scheme operates smoothly, so we ensure that those rights are fully and properly protected, because it is vital that we do so and ensure that EU citizens, they are our friends, our colleagues, our neighbours, and we want them to stay, and we want to ensure that their rights are appropriately protected. Turning to the draft withdrawal agreement, I regret having to diverge from the government on this crucial question, but I just can't support an agreement which I don't think is in the national interest, and which I don't believe respects the result of the referendum in 2016. Of course, I fully recognise the need for compromise as we settle a new relationship with our European neighbours. I strongly believe that we need to listen to the views of people on all sides, whichever way they voted in the referendum. But right across the spectrum of views on Brexit, there are many who believe this draft agreement is not the right one for our country. A legal obligation to pay $38 billion to the EU without any certainty on our future trading relationship would significantly undermine our negotiating position. We'd be giving up a key advantage in the negotiations for little in return. The so-called backstop would do even greater harm. It's not acceptable for the United Kingdom to become a regulatory satellite of the EU, locked permanently into their regulatory and customs orbit without a vote or a voice or even an exit door. Northern Ireland would have an even greater proportion of its laws determined by institutions in which they have no say than would be the case in the rest of the United Kingdom under the terms of this deal. Even listing the titles of those regulations takes over 60 pages in the draft agreement. And as the Attorney General's legal advice confirmed, Northern Ireland would be required to treat Great Britain as a third country in relation to goods crossing the Irish Sea. According to Martin Howe QC, the backstop arguably contradicts the Articles of the Acts of Union of 1800, one of the fundamental founding statutes of this Parliament. These state that, quote, in all treaties with any foreign power, His Majesty's subjects of Ireland shall have the same privileges and be on the same footing as His Majesty's subjects of Great Britain. The Articles also stipulate that all prohibitions on the export of products from Great Britain to Ireland or vice versa should cease from the 1st of January 1801. Even if the backstop were to be removed, I'm afraid there would still be unacceptable flaws in the draft agreement. In particular, the significant continuing role for the European Court of Justice would prevent us from restoring democratic control over making our laws. Of similar concern, the political declaration states that the backstop and the withdrawal treaty will be the starting point for the negotiations on the future relationship. And I want to emphasise that none of the amendments tabled to this resolution can fix the defects in the withdrawal agreement I've referred to. If we ratify this treaty, it would be legally binding and it would apply regardless of encouraging statements in amendments about parliamentary locks or other warm words. Mr. Speaker, there is a better option. We should table a draft in the EU negotiations setting out a wide-ranging free trade agreement based on the Canada Plus model. This is in line with proposals Donald Tusk himself put forward in March. This should include a protocol in which all parties make a commitment that no new physical infrastructure will be installed on the Northern Ireland border. Instead, we should use existing flexibilities in the EU's customs code to ensure that customs formalities and checks can take place away from the border, as set out in the paper produced by the Right Honourable Member for North Shropshire in September last year. Mr. Speaker, more people voted Leave in June 2016 than have voted for anything else ever in the long history of British democracy. That was a legitimate expression of the natural desire to be an independent, self-governing democracy, the basis on which most countries around the world operate their systems of government. EU membership means vesting supreme law-making power in people we do not elect and cannot remove. People who in this negotiation process have shown clearly that they do not have our best interests at heart and are prepared to try to inflict punishment for the democratic choices we have made. Brexit is an issue which has divided my constituency and the whole country, and I will continue to work to try and bridge the divisions which the referendum has painfully exposed. But I do not believe that the draft withdrawal agreement is the right way forward either for my constituents or for the nation as a whole, and I would urge the House to vote against it next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Roshalara Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain in the European Union has been at the heart of building peace, security and prosperity. We played a critical role in promoting the ideals of democracy, human rights, equality and freedom. And we've worked with our European partners in fighting extremism, terrorism, protecting the environment, improving labour standards for our citizens and contributing to tackling global poverty, conflict and inequality. Since the referendum, this government has failed to build coalitions and consensus, and it's failed to prioritise economic reality over fanciful ideology. It's failed to put aside party interest in favour of the national interest. Exactly. And this failure is reflected in this dreadful deal secured by the Prime Minister after 2 years. It leaves us as rule takers at the mercy of the EU when we were once equal partners setting the agenda and making the rules. It leaves us fundamentally worse off, costing billions of pounds that could have been spent in tackling the appalling social problems caused by austerity implemented by the government, such as crime, child poverty, inadequate social care, rising homelessness and the housing crisis, cuts in education and early years funding, and much else. It leaves businesses facing years of uncertainty and without clarity on what the future trading relationship will be with the European Union. It gives little clarity, Mr. Speaker, about what protections there will be for workers' rights and the environment after the implementation period. And it leaves us in a much weaker position to negotiate trade deals with non-EU countries whenever it is that we might be free to do so. And we've heard from many knowledgeable members about the length of time, and it's not going to be in 2 years, it's more likely to be 5, 6, 7 years. The EU has also been successful in negotiating over 50 trade agreements with third countries. Because as part of an EU bloc, Britain is stronger, negotiating with big emerging economic powers. It leaves us worse off, and the golden promises of the Leave campaign that were made have so far failed to materialise, because they were totally unrealistic. They were incredibly misleading and untruthful and unfair on the British people because they were so untrue and misleading. Since 2016, due to the uncertainty, the result of the referendum has already cost the UK more than 2% of GDP. Households are £900 worse off per year, and investment has gone down dramatically. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said the impact of leaving the EU does not show we will be poorer. But that is exactly what the government's own analysis of leaving the EU shows. Under the government's deal, the economy will be 3.9% smaller. This is the equivalent of over £100 billion a year. The average person will be over £1,000 worse off, and real wages 2.7% lower. Trade barriers would be 10% of the value of services, the services trade. The government is asking also for us to spend £39 billion to make people poorer. How can I vote for a deal like this when it makes us even worse off? When thousands of people in my constituency rely on the jobs in the financial services, in the tech industry and other companies that trade with the European Union and desperately need access to the single market and the customs union. Even before we leave the EU, in my constituency, half the children live in poverty thanks to the appalling policies of this heartless government. When schools face millions of pounds of cuts, when homelessness has doubled, when crime is soaring, including violent crime and knife crime, because 200 police officers have been laid off and 21,000 nationally because of this government's programme of austerity. So I can't understand how this government can claim that this is the best they can do when Britain stands to lose so much. Instead, it will mean less money as a result of these provisions and the cost of Brexit for investment in our public services because of the tens of billions of pounds we will have to spend under the Prime Minister's deal or a no deal, the only two choices she is threatening us with. The government's future trading relationship, the political declaration that many colleagues have already spoken of, no longer mentions the promise of frictionless trade, only the possibility of cooperation. And a future customs arrangement could consist of technology solutions that don't even yet exist and are likely to cost tens of billions of pounds. Financial services, which contributes 6.5% of total economic output, more than £27 billion of tax annually, and employs over 2 million people around our country, just gets 3 paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the financial services because my constituency sits between the City of London and Canary Wharf that are powering our economy. And too often this government fails to prioritise, fails to think about the impact of us leaving the single market and customs union in the long term on those sectors which provide so much tax revenue to our country and so many jobs around the country. And as many honourable members have already mentioned, 80% of the economy is in the services sector. And yet there's a lack of clarity in the future trading relationship about what kind of access we will have to the single market. And the relationship for UK firms in the sector will be based on equivalence, which is much worse than and more limited than what we have now. It means the loss of passporting rights and 16 million people facing uncertainty about their insurance policies. And there also remains no clarity about how around £28 trillion worth of derivatives, the infrastructure that allows banks and their clients to manage risk, cash flow and capital positions, could be affected. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister hastily decided and irresponsibly to start the clock by triggering Article 50, which some of us voted against, she had no strategy, she didn't have a plan, and put our country in a terrible position, at the mercy of EU negotiators who had the upper hand. Back in 2017, the UK's former ambassador to the EU, Sir Ivan Rogers, told the Treasury Select Committee that if you wanted to avoid being, and I quote, screwed in the negotiations, then invoke Article 50, but only under circumstances when you know exactly how it's going to operate. That is not what happened. This advice was not heeded by the Prime Minister, and as a result, the country is paying the price of her mistake. The Prime Minister has failed to listen to concerns across the House that have been relayed to her, including yesterday at a meeting she held rather belatedly, some nearly 2 years on from triggering Article 50 with members across different parties. And she missed the opportunity to bring the House together from the beginning, as others have pointed out. And she has been beholden to managing divisions in her party, which has been ripping itself apart and making a mockery of our country to the rest of the world. Because let us not forget, the rest of the world that has historically seen us as an important ally is looking at us in dismay. So when people talk about global Britain on the other side, they should remember how this behaviour on the side of the party opposite and the way that they tear themselves apart in expressing their division and tear the country apart, how that looks across the world when we try and present that view of an inclusive global vision, a global Britain, because we show that we are far from expressing that inclusivity and maturity that is required in the face of such a huge challenge that we have to address. And she is holding a metaphorical gun, Mr. Speaker, to our heads by giving us this false choice between her deal and no deal. It is utterly irresponsible. And she needs to stop doing that, and her ministers need to stop doing that. We will not accept this false choice. And the no-deal scenario is utterly catastrophic. The Bank of England's worst-case scenario points out that the no-deal scenario could shrink our economy by 8% and unemployment could increase dramatically with inflation spiralling out of control. My constituency will be among the worst off, as will be many other constituencies, in terms of job losses under a no-deal situation. And according to the UK Trade Policy Observatory and the University of Sussex, thousands of residents in Bethnal Green and Bow will lose their jobs. There is no majority for crashing out of the EU with no deal. And yesterday's amendment to the finance bill demonstrates that. I believe that there is a majority, Mr. Speaker, in seeking to secure a permanent customs union and a single market access, and the government should be seeking to do that. And as the government is running down the clock, Article 50 must be revoked. But of course, the best deal that we have on offer is membership of the EU. The government promised the exact same benefits, and they now offer something that is going to be damaging to our economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this deal because I believe it will make our country worse off and my constituents worse off. The government's own analysis points to that. I believe that we should allow the public to have a final say, and with the option between the government's deal and with the option of remaining in the European Union. I, along with many of my constituents, joined over 700,000 people to march in the streets of London for a people's vote. I believe this is the only way to settle this matter, and I hope that the government will consider that option when I believe this deal is voted down. Otherwise, the consequences are that it's going to destroy livelihoods, create job losses, damage our economy, diminish our place in the world, and I believe that we cannot, nobody wants to see that happen to our country. Thank you very much.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency in South Leicestershire voted to leave the European Union, and I promised my constituents before the referendum, during the referendum and after the referendum that I would respect that result. But I also said, Mr Speaker, to my South Leicestershire constituents that I believe in a smooth and orderly Brexit. And whilst the Prime Minister's deal is imperfect, I believe it provides a smooth and orderly Brexit. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister herself has worked very hard on this, and one message that my constituents have given me loudly and clearly, whatever view that they've taken on the European Union, is that the Prime Minister has been sincere in respect of respecting the referendum result. She has been extremely hard-working and absolutely determined to see this through. And I think, Mr Speaker, all of us in this House, and I think most constituents across the United Kingdom, recognise the fact that the Prime Minister is trying to do what is in the best interests of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, I'd like to touch upon a couple of aspects of the deal which I think are informative in helping members come to the same conclusion that I've come as to why I'm supporting this compromise. I've received many emails from constituents telling me to vote against the deal and to vote for the deal. Even those asking me to vote against the deal ask me that for different reasons, some because they want no deal, and others because they want a second referendum or another outcome, perhaps no Brexit at all. Those that do email me and ask for me to support the deal, email me in a calm, rational, logical manner, whether they voted leave or remain. And they explain to me that this deal, imperfect that it is a compromise to allow the country to have that smooth and orderly exit. Mr Speaker, you will know that for the last 2.5 years I've been championing the rights of European Union nationals living in the United Kingdom and British citizens living in the EU27. I think I'm one of the few MPs in this House who is most personally affected by the decision to leave the EU and the impact that may have on citizens' rights, because my mother and father and my sister are EU nationals. And what this deal does for those of us that believe, and I think it's everyone in this House that believes that we should protect the rights of EU nationals living in Britain and the rights of fellow British citizens living in the EU27. The only way of doing this in a smooth and orderly manner, the only deal with the EU that offers that absolute guarantee to my parents and to the over 3 million EU nationals in Britain and to the over 1 million British nationals in the EU is the Prime Minister's proposed deal. And I will indeed, yes.
Thank him for allowing this intervention. And does he support the £65 fee that these EU nationals have to pay?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I would say two things. The SNP in 2014, and I promise to answer directly, the SNP in 2014 argued that Scotland should leave the EU and then reapply for admission as a third party. That was in effect
what was on the ballot paper for Scottish independence. So it's a bit rich today for the SNP to be talking about citizens' rights when they put citizens' rights in danger back in 2014. But I said to the honourable lady that I would answer her question, and her answer is this. As a member of the government, as a PPS to the Secretary of State for Scotland, I support the government. But I am uneasy with the fees for settled status. And today's question by the honourable member, my colleague for Bexhill, did ask the Prime Minister the question about the fee. And I can say this to the honourable lady, it is a matter that I am pursuing and that I will continue to pursue to ensure that there's absolute fairness for innocent citizens in this country, EU nationals, who did not have the right to vote in the referendum, who have in many instances lived in this country for decades, and who may be asked to pay a sum of money, albeit a modest sum of money, but nevertheless a sum of money to remain in the country. I personally think that's something which we have to look at very carefully indeed. I promised her an answer, and I hope that she's satisfied with that answer. Mr. Speaker, the deal on citizens' rights gives certainty not just to citizens but also to businesses that rely on EU nationals as a workforce. And I think that's a second and connected reason, if there's any reasons more than that that are required to support this deal. It allows businesses to continue to employ EU nationals, not just those resident in this country to date, but those that will come to the United Kingdom during the course of the implementation period. And the implementation period, Mr. Speaker, gives that certainty to future EU nationals who would like to come and live and work and exercise withdrawal agreement rights if the withdrawal agreement is passed. And it gives businesses in South Leicestershire who have been lobbying me, asking about what the situation will be for people that they employ. But it also gives certainty to British businesses that do business in the EU 27 and who need United Kingdom nationals to work in member states, and not just work in one member state, but the ability to move between member states. This deal that the Prime Minister has negotiated allows for that. And I urge the opposition, I urge the Labour Party in particular, and I urge the spokesman on Brexit matters, that if the Labour Party and the spokesman are genuinely sincere, and I hope they are, that they will come to see this as an overriding reason to support the Prime Minister's deal, because they've not come up with any plan of their own that would give EU nationals and UK nationals the rights that the Prime Minister's deal will give. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move briefly now to the second issue, which is the so-called backstop. And I'd like to declare an interest and refer members to my register. I'm a dual-qualified Scottish solicitor and English solicitor, and I still practice as an English solicitor. We've had a lot of talk from people who have, let's say, newfound unionism in their blood, and I welcome that greatly. I felt I was a lonely voice in the 2015 Parliament when I intervened against nationalists and their comments about the United Kingdom. And if you have an intervention to make, feel free to make it.
I think all that we would argue about is where the lines are drawn. He obviously feels he is British, we would feel we're Scottish. Both, yes, both happy to show pride in our nations as we see them.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say I'm Scottish, British with Italian heritage. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We're a wonderful and fantastic United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And I would urge the honourable lady to start reflecting on her own party's policies, which are divisive. I am not a nationalist, I'm a British patriot. Hear, hear. A British patriot. There's a difference between the narrow-mindedness of nationalism and that of being a good patriot. Now, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, the so-called issue of the backstop, and I'm going to try and make a simple analogy. There's one area that I am able to speak with some knowledge, and that's the area of legal services, given the fact that I'm a dual qualified solicitor. There's a lot of talk about creating a border down the Irish Sea. Mr. Speaker, there already is a border down the Irish Sea when it comes to legal services regulation. In fact, the United Kingdom is blessed by having 3 legal systems, distinct, proud, global and fair systems. We have the English and Welsh system, we have the Scottish system, and we have the Northern Irish system. And each system, as fellow lawyers will know, regard the other as a foreign legal system. So England and Wales regards Northern Ireland's legal system as a foreign legal system. Scotland regards England and Wales as a foreign system. And therefore, if you're a qualified Scottish solicitor, you do not have the automatic regulatory rights to practice in Northern Ireland, because there's a border already down the Irish Sea when it comes to legal services regulation. Each of the jurisdictions has their own regulatory body when it comes to the profession of lawyers. Yes, I'd give way.
Member of the Northern Irish Bar, and as somebody who had the opportunity to study English law or Scottish law, there are 2 substantive forms of law in this land. We there have devolution. We have respected regulatory bodies across every field and every facet of this country. He is wrong on that point. But what we do have is one sovereign parliament in this place. The withdrawal agreement would have rules and regulations set for Northern Ireland in another sovereign parliament.
Thank you. I understand the honourable member's point, but the point is simply this. He does not have an automatic right to practice as a barrister in England and Wales unless the regulatory body in England and Wales permits a Northern Irish barrister to do that, because there's a border down the Irish Sea. And under the purposes of European Union law, as it stands under European Union law, the Law Society of Northern Ireland, at least for solicitors, is the regulatory body that is recognised as a competent authority. So this idea that somehow Northern Ireland, and I speak as a unionist, I've got the scars on my back fighting for the integrity of the United Kingdom when I stood in Angus against the SNP. I say this to the honourable member, I say this, that there are already instances of differences in regulatory practices between the different constituent parts of the United Kingdom. So I'm afraid I'm going to wind up, because other members want to speak. So there is nothing particularly unique in the principle of having slightly different regulatory regimes when it comes to services or goods. Now, I don't want to see the backstop, and I would say that the Prime Minister is right. This is an insurance policy, and I hope that the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, will bring back something in the next few days from the EU. But I don't think that that reason alone should negate a member's duty to vote for this deal in the interests of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, I end my points with this, that if the deal does not go through next week, I say to colleagues that the people out there are watching us. We are the sovereign parliament. Sovereignty is in our hands, and we must make a decision which calms the febrile atmosphere which still exists out there and allows us to respect the referendum result, but to do so in a smooth and orderly manner. And I believe that the Prime Minister's deal, compromise that it is, allows us to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There is no formal time limit on backbench speeches at present, but it would be helpful, I think, for colleagues to know that backbench speeches of approximately 10 minutes each, and preferably no more, will happily enable everyone who wishes to contribute to do so. Sir David Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actively involved in the Get Britain Out campaign in the referendum in 1975. I was on the wrong side of that referendum when I voted to leave, and I was on the wrong side of the next one, 41 years later, when I voted to remain. In the meantime, the British people changed their minds in one direction, and I changed my mind in the other. Although I think what also happened was that mainstream politics and much of the media changed its mind as well as the common market evolved into the European Union. Many Conservatives who supported the common market in the 1970s, which many in Labour saw as a big businessman's club, started to get nervous when the European Union began to deliver properly workers' rights, whilst at the same time the Labour movement and the trade unions came round to the view that there were advantages in cross-European standards, equal pay, decent working conditions, and most importantly, good standards of health and safety. The two referendums in 1975 and 2016 have much in common. Ted Heath, the then Prime Minister, had taken us into the common market in 1972 without a people's vote, so Harold Wilson promised a referendum after he delivered renegotiated terms. The British people went for it, and Harold won the 1974 election, and he consequently won the referendum to remain. Fast forward to 2015, and David Cameron, who was becoming terrified of the threat posed by Nigel Farage and UKIP, must have looked back in history and thought it would be a good idea to imitate Harold Wilson by promising a referendum in the forthcoming election. And to be fair, David Cameron was successful in that his policy secured a Conservative majority for the first time since 1992. The first part of his cunning plan worked, but the difference was it all went wrong for Mr Cameron because he was no Harold Wilson, in that he was completely unable to persuade the British people to do what was in Britain's best interest. So when critics talk about no second referendum, the fact is we've already had two. And now, in advance of the second vote in 2016, those who wanted to leave the EU claimed that the public didn't understand the consequences of the common market when we first voted in 1975. So they, as was their right, argued for another referendum. Now, the same group who want to leave argue that another referendum, a third one, would be an insult to those who voted 2 years ago, because it would be tantamount to saying that those who voted to leave didn't know what they were doing. The truth is that nobody knew what they were doing in 2016, if indeed they did in 1975. And only a few anoraks, mainly in this place, actually thought that they knew what they were doing. And some of them, I have to say, unfortunately, scarily, still think that they know what they're doing. Now, if there's been a mistake in this sad saga, it is that we should never have had either referendum in the first place. And that is nobody's fault, but the fault of us politicians. We are responsible for this self-inflicted chaos, not the electorate. And we have a duty to resolve it. And if I've learned anything from all of this, it is that yes, no, referendums are not the right way, not even the honest way to make complex policy in the interest of our country. They are being deviously misused by politicians to win general elections. The promise of a 1975 referendum won the election for Labour, just as the proposed 2016 referendum won the election for the Tories. What we should honourably do in the future is make it clear in our manifestos as to what we stand for, and then put it to the public in a general election. I reluctantly have to say that Ted Heath was right in 1970 when he contained in the Conservative manifesto that he would negotiate to take us into the common market and do so. That is what we should resolve to do in the future. So where do we go from here? Well, in crisis, we should stay calm and do the sensible thing, not the emotional thing. When in a hole, stop digging. As we stand, we have clear choices. No deal Brexit, the Prime Minister's no point Brexit, or no Brexit at all. Now, the choices may well look unpleasant and humiliating, but this is where we are as a country. For my part, I am not a fan of our present-day European Union and its institutions, and there is much that we should change. The Common Agricultural Policy is a disgrace. Our fishing communities are treated unfairly. The free movement of labour was introduced too quickly, without thought or consideration for low-paid workers. And as for the unelected bureaucrats and their unaccountable budgets, they drive me crazy. But to leave in panic with the Prime Minister's proposed deal, whilst remaining under the yoke of the unelected control of foreign powers, is madness. It would be a betrayal, and it in no way honours the will of the British people, even in what was a flawed referendum vote in the first place. We would be better to stay in the European Union and give the rest of them hell, particularly the unelected bureaucrats. And to stay where we are is my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to this humiliatingly unsolvable problem. Because the fact is that what was proposed in the first place by the Leave campaign in 2016 is not and never was deliverable. We just have to accept in life that there are some things that you can't do. For my part, I always wanted to score the winning goal in a World Cup final in the last minute for England at Wembley after extra time. But I've come round reluctantly, although maybe not, reluctantly to the view that it's not going to happen. Likewise, to be the first nation to leave the EU in opposition to 27 other countries and get a good deal for Britain at the same time was always, to say the very least, naive. Now, some say that the Prime Minister has done her very best and she deserves a measure of sympathy. Sorry, but I have none, because my concern lies with the fate of the British people who've been led by this government, her government, into extremely dangerous waters. The fact is that the Prime Minister has been centrally involved in this circus all the way through, from the point where David Cameron and his ministers opportunistically started the process. So the Prime Minister should go back to Brussels and make it clear that we will not be bullied. We should leave, if we must, in our own time and on our own terms. And if we need to take up the option to delay or revoke Article 50, then of course we should do that. We should do that, whatever is in the interests of the British people. And if that creates uncertainty for our markets and an embarrassment for the government, then so be it. My dad, Mr. Speaker, didn't fight his way through the Second World War to be humiliated, and I will not be voting for this cap-in-hand deal or any other remotely like it.
Ross Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My views on Brexit are well known, and as a prominent campaigner for Scottish Vote Leave, my views were well known by my constituents before I ever got elected to this House. But I respect that colleagues and other MPs have very different views, often very genuinely and very passionately held. And I hope that regardless of those deeply held views, that we can all agree that we all want what is best for this country. Mr. Speaker, did you know that the number of people who voted leave in Scotland is similar to the populations of those living in the cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh put together? Scotland's two largest cities, with over 1 million Scots having voted to leave the EU. Yet, in both this place and in the Scottish Parliament, they have been wholly underrepresented. And there is a growing frustration and anger amongst Scottish Leave voters that they have been airbrushed out of Scotland's story by the narrative of some that Scotland voted to remain, and that is Scotland's voice. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will not be airbrushed out of here. And the national newspaper can attack me and bully me as much as it wants. People can vandalise my office as much as they want, protest outside it as much as they want, but I will never, ever give up speaking for the 1 million Scots who voted to leave the European Union. Mr. Speaker, I'm not just a Brexiteer, but I am a committed, dedicated and most passionate unionist first. Our United Kingdom is something that we have built together, and the ties that bind us go beyond the nations to individuals. For over 300 years, we've traded together, we've fought for freedom and peace together, and we have built our lives together. That is why, in 2014, in that Scottish independence referendum, I campaigned with my head, heart, body and soul to keep this United Kingdom together. And it is because I am a Scottish unionist, Mr. Speaker, that I cannot in all good conscience support this withdrawal agreement. I share the concern of other colleagues and those in the DUP that the backstop arrangement would mean hiving off Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK, with Northern Ireland being kept in a separate regulatory regime. Northern Ireland would be left in the single market for goods and agri-foods whilst Great Britain leaves. An arrangement that would give Brussels more say over rules in Northern Ireland than our own United Kingdom Parliament. The backstop would require that Northern Ireland follows around 300 EU regulations. And if the UK were to diverge from one, it means a border down the Irish Sea. If the EU changes any, and the rest of the UK does not follow, despite having no say over those changes, it would impose a border down the Irish Sea. Northern Ireland will be left in full harmonisation with the EU. Now, I have heard the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster and other ministers say that to avoid that border down the Irish Sea, that Great Britain would align with Northern Ireland. But what does that mean in practice, Mr. Speaker? That means that the UK is tied to EU rules that it is voiceless to change or oppose. That would not be taking back control. That is just the opposite of what people voted for and is worse than the current arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the prosperity of our union is dependent on our own internal market and the thousands of jobs that depend on it. Therefore, any barriers that are put in the way of that affect our ability to trade within the United Kingdom are hugely damaging. Therefore, I struggle to comprehend how anyone who believes the integrity of the UK can support a deal that would keep Northern Ireland in the single market. How could anyone want to see new burdens, new regulations put in place in the Irish Sea, trading east to west? That means goods being manufactured in my constituency of Aberdeen South, which move to Belfast, would be subject to new customs declarations and the issuing of certificates, new barriers to trade within our own country. Now, I do recognise that there's been an attempt by the government to address these very real concerns and that they have brought forward new measures. But, Mr. Speaker, it's with regret that I feel that these measures do not go far enough. what I read today felt more like a PR exercise rather than a real remedy to the problem. The backstop arrangement will be part of an internationally binding treaty. That means, by its very nature, it supersedes any legal domestic provisions. Further, it has failed to hold true to what was agreed in the joint report of December 2017. So to coin a phrase, Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. This withdrawal agreement does protect the Union, the European Union, sadly not our own. But, Mr. Speaker, there are wider concerns with the withdrawal agreement. The backstop means that we could be trapped in the EU indefinitely, with EU27 having a veto. We would be unable to strike our own trade deals. Advice from this very House of Commons EU legislation team is that the backstop customs arrangement would be, and I quote, a practical barrier to the UK entering separate trade agreements on goods with third countries. As a Scot, I know that one of our greatest exports is Scottish whisky. Its global reputation for quality is absolutely unmatched. The industry has been optimistic about the opportunities presented by Brexit to sell that product into the exciting and new growing markets in the world. But the withdrawal agreement recognises and protects over 3,000 GIs. Now, this agreement isn't a trade deal. In fact, we can't even talk trade. But within the withdrawal agreement, the UK is protecting EU GIs such as Parma ham and feta cheese. This has the potential to stop us from reaching free trade agreements with the US or India, which are the big markets for Scottish whisky. In trade deals, we need to protect our own GIs, not the EU's. Further, the US Ambassador, Woody Johnson, has clearly stated that if this withdrawal agreement is passed, then it doesn't look like it would be possible to agree a bilateral UK-US trade deal. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we have to pay £39 billion to the EU. Do you know that that is £1,400 per family here in the UK? For that amount of money, ordinary taxpayers should rightly feel that they aren't getting very much for that. Mr. Speaker, I recognise that in a negotiation one side doesn't get everything that it wants and the other side gets nothing. However, nowhere in this agreement can I see something that the UK has achieved as a significant concession. Unbelievably, the EU appears to have everything that it wants, which is why it's therefore little wonder that the EU Commission is claiming that the power is with them, that it is their mission to prove that leaving the EU doesn't work. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, yes, Brexit is an unprecedented challenge for our country, and it requires a national effort to meet that challenge. But Brexit is not an existential threat to our union, which is why I'm horrified that before us is a deal which leaves Northern Ireland behind, that treats it like a foreign territory. I simply will not stand by and allow our United Kingdom to be broken up by the back door. No unionist can ever accept that. The Conservative and Unionist Party cannot accept that. The UK Parliament cannot accept that, which is why MPs must vote down this deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Aberdeen South and my honourable friend, the member for Bolton North East. After a month's delay, we have to begin by asking what exactly has been gained by putting this vote off from its scheduled date in December. What has the Prime Minister achieved by her tour of European capitals and her pleas to fellow EU leaders? There may well be some kind of letter or statement or clarification issued between now and the vote next Tuesday. And no doubt the Government will try to make the most of that if it comes. But after a month's delay, it doesn't feel as though anything of substance has changed in the proposals before us. Now, all of us are conscious of our responsibilities. We are conscious of the stakes before us and also conscious that this issue, almost like no other, cuts across party political lines. And after 2 years of debate on Brexit, we find our country deeply divided, sentiments unleashed that we thought we would not see again in Britain, our politics paralysed by irreconcilable red lines, issues which would normally be top of the political agenda, neglected and downgraded because of the huge political energy sucked up by this, and all the while the rest of the world looking at the UK and wondering what has happened to us. Now, the Brexit vote in many parts of the country, including in the Black Country, which I have the honour of representing, was driven by a deep sense of loss. Loss of an industrial past that had brought good jobs and prosperity, loss of a sense of pride and purpose for some of our towns and cities, contrasted with a present where far too often the jobs are low paid and insecure, and where people and areas feel ignored and abandoned. Any attempt to understand how we got here has to appreciate that sense of loss. The question is, how do you respond to that sense of loss with leadership which offers some actual answers rather than simply giving people someone or something to blame? Now, once the Brexit vote happened, the country had a choice. A complete break with the European Union, with the consequence of a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and huge economic and industrial disruption, or a rule-taking Brexit, where we left, legally speaking, but still obeyed most of the same rules. It was a choice between a Brexit which begged the question, what is the price? And a Brexit which begged the question, what is the point? What was never on the cards was to pretend that you could keep all the current advantages of EU membership and have all the new freedoms promised by the Brexiteers. And the failure to be candid about that is the root cause of the disillusionment with the draft agreement put before us. And even more damning, the failure to be candid about this had nothing to do with putting the national interest first. As always with this issue, year after year, it had far more to do with being frightened to be candid because of the internal politics of the Conservative Party. And the flaws in this agreement are about far more than the Northern Ireland backstop. And let's be clear what this is about. The backstop is there as an insurance policy in case a trade agreement is not reached which does the same thing as the backstop. And that same thing is such a degree of alignment with EU rules that there is no need for a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic. And that requirement is not something that's been imposed on us. It is something reiterated and supported by the government and signed up to explicitly in the agreement of December 2017. So no one has done this to us. It is a commitment that we have made. But Brexit also promised to give the UK control over borders, laws and money. Yet the agreement before us does the opposite of that. In fact, it crystallises the disempowerment of the United Kingdom. We will still be paying in for years to come, but will no longer have any say over the laws that we obey. That doesn't enhance sovereignty or control. It simply leaves us paying tens of billions of pounds for a worse deal than we have at present. And remember, this is only the withdrawal agreement. Negotiations on the future have not really begun. But we know a couple of things about them. We know that service industries, which form 80% of our economy, are to be thrown under the bus. And we know that the degree of access that we have to EU markets in the future will be closely related to the degree of alignment with the rules that we are prepared to make, even though we will no longer have a say over them. On the economics of this, the government hasn't even tried to deny that the proposal will make the country poorer compared to our current arrangements. Every study of every scenario, including the government's own, has admitted that. Never before, certainly in peacetime, has a government brought forth a proposition which it admits will make the country poorer, and then said, at all costs, we must still proceed. Yeah. Perhaps that's why this deal seems to satisfy neither Leavers nor Remainers. But it has done one great service to us. It has shown how much worse this is compared to the deal that we have now. The current deal, where we are rule makers, not rule takers, usually to the significant advantage of our world-leading industries. The current deal, where there is no backstop, where there is no hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, where there is no interference in the multinational supply chains which our industries depend on. The government's argument doesn't really relate to disputing this. They know this is true, and they've stopped really arguing for the withdrawal agreement on its merits. Instead, what they are really desperate for is the transition period, the singular advantage of which is that it's not really Brexit. It is staying in the European Union, except for the singular disadvantage of it, which is that we are absenting ourselves from the decision-making fora where the rules that we will obey are decided. The only argument ministers have left is that this agreement is better than the total chaos of no deal. But this is a humiliating choice for the country. I'm happy to give way.
My friend's making an eloquent speech, and he makes the excellent point that the deal we have now is the best deal available. But shouldn't we, if we're going to take leadership in this, and if we are to remain in the European family, look at reforming the European Union? Because clearly the message is from the British people the European Union isn't perfect as it is now, otherwise we wouldn't have had the result we had, and we should be striding forward to try and reform the European Union if we are to remain.
I think that is absolutely right, and I think it is significant that there are a number of other countries, even in the 2 years since the vote that took place, which would agree with us on that. Now, as I said, this is a humiliating choice for our country. We are the 5th biggest economy in the world, a major defence and security power, one of the few countries in the world with global cultural reach, and we are being told by our government that we have to accept a deal which they admit and they know makes us weaker and poorer, because the only alternative to it is economic carnage. That is no choice for the country to have to make. Or we're told we have to vote for it because people are fed up talking about Brexit. The argument goes, just get on with it, get it over with. But that is both irresponsible and an illusion. It's irresponsible because, in a moment, it is irresponsible because boredom is no basis to take a decision as serious as this about the future of the country. We should not be told that we have to resign ourselves to the disempowerment of the United Kingdom under the illusion that if we do so, we can then simply change the subject. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful for my right-honourable friend giving way. He made reference to the history of the internal politics of the Tory party leading this agenda. Is he also clear that we're not actually sure what type of Brexit would actually end up with? And the potential is that we'll have several years now of just more of the Tory infighting that we've had over the last decade.
It is more than potential. It is a racing certainty. It is an illusion to think that this argument is finished on the 30th of March if we agree this withdrawal agreement. That is simply not the case. And that is precisely because, as my honourable friend indicated, the political declaration leaves the fundamental questions unanswered. The only thing it makes clear is that our market access will depend on the extent to which we agree to common rules. The issues of economics and the border, which create that dilemma between a what's the point Brexit and a what's the price Brexit, go on and on and on into the future. They are unresolved, and this will continue. And the reason for that is not the fault of the civil service or some establishment plot. It is the fault of Brexit itself and the failure to level with the country about the choices it would involve. What we've learned in the end is that we couldn't have our cake and eat it. Not because someone was mean to us or someone conspired to steal our prize, but because this was always a false promise. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm clear that the sense of loss that drove the Brexit vote is real. and the need to offer a new plan to offer a better chance in life to working class communities is urgent. But endorsing a plan that makes our country poorer and weaker makes it more difficult, not less difficult, to answer the genuine grievances felt in parts of our country. And the first step to forming a new plan that offers real answers is to cast off the absurd victim complex that tries to portray our country as some kind of colony of the European Union. This is not true, it never was true, and we have wielded far more influence with far more success than that nationalist myth would ever allow for. It is within our power to address many of the causes of Brexit without endorsing the self-harm contained in the proposals before us, or indeed participating in the dishonesty that tells working class communities their problems would be resolved if only we could reduce immigration. Far too much of the debate about immigration has treated it as a danger to be feared rather than a fact of the modern world. Of course, we should have a system with rules, but there is no rewind button to a country and a world that isn't coming back. Every developed economy, including ours, will be more diverse in the future than in the past. Now I come to my conclusion, Mr. Speaker. If the government wins the vote next week, we proceed on this basis. But if we don't, what then? In recent days, Parliament has exerted its will to take more control over this process. And I simply say to ministers, it is unacceptable to say that if we don't endorse this proposal, the only proposal is to drive the country towards no deal. Parliament must be allowed to express its view on the alternatives which are there. These include extending Article 50. They include the legal judgment which has shown that we can revoke Article 50 if we wish, and they include the option of going back to the people themselves. These options must be allowed to be put before Parliament, they must be allowed to be voted on, and the Government must stop trying to drive Parliament into a choice between the proposals before us and the disaster that leaving without a deal would represent.
Thank you. Julian Knight.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for Wolverhampton South East. He's erudite as ever. Like many colleagues, and maybe perhaps I'm being a little bit glib here to a certain extent, I didn't actually come into politics to bang on about Europe. I'm a social liberal and economically of the right, we would only say dry as a bone in many respects. And I wanted my political life effectively to be advancing that sort of twin track of social liberalism and economic marketarianism. However, we are where we are, and I would actually say that when I was first elected in 2015, the number of the doorsteps actually knocked on like 30,000 doors during the 2.5 years of the campaign. And I have to say, in most instances, I found that Europe was probably about number 10 on the issues actually on the doorstep. What was much higher, of course, was immigration. And the conflation, which I think the Honourable member for Wolverhampton South East spoke about, in terms of immigration in Europe. And I was struck by that during the referendum when we went to talk to Solihull College. And many of the young students there talked about wages and lack of housing. And they thought and equated that effectively with EU migration. And I think that's one of the key reasons why so many of the council estate in the north of the borough in Solihull came out to vote, a uniquely high number in that respect. However, we're serving as an elected representative also comes, I think, with very acute responsibilities. We have a duty, I fundamentally to believe, to honour the clear commitments made by this House before the vote and after the vote, and deliver Britain's departure from the European Union. And I am especially wary of any effort to put the question to a second referendum. Not only would there be serious practical difficulties in any such effort, not least deciding on the question and simply completing the legislative work needed even to hold one, but I feel it would pose a real problem from our democracy too. There is no avoiding the fact it would stand in a dishonourable tradition of Brussels taking questions back to the voters until it gets the answer that it wants. nor that both the government and both the major parties have been quite clear that they would deliver the result of the 2016 referendum. So I know it may be tempting at this very acute, this very moment in the spotlight to clasp very tight the political comfort blanket of a second referendum, but is a fool's path for this democracy and this country. It sends us further down the rabbit hole, if you like. We should also remember the EU has evolved since we voted leave. I know the Honourable Member for Leeds North West mentioned the need effectively to change from within, and that is something I argued about at the time of the referendum. Britain's absence, the push towards a full federalist agenda has accelerated, and that is very notable. They may well be good, that actually may well be a good thing for the EU in the long run, but it highlights that we have wantingly increasingly different things, and we have held this together over many years, but those fizzes are now widening. So even if we were to somehow get back into the EU by some second referendum, or not leave in that respect, or perhaps go back in at a later stage, the proposition would be a very different proposition from today. Backtracking on the referendum would not sell the British people on the euro or the rest of the federal project, and the tensions which led to the referendum would not only continue but deepen further in the years ahead. As for the withdrawal agreement itself, I share the view of the Attorney-General when he says that whilst it may not be perfect, it is temporary. I'm deeply concerned by the backstop, both because of its implications for our practical sovereignty and its special treatment of Northern Ireland. But on reflection, I believe it is sufficiently uncomfortable for the EU that they will not wish to trap us in it indefinitely. And the Article 50 cannot be taken as a basis for a lasting future relationship. I also need to think about what's best for my constituency. Solihull is a proud exporting town with a real global footprint, home not only to the great British brands such as Jaguar Land Rover, but numerous manufacturers and service providers who rely on frictionless access to European markets. I am an MP for a town that actually enjoys a trade surplus, a visible goods trade surplus with the EU. It is my responsibility to support a Brexit which meets the needs of Solihull's employers and their exporters. This deal, whilst not perfect, does at least smooth out our departure and avoid severe economic disruption in March. Some members are convinced by the warnings of so-called Project Fear. And it's true that some of the wilder predictions about the consequences of a Leave vote are proven, I think, far too pessimistic over the last couple of years. However, I think it would be rash to simply disregard the expertise of the likes of the Bank of England. Those models have a logical basis, and as someone who has been involved in economics and economic theory in the past, I have to say it is very foolhardy to go on this adventure on a wing and a prayer without actually understanding or at least taking account of those experts who we fund in order to supply us with this information. And even if they're not certain, the outcome, they are nevertheless a real risk to jobs and businesses across the country at this time, due to, I think, its inevitable economic dislocation that may only last a few weeks, a few months, but could last years. I aspire to a future relationship based on a free trade deal with the EU and an ambitious drive to grow our links with the rising economies of Africa, Asia and Latin America. But if the price of protecting the livelihoods of my constituents is taking a little longer to get there, I'm prepared to do that. Of course, the party opposite insists that such compromises are unnecessary. But if only they were in power, they would deliver a deal which avoids all the difficult trade-offs that feature in real negotiations. The so-called 6 tests are a mere wish list. It's extremely reckless for self-styled moderates to risk Britain crashing out the EU by voting against a deal on the orders of leaders who see only opportunity for political gain in the chaos that it would unleash. Now, I thought the speech was from the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Holborn and St Pancras was very notable before. It was very wide-ranging, it was incredibly thoughtful, and it was a prime example of the lawyer's art. And it was a history lesson, and he did dance on the head of a pin. But the 9,000, and he unfortunately did not take the intervention which I did consistently put to him, or try to put to him, but the 9,000 car workers in my constituency, the West Midlands manufacturing supply chain, which has delivered the second biggest growth for any area of the UK over the last 5 years, and even the unions in those said companies want a withdrawal agreement. They want an orderly access from the EU. That should be front and centre of our minds and on the minds of our honourable members opposite. And I know that that is the case with many of them. Now, in that respect, I would also now, just very finally as well, address my colleagues to my comments to my own colleagues in this respect. Let's deliver Brexit. Let's leave the EU. Let's not, like Samson, bring the temple crashing down around us. Purity is never fully achieved state beyond the womb. Compromise. Let's work together right now to deliver on the referendum promise. Let's protect jobs and let's move forward, because if we don't, we are in serious danger of creating such deep fissures that we will never ever close again in this country. Thank you.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm in no doubt that this is the most serious matter that I will likely ever vote on while serving in this House. It is crystal clear from the speeches we've heard from honourable and honourable members from across the House before and after the Christmas break that the Prime Minister's Brexit deal does not command a majority in this House, nor does it command, I believe, a majority of support in the country. Today I want to lay out exactly why I cannot, in all good consciousness, vote for this deal. But to be clear, the bottom line is this: I will not vote for my constituents to be poorer. I became an MP, as I am sure the majority of members did, to improve the lives of all those living and working in my constituency. To vote for a proposal that would fundamentally undermine this notion would be a dereliction of my duty to my constituents as their Member of Parliament. I must first say that I fully appreciate the Prime Minister has had an incredibly difficult task to fulfil. There is no easy way to reconcile the 52% with the 48%, while also having an agreement which the EU27 and this House will agree on. Sadly, though, the Prime Minister has left us facing the worst of both worlds. Not in the European Union, economically weakened, but having to accept EU rules which we will have little or no say on going forward. This deal does not please the 52%. The deal does not please the 48%. In truth, as has been said by many honourable members, it seems to please no one at all. There is little point in revisiting all the events of the past 3 years, but I feel it's important to outline how I came to my position. I was not a member of this House when the decision was taken to hold the referendum in 2016. Indeed, I was first elected only 49 days before the referendum itself took place. It goes without saying that I think David Cameron's decision to gamble the future of our country and the stability of our union to settle an age-old row within the Conservative Party was a shameful act as much as it was reckless. Following the referendum, I respected the result of the vote by going through the division lobby to trigger Article 50. This was, for me, a turning point. This was the point at which the government could have sought to seek real cross-party consensus from members from all parts of the United Kingdom to negotiate a way forward. Instead, the government has sought to subvert this House and the views of the devolved administrations in Wales and Scotland at every turn. Then, of course, we had the 2017 general election, where the Prime Minister now infamously said to us, "Nothing has changed." That may have been true of the cruel austerity this government has and continues to inflict on our communities, as it has much been with this Brexit deal. But something did change at this point. The British public simply said no. No, we're not going to give you a majority so you can bulldoze your hard Brexit through. You need to work together in the name of the national interest to find ways forward which will enable our country to prosper. The Prime Minister could have worked with my right honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, to ensure the deal answered Labour's 6 fundamental tests. These tests were indeed a high bar to set, but that was for the simple reason, because we on these benches are not interested in securing a deal at any cost. Instead, we are committed to ensuring our constituents, my constituents, in every corner of the United Kingdom will be better off in the future than they are today. More than 18 months on, and in one regard at least, clearly nothing has changed. The Prime Minister remains hell-bent on selling this botched deal to which neither honours the referendum result nor answers the concerns of the 48% of people who voted to remain. Leading British entrepreneur and star of Dragon's Den, Deborah Meaden, recently said, and this struck a chord with me, and I quote, "How did we end up here? I warn against this when doing deals all the time. Ending up accepting a position you would never have accepted at the start simply because you were intent on completing a deal." As this comparison is a powerful one, I would never be one to second-guess the electorate, but members across this House have to ask themselves this. If this deal and all of its implications have been presented as the official Leave campaign back in 2016, can they be confident we would have still have had the same result? I don't think we would have. Because that's what we're being asked to vote on here. We're being asked to vote for something which supposedly honours the referendum result. Because when we delve deeper and we take a look at the impact this would have had on people across my constituency, it becomes clear that this is not a situation I can accept on their behalf. Take manufacturing, which plays a key role in my constituency and across Wales, with 143,000 people employed by the manufacturing industry, just in Wales alone. Whether it be in insulation, toilet paper or parachutes, they're all made in my Ogmore constituency. The automotive sector is another large employer for my constituency. They have repeatedly shared that their operations have already suffered as a result of uncertainty about future trading arrangements. I've also spoken to many farmers in my constituency, and they are worried about the future of their exports, with 90% of Welsh lamb currently being exported to countries within the EU. I fail to see how this withdrawal agreement provides any certainty for people living in my stag, Llanharan, Pencoed or anyone else in my constituency, and that the industries which provide their income will have the certainty they need moving forwards. The political declaration is nothing short of a wish list, which binds us into years of further wrangling using resources that we could be diverting into investing in the Welsh economy, investing in projects like the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, the long-awaited rail electrification beyond Cardiff, and indeed all the thousands of projects across Wales which are supported by EU funding, which would be far better use of our time and money and be far greater benefit to the people of Wales than further uncertainty that we have now been promised by this government. Indeed, Mr Speaker, we still haven't had answers from ministers as to what will happen to the £600 million of EU funding which supports businesses and projects across Wales to thrive after 2022. I would invite ministers to explain to the House today what will happen with this funding. If they fail to do so, they simply cannot argue that my constituents and Wales as a whole will be better off after Brexit. But of course, we haven't actually had any ministers stating that the UK will be better off under this deal. The government of the day is trying to sleepwalk us into a situation where we'll be worse off and we won't be taking back control, to coin the famous phrase. And I know that 52% voted Leave and 48% voted Remain in 2016, but I can tell all members another certainty about the so-called will of the people. Not one of the 52 or the 48 voted for this. In my constituency, whether it be in the nearby automotive industry, the steel industry, the public sector, the agriculture industry, shop workers, our pensioners, and might I add, our young people who have had no say in all of this, I am yet to be presented with an argument from any single government minister that gives me confidence this deal will make them better off or improve their lives. Now, any member, Mr Speaker, including your good self, will know that I am one of the members who is a fan of procedure in this House, and indeed of our unwritten constitution. And I proudly sit, perhaps nerdly, on the Procedure Committee. If the Prime Minister is unable to get this deal through Parliament on Tuesday, it is constitutionally right that there should be a general election to let the country decide how Parliament and the country itself moves forward. If a government, any government through history, cannot command a majority in this House on its flagship piece of legislation, it must and should fall. However, if we're unable to achieve this situation because of another one of David Cameron's ridiculous legacies, it is only right that with Parliament in deadlock, we put this question back to the people and let them decide. Parliament is sovereign, but we answer to the people. And if we are unable to break the logjam we see before us, there remains no other option but to let the public across all our nations which make up our great United Kingdom have a say. Throughout this process, this government has treated this House with contempt. It has treated the devolved administrations with contempt. And above all, it has treated the communities we all represent across the United Kingdom with contempt. The Prime Minister's only delay before Christmas to stop members like me speaking on the day the withdrawal debate was withdrawn was contempt to me, and members on this side are sick of the nonsense from the government. And Mr. Speaker, I really do worry about what is happening in this country because of the division and insecurity and uncertainty that members in the government and the Prime Minister are placing on the British people, and we've seen that just this week. The change in political discourse we have seen in recent years is not unique, of course, to the United Kingdom. The election of President Trump, the rise of the far right across Europe, to continuing threats of peace we see around the world. We are living through extraordinary times, and such times call for extraordinary solutions and a fundamental rethink of how we do things. I'm not for 1 minute saying that there is a silver bullet answer to the problems we face as a society, but I am 100% confident in saying that this deal will not even provide the first stepping stone towards bringing our country together. I know that members of the government continue to parrot the line that we will still wish to be an outward-looking nation, but as the country that works for everyone, I do have a grave fear that reality behind this rhetoric will be as apparent as the government's majority in this House. Years from now, I believe that if this deal or a similar fudge is allowed to pass through this Parliament, we will look back and have to ask ourselves one very simple question. Was it worth it? I understand that many members across the House will have and still will be grappling with this question. But to those still wavering, I say only this. Until we can be sure that any deal will make our constituents better off and ensure the next generation is more prosperous than the one which has preceded it, we have a democratic duty to oppose it. During his first speech to the House, Vernon Hartshorn, Ogmore's first Labour MP, elected just over 100 years ago, was told to go back to Glamorgan and talk to the miners he was standing up for in his speech by a member of the opposition. Now, at the time, I'm sure Mr Hartshorn took this somewhat flippant advice on the chin. And indeed, he did just that and continued to fight for the communities I now proudly represent and the industries which support them throughout his time in office. In voting against this deal, more than 100 years on, Mr Speaker, I simply seem to do the same.
Thank you. Mr Douglas Ross. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Ogmore, and we have one thing in common in that I was also due to speak on the day that the government pulled the previous debate, and I do welcome the opportunity that now all members have the chance to put their own views on the record here in the House of Commons on the withdrawal agreement. And I have to say, I strongly disagreed with the decision of the government to not proceed with the vote in early December. And it seems that the only progress made since then has been the progress towards Brexit date itself, because with respect to the deal, sadly nothing has changed. Now, I approach this debate as someone who voted Remain, but admit I was a reluctant Remainer. I was unsure what the future would hold if we left the European Union, but I was also someone from a farming background, and I saw many problems within the farming industry caused by the European Union. But I did vote Remain in 2016, but I'm also a Democrat, and I respect the decision taken by the country in 2016. However, I should say the Murray constituency I represent was split right down the middle. When more than 48,000 votes were cast, just 122 separated Leave and Remain. So I am acutely aware that no matter how I vote in this place, I will be unable to please all of my constituents. Indeed, there will be a combination of my strongest supporters and my fiercest critics will, for a combination of reasons, either wholeheartedly agree or disagree with how I ultimately vote. But that is the situation I and many honourable and right honourable members are in. I do also want to say at this point that I commend the Prime Minister for everything she has tried to do to achieve this deal. The work she has put in, no one can question her determination and drive to ensure that there was a deal on the table. And it was a deal that at every point in the process there were challenges put in place. There are many aspects of the deal I do support, but there are others that I don't. And in this debate, Mr Speaker, I'll focus on two key areas where I still have the most significant concerns. Now, the first surrounds the future of our fishing industry. And while the number of fishing boats and active crews in Murray is just a fraction of what it once was, there are many people and many communities who still feel extremely strongly about this industry and are passionate with their feelings. I promised at the election which brought me here, and since then, that I could not support a deal that does not deliver for our fishing industry, and I maintain that point of view. But I would say, however, that I fully understand why many of my Scottish Conservative colleagues feel they can support the deal with regards to fishing. The ambiguity in the wording suggests that we can become an independent coastal state with control over our waters and who fishes what, where and when. Unfortunately, that same ambiguity in the wording allows many in the EU to feel they have the opportunity to maintain or even increase their access to UK waters going forward. And while I welcome the political declaration and what it has to say about the future of fishing, and indeed the Prime Minister's own very strong stance on this issue, I have to reconcile that with my own belief that as MPs, if we vote with the government next week, we are rubber stamping the deal with no guarantee that the promises in the political declaration will ever be achieved or delivered. And at this point, I do want to make mention to the party opposite, as we so often do, and 4 of them here from the Scottish National Party today. I've made my views clear. I'm just saying, I thought 4 was a good number for the SNP to have in the chamber. But all I'm trying to say is I've made my views on the future of the fishing industry very clear and why I cannot support this deal because of it. But it is rank hypocrisy to hear from the SNP saying they would stand up for the fishing industry. The same SNP members and party that said they want to have Scotland as an independent country to then go back into the common fisheries policy. You cannot claim to hate the CFP and then say you will go back in and reform it. And I will definitely give way to the honourable gentleman in a second. And I'll do what he did, because he gave way on a proviso to me earlier on if I would answer his question. So perhaps he will answer my question if I give way to him. How would the SNP reform the common fisheries policy, and how successful have any other reforms of the common fisheries policy been up to date?
I'd like to thank the member for giving way, and where I'll slightly differ, I will answer his question because he didn't answer mine. I would urge him to read the Fisheries Jurisdiction Act or Fisheries Jurisdiction Bill that would have taken us out of the CFP, retained our place in the EU, which his party rejected. Now, can he tell me, how do our fishing community get the fabulous produce that's produced in his constituency and mine through to the markets that they need to if we're outside the customs union?
Mr Speaker, we've got to be very careful with our language, that I don't accuse the honourable gentleman of misleading Parliament, but he did say, when he accepted my invitation to intervene on me, that he would answer my question, and he has singly failed to do it. How would the SNP reform the common fisheries policy if they were an independent nation, away from the United Kingdom, trying to get back into the European Union? And yet again, the SNP cannot answer that question. So don't go back to fishing communities in Murray and across Scotland and say you would stand up for our fishing industry, because it's very clear you will not. There is a very clear decision in many of these coastal communities that they voted to leave the European Union because of the common fisheries policy, and it's very clear now that the only party that will take them back in are the SNP. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree with me that even Scottish Government analysis shows that one of the biggest winners from Brexit is the Scottish fishing industry, and it is the stated policy of the Scottish Government to stop Brexit, throwing that sea of opportunity away?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do agree with my honourable friend, and it was that evidence was given to the Scottish Affairs Select Committee in the House of Commons just today. The Scottish Government produced their own report that showed the thousands of jobs that will come to the Scottish fishing industry and the huge boon that will make to our economy. Now, Mr Speaker, the second issue that causes me concern, as a proud Scot, part of a strong United Kingdom, is the future of our union. Many honourable and right honourable members have passionately outlined their concerns with the backstop, and I echo those fears. We hear that the backstop will be bad for the UK and bad for the European Union, so neither side will want to enter into it. As an alternative, some have suggested extending the implementation period. Indeed, the Prime Minister mentioned that in Prime Minister's questions today, and the Secretary of State also said in his opening remarks that the Government are now supporting the proposal that MPs could vote on either extending the implementation period or entering the backstop. But for me, neither of these options are suitable, because extending the implementation period causes me as many problems as the backstop itself. We would remain tied to the European Union and, for example, the Common Fisheries Policy for longer, abiding by their rules while having absolutely no influence over the policies. And again, on the backstop, I've found ambiguity where I wanted certainty. Article 132 of the withdrawal agreement allows for a one-off extension of the transition period for up to 1 or 2 years. That's very particular wording. Why not say a one-off extension for up to a maximum of 24 months? Now, I sought the government legal advice and the opinion of several cabinet members on this point, and they also can't agree. Some believe up to means it could be a few months. Others believe it is either up to 1 full year or up to 2 full years, because any extension by the EU will have to run for a full year's budget. So we don't have clarity on this important issue, which now the government are offering as a solution to the concerns over the backstop. And I also note what's been said today about a possible veto for Stormont, but it doesn't address all the issues with the backstop. And of course, on today of all days, the second anniversary of the Assembly collapsing in Northern Ireland, this proposal seems to have been rejected by the DUP, the UUP and Sinn Féin, so it seems to be struggling to garner support anywhere. I will very quickly give way.
Thank you. The honourable member, I thank him for giving way. He does, and I'm glad he mentioned the backstop, and I assume that he understands the seriousness that this party takes the backstop as in regards to Northern Ireland, and he said he was a reluctant Remainer voter. Would he say that he has had the Damascus Road experience now for Brexit?
If the honourable gentleman will listen for about 90 more seconds, he will decide if I have treaded that road or not. Because, Mr Speaker, after weeks of wrestling with my concerns about the agreement and seeking assurances over the issues that I've highlighted, I've not been able to resolve them. I would like to support the Prime Minister and my government, but I must also stand up for those who elect me. This is not a decision I've reached quickly or easily, and I'm sure ultimately history will judge each and every MP on how we vote and decide if we got it right or wrong. But in doing so, Mr Speaker, history will have the benefit of hindsight, something none of us are blessed with. So my decision comes down to this: my overarching belief that I'm elected to this place to be Murray's voice in Westminster and not Westminster's voice in Murray. I have to put my constituents and my constituency ahead of my party and my government. It is for this reason, Mr Speaker, that when this debate concludes and you call for the division on the withdrawal agreement, it will be with a heavy heart but a clear conscience that I will not be able to support the government and I will vote against this agreement.
Thank you. Joyce Winson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2.5 years ago, the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised to tackle society's burning injustices. And I, for one, was glad to hear that speech, and I hoped it would mark a real change in direction from this government. Now, we could debate endlessly the reasons why people voted to leave the European Union, and of course they were varied. But for many, there was a feeling that the system is broken, that working hard is no guarantee of getting on, and a fear that their children will end up worse off than they are, earning less, finding it harder to secure a decent home. And people rightly and understandably feel angry about this. But instead of the radical changes that are needed to our economy and society, the energy and attention of our government has been sucked into the black hole of Brexit. Nothing has changed for those who the Prime Minister vowed to help. Those injustices still fuel discontent. We have an underfunded universal credit system bringing misery to thousands. We're in the midst of a housing crisis that has many children living in heartbreaking conditions, vulnerable people sleeping on our streets and dying on them too. And none of this will be resolved by leaving the EU. None of this will be resolved by the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. Now, the Leave campaign said that we would be taking back control. But to many of my constituents, it feels like the very opposite. To the mother of two who contacted me worried about her family's security after the Prime Minister called her husband a queue jumper. To the scientist concerned about jobs in Glasgow once the life sciences industry loses vital European funding. And to the businesses who don't even know on what terms they will be able to sell to our biggest trading partner in 3 months' time. 5 years ago, I fought passionately to keep Scotland in the United Kingdom. Together, we are stronger. Our economy is more successful. Our influence is greater. We can pool risks. Our businesses benefit from selling to a larger market without barriers. We share values. We share our history. We share a desire for our loved ones in different parts of the country to be able to live, work and travel where they want with ease. I am certain that Scotland's best future is in the United Kingdom. And it is for the same reasons that I believe that the United Kingdom's interests are best served within the European Union. In 2017, the people of Eastern Bartonshire elected me to fight for Scotland's position in the UK and for the United Kingdom's position in the EU. That was the manifesto I stood on. The Liberal Democrats have led the fight for a people's vote to keep our benefits of EU membership, to remain a leading and influential member of the world's most successful economic and political bloc. And I am delighted that there are so many MPs from all parties who are coming together and working beyond party lines for the public to have the final say on a deal with the option to keep EU membership.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I just wonder, at the end of the day, if push comes to shove, if we come to a crunch, and there is only a choice between Scotland remaining in the UK or Scotland remaining in Europe, what would be her choice?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Lady that we are in a situation now where we are trying to unpick a union that we have been in for 40 years, and look at the chaos that that is causing. The last thing we need is the chaos of trying to unpick a union of 300 years. If this experience tells us anything, it tells us how disastrous that would be. We need a people's vote. 2.5 years on, we know that leaving the European Union won't make us richer. It won't bring in £350 million a week for the NHS, despite what that bus said. And it won't be the easiest trade deal in human history, despite what the International Trade Secretary said. These were the fantasies of the Leave campaign. Brexit has become a national embarrassment. It will make us poorer, it will hurt our NHS, and it will weaken our union. Now, perhaps strangely, I have found myself recently agreeing with both the former Brexit Secretary and the Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Member for Esher and Walton is right that the Prime Minister's deal is worse than staying in the EU. We would be bound by the rules, but lose our say over them. But the Prime Minister is right that this is the best Brexit on offer. Now, I despair at the arrogance of those, whether on the Conservative side or on the Labour front bench, who claim that, of course, they could negotiate a better deal. They live in the land of make-believe. Here in the real world, there are no magic beans to put food on the table. There are no pots of gold at the end of the rainbow. Even my 5-year-old could say to them that unicorns aren't real. And I'm frankly horrified by those who are so cavalier that they countenance no deal as a serious option. How lovely it must be to live in those ivory towers, claiming French residency or setting up investment funds in Dublin as the poorest people in society pay the price for an ideological Brexit. Quite simply, there is no deal that will ever be as good as being members of the European Union. There is no Brexit that works for the whole of the United Kingdom. There is no Brexit that keeps our economy strong and jobs safe. There is no Brexit that gives us first-class public services. We need a way out of this mess. We should give people the chance to choose, in full knowledge of the Brexit deal on offer, what future they want for their children. I urge the House to vote down this deal and call for a people's vote.
Thank you. Paul Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called, and again, as a member who had the opportunity denied to them to speak first time round, I'm pleased to finally be getting the opportunity to speak up and set out my views on this very important issue. Starting with the withdrawal agreement itself and focusing on my main area of concern, which unsurprisingly is the backstop. There is no question that the backstop has the potential to build a regulatory border in the Irish Sea beyond that which already exists, although I do accept it is in areas where divergence is fairly unlikely, like industrial goods standards. And whilst I am satisfied that the backstop won't create any new material differences between Great Britain and Northern Ireland on day one, it clearly provides a mechanism for those differences to come into place and deepen over time. And with no guarantee as to how long the backstop will operate, we are going to be in a constant political battle between loosening ties with the EU and with it Northern Ireland, or keeping our country aligned and failing to take back control in a variety of areas. And given none of us can see into the future, I am concerned that the backstop does not future-proof the integrity of the Union in the long term if we find ourselves using it for more than a couple of years. Now, all these issues have been long rehearsed, so I won't dwell on them further, but the fact is that without a backstop, there is no deal, and if there's no deal, there's no transition period. And that's why I very strongly welcomed the paper that was released today by the government, which I do think is probably the most explicitly unionist statement by a UK government, at least for a couple of decades. And I was grateful for it primarily because of the request that I've made to numerous Secretaries of State that the government continue to work at ensuring a role for the Northern Irish Assembly and Executive if it was sitting, as was included in paragraph 50 of the December joint report, in order to ensure regulatory divergence has an element of consent. Because, of course, there are areas where Northern Ireland would wish to follow new EU rules, for example, to protect the single energy market. But I think there is an issue if that is imposed over the heads of the politicians and institutions of Northern Ireland, particularly where it creates new barriers or materially increases an existing barrier with Great Britain. But I do wonder if the commitment to domestic legislation could in any way be strengthened, and whether there is some mechanism by which that could be incorporated into the withdrawal agreement to give a greater degree of certainty than the party opposite and also the UUP as well are both looking for. Moving on to the political declaration, members opposite are right. It is thin, and it doesn't provide a clear pathway to what our future relationship will look like, instead providing a spectrum of opportunities for where we could end up. And I think it does seem to point to a direction slightly looser than the Chequers deal, which was a proposal that I was quite comfortable with when settled on. And of course it does ultimately kick the can down the road on all the major issues until the middle of 2020. So we do have to be prepared for months of further argument on all these points domestically before we even get to the EU negotiating table. And those negotiations will be tough, and I do hope that the government has learned some lessons from this first phase of negotiations in terms of how it organises itself, in terms of how it constructs a negotiating position and works better with the various groupings within this Parliament, so that when it actually properly starts negotiating that second phase, it is doing so with a strong domestic mandate to do so, because that is the only way that we are going to get a meaningfully lasting agreement with the European Union that works. Now, I do believe that the Prime Minister has reached the best deal that could have been achieved within the parameters set out in the negotiation. It is a compromise. It's not the deal that I wanted, but its acceptance would bring some certainty and allow us to move forward. It achieves many of the things that the EU said were not on the table. A bespoke arrangement that maintains industrial tariffs at zero, keeps us closely aligned but without the jurisdiction of the ECJ. Cherries have been picked here and cake has certainly been eaten. And I do fundamentally come back to the point that it is a risk to vote it down in the hope that something better materialises. My inbox has been full of constituents asking me to vote down the deal, but in order to get a range of different outcomes, and they can't all get what they want. And for me, this is not about rolling the dice. It's not about whether I or the constituents that use 38 degrees can afford for the gamble not to come off and end up somewhere worse. I have to make this call for the 90,000 people in East Renfrewshire where there are wildly different views and personal circumstances, and many of my constituents simply can't afford for this not to work out. And if I was to vote against the deal and no other magical solution arrived and we crashed out in March, I would feel wholly responsible for the economic impact on the families and communities in my constituency that would result from that happening. And I do not feel, personally, and I fully appreciate the range of views across this House, I do not feel that I could be complicit in that outcome. And so I will be supporting the deal on Tuesday. A vote against the deal is not a vote to stop Brexit. If it was, dozens of my colleagues wouldn't be preparing to bring it down. But I think, facing all the facts, it does seem likely that it is going to be rejected. And so I repeat a statement that I've always made, that indeed I made at my selection meeting in 2017, which is that I will not support a no-deal Brexit. East Renfrewshire voted 75% to remain in the European Union. It is the highest Remain voting seat held by a Conservative. My election was not the result of a promise in our manifesto to deliver Brexit. It was a promise to protect the Union. And the greatest threat to the Union is a chaotic no-deal Brexit. So if the deal is voted down, I will work with colleagues from across the House to put in place an achievable Plan B, and I'll continue to argue for my preferred alternative of remaining in the EEA as a member of EFTA with a bespoke customs protocol to protect the position in Northern Ireland, a rejection of the political institutions of the European Union, but retaining the principles at the heart of why we joined, a common market 2.0. And we will need this withdrawal agreement for that. But I do commit to my constituents to re-evaluate my position with a genuinely open mind. So I would urge the Prime Minister, if the deal is defeated, to immediately announce that there will be indicative votes on a series of options on a free vote so that we can properly test the mood of the House. In the weeks ahead, I will vote in the manner that secures a sensible and orderly exit from the European Union and sets us on a pathway to a future relationship that works for East Renfrewshire and every part of our United Kingdom. I will vote not just on Tuesday, but in every vote thereafter in the manner that I consider to be in the best interests of this great nation, because ultimately that's the only way that I can come home from this place and look my constituents and my children in the eye, knowing I did what I felt was right for them and their futures. Mr. Speaker, there are many Conservative MPs who, like me, voted to remain, but accept, admittedly reluctantly and with some misgivings, that we are leaving the European Union. We have compromised at every stage of this process to try and find a way to make this work. And this deal is as far as I am prepared to go. So if some of my colleagues want to blow this up in pursuit of an ideologically purist fantasy, fine, go ahead, but I am done. My patience and my goodwill will be gone, along with that I know of many others on this side of the House. And wouldn't it be something, Mr. Speaker, if when the history books are written, it was the arrogance and the belligerence of the hardline Brexiteers in refusing to compromise that meant that rather than this imperfect Brexit, they ended up with no Brexit at all.
Thank you. Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for East Renfrewshire. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to speak in this debate, probably the most important during my time in this House. So, with less than 3 months until we leave the European Union, we urgently need a good Brexit deal. What we've seen, however, is the Health Secretary almost boasting about buying thousands of extra fridges to store vital medicines in case we crash out of the European Union in March. How on earth has it come to this? We've ended up here because of a catastrophic failure by the government to negotiate a good deal in good time. A government that had no real idea what it wanted. A government that spent over 2 years negotiating with its own backbenchers. A government that's tried to sideline our Parliament at every turn. Now, my Labour colleague from Holborn and St Pancras has set out the key failings of this deal at length. So I'll just quickly restate our Labour view. It doesn't meet our tests. It certainly doesn't work for our country. Now, I've always had one key test for any Brexit deal. Does it give the people in Blaenau Gwent security about their future after the UK leaves? This deal fails to do that for one main reason. It's bad for trade and jobs. Crucially, it doesn't guarantee tariff or barrier-free access to European markets for our businesses. Mr. Speaker, our economy has millions of moving parts. Many manufacturing industries rely on just-in-time supply chains with daily deliveries of key components. A no-deal Brexit would cause chaos for our automotive, farming and food processing sectors in particular. Around 3 million jobs across the UK depend on trade with the European Union. 100,000 of these in Wales. Any disruption to supplies or extra hurdles when exporting goods all impact on people's livelihoods at the other end. The best way to protect these is through a permanent customs union and a strong regulatory alignment with the European Union. That's why a permanent customs union is backed not only by Labour, but by the TUC and by the CBI. But the government has completely ruled out this sensible step to protect jobs and the economy. Without this, our businesses don't have the guarantees that they need, workers and consumers don't have the assurances that they deserve, and my constituents don't have the certainty they should have about their jobs. Now, when I speak to my Leave voters, many want the same things. Some still want to leave, but recognise it's got very complicated. Some have expressed sympathy for the Prime Minister. Some have even expressed sympathy for me. But what we all see is a government that's at sixes and sevens with no obvious way through this impasse. Now, as my honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, has set out, Labour wants a Brexit that puts jobs first. If the Prime Minister can't provide this, we need a general election. If this isn't possible, we need to consider an extension of Article 50 so we don't crash out, or a further vote. One thing's for certain, though, I can't vote for this Prime Minister's mangled deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman in his speech and to be part of this debate, which is, by any definition, historic. I rise to speak in support of the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration because my fundamental political belief is in pragmatism. I am no ideologue or absolutist, and I believe the success of the Conservative and Unionist Party has been its willingness to adapt to present realities and to work on a practical basis to deliver what is in the national interest. And it is in the national interest for us to leave the European Union in an orderly way by agreement. And it is in the national interest for us to continue to have close and cooperative relationships with our European neighbours. And it is in the national interest that we achieve a free trade arrangement whereby we can continue to trade freely across borders without the encumbrance of barriers, tariffs and burdensome charges. And it is in the best interest of our economy, for businesses and for jobs, that this Parliament now comes to grip with the practicalities of our predicament. It is in the interests of our democracy and public confidence in Parliament that this House delivers on the instruction of the British people that we should leave the European Union. And the people's vote of June 2016 answered the question asked of the people by this House. And now this House must honour that answer. We must be careful that our opposition to this agreement is not simply about waiting for the perfect deal. What we have on the table before us is not a perfect deal. It is not an entirely comfortable deal, but in my judgment, it is acceptable. Compared with the risk of leaving the European Union in a disorderly way without an agreement, this agreement is a good agreement. It secures the rights of citizens, provides for a transition period, provides for an orderly departure from the European Union. I'd much prefer that there was no backstop, but I accept that the commitments that we have given to the people of Northern Ireland, which we must honour, make a backstop of some form or another an inevitable element of any agreement of any description.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I respect him as he knows that. But he talks about the backstop in Northern Ireland and he said he will support this agreement. Does he understand the difficulty that we have with the backstop and the serious repercussions it will have for the future of Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and that respect that he described, I reciprocate to him, and indeed to all of his colleagues who I recognise as unionists. I do understand the complexities and a lot of the emotion as well around the issue of Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom. But I have thought long and hard about Northern Ireland as well as Scotland. And I believe that the backstop doesn't have to and mustn't represent a threat to the integrity of the United Kingdom. And that we must work together, those of us who want to honour the decision of the people in June 2016, we must work together to make Brexit happen. Otherwise, we will have a crisis of political confidence in this country. And there are so many people, sadly on both sides of this House, who do not want to honour the result that the people gave us in June 2016. And the alternatives on offer are this agreement, or no Brexit, or a hard, no-deal Brexit. I'll come back to those points, but I'm grateful for his intervention. Negotiations, I would say, Mr. Speaker, are about achieving the acceptable, but very rarely about achieving the perfect. The withdrawal agreement is a predictable compromise, but a compromise that is bearable for both sides, and crucially, it delivers on the referendum result. Since shortly after being elected to this House, I have had the opportunity to serve on the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Select Committee. The conclusion of the latest report of the Select Committee, which was a report based on revisiting evidence we'd received 12 months earlier from businesses that operate in strategically critical sectors for the UK economy: automotive, aerospace, pharmaceutical and food and drink. We were collecting evidence to their response to the withdrawal agreement. And what we found was, and it's clearly in the conclusion of the report, that while they would prefer to have stuck with the status quo, they now needed clarity and certainty, and for that reason, their consistent message to us as a Select Committee and to this House through our report is to support the withdrawal agreement. They were also incredibly respectful of our democracy, and they accepted the result of the June 2016 referendum, something that so many people in this House seem unprepared to do. These business leaders were prepared to accept that result, and they were actively seeking to apply a pragmatic approach to what is undoubtedly a complex set of problems. It is now for us, as parliamentarians, to be pragmatic and deliver the certainty that businesses need, and we do that, Mr. Speaker, by supporting the withdrawal agreement. I am a unionist. It is core to who I am, and I have an unshakable belief in our country and its peoples, in Scotland and in the United Kingdom, which stands as the most successful political union in the history of the world. Now, my warning to colleagues is simply this, that nationalism is waiting in the wings. The withdrawal agreement, in my judgment, is no threat to the union, but no deal is. The threat in Scotland is from the Scottish nationalists. They want the disruption that no deal would bring, because their nationalism is more important to them than any other issue. They make no secret, their leader makes no secret, that their single unifying purpose is to break up the United Kingdom, and that transcends every other single issue, economic or social. They want chaos. They want the disruption, because they believe it will give them the platform to launch their bid, much talked about among their ranks, for a second independence referendum to break up the United Kingdom. And I would say to those on my side of the House in particular, who advocate no deal, to me, as a Scottish unionist, they exhibit some of the same symptoms as the SNP. Like the SNP, they would appear to be prepared to sacrifice jobs and prosperity if it meant they could realise their version of our future. And so, yes, I will happily give way.
Thank him for giving way. In terms of nationalism, I'll just remind him who gave EU citizens the vote in the 2014 referendum. Who's gave EU citizens voting franchise and who hasn't?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what the intervention amounted to, but I'm grateful that the honourable gentleman had his opportunity to make it. So I would appeal to my colleagues on this side of the House in particular, not to sacrifice the good for the sake of an unrealisable perfect. Mr. Speaker, a second referendum, a no-deal Brexit, or a general election all point to more uncertainty, and I cannot support any of those outcomes. We must remember that we voted as one united kingdom to leave the EU. My constituents in Stirling are weary of Brexit and the shenanigans that go on in this House. They want us to move on. They want us to turn the page. They want us to deal with the pressing issues that impact on their lives, every single one of them, and the life chances of their families, irrespective of who they are or their story. We need to deliver stability and certainty. We need to turn the page, and voting for this agreement is the best way to do it, and I commend it to the House.
Thank you. Mr. Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I say it's an honour to follow the truly honourable gentleman who just spoke from Stirling, for that is what he is. And he was about to, if I may just reflect on his remarks, he was about to conclude his speech by saying we voted as one union and we should leave as one union. Well, Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for a part of this union which is going to be left behind, and I will develop on those points further, I think he fairly conceptualises what the aspiration was. But sadly, the faults and the flaws of this withdrawal agreement rest in the concluding sentence that he never quite reached. Mr. Speaker, I, like him, was not an ideologue on this issue. And recognising that there are three of my colleagues sitting behind me, all intently listening to what I may say, knowing what I have said to them privately.
We're watching you.
My whole life, Northern Ireland, this United Kingdom, has been a part of the European Union. I have known nothing else. It has not been a motivating or driving factor for me politically. It has not been something that led me to come to Parliament to campaign to leave the European Union. I campaigned very enjoyably with the Right Honourable Lady from Chipping Barnet in my constituency of East Belfast during the 2016 referendum. I voted leave. I proudly voted leave. I voted leave because I was frustrated by the fear and the threats and the intimidation from those who said if you don't do what you're told, Northern Ireland will descend back into chaos. If you don't do what is expected of you, the peace process is in jeopardy. And I find that line offensive. I campaigned on a leave vote believing that there was an aspiration in what was being outlined and it was engaged with by the people of this country. Today I find it offensive. Motivated not by leaving the European Union, but motivated by unionism. That we have a government, that we have a parliament, that we have neighbours in the European Union that want to undermine the precious union that we have. I think it's deeply disappointing, Mr. Speaker. It is not where we should be. It goes against every grain of my political ideology and it goes against the grain of the Prime Minister's expressed political ideology. It has been mentioned quite a few times this evening in this debate from members of Parliament across the House. The Honourable Member for Stirling, the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, who was in his place, the Right Honourable Member for Wolverhampton South East, all talked of the Belfast Agreement. The Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe, Leader of the House, indicated that the Belfast Agreement, the hard-fought document for peace, gives a commitment to an open border in Ireland. It doesn't. It simply doesn't. I will give way to any Member of Parliament that wants to explain to me where the provision is in the Belfast Agreement. It's not there. It's based on mutual respect. It's based on interconnected cooperation. It's based on better relationships between the people of Northern Ireland and the people of the Republic of Ireland. But what's gone wrong in this withdrawal process? What fundamental problems has the Prime Minister made? Here's the first. Believing what the political aspirations of others are over what her own head should tell her. The Belfast Agreement does not preclude a border in the island of Ireland. There is a border in the island of Ireland. We have differentials between duty rates. We have physical infrastructure. It was a mistake to believe that the aspiration to have no hard border on the island of Ireland meant that there should be no infrastructure whatsoever, because there is today. All this fanciful notion of cameras being attacked or any infrastructure being subject to vandalism or worse, it's there today. There are cameras right across the main roads and arterial routes that take you from Northern Ireland to the south. We have different currencies. We implement different rules, different laws. We have smuggling as a consequence of the fact that we have tariff differentials. The Minister for Cabinet Office knows full well, as a former Minister in the Northern Ireland Office, as to a former Secretary of State from the Right Honourable Lady in Chipping Barnett. We were wrong as a country to accept the premise that we had to solve the border question without knowing what the trading relationship was going to be. Who decided that that was a good negotiating strategy? How do you provide the answer when you don't know what the question is? Yet that is the circumstances in which we find ourselves. We accepted that premise from the European Union.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I will, sure.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I have every sympathy with the position expressed by the Honourable Member for Stirling, and I understand entirely his motivation. And yet, for me, the major issue here is that, according to the Attorney General and his interpretation of the backstop, in circumstances where the backstop becomes operational, Northern Ireland must treat Great Britain as a third country for trade purposes. That offends my unionism. That offends my sense of being part of the United Kingdom. And surely, Mr. Speaker, that is the issue we need to address and resolve.
My right honourable friend and Chief Whip, of course, is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. He is absolutely right. What was the third and final thing that we were foolish to accept? The notion that there had to be a solution to this border problem, because in the event of no deal there would be a hard border. What did we see just before Christmas, Mr. Speaker? The publication of the preparation plans from the European Union and the Dublin government. And what was strangely absent from those documents?
That's right.
Any provision. That's right. Any provision of border infrastructure. So Shibboleth, Mr. Speaker. And we have spent 2 years tearing ourselves apart trying to solve an issue which does not amount to a hill of beans. Mr. Speaker, I have to represent constituents in East Belfast that have a various range of opinion. But there is one recurring theme. Reject this deal, reject the withdrawal agreement because it does not honour the aspirations of Brexit. Reject this deal because I want to stay in the European Union. Reject this deal because I want a second referendum. What's the thing that unifies them all? It is rejecting this deal. Mr. Speaker, there has been the publication of a white paper today that does nothing to satisfy the concerns that we have. The constitutional concerns. This isn't just about economics. The withdrawal agreement outlines a scenario where we would not only have to face but have coerced upon us further implementation of EU regulations that are forthcoming. Not to mention the 300 that are already there, referred to in the Attorney General's advice, spanning 69 pages, 300 pieces of legislation that will apply to Northern Ireland compulsorily. Could apply to the rest of the United Kingdom voluntarily. It is offensive to me as a unionist, Mr. Speaker, that we need an Act of Parliament in this place to recognise our part of this country. That cannot be right. That should not be right. The Prime Minister, when she spoke in the Waterfront Hall in Belfast on the 20th of July 2018, said the reality is that any agreement we reach with the European Union will have to provide for the frictionless movement of goods across the Northern Ireland border. We accept that. She went on to say, equally clear is that the United Kingdom government, we could never accept that the way to prevent a hard border with Ireland is to create a new border with the United Kingdom. Now, sadly, that's what we have, Mr. Speaker. When the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland spent time before Christmas going around to sell this withdrawal agreement, she was filmed on BBC Newsline with a group of ladies from a group in Lagan Valley, Resurgam, who said, Secretary of State, we don't like this deal because it treats Northern Ireland differently. And with all the majesty of her office, Secretary of State, she said, it does not. It does not treat Northern Ireland differently. And you know what? The ladies weren't in a position to challenge her authority on the matter. But there's no annex for Aylesbury. There's no protocol for any other part of the United Kingdom in this withdrawal agreement. There's no separate provisions, there's no backstop, there's no loss of democratic accountability or democratic involvement in the production or the assessment of future regulations on our trading relationships. And the white paper today, Mr. Speaker, doesn't change that, because we can see it in the withdrawal agreement, you can see it in the text. The UK government is committing in the withdrawal agreement to enforce over the heads of the Assembly, if they were to disagree, over the heads of the Assembly, implementation for rules in which we have no democratic control or say. That's not taking back control, Mr. Speaker. You've heard and you've presided over sessions in this chamber and heard speeches out with. We've continually said this is about taking back control of our laws, our borders and our money. On that test, Mr. Speaker, this withdrawal agreement fails. But I don't want to extinguish hope, and I will conclude with this. I think the next number of months will undoubtedly be febrile in this place, as they have been, and within the country. I don't doubt the sincerity of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and his colleagues and his team in delivering on the referendum commitment. All we ask is that Northern Ireland is not treated differently than any other part of this United Kingdom. That we honour our shared commitments and our shared history and our shared values and our shared aspirations. That we do it collectively. And that we work post-Tuesday as to how best we deliver a workable solution.
Colin Clark.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was fortunate to speak in the December debate, and therefore I will do my best to be brief. And it is a tremendous honour to follow the Honourable Member for Belfast East. He has made a very powerful case, and he demonstrates his tremendously strong rhetorical skills. Now, I listened to the Labour frontbench Shadow Secretary of State for leaving the EU very closely. That, in his words, this is not a vote about Labour's proposals. I agree. We're voting on the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration. And I agree with the withdrawal agreement, and I will be supporting it. Now, I listened to Labour's desire for a customs union, for a close relationship with the EU, to protect our vital union of the United Kingdom, to protect business and jobs. Now, he agreed with the government frontbench there must be a withdrawal agreement to protect citizens' rights. I echo the Cabinet Secretary. This should not be semantics. This is not about Labour's plan. That's because there's been so many versions of Labour's plan. But the government has had to come up with finally a negotiated plan, which we are now trying to get through this House. The Shadow Secretary of State said that he had agonised over voting for Article 50, but that set off a time-limited process in which we had to negotiate with the EU, and here we are. We've nearly arrived at the end of it. During that time, I've never heard a concise, cohesive plan from the opposition. So I can only conclude, despite its perceived faults, to avoid no deal, to protect jobs and citizens' rights, as he agreed with, recognising there must be a withdrawal agreement and, I'm afraid, a backstop, that members from both sides, following on from Article 50, support the deal. It's the next step so we can negotiate our future with the EU and the rest of the world. Now, this is in stark contrast with those who simply don't agree with Brexit, and I respect that's what they campaigned on. And I speak of the SNP because they rejected Brexit, pretty well in the same way that they rejected the independence referendum. And they quote figures of doom and gloom, which is disappointing because we're here to be optimistic. And I quote my colleague earlier, who said that that those who oppose this deal are potentially going to be the handmaids of a hard deal, of no deal. And that disappoints me, because if I think back to 2014, when as a consequence of separation, the SNP were happy to negotiate with the EU as a third party. So I find that's in tremendous contrast with the suggestions of Armageddon, when they would have had to have negotiated with the EU as a third party. Now, industries in my Gordon seat have embraced Brexit. In good faith, they expect elected politicians, those of us here, to actually get on with it. So I implore the SNP and others who reject Brexit to think again, to deliver on what we pledged, to deliver on respecting the Brexit referendum, a deal that works for business and jobs. They want all of us to make progress, to move to the next step, because the political declaration leaves a great deal of scope. I mean, there are not many of either side of the Conservative side of this debate, but the political declaration would allow scope for a deal which would accommodate very much what both sides are arguing and for what on the other side are arguing for. The government is making no deal preparation. On the Treasury Select Committee, we heard from the Bank of England that in all situations the financial system is robust. That's actually a very good thing, and that's what the stress testing was. It wasn't suggesting the economy would drop by 10%. Now, we can't go back. The country has moved on. And it seems that in this place we are frozen in time, whilst outside there the rest of the country is moving on, including in my constituency. Even as I heard on the radio this morning, the chairman of the Port of Calais, who said under all circumstances the trucks will keep moving. The rest of the world, the rest of Europe is moving on, whilst in this place we are frozen, stuck back in the EU referendum. Now, we know that the currency markets have built-in risk, and we know that the stock market has built-in risk, that companies have pent-up investment in their balance sheets. Their balance sheets are in rude health, as again we heard on the Treasury Select Committee. My good friend in front of me, my honourable friend, he said he's a pragmatist. Well, I'm an optimist, and I believe there can be a positive result from Brexit. So next week, give the economy a lift, give the mood of a nation a lift, and let's support the Prime Minister's deal, and let's get on with Brexit.
Hear, hear. Extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for his magnificent succinctness, upon which he should be congratulated, and I think everybody will wish to do so. Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I, as we have a little more time than I thought we would have, before I get into the substance of my speech tonight, I just want to start by thanking you, Mr. Speaker, for your support with regard to the harassment and targeting of MPs whilst both on the estate and around the estate. The abuse the Honourable Member for Broxtowe and others on all sides of this House and this issue that they are being subjected to is truly despicable and is genuinely worrying for the stability of our democracy. My worry is that the genie may be out of the bottle and the country may not heal for decades, no matter what happens here. That is why, as others have said, this is probably the most important decision and vote that I will have made in my almost 14 years as an MP and perhaps may ever make. I say this as it was just brought to my attention details of a threat that I've just received calling me a traitor who should be hung for treason. Now, this threat isn't even made anonymously. It's made very publicly, traceably, and the man, as I believe it is a man, I've seen a photograph of him, who made it must know that it's public and easily traceable, which makes this change in our national and political discourse all the more worrying. My crime that precipitated this threat was to be one of the 213 MPs of all parties to have signed the letter against crashing out without a deal, which we now know after the vote last night and today is actually the will of the majority of the people, in the members in this House. I say all this to reinforce the pressure of the political climate that we are all operating in and dealing with. And I know that none of us is taking any of this lightly at the moment. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, over 62% of people in Sunderland voted to leave the European Union. That's an average across the 3 Sunderland constituencies. And my canvassing tells me at the time that my constituency may have been more in the region of 65 to 67%. Now, considering that Nissan, as I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, the most productive car plant in the whole of Europe is in my constituency, explains why that first sort of result on results night had the impact that it did on all of us, not just the 3 Sunderland MPs. Now, I campaigned and voted to remain in the European Union and did so because I believed that it was the best decision for the security, social cohesion and economy of the North East and the country as a whole. Despite this, I recognise that a majority of my constituents had voted to leave, and I set out to respect the result of the referendum. In this vein, I have largely refrained from commenting publicly on Brexit or speaking about it here. Check Hansard. Choosing instead to listen to my constituents, to understand the result, the vote, so I ran 2 surveys on Brexit. I took great care to read all of the significant numbers of correspondence that I received on the topic. I held 3 large public meetings and engaged regularly with major employers in my constituency, such as Nissan, Rolls-Royce, BAE Systems and others, to hear their concerns about the process as it has unfolded over the last 2 years. Many of these companies in particular have been placed unnecessarily, in my opinion, into a position by this government where they are already spending vast sums of money on preparations for a no-deal scenario, something that none of us here will ever allow to happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, voting and how one votes is an extremely personal decision, and it would be wrong of us to claim to know exactly what led people to vote in the way that they did. We do know, however, what issues come up on the doorstep in emails and letters and through polls and surveys. We also know what was promised to people. As part of the survey that I ran last year, I ran one straight after the referendum and then one again last year, I asked people who had voted to leave in 2016 to rate a number of factors involved in their decision from very important to important. The 3 issues with the highest number of people ranking them as very important were firstly, the principle that decisions about the UK should be taken in the UK. Secondly, concerns that remaining would mean little or no choice about how the EU expanded its membership or powers. And thirdly, the incentive of trade opportunities outside of the EU. Now, you will notice immigration in this sample did not make the top 3 of very important issues. It was an option that people could choose and was actually near the bottom of the list in the final analysis. Now, make of that what you will.
Indeed.
Now, during the referendum, people were also promised that voting to leave would mean more money for the NHS, more controls on immigration, significant trade opportunities around the world, and ultimately it would mean taking back control. I will.
Giving way. Would you also accept that they were led to believe by the Leave campaign this would be a very simple process?
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think that would be one of the biggest ironies of any of our political careers, as we are all finding out. It is anything but simple. It has got to be the most complicated thing I've ever had to try and get my head around. And can anyone in this place honestly say that the deal on offer delivers any of this, the things I've just already listed? Far from delivering back control, for instance, this deal means giving up a voice within the EU and becoming rule takers until at least 2020, at which point the problematic backstop could come into place. The government's own analysis shows that the economic benefit of further trade deals around the world is minimal, won't come for a while and will be outweighed by GDP falling by around 3.9% under their deal. With regards to immigration, the Government's recent white paper failed to provide overall clarity on the issue and included plans to disgracefully label workers on less than £30,000 a year as low-skilled. This is a policy which will only contribute to the existing staffing shortages in the NHS in particular, as it rules out nurses, care assistants and paramedics coming from abroad. As for the much promised money for the NHS, remember the £350 million on the side of that big red bus? As Shadow Minister for Public Health, I'm well placed to know that the promise of extra money could not be further from the truth. It's no wonder that all this lack of clarity has left people on both sides of the debate hugely disappointed. Indeed, in recent weeks, I've received hundreds of emails, letters and postcards, as indeed I'm sure every single member of this House has, regarding this deal. There are people who say the Prime Minister's deal is failing to respect the result of the referendum and would like me to vote against it. There are people who would like me to vote against this deal and then push for a people's vote. There's people who would like to bypass another vote altogether and just remain as members of the European Union. People who would like a Norway or a Canada-style deal, and people who believe that we would now be better off to leave the EU without any deal at all. However, it is astonishingly clear by the percentage of 87% to 13% that very few people would actually like me to vote for this deal. So it's no wonder that, according to my survey, almost 60% of those who took part now think that the electorate, as well as Parliament, should have to approve any deal that's agreed with the EU before it's ratified. Now, almost nothing of what was both promised and expected has been delivered. People who voted to leave the EU are not happy with this deal. People who voted to remain in the EU are not happy with this deal. 87% of my constituents who contacted me about this deal are against this deal. So as such, I will be voting against it when the question is put on Tuesday. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much indeed. What extraordinarily succinct a contribution that was. And of course I'm paying attention, and I never cease to do so. Carol Monaghan.
The public, frankly, are fed up with this, but they're also worried. I've been overwhelmed with correspondence from my constituents, 69% of whom voted to remain, and many, since that time, have changed from Leave to Remain supporters. They've raised concerns about the treatment of EU nationals, they've raised concerns about the impact this will have on the NHS, and they're angry at the tone of the negotiations. And today's carry-on after Prime Minister's questions does nothing to restore anyone's faith in the government or in the Tory party.
Giving way. She says that many of our constituents are moving from leave to remain. Is it not the case that many of them are also moving from no to yes on the question of Scottish independence as they watch this play out?
In fact, that's exactly what many of the emails say. They voted no in 2014 because of the concern they had about the European Union or European Union membership. And now, of course, the worst concerns are coming to pass. I was in Romania last year as part of a parliamentary delegation. Everywhere we went, there was a celebration of Europe, a celebration of their membership of the European Union, and they showed great pride of being a member since 2007. And it was notable that one of the issues that was raised fairly regularly with the delegation was the brain drain that Romania was experiencing. They were saying their most talented, their very best young people, some of them were now moving to other parts of Europe. We gain benefit from that. We've had the benefit of that. We should continue to get the benefits of that. Now, compare that to UK. We joined the trade organisation very reluctantly in the early 70s, and we joined because we were being economically disadvantaged by not being a member of it. And almost immediately then there was a referendum to see whether that was the right decision, had we really done what we should do. Throughout that time, we heard about European bureaucracy, how things were being done to us. There was lots of comedy about it. I mean, I remember a number of episodes of Yes Minister where they were talking about sausages and bendy bananas. But it's rather ironic that we're talking about the bureaucracy of the European Union and Parliament when just along the corridor we've got a whole pile of unelected bureaucrats sitting in this building. But the nature of the arguments in the referendum campaign also caused deep concern to me. Stories about millions going to the EU that could be spent instead on the NHS, scaremongering about swarms of migrants. And a lot of this was stoked up by the right-wing media and was actually received by a public that were looking for something, looking for leadership. EU nationals were blamed on the strain on schools, on the health service, on social housing. But let's be clear, the majority of EU nationals in the UK are of working age and are contributing. 3 to 18 is the age of education. The majority of EU nationals are not in that age group. The biggest strain on our health service is for those that are over 70. That's not EU nationals, generally speaking. And when I first came to London to sit in this place, I had a flat in a building where over half of the flats were empty. And they were empty because they were bought up and banked by foreign money launderers who used these as a place to keep their investments. These were empty when there's homeless people sleeping out in the streets. This is not the fault of EU nationals. So if we want to deal with the housing crisis, we need to build houses for social use, for people that need houses, and stop building houses that are sitting there empty in the centre of London. I will do.
Thank you, Gavin Way. And on that theme, is she aware that the UK is currently the most unequal country in the EU, and the people that actually finance Vote Leave are the very ones that are going to do their best to make the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and that will be the actual Brexit dividend.
We know, of course, that a no-deal Brexit is going to be economically disastrous. And, of course, we know when an economy is wrecked in such a way, people with money, power and connections are in a position to exploit the situation for their own means. And no doubt we will see that happening if we are stupid enough to leave with a no-deal Brexit. But following the vote to leave, where was the political leadership? Who was countering the right-wing media? Who was reaching out to the EU nationals? The answer is Scotland was. Nicola Sturgeon did. The First Minister, the very day after the vote, stood up and said, "You're welcome, we want you, we value you, please remain. You are our friends, our family, our colleagues." That's powerful. Many of my colleagues and myself wrote to every EU national in their constituency, the majority of whom don't have a vote for us in this place. So there's no personal gain for us. We did it because it was the right thing to do. And what do we see from the Prime Minister? We see her talking about queue jumping of EU nationals, implying that they're cheating their way into jobs. We see them being given a £65 fee to apply for settled status. How are they feeling? How are they being valued by that sort of action? So the biggest issue for me is about EU nationals, about the loss of freedom of movement. The deal does not protect freedom of movement, not for EU nationals here, not for our people moving elsewhere. Does not support that. My husband's an EU national. He spent 17 years in the Royal Navy as a commissioned officer. 2.5 years of that was spent under the ocean. And he has British nationalists telling him to go home if he doesn't like things. And he's not unique. The worst thing about this is the patronising manner in which people are being dealt with. He's been told, "Oh, you should be okay." What, because he's white and speaks English? We're not interested in being part of a xenophobic society that pulls the drawbridge up behind us. Our universities have also expressed concerns about Brexit. They're concerned about the loss of EU funding, both in Horizon 2020 and successor programmes. They're concerned about the threat that's posed to the rich collaborations that are supported and underpinned by freedom of movement. And Universities UK have said that over half of all UK-based European Research Council funding is received by non-UK nationals living here in the UK, which accentuates the risk that we could be losing out to these talented and highly mobile researchers. Now, the Immigration White Paper talked about, well, you know, if you're skilled, you'll be okay. Well, I've asked a series of written questions about that, about what's meant by these skills, what's meant by a high, a medium and low-skilled job. And I've been told that high-skilled is degree level, medium is A-level HND, and low-skilled is GCSE type level. But that's at odds with the salary thresholds that will apply. So for your early-stage researchers, postdocs, for early career nurses, teachers, even medics, that doesn't match. The salary threshold and the definition of skills does not match.
The reality is that what she's describing is actually up for consultation. So I'm sure that she and other members of this House, including members from these benches, will make representations to see that Scotland's interests are looked after in relation to our new immigration laws. She's making a very valid point, but she's talking in terms of will happen, when in fact it's a consultation document.
I think if the honourable gentleman looks at the contributions from these benches over the last couple of years, when we've been talking about salary thresholds, the message we've been sending has been strong, has been clear and has been consistent. Yeah. Salary thresholds do not work, and they specifically don't work in Scotland, where we earn less than parts of the south east of England. So it would be good if the honourable gentleman could actually join us in calling for the scrapping of these salary thresholds.
My honourable friend is making an excellent point about salary thresholds, and my experience of dealing with many constituents who are treated very, very shabbily by the Home Office is they work all the hours God sends and still cannot reach the thresholds in order to get family to come over from other countries. And a constituent who missed out by a matter of pounds and was not able to bring a family member over.
My honourable friend just confirms the point that I'm making. But I want to move on to Euratom. And I've been regularly, since this vote in 2016, I've raised issues of Euratom. I've asked about arrangements for importing radioactive sources for medical scans and cancer treatments, and I've been accused of scaremongering when I do that. Let's be clear, Euratom regulates nuclear facilities and materials. Now, outside Euratom, it's still possible to do that regulation, but Euratom guarantees the supply of medical radioisotopes. There's only a few reactors worldwide that actually produce these. They have short half-lives. They have to get from production to use point very, very quickly, and Euratom guarantees that. What arrangements is the UK putting in place to make sure we can get them there very quickly? Because if we don't have them, the 500,000 diagnostic scans that take place every year, the 10,000 cancer treatments won't be able to happen. This is fundamental, and we haven't had answers. Now, Article 79 to 85 of the draft agreement talks about Euratom, but there's nothing in it about future supplies and no answers about future arrangements. So to conclude, Mr Speaker, I will not be voting for this deal because of the impact on our universities and our research collaborations, because we haven't had any answers about medical radioisotopes that are currently supplied by Euratom, because of the economic dangers to Scotland for being removed from the single market and the customs union, but ultimately and fundamentally because of the removal of freedom of movement, which we on these benches hold so dear.
Thank you. Owen Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Glasgow North West. I don't agree with much of what she says very often about the Union. I value the Union of the United Kingdom, but I do agree with her about this deal. I think this deal will make our people poorer. I think this deal will guarantee that we have less money to spend on the NHS rather than that which was promised. And I think this deal will cede sovereignty from this country to the European Union, a deeply ironic state of affairs, not what was promised. And I also believe that this deal is increasingly making our country a laughingstock across the world, one that we cannot afford to be in these dangerous times. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk too much about economics here today. That has, I think, been the character of this debate, and perhaps one of the great flaws in the debate and in the attempt to win the Remain, the referendum for Remain, was to concentrate so much on the economics. I want to talk a bit more from first principles, if you like, about the role of Britain within the world and what this will mean for us. Because as well as affecting the economic future of generations in this country, this deal will determine the role of our country in the world. It will affect whether we fulfil what I think has been our historic mission to be a leading country in the world, or whether we resile from it. And I fear, Mr. Speaker, that this government, whose 30-year civil war is the cause of the current mess we find ourselves in, and who currently cling so desperately to power, will not have the capacity, the wherewithal to rise to the challenge that we face. Instead, they prefer the self-deception and the jingoism. They would rather peddle delusions about a Britain after Brexit than face up to the real problems that gave rise to it, still less find solutions that might resolve them. But, Mr. Speaker, the country cannot afford, and this House cannot afford, to indulge the fantasies in any corner of this House for a minute longer. We are now just 79 days away from Brexit, and it was time a long time ago, truth be told, to tell the truth to the country about Brexit, because there is no global Britain after Brexit. It's a con, Mr. Speaker, on your family and on mine. Brexit is a retreat from the globe, starting with disengagement from our part of it. It is a recipe for isolation and an abdication of our responsibility within our continent of Europe. And at the very moment when Britain is most needed, at the very moment when our influence and power might provide ballast and security for a Europe that is squeezed on the one hand by a demagogue in the White House and on the other hand a despot in the Kremlin, and at a point in the world in which an expansionist China is looking hungrily at all corners of the world, now's a moment when we could be providing our traditional leading role within Europe and within the world, but instead of which our myopic response to this has been to look inwards and to look backwards, lying to ourselves and to our people that we are doing the opposite, that we are returning somehow to our roots in empire, that we are, to use that dreadful phrase, that meaningless phrase, going global. It is a claim, Mr. Speaker, that is as facile as it is false. The reality is that this generation, my generation of politicians, has failed our people. We have failed to rise to the challenges of our age, either within this country or increasingly it looks within the world. We have failed to offer an honest analysis and realistic solutions to the problems of our country and across the globe. And the root cause of those problems, Mr. Speaker, should be clear to us all. In shorthand, it is economic development in the east and the south that has driven challenges to our Western economies, driving deindustrialisation, inequality and immigration. The sense of loss that my honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South East, spoke about, that is felt in his community and in my community. A loss of status, a loss of purpose, a loss of opportunity. Globalisation is the shorthand, but the key thing, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no shortcut to solving these problems. And Brexit is absolutely not the solution. Brexit will compound all of these problems. Stop the world I want to get off is not a political prospectus. It is not a realistic view of how we run a global integrated economy. And nostalgia and nativism that is so evident on the benches opposite. It may be enough to feed the beast of the ERG, Mr. Speaker, but it will not feed our children in future. Blaming foreigners and immigrants while hawking sepia-coloured images of myths of betrayal and loss and blaming the other for it. It's a tried and tested strategy, Mr. Speaker, of populists and worse the world over since time immemorial. But we surely know that it is neither right nor real. And nor, too, is it right or real to offer some misty-eyed romantic notion of socialism in one state, as some in my party attempted to do. The solutions to globalisation lie in collective international actions on taxation, on economic and environmental collaboration, in the building of a new generation of institutions to deliver security, equality and sustainability in Europe and beyond. Building walls, Mr. Speaker, never works because the people eventually smash them down. Earlier generations understood that. They learned it the hard way through their experience of war and deprivation, and they built means of withstanding those problems. Our country played a central role in building those institutions, in defeating people who would divide us on race and defending liberal values of equality, freedom, tolerance and democracy. And now, when that project and the institutions we built need to be renewed and reformed, what are we doing in Britain? We're waving the flag and we are withdrawing from the fight. And that, Mr. Speaker, seems to me to be neither right nor honourable. Nor does it seem right to saddle future generations with increased debt and further decades of austerity. Because though we live in a through-the-looking-glass politics, it seems, when ministers on the one hand can produce pamphlets which show that we are going to cut our economy by up to 10%, and on the very next day can deny the reality of their own predictions. We all know the truth. The experts don't get it right to the decimal point, but their ballpark predictions will be right, just as when they said the Brexit vote would devalue the pound and see a diminution of investment in our country. That was true, and it will be true that we will see a drop-off, perhaps as much as 10%, if we go down the route of Brexit. Yes, I will.
I'm listening to his speech, but I think it's on his last point. He's using several statistics, but what about the 500,000 jobs we're going to lose in this economy? Does he not agree that the job numbers have actually increased? So that was actually fear-mongering. Would you like to comment on the jobs number?
Jobs have increased. I don't deny that for a moment. I don't deny that for a moment. I think there are good questions about the nature of those jobs, but the jobs that have been most valuable that have been created under the Conservative government, such as the manufacturing jobs in the automotive industry, many thousands of which I absolutely concede have been created in recent years, those are the very jobs, the precious jobs that are most at risk if we exit with no deal, and even if we exit with this bungled deal that is currently before us. Isolated economies do not prosper. That is an economic fact of life in this integrated modern world, and we are proposing, whatever the rhetoric, to isolate our economy from its most important trading partners. It doesn't make economic sense, and it doesn't make moral sense. And never forget, Mr. Speaker, that this government came to power promising to free future generations from debt. It will not be forgiven or forgotten if they saddle future generations with debt. But nor will it be forgotten or forgiven if my party does anything less than tell the whole truth about Brexit and maintain our opposition to it, in principle and in practice. My honourable friend, the member for Chester, wrote earlier this week, if we thought Brexit was wrong in June 2016, then it's still wrong today, just with more proof. He's right. There is no jobs-first Brexit. No Labour Brexit, no better Brexit. I gather the latest iteration is a sensible Brexit. Well, there's no sensible Brexit either. Brexit will eat the jobs, eat the capital, political and financial, that an incoming Labour government will need to implement the radical programme which my honourable friends on the front bench are rightly advocating. Any Brexit is irreconcilable with Labour's traditional social democratic mission and its twin foundations of providing equality and freedom. Throughout history, different wings of my party have always understood that those tandem aims were at the heart of what we stand for. Bevan said that there is no freedom without ending poverty. Crossland said that our job is to pursue equality and freedom. There cannot be one without the other, just as there cannot be a cake-and-eat-it Brexit. So if we're to be true to that mission, we cannot accept any outcome, surely, that is going to limit the ability of our people to live and work
in this country or elsewhere. What have we come to? That we have a Prime Minister who tells the country to celebrate curtailing the rights of our citizens to work and live abroad. It is plainly out of kilter with reality, and it is plainly wrong for our people. Nor should we in Labour give any succour to a policy that is fuelling the hard right politics of hatred and repression, the enemies of the social democracy that we all believe in. Not even if, and this is a point I wish to emphasise, Mr. Speaker, not even if there is electoral advantage for us in so doing. If there is seen to be electoral advantage for our party in letting the Tories carry the can for a Brexit deal that diminishes the living standards of our people and extends austerity such that we might contest an election and win it on that basis, it would be shaming for my party to pursue that strategy. We would be sacrificing the lives and livelihoods of the people we came into politics to represent. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we've got to be clear. Brexit is a terrible mistake for our country. And the only way in which we can reverse that mistake is by asking the people to do so. We've had 2 years of exposure of the failures and the flaws, the risks that Brexit entails. Now is the moment for my party to show leadership, to lead the people away from the brink of Brexit, to offer up the proposal that we revoke Article 50, and then crucially to campaign and win a people's vote and to stay within the European Union.
Thank you. Gareth Thomas.
It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Pontypridd, and I very much agree with his final conclusion that we need to consider the suspension of Article 50 and going back to the people of this country. As others have said, the deal before the House is a bad deal for Britain, and the Prime Minister knows that as much as the rest of us do. Our own government's analysis shows that there is no Brexit scenario in which we will be better off as a country. And what we on this side of the House know is that it will be the poorest of our country who will be most at risk of losing out further. Crashing out without a deal is clearly the worst option before us. The prospect of food price hikes due to tariffs kicking in, supply of key goods being disrupted and huge transport delays is profoundly worrying. If the government had handled negotiations better and Parliament had been allowed an earlier vote on this deal, the Prime Minister could have averted much of the huge costs and considerable uncertainty that the country is facing at the moment. Companies are already transferring assets and jobs, notably services businesses, particularly those in financial services, but car manufacturing industries of huge importance to the Midlands and the North, such as Land Rover and Vauxhall, have delayed investment, have cut jobs and shifted as part of their operations overseas already. And that is with us still in the European Union. And what many of us know as well from discussions with those running our public services in our constituencies is that the shortages of staff in many of our public services have been exacerbated as EU nationals start to believe that they are not welcome here in Britain anymore. Now, the government would have us believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is a choice of their deal or no deal. But as others have said in this debate already today, that is simply not the case. They could take off the table the prospect of no deal. And as I believe this deal will be defeated, I hope the Prime Minister, when she comes back to the House, will move very quickly to rule out the possibility of no deal. Amongst the many problems with the Prime Minister's deal is that we are being asked to commit huge sums of money, £39 billion and upwards. We will be a rule taker. We will have no say on rules that will continue to have a profound impact on businesses and jobs here in the UK. And crucially, none of the detail about our future relationship with our closest trading allies has been locked down. The fact that we have not even begun to negotiate seriously the future trade deal between the UK and the European Union is deeply worrying. For 7 years, from 2003 to 2010, as a minister, I worked on trade negotiations, attending numerous meetings of EU trade ministers, many visits to the World Trade Organization headquarters in Geneva, many meetings with ministerial colleagues from across the world, and many conversations with businesses here in the UK, trade experts and NGOs. Trade deals are immensely complex. Negotiations take years. Each trade deal strand has implications for other trade deals, and this House should not underestimate just how lengthy and how complex the negotiations with the European Union would be before there is any signing ceremony on a UK-EU trade deal. Turning what is currently a non-binding wish list of a political declaration into a legally binding trade treaty between the EU and the UK will certainly take longer than the currently claimed 21 months to agree. Now, trade experts, it's true, disagree on how long, but Professor Alan Winters of the Independent Trade Policy Observatory thinks a further 2 or 3 years at a minimum will be inevitable. Uncertainty will become the new normal for export and import businesses here in the UK. Now, the issues at the heart of that future trade deal between the EU and the UK are not only of themselves complex, but the process of reaching an agreement between us will have changed too. This exit agreement that has to be approved only by qualified majority vote. But the trade deal would require the agreement of every EU state, each of them with their own very specific interests. The French have already made clear they will have demands over fishing. Spain has made it obvious that they will have Gibraltar once again firmly in their sights. And then there is the question, as one or two others have already referenced, the issue of services. To take just one critical example for our country's future, whilst reform is still needed, the financial services industry, particularly in London, brings huge financial benefit to our country and particularly to my constituents and others in London, with thousands of jobs generated. Yet there is little commitment in the political declaration to try to provide each other, the EU and ourselves, with significant market access for financial services. That is deeply worrying. Because of the most favoured nation protocol, quite apart from any other considerations, it is difficult to see why the UK would be offered better treatment in a future trade deal with the EU than its existing partners, as the EU would be required to extend the same better offer without anything in return to its existing trade partners. The claim that there are huge new trade deals just around the corner with Brexit to offset the economic damage that now most sides of the debate, at least privately, accept will be the consequence of leaving the EU is a very dangerous myth. No country is going to want to negotiate a trade deal with the UK until we have settled our future relationship with the EU. Indeed, 90 countries already have deals with the European Union which give them a backdoor route into the UK market. Worse, the European Union will be in a very strong position for future negotiations with us on trade because the backstop will protect its £95 billion surplus in goods with us, while doing little to help us in our efforts to get a good deal on services, where we have the surplus. That backstop potentially kicks in years from now, unless we can agree terms. Once upon a time, too, Mr. Speaker, a trade deal with the US was being touted as easy to agree, with the benefits said to be more generous than anything the EU could or did offer. The US, in my experience, are even more ferocious in fighting for their own trade interests than the French. Donald Trump will demand more access to the NHS for big American companies and significant reductions in our health and safety standards, of which chlorinated chicken would be just the start. And what Brexiteers won't admit, although to his great credit the Honourable Member Huntington referenced it earlier in this debate, Every trade deal that Britain seeks to negotiate on its own will require the UK to grant immigration access to our country. India will insist on it, Latin America will insist on it, and Europe will insist on it too. It isn't just the lack of any serious detail on our future trading relationship that I worry about too. I think the country should take seriously the warnings of the Cross-Party Home Affairs Select Committee about the implications of the government's deal for our future security. The lack of progress in locking down the detail of our future relationship with other security services via Europol, over the future of the European arrest warrant, or about how our security services operate at our borders in the future is a significant concern. All those great promises that were made by different parts of the party opposite have, one after another, been revealed to be little more than the Emperor's new clothes. The Prime Minister's promised that a deal would be easy to get, and yet here we are, years off from knowing what our future relationship with the EU will exactly look like. There won't be millions of pounds extra each week from leaving for the NHS. And the Right Honourable Member for Houghton, Price and Howden's claim that there would be no downside to Brexit looks even less believable 2 years on than it did at the time. Given that the facts have changed, given how divided this House and the country is, and how much more we know now, I remain firmly of the view that we will have to go back to the people. That is not an abuse of democracy to have a further referendum. It would be elitist to think that we simply know best in this House. The divisions in our country are not a reason not to go back to the people. Indeed, if anything, they are a major reason why we should. Every serious alternative scenario to the Prime Minister's deal will take time to achieve, and to allow those discussions to take place and to allow serious parliamentary discussion, the Prime Minister, in my view, should bring forward urgent legislation to extend Article 50 for at least 12 months. Every careful, independent analysis, Mr. Speaker, of the benefits and risks of Brexit overwhelmingly reveals that our country will be weaker. Weaker with the Prime Minister's deal, certainly weaker without any deal. And I will not vote to make our country weaker.
Thank you. Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Harrow West. And I was planning to deliver this speech on December the 10th last year, when 3 days into the debate on the withdrawal agreement, the Prime Minister suddenly announced that she was going to defer the meaningful vote and that she was going to seek reassurances from Europe over the issue of the Irish border backstop. So here we are, 1 month later, and what has changed?
Nothing.
It would appear very little. The Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister on December the 10th, will she bring back the same botched deal in January, which will not change its fundamental flaws or the deeply held objections right across the House, which go far wider than the backstop alone? And it would seem that she has done just that. Nothing has changed, and the government has just wasted 30 days. Yet in my constituency of Hayward and Middleton, the Prime Minister seems to have achieved what appeared impossible 2.5 years ago. She has united both sides of the referendum debate in opposition to her botched deal. Although 60% of my constituents voted to leave, both Leavers and Remainers in my constituency are urging me to vote against the deal. Of the hundreds of messages I have received, the majority are asking me to vote against, with only around 20% in favour. Now, the British people were promised at the time of the referendum that Brexit would deliver a strong and collaborative future relationship with the EU.
Yes.
The exact same benefits as we currently have as members of the Single Market and Customs Union. Fair management of migration. Rights and protections defended and maintained. National security protected and cross-border crime tackled. And that it would work for all regions and nations of the UK. And those are Labour's 6 tests, which are routinely mocked by the Prime Minister and by the party opposite. Yet these 6 tests merely set out what the electorate were promised during the referendum campaign. Yep. People were told that life in the UK would be vastly improved by leaving the EU, so our 6 tests actually set a pretty low bar in just asking that the British people are given what was promised, no more and no less.
Well done.
So, when the Tories mock our 6 tests, is it actually the electorate they are really pouring scorn upon?
Indeed it is.
For being so gullible as to fall for the promises of the Leave campaign. Now, EU nationals living and working in my constituency have voiced their concerns to me about their future in the UK. My constituent, Theresa May, who, having worked as an academic for the last 20 years educating our students, expressed her outrage to me at being described by the Prime Minister as a queue jumper. There was a staff member at Middleton Library who asked me, would she still be able to travel to and from the UK using her German passport? And the withdrawal agreement gives no clarity and no reassurance, and nor does the invitation issued over the Christmas period to EU nationals to pay to stay under the EU settlement scheme. And the government tried to dismiss these and other concerns as Project Fear, but they need to wake up to Project Reality. We've seen unseemly jostling for the Tory leadership as a result of the chaos which has been caused. The Prime Minister has survived a leadership challenge, and the government has survived being found in contempt of Parliament. It seems that this government has a policy of just carrying on regardless. And over the last month, the media has been full of possible scenarios as a result of the deal being voted down, and the Prime Minister has supposedly been on a charm offensive to persuade people to back her deal. But the message seems to be to accept a deal that's known to be flawed and that there is no plan B. Yet last month, one of her Brexit ministers, the Honourable Member for Daventry, asserted that a responsible government prepares for everything. Yet we have a government that is saying, accept this deal, it's the only game in town. And it would seem that the oft-repeated mantra of no deal being better than a bad deal has now morphed into any old deal, no matter how flawed, is better than no deal. In December, the All-Party Select Committee on Exiting the EU published a unanimous and scathing report on her deal, saying that many of the most important questions about the UK's future relations with the EU have been left unanswered. The chairman of the committee, my honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, said that the deal lacks clarity and represents a huge step into the unknown, and nothing has changed since then. The committee concluded that there are no realistic long-term proposals from the government to reconcile maintaining an open border on the island of Ireland with leaving the single market and the customs union. The deal does not protect rights at work, and there is only one paragraph in the political declaration that refers to protecting rights and standards, showing the low priority that the government has given this throughout the negotiations. The TUC have declared that they cannot support this deal, one that fails to protect rights at work, jobs and peace in Northern Ireland. They point out the weakness of the political declaration and that it is not even legally binding. Working people have no way of knowing what the UK's future relationship with the EU will really look like and what impact it will have on their lives. And the only certainty seems to be that this Brexit deal will make the country poorer, as shown by the government's own economic analysis, with GDP falling by around 3.9% and every region in the UK being worse off. The UK's overseas territories, places like the Falklands, who did not have a vote, but will feel the impact of decisions made here in Parliament, are very concerned about the prospect of crashing out with no deal. Paying tariffs on their trade with the EU will have a major impact on their economies. And it would be an act of gross irresponsibility for a government to even countenance the possibility of no deal. But rejecting this Brexit deal does not give the government licence to crash out without a deal. And it is high time that this Prime Minister stop threatening such an irresponsible act, which is most definitely not in the national interest. This deal pleases no one. I believed in December that it would be irresponsible of me to endorse it and that I would not be supporting it. And nothing has changed since then. I will not be bullied into accepting this botched deal. This is too important an issue. This is our country's future, workers' rights, jobs, the economy, security and our international standing that's at stake.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think today's proceedings, following Prime Minister's questions in particular, highlight yet again the vacuum at the heart of the Brexiteer argument in this place. Having argued until they were blue in the face that this was an exercise in this country, but in particular this Parliament, taking back control. When they were faced with this Parliament taking back control, they were incandescent with rage. This highlights just how hollow their rhetoric actually is. Our previous Prime Minister naively foisted this vote on a public which had become deeply distrusting of politicians after decades of perceived betrayal and years of brutal austerity measures. Upon defeat, he then ran away with his tail between his legs, abdicating any responsibility whatsoever for the mess that he had created. But in any event, Mr Speaker, I think the public's patience for this project ran out some time ago, and millions now see it for what it is, utterly pointless and damaging to the fabric of society. We're now well into January and drawing perilously close to the 29th of March, and we now actually have, in my view, more questions before us than we had in 2016. The Government has tried everything they can to force us into a deal or no deal scenario, hence the extraordinary scenes we witnessed in the Chamber today. But the member for North Somerset has claimed that supporting the Prime Minister's deal would be a matter of honour for members of this House. It's a tad rich for the International Trade Secretary to lecture us on honour. Well, let me tell you what is a matter of honour. The fact that while the Tories and the Labour Party are in complete disarray, the SNP are the only main party in this place that can point to a consistent, collective and coherent position, proudly representing Scotland's overwhelming vote to remain in the European Union. And as has been evidenced, in 2 days, the SNP and many members across this House will not let the Prime Minister hold a gun to our heads, will not be forced to choose between chaos and disaster. And I know that many members from all sides are angry with the way that the Government has treated this place, and the desperation exhibited by the Government and the hard Brexiteers earlier to stop Parliament taking back control exemplifies that arrogance. Mr Speaker, it seems clear to me, and I'm sure to most in here, that it's now a minority of the public that wants to leave the European Union. Indeed, up to 70% of Scots would now vote to remain if they were given another chance to vote. And this Government's current course of action has only been taken because the Prime Minister is running scared of her own party. But make no mistake, the Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition is now as much to blame for the position we find ourselves in. Many on his benches and a large majority of Labour voters would like him to commit to a second referendum, but he stubbornly refuses to do so. And this is, as my old friend from North East Fife alluded to earlier, despite the good work of the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Holborn and St Pancras, who has managed to inch the Labour Party towards a common sense position, but struggling to get them over the line. It just shows you can lead the Right Honourable Member for Islington to water, but you can't make him drink. Perhaps, Mr Speaker, he should consider what is in the interests of working people across the UK and in his own constituency. We're 79 days away from a no-deal Brexit, which would be catastrophic and would make people poorer, while our two largest parties lead the public in a merry Brexit dance, all the while Labour continually run electoral math in the back of a fag packet. If we crash out of the EU, this will shame the Tories, both the Tories and the Labour Party, for decades to come. And the member for, he's not here this evening, but the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip has claimed that a no-deal Brexit was closest to what the public voted for. What an utterly ridiculous assertion to make when you consider leading Leave figures like Daniel Hannan said that no one was talking about leaving the single market. Nigel Farage repeatedly asked the public, would it be so bad to be like Norway? Of course, I don't need to remind you that Norway are members of the single market, and the Foreign Secretary himself said, I would vote to stay in the single market. I'm in favour of the single market. So please let's not hear these self-same people trying to rewrite history. Mr Speaker, I have to say that looking back, I believe that those of us who advocated a Remain vote were too complacent. Yes, the Remain vote was clear and decisive in Scotland, but when you consider the relentless negativity and xenophobia displayed for years by papers such as the Daily Mail and Daily Express, we did not do enough to stand up for the benefits of the European Union, and in particular, not enough was done to stand up to support the freedom of movement. Every member of this House has had the option to freely travel across Europe. Many have enthusiastically grabbed the opportunity to work and build relationships across the continent. It's impossible to articulate just how valuable this freedom is. Yet my generation, who have grown up largely not knowing anything else, grew complacent as it's such a positive and common sense policy that we took it for granted. Our children, including my daughters, may not have that same chance, that same opportunity. So undoubtedly one of the biggest tragedies of Brexit is that we're ripping away the opportunities that freedom movement provides from today's young people. And given that younger voters voted overwhelmingly to remain, this would be an intergenerational betrayal, unlike anything we have seen before. If we end freedom movement, we will also be bringing an end to further contributions to our society from many EU citizens that may otherwise have chosen to make their homes and their lives here. Migrants from across the EU make our NHSs function, start businesses and enrich our culture. Indeed, with a mind to today's proceedings and the immigration bill next week, I asked people on my Facebook page to give me their experiences of freedom of movement. Mr Speaker, one of the contributions I had back was from an Ivan. And Ivan said his life has been defined by freedom of movement. He was born in Spain 43 years ago. During medical school, he studied in Spain and Italy. But after graduating, he got a placement at 9 Miles Hospital in Dundee. He's been working for the Scottish NHS since 2002. He's worked all over the country: Montrose, Perth, Dundee, Vale of Leven, Crieff, Kirriemuir, Arbroath. And since 2006, he's been in Glasgow and is the current medical officer for the Drug Court. His family has also benefited from that freedom. His wife is Irish, living in Glasgow since studying at uni in the late 90s. Moreover, in 2010, she started working in Copenhagen for the United Nations. Their first daughter was born in 2011 in Denmark. Then, after moving back to Glasgow, the youngest daughter was born in 2014 at the Queen Elizabeth University Maternity Unit. His oldest has a Spanish passport, the youngest an Irish one, but both girls are Scots through and through. And so is Ivan. And he's a card-carrying SNP member. But he wanted me to explain why he's an SNP voter and member, having voted Labour previously. He's been working in addictions for 13 years, and he started to see two contrasting positions. For example, Alan Johnson sacked David Nutt from the chair of the ACMD for presenting reputable facts that were not to his political advantage. On the other hand, he saw the Scottish Government trying to implement minimum pricing against public opinion, mass media backlash, and two of the strongest lobbies in the nation, supermarkets and the drinks industry. So if he sees a political party willingly going against political interests because they believe it will benefit the whole nation, I pay attention, and that was before the Brexit debacle. In his own team, he has doctors from Hungary, Germany, Spain and Italy, and this is from Ivan Fernandez Cabrera. And to me, and to the vast majority of Scots, I'm sure, and are every bit as Scottish as my family, my colleagues in these benches, even colleagues in the benches opposite. And I'm grateful for the huge contribution that he and his wife have made to life in Scotland. I think we've been strong on this issue, and the SNP are clear. We will always stand up for EU citizens and everything they do for our society. Some in the Leave campaign, I think it's fair to say, cheated and very probably broke the law to deliver that 2016 result. And I will concede they were extremely effective in selling their version of Brexit to the public, but this vision was an abject lie at best and was dog whistle racism at worst. I'm instantly reminded of Nigel Farage standing in front of the infamous Breaking Point billboard, which conflated the refugee crisis with the EU and treated desperate human beings escaping conflict and seeking safety like they were a threat. Scotland rejected this week, this bleak insular vision, and instead chose a different approach. Scotland voted to retain its place in Europe, and this, a fact this government has tried its level best to ignore since day one. England and Wales voted to leave the EU, and should the government get something through, are getting what they voted for. Northern Ireland voted to remain, and for good reason, which we respect, it may have a compromise, yet Scotland has been dragged out against overwhelmingly expressed will, without any of the caveats afforded to Northern Ireland. And in conclusion, the Scottish Government put forward the compromise of staying in the single market and customs union, which would mean retaining many of the economic advantages of being in the EU, but leaving the political aspects of it. Again, this was ignored. But to be fair, Mr Speaker, Scotland is well used to being ignored by Westminster. The actions of the Prime Minister and our government since the EU referendum are perhaps the best example of this wilful ignorance. The UK has lurched from crisis to crisis for years, and the UK, it's clear, is broken, and no Westminster government will be able to make meaningful strides towards a brighter future, and that leaves one inescapable conclusion. To ensure good governance, and a chance at building an economy and a society that is open to the world, tolerant and gives everyone the opportunity to flourish, Scotland must become an independent country.
Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This actually has been a very interesting debate. Passion, a wide range of views. I think I must say to the Chancellor of the Duchy, he may be in a small minority today amongst those who spoke, but nevertheless, I know he's up for that. But my right honourable friend for Holborn and St Pancras told us earlier on nothing very much had changed since the debates before Christmas. And of course, there is one significant thing, and it's something I must say to the Chancellor of the Duchy. I seriously regret. I'm very happy for he and I to wind up the debate today, but in the original series of debates, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland was due to speak, and it's a matter of great regret that given that Northern Ireland, which didn't figure very much in the referendum, although I recognise that he spoke numerous times himself in Northern Ireland, Northern Ireland, which didn't figure in the mainstream debate, I've got to say, but has now come to be probably the single most dominant issue. And I propose, Mr Speaker, to devote the bulk of my remarks to the situation in that part of the United Kingdom. So it is a shame and a mistake that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is not with us at some point during this debate. And I hope the Chancellor of the Duchy will take that message back. Because one of the things that is obvious, that whilst a no-deal Brexit would be very difficult for my constituents in Rochdale, for the constituents of members up and down this United Kingdom of ours, it would be potentially catastrophic in Northern Ireland. And I say that recognising that there are different views, and honourable members from Northern Ireland have expressed those views. But I've got to disagree with the honourable member for Belfast East when he told the House that the European Union didn't figure as part of the Good Friday Agreement, because in actual fact, the point at the time the Good Friday Agreement was drawn up, the context in which the Good Friday Agreement was able to flourish was precisely because at that time, both the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, and Ireland were parts of that European Union. There was no question of hard borders across the island of Ireland, no question of regulatory non-alignment down the Irish Sea. Of course, they'll give way.
Very grateful, Mr Speaker, to the Shadow Secretary for making that point, but also allowing me to make the intervention, because I think there's a danger that he misunderstands the point I was making. I was referring to the suggestion that there were provisions in the Belfast Agreement that specifically said there can be no border infrastructure. I recognised entirely not only the support given, but also the encouragement for cooperation, for mutual understanding and respect, and the building of relationships, which I think are the grounding principles that he's referring to, and I think they will endure no matter what.
Well, we're both on the same page in most certainly hoping that those relationships do endure, that those relationships aren't put at risk. But I would want to say to him and to the House that the idea of a no-deal Brexit, when I say it would be potentially dangerous, this isn't a personal view, it's a view that many people in Northern Ireland have expressed to me. But probably one of the most influential voices has got to be that of the George Hamilton, the Chief Constable, who has told me, but he's put on the public record many times, that he thinks a no-deal Brexit, the possibility of a hard border, the possibility of there being any kind of infrastructure, not necessarily only on the border, would be a potential source of difficulty for his officers, a potential source, in the end, of danger for the people of Northern Ireland, and beyond that, the people of the island of Ireland, and the people, of course, in Great Britain as well. My own constituency, my then constituency, saw the last IRA device go off in Great Britain. So we're all aware of the absolute ambition not to go back to those days. A no-deal Brexit simply is unconscionable in that context. And in that light, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising either that the Irish government has wanted to work hard on this issue. I understand why the backstop was put in there. There isn't a disagreement on this side. There is a need of a guarantee around the no hard border in the island of Ireland. What is difficult, though, is to recognise that equally important to the Good Friday Agreement was the idea that there is no regulatory misalignment between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And that's the problem that we're confronting at the moment. The reality of this arose because, in actual fact, whilst both those two are important parts of the Good Friday Agreement, there is a third element that the Prime Minister introduced in the Lancaster House speech when she said that there would be no customs union, no single market, no reference to the European Court of Justice. And in doing that, she created three incompatible positions, because any two of those would be possible. Any two of those three, it would be possible to get a deal. But once you begin to bring the three together, it's not possible to have a Brexit agreement that satisfies all three, and that's the situation that we now face. And frankly, that's the situation why the Secretary of State was extolling this new document today, which says, I don't want to speak unkind, it says nothing new. There is nothing in there that would give succour, I think, to honourable members for Northern Ireland constituencies, but actually nothing that gives succour to those of us who believe we actually stay together as one United Kingdom in this process. And if I can, I would like to refer the House back to the December 2017 joint report of the United Kingdom, the European Union. Paragraph 50 made it very clear that the United Kingdom, it said, will ensure that no new regulatory barriers develop between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, unless, consistent with the 98 agreement, the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly agree that distinct arrangements are appropriate for Northern Ireland. There was a guarantee in December of 2017. That guarantee disappeared in the protocol. It disappeared in the protocol. That is not acceptable. It's simply, I use very moderate words, it's not acceptable, because what this House has to understand is the emotional setting of the Good Friday Agreement isn't simply one about technical trade agreements. It's one of emotional significance. It is one where balance between the two communities that said no hard border across the island of Ireland, but no regulatory dislocation down the Irish Sea, were fundamental and important to guarantee the continuation of what the Good Friday Agreement tried to achieve.
Not to intervene again. The point he's making is incredibly important. The rationale behind paragraph 50 was that it replicates paragraph 12 of strand 2 of the Belfast Agreement. It is now impossible for government to say that they implement and respect the Good Friday Agreement in all its parts, when paragraph 50, or the references I've made to the Belfast Agreement, do not feature at all within the withdrawal agreement.
And again, the honourable member and I are on exactly the same page on this. Can I continue a little bit, though? Because, of course, the Prime Minister agreed with this viewpoint as well. The honourable member for Upper Bann raised a question on the 28th of February last year when he asked her to reinforce her comments that she'll confirm that she will never agree to any trade borders between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister said that the honourable gentleman is right. The draft legal text that the Commission has published would, if implemented, undermine the UK common market and threaten the constitutional integrity of the UK by creating a customs and regulatory border down the Irish Sea. And no UK Prime Minister could ever agree to it. This Prime Minister has agreed to it, and actually the Chancellor of the Duchy has now to explain how we get out of this morass. And it won't be enough, frankly, to adopt the amendment put down by the Honourable Member for East Devon, which suggests that there can be a unilateral British disruption of that no hard border guarantee, because of course that will not be acceptable to the European Union. So I do think when the Chancellor of the Duchy begins to reply, he needs to begin now to sort out how we unpick this. Backpedalling may be necessary to try to bring on board votes to keep this deal on board, but backpedalling actually will betray the principles on which the Good Friday Agreement operated, and we cannot allow that. Now, Mr Speaker, I need to make a little progress, given the relatively short time in this debate, but I just want to conclude by saying this, that there has been a wide debate here about the trading relationships, and that's really crucially important. It's important that trade is something that continues. My right honourable friend from the front bench earlier on did reach out, and it's interesting to see how much the debate has already begun to move on from the government's deal to the possibility of a wider deal that Parliament will have to strike. And as we return to this, when this deal fails next week, as I think most of us believe it will, then this House will have to begin a very thoughtful process that brings together the consensus that can take this nation of ours forward. But if I can move back onto the Good Friday Agreement and it's the impact of Brexit, and say this, that as the Chancellor of the Duchy himself knows, the Good Friday Agreement, Brexit, are not just about trade. They're also about the important issue of security. The Chancellor, in his earlier role as the Europe Minister, told the Belfast Telegraph, he said, the ease with which security agencies in the EU could share intelligence provided the best protection against terrorist threats, he said, in the run-up to the referendum. He went on to say that whilst extradition of criminals in Europe in the past could have taken years, it now happens within weeks. He said the police can also more easily and quickly share evidence, such as fingerprints and DNA files. And importantly, he told the people of Northern Ireland, but the people of the whole of the United Kingdom, if you're outside the EU, you can try to negotiate an arrangement, but you're going to be at the back of the queue. Now, as of today, because of this blind Brexit process we've been offered, we have no knowledge of the European arrest warrant, no knowledge of whether we will continue to be able to use the databases Sienna and ECRIS, so fundamental to law and order across the whole of the United Kingdom, but fundamental in the Northern Ireland context. And I do hope the Chancellor of the Duchy can say something a lot more positive than simply we can rely on a blind Brexit to guarantee the safety of our citizens. But, Mr Speaker, I also want to say to the government that their lack of preparation around the possibility of a difficult Brexit is something remarkable. My honourable friend for Blanno Gwent referred to Fridgegate. The improbability of the Health Secretary buying in so many fridges, but at least there's some sense of preparation there. In the context of Northern Ireland, the police service of Northern Ireland, we're asking for extra police now for a long time. I know my honourable friend for Pontypridd, when he had the role of Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, pressed the government many times saying, when will those extra police, the pattern numbers, be made available? At last, those numbers have been announced. But, Mr Speaker, to train a police, to recruit and train a police officer is more than just a government press release. It takes weeks, months and months to get them operational. Government has said they rely on mutual assistance from the police forces in the rest of the United Kingdom. I must tell you, as a former police and crime commissioner, looking with the knowledge of how stretched our police services are here in England, in Scotland and in Wales, the idea that mutual assistance should be the mainstay of the way in which we police Northern Ireland is frankly ridiculous. And the one point I hope that the Chancellor of the Duchy will agree with me on, that whilst there is the possibility of the use of the armed forces in Brexit in the rest of the United Kingdom, the one place that the return of the army would be very difficult to explain, unacceptable, would be in the context of Northern Ireland. And I hope that the government tonight can give a guarantee that the use of the army in Northern Ireland would simply not be on the agenda. Mr Speaker, I welcome the 300 extra police officers, but I think the government really have to begin to get real and say, if we're looking at a Brexit-related security situation in Northern Ireland, the PSNI needs the resources to do the job. That ought to be something that's common across this House. And not a matter of party political dialogue, a matter of common sense. And I hope that the Chancellor, the Dutch, will take that put on board. But finally, Mr Speaker, I want to say this. You know, in a way, one of the problems with the Brexit debate has been that in some ways it's been very dry, been very technical. The public, those that my honourable friend from Wolverhampton South East talked about, those who felt they'd been left out, they simply didn't know what this debate was all about. And I think that's a really important point that this House has to understand. This, in the end, is about the nature of the society we are. One of the things about the Good Friday Agreement that was so fundamentally important, that went beyond the technical issues, the institutions and all the rest, was that it was the process of human reconciliation. It was about saying that we can live better together than living apart. The problem... I will very briefly.
While he's on the point of communities who feel left out of the national story, does he agree with me that nobody in the European Union is stopping us building more houses, challenging educational inequality, improving the physical environment, or doing many of the things that we need to do to create a better future for the kind of communities that we're talking about?
I agree with him fundamentally on that, and I will say that, by the way, for those in the West Midlands, those in the northwest of England, those in other parts of Great Britain, but of course, importantly, in the context of Northern Ireland, where all of those things, jobs, housing, decent health services, are so important, not yet on the agenda. So us raising our aspirations around this is of absolutely fundamental importance. But the point I wanted to establish is this, is that if we're going to be true to the Good Friday Agreement, if we're going to have the way in which Brexit impacts upon that, this present deal does nothing for that process. This present deal divides people. We've seen this. We've seen it in the remarks from my honourable friend from Washington earlier on this evening, the level of hate that has come through this debate. We've got to get back, whether it's in Northern Ireland, whether it's in the rest of the UK, to a more rational policy that builds the future, builds hope for that future. That's not there in this agenda. Mr Speaker, in Northern Ireland, that building of hope is fundamental. When people felt dispossessed, they turn to violence. When people feel dispossessed, they turn to despair. We know that the price that we pay as a society for that. We know the price that people in Northern Ireland pay for that in the past, and people throughout the rest of this country. I say to the Chancellor of the Duchy, the government has got to raise its sights, recognise this present Brexit is a deal that won't work, move on and begin to bring this House of Commons together in a way that can allow us to get the consensus that builds that Brexit, that offers hope for the future for all the people of this country.
Office and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to reply.
Mr Speaker, sir, I think this has, as the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rochdale said, been a genuinely interesting debate. It's been good to hear voices from all parts of the United Kingdom, or from all four nations taking part today. And I have been struck how from the opening remarks of the Shadow Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, the Honourable Learned Member for Hope and St Pancras, the tone has actually been moderate, and that even where there have been, as inevitably there would be in a debate on this issue, some profound differences, that for pretty well the entire period of this debate, those differences have been expressed in a spirit of mutual respect and a readiness to listen, if not to agree, with what an opponent has said. And I think actually that is, I hope, to take up the Right Honourable Gentleman's sort of final comments, a harbinger of how we in this House might proceed for the rest of this debate and in the decisions that will face us in the days, weeks and months to come. I think that many of the comments in this debate, many of the contributions have focused less upon the withdrawal agreement than upon the nature of the future relationship. And again, the Honourable Learned Member for Hope and St Pancras, in kicking off the debate, said that his preference was for a customs union with the European Union and a close future regulatory alignment. And those points of view have been expressed elsewhere in the debate. And of course, we heard honourable members from both Scotland and Wales reflecting the views that were expressed in the resolutions passed recently by both the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly to that effect. I think what I would say to the House, Mr. Speaker, is that the key decision that faces us as a Parliament next week is not over what the new relationship in the long term should be. That is something that can only be negotiated in terms of the European treaties once we have left membership and become a third country. But what we need to do is to take a decision about the terms of the withdrawal agreement. And the withdrawal agreement is the unavoidable gateway, whether to a Canadian or a Norwegian or a Chequers destination or wherever on that spectrum of a future relationship any particular right honourable or honourable member wishes to end up. And nor do I believe that arguing, as some honourable members have advocated today, that the way forward is to conclude that these problems are too difficult, there's insufficient consensus, therefore we simply postpone the Article 50 deadline, is actually going to help. The policy dilemmas, the choices, the trade-offs that face us as a Parliament and as a country are not going to go away in that time, nor are the EU27 and the European Commission going to suddenly start to open detailed negotiations about the nature of the future partnership between us and them until we have actually taken the step of leaving, because while we are a member, we are subject to the obligations and have all the rights of every other member state of the European Union. And the treaties, yes, provide and encourage the EU to make trade and political cooperation agreements with third countries, but only with third countries. They cannot conclude or negotiate such an agreement with one of their own members. And as has been said earlier in today's debate by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, the House has to confront the fact that the default position, both in United Kingdom law and in European law, is that we leave on March the 29th this year, whether or not a deal has been agreed and ratified, and that if the House wants to reject no deal, the House has to vote by a majority for a withdrawal agreement that provides for a smooth and orderly exit. Now, I do want, as did the... I will give way to the honourable gentleman, then I do want to make a particular response to some of the points made by his front bench.
Grateful to the Minister, but could you just actually elaborate? It's not just voting for the Prime Minister's deal. It would also be potentially requesting an extension of Article 50, and he will acknowledge, won't he, that that facility is permitted under Article 50?
An extension of Article 50 is permitted under that article of the treaty. The honourable gentleman is right to that extent, but of course such an extension has to be by unanimous consent of both the departing member state and all existing member states. What I'm quite clear about in my own mind is that almost regardless of what opinion were expressed here or by this or any other British government, the EU27 are not interested in some sort of extension of Article 50. They do actually want this process brought to an orderly conclusion because they have other things, like a future budgetary process, that they need to get on with and think about after the United Kingdom's departure. I will give way once more, then I want to make progress.
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I respect the way the Minister is going about this and for his generosity. On the Article 50 extension, which is critical, regardless of what you think, achieving what we all want to achieve by the 29th of March and having a proper discussion and getting solutions in place will be very, very, very difficult. Has he at least explored the possibility of an Article 50 extension with the 27 member states?
There haven't been discussions. I have had no discussions with the Commission or with the Council about this, and the Prime Minister has made the Government's position very clear on that particular point. If I may turn to some of the...
Honourable friend for giving way. The question I have in relation to any extension of Article 50 is, what would that mean in relation to the European elections? Surely we wouldn't be fielding candidates for the European Parliament. It doesn't seem to add up.
And to hold elections in this country to the European Parliament, I do think that actually the question of in any hypothetical extension of Article 50, it would be an important point for the EU 27 because there could be a question mark about the legality of actions by a European Parliament in the future if not every member state had members of that European Parliament who'd been properly elected. And I think that is yet another reason why I think it would not be sensible for members of this House who've advocated an extension of Article 50 simply to assume that for the EU 27 this is something that they would happily be prepared to accept. I don't believe that that is the case at all. Now, if I can turn to some of the points that were made, and I do, like the right honourable gentleman, want to spend a lot of the time I have to speak about the Northern Ireland question, because that has come up not only in the, if I may say so, extremely moving, compelling speech from the honourable gentleman member for Belfast East, but in speeches from different parts of the House. And first, the honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Holborn St Pancras, did say to me, he challenged the government over the paper that we published earlier today and said that he didn't think there was any new commitment in it. Now, there are two things that were completely new, and that on the other matters we put greater flesh on commitments that had already been given at a high political level. But we have not previously committed to requiring Stormont Agreement to any new laws that the EU proposed to add to the backstop, and we've not previously committed to giving a restored Northern Ireland Executive a seat at the table at the committee overseeing the Northern Ireland backstop. The paper that we've published today, and I accept that, as my right honourable friend did, that this is not going to be sufficient to meet all the concerns that the honourable member for Belfast East and his colleagues have expressed, but I think it is something that marks a genuine step forward in giving expression to our wish to make it very clear that we see Northern Ireland's place not just in the political union of the United Kingdom, but in the single economic internal market of the United Kingdom, now and into the future. Now, the right honourable member for Rochdale said that his test was that his personal test that there should be no regulatory divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Of course, as he will know, there are some sectors where there is such regulatory divergence at the moment, notably in animal health and trade in livestock, for good practical reasons long established. And one element of today's package is greater clarity than we've given before that Northern Ireland goods, under all circumstances, would have full access to customers and markets in Great Britain, and that in the event of a backstop ever coming into operation, then we would seek to align regulations in Great Britain with those that applied in Northern Ireland for the duration of the backstop.
For the chance the Dutch giving way. Can I ask him this, though? And this is a serious point, not a polemical point. If that is the case, why was this not written into the protocol? Because, in fact, what we've got now is a situation where the rest of the UK will follow Northern Ireland. If that is the case, why was that not the base case written into the protocol?
Because these things are about the sovereign order, the constitutional order of the United Kingdom. They involve decisions that we in this House make, and in respect of certain devolved matters we would need to make in partnership with and in consultation with the governments in the three devolved areas of the United Kingdom. So that is why these are things that we are expressing unilaterally.
Because this comes to the nub of things, because actually it's the point that the honourable member for Belfast East made. If I disagree with the government in proposing any form of regulatory change that affects my constituents in Rochdale, I can vote in this House. The member for Belfast East does not have that same facility, and that's what's different about this agreement.
And I want to come on to talk more generally about the backstop, because this is something, I'm not going to hide the fact that this is something the Prime Minister said openly, we as a government we find uncomfortable, but which we believe does not pose the risks to the Union that are expressed by its critics. I do want to take up a particular point about the Belfast Agreement because, of course, in this debate, but also previously, the question has been raised, including by the Honourable Member for Belfast East, about whether the protocol breaches the integrity of the three-stranded approach to it is embodied in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Now, what is very clear to me is that the text of the protocol itself says in terms that it protects the 1998 agreement, quote, in all its parts. That's on page 303 of the document that's on the table. And the protocol also refers to the scope for possible new arrangements for North-South cooperation, but then goes on to define those, as I quote, in accordance with the 1998 agreement. The government's own legal position is clear that Article 13 of the protocol does not alter the remit of the North-South Ministerial Council or North-South implementation bodies, nor alter Strand 2 in any way. But to avoid any doubt on this matter, again in the paper today, we've given a commitment to legislate to provide explicitly that no recommendation made under Article 13.2 of the protocol can alter the scope of the North-South Ministerial Council, establish new implementation bodies, or alter the Belfast Agreement commitments in any way.
To Chancellor Duchy Lancaster for allowing me to intervene. And this is a fundamental point that he is touching upon. The protocol does make reference to compliance with the Good Friday Agreement in all its parts. But as I mentioned, Strand 2, paragraph 12, specifically requires not the consultation from or the involvement of, but the approval, the consent, not only of the Northern Ireland Assembly, but of the Oireachtas as well. And when we consider new regulations and new engagement with the Irish Republic and so on, that does impinge upon North-South cooperation.
As I have just said, Mr. Speaker, the government's own legal position is that it does not pose the threat that the honourable gentleman has expressed. I think what probably the best way for me to respond in greater detail is, having consulted the attorney, of course, supervised the compilation publication of the government's legal position, to write direct to the honourable gentleman, setting out our case in greater detail. Now, one of the reasons I oppose a no-deal exit is not just because of the economic harm, because I actually believe that a no-deal exit of the United Kingdom would cause profound and possibly irreversible damage to the Union of the United Kingdom. I think that the tensions both in Northern Ireland and Scotland of such an outcome would be severe. The honourable member for Belfast East was right when he said that in the 1998 agreement there was not sort of express provision for open trade across the border. It is, of course, also true that in the Belfast Agreement there was provision for the removal of border infrastructure related to security matters. And it is also right, as the Right Honourable Member for Rochdale pointed out, that, of course, at the time of the 1998 negotiations and agreement, both this country and the Republic of Ireland had for many years been members of the European Union. The single market had been established, and the assumption everybody made at that time was that that economic order was going to continue. So the question of whether, in the event of a hypothetical departure of either state from the European Union, border questions would arise, I think was just not considered at the time. It was not a live issue. What has been the case is that that completely frictionless, seamless traffic of individuals and of freight across the border has been one of the elements that has helped support the peace-building process. And I do think that not only should we take note of the Chief Constable's concerns about security tensions that could arise from a no-deal exit, but also the symbolism of any kind of infrastructure on the border. And I want us to remain in the situation where people living in Northern Ireland who identify themselves as Irish, but who have very moderate political views, continue to support union with the United Kingdom. And I see opinion polls, I have conversations with people from that tradition in Northern Ireland, and I have to say to the House that, and you can aim off for opinion polls, you can aim off for anecdotal experience, but I am hearing from moderate people on the nationalist side, but who've been content with the union, that they are becoming more anxious and more hardline and more questioning of Northern Ireland's constitutional status. And their consent, to use the key term, to the union seems to me hugely important to preserve the union, which is something I passionately want to do. And that is why I completely respect the argument the honourable gentleman put to me and to the House, why I do differ from him over the implications of the backstop. Right on, gentlemen.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I think he's making an important point, because the Good Friday Agreement says that people in Northern Ireland can choose to be British or Irish or both, and that both is hugely valuable. And isn't the danger of Brexit that it upsets the equilibrium that allowed people to choose to be both?
Minister. I do think that is one of the downsides. Now, I'm not going to refight a campaign that I fought and lost along with him in 2016. And as the right honourable gentleman was kind enough to say, I did actually go to Northern Ireland and campaign on the Remain side there. But we are where we are. So it seems to be the duty we have as a Parliament, confronted with how the people of the United Kingdom voted, is to do our utmost to find a way that delivers on that democratic verdict, while, in the context of this particular debate, minimising to the maximum extent that we possibly can the rise in the kind of tensions which the right honourable gentleman has just described. Now, the backstop is an insurance policy designed to guarantee that in all circumstances we can meet our commitments as a government and as a country to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. I think it also does have the advantage of acting as a safety net for Northern Ireland's economy. It does, of course, still take Northern Ireland, along with the rest of the UK, out of the common fisheries and agricultural policies. But as I said before, I don't think we're shying away from the fact that this is an uncomfortable solution for the UK, but it's an uncomfortable solution for the European Union as well. And both the United Kingdom and the EU have a mutual interest in ensuring the backstop is never needed, and if it ever were, it would only be a temporary arrangement. Now, I know the fear of course, give way for that, old gentleman.
To the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster, and I've listened with great patience to what he's had to say, and I respect the way in which he's put his arguments. I have to confess a slight degree of frustration, because these arguments and some of the issues that he has raised have all been put previously in the previous debate. And after 3 days, the Prime Minister came to the House and said that it was clear her deal was going to be voted down by a substantial margin because of the concerns that had been expressed, and she was going to away and get legally binding assurances. So I've listened to what he has said. There's nothing new. I don't think he'll persuade anybody who hasn't been persuaded already. But where is the delivery of the changes promised by the Prime Minister? What has changed since these arguments were advanced previously? And I hope at some point later in this debate and another day to deal in detail with all of the issues that he's raised and all of the anecdotal stuff that he has talked about, what he has heard. Because really what he's arguing about in terms of Brexit and nationalism and the future of Northern Ireland is we should just forget about Brexit.
That's right. He's picking the bones.
That's the logic of what he's saying.
Picking the bones.
So what I would like to hear from him is, what is new as far as what the Prime Minister promised? That's what we're waiting to hear.
Well, as the right honourable gentleman knows, the Prime Minister will be responding to the debate in the final speech next Tuesday. She has been talking to a number of European leaders in the week since this debate was postponed, and she will want to obviously respond to the questions that the right honourable gentleman fairly puts, either during her speech in that debate or possibly earlier. But I think I think that is the most I could commit to on behalf of my right honourable friend this evening. What I would also say to the right honourable gentleman from Belfast North and his colleagues is that there is certainly a recognition on his government's part of the concerns that he and his colleagues have expressed. I think an understanding of those, and we continue to discuss with him and his colleagues how we can seek to provide the necessary assurances about the Union which he is asking us to provide. And I will make sure that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is aware of the right honourable gentleman's wish to have a more detailed response to the points that he has raised this evening. But I do think it is worth the House reminding itself that the EU, as well as we, have an interest in bringing the backstop to an end quickly, should it ever be needed at all. And, of course, the fears often expressed here and outside that, despite the legal obligation in the withdrawal agreement that it should be temporary, despite the explicit provision in the withdrawal agreement for technology or other measures to be deployed to make the backstop superfluous, despite the duty to replace it as rapidly as possible, despite, for that matter, frequent public statements by the Taoiseach, the European Commission, other leaders that they've no wish or interest in having the backstop as anything more than insurance policy, that we will still be trapped in it for many years or even indefinitely. I mean, ultimately, I think this boils down to a lack of trust in the United Kingdom, in the good intentions of the European Commission and some member state governments. But the irony about this is that there is a lack of trust of the United Kingdom on the other side of the table too. One of the most striking developments since the withdrawal agreement was finalised and published has been the fierce criticism levelled at Michel Barnier by governments in some EU member states. For then, the backstop, should it ever be used, as they see it, it would give the entire United Kingdom access for its goods, including agricultural produce, to the whole of the EU single market without tariffs, quotas or rules of origins requirements, and that would be granted without the UK paying a penny into the EU budget, without the UK accepting free movement of people, and with the UK accepting a much less onerous set of level playing field requirements than those that are demanded of EU member states. And
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Isn't the fact that what from our point of view might be considered a backstop to the European Union's point of view is a back door? And doesn't that express the concern that they have that we would be paying not a penny piece for something that would provide a material advantage, an unfair advantage as some would see it, in terms of access to the single market?
My honourable friend is right, and indeed that fear reinforces the concern that they have about an important legal principle that you cannot base an EU free trade agreement or association agreement with a third country upon an Article 50 withdrawal agreement that was intended and is intended by the treaty to cover the necessary legal arrangements for a member state's departure from the Union. And the Commission knows, for exactly the reason my honourable friend the member for Cheltenham gave, that the longer any backstop were to last, the greater legal risk there would be to the Commission of challenging the European courts from aggrieved businesses, whether in the Republic of Ireland or France or Belgium or elsewhere, complaining that that principle was being breached and breached to their commercial disadvantage as companies. Now, we shouldn't underestimate the importance of the guarantee of no hard border on the island of Ireland and no customs border in the Irish Sea, and it's no coincidence that the Northern Ireland business community is overwhelmingly and vocally supportive of this deal. But there are aspects of the backstop that are and are going to remain uncomfortable. It would, if needed, it would mean, yes, that a portion of EU law would apply in Northern Ireland for the duration of the backstop. About 40 pages of 1,100 pages of single market acquis legislation. And the government, as I've said earlier, is mindful of the fact that we do already have some regulatory differences between Northern Ireland and the rest of the country. And we have sought, both in previous statements and in the package we have put forward, if I can just finish the sentence, let me give it. In the package we brought today and in previous statements, to have identified ways in which the practical impact of any such requirements can be minimised, so that ordinary businesses, customers in Northern Ireland or Great Britain should see as little change as possible compared with the current state of affairs.
And I will promise not to intervene again, because I will take the opportunity at a future point to deal with these points. But he has mentioned now for the second time that there are already regulatory differences. He knows that those are extremely small in number and were instituted with the democratic will of the Assembly in the previous regime in Northern Ireland, democratically agreed, and they are for the purposes of controlling animal health effectively. Correct. They are not part of a regulatory difference because we're under a different regime for goods or agri-food. So it is entirely spurious and wrong for him to build this argument on the basis that there are already regulatory differences. And to have rules about the large part of our economy set by people not in this House and not in the Assembly is a gross offence to democracy in this country.
Well, of course, these arrangements only come into force if this House gives assent to them. So this House has a say in what is proposed. And in terms of any future additions to areas of law, one moment, and I will give way to the honourable gentleman, that were covered, that would require the agreement of both the European Union and the United Kingdom. And we've said again today that as far as the United Kingdom's decision was concerned, we would have a legal obligation on UK ministers to seek agreement from the Northern Ireland institutions as before including and agreeing to any such addition. I give way to Honourable Member for Strangford.
The Minister for giving way. Minister, the issue of trust has been mentioned by yourself, and that has been referred to as trust between the EU and this government and where we are in this Parliament. But let's say this very, very gently to the Minister. There's also an element of trust between government sitting in that side of the chamber and us in the Democratic Unionist Party here. Is trust in what you're trying to, what the government's trying to put forward as a solution, when the fact the solution, the backstop, the solution in relation to the backstop is not acceptable. So that's where the trust is, and that matter has to be addressed.
An intervention of intoxicating significance, I don't doubt for one moment. But can I just say to the honourable gentleman, as a result of his intervention, he's helped the Minister so far double the ration allocated to the Shadow Minister. Nevertheless, these are important matters, but I think the Minister is approaching his peroration. Minister.
I do want to make progress. I just say in response to the honourable gentleman Strangford that, as I've said to his honourable friends, we accept, understand the concerns they have, and we will continue those conversations with them to try to seek agreement. Mr. Speaker, all businesses in our country want certainty. Since the deal was announced, organisations in every part of the United Kingdom, large and small, manufacturing, farming, fisheries, have said they want to get on and see a deal sorted so they can plan for the future. And they are aware too of the risks that no deal would carry. 40% tariffs for Scottish beef or Welsh lamb exports, 10% tariffs for cars from Sunderland, from Swindon or from the West Midlands, plus the inspections, the regulations and the form filling that will go with such arrangements under WTO terms. I believe, Mr. Speaker, what we have now is an outcome which both those who supported leave and those who supported remain should be able to accept. For the people who voted to leave the European Union, let's not forget they were a significant minority, even in those parts of the UK and those demographics groups in the population where the majority in 2016 voted to remain. The deal gives the certainty of leaving the European Union. It removes this country from the political structures of the EU and any commitment to an ever closer union. It ends the automatic freedom of movement under European law, leaving it to governments and parliaments in the UK to decide how generous or restrictive our policies should be. And it ends the jurisdiction of the European courts in this country. For those who voted to remain in the European Union, and again they were a significant minority in those places where most people voted to leave, the deal offers a deep and special future partnership between the UK and the EU, reflecting the reality of our deep-rooted ties of history, geography, culture and democratic commitment, and reflecting too the fact that for as far ahead as any of us can see, the EU is likely to remain this country's single most important trading partner. Mr. Speaker, I believe that compromise in politics is not an insult. The deal that we have on the table, endorsed not just by the British Prime Minister and Cabinet, but by the 27 other governments of the European Union, is one that has been the product of compromise. It has meant difficult negotiations and give and take on both sides. Like most things in politics and in life, it is not perfect, but I believe that it provides a good foundation for us to move forward from the divisions and the agonies of the last 2 years towards a future in which the United Kingdom and the European Union can work as close neighbours, friends, allies and trusted trading partners for many years into the future.
Thank you. Order. The question is that the debate be now... Well, the whip should really move, as the clerk at the table helpfully and sagaciously advises, strictly speaking, the whip should move the adjournment of the debate.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Well, the debate can be adjourned at any rate, and but I'm very grateful to the honourable lady for being on hand to move that the question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Thank you, tomorrow, indeed. We come now to, motion number 4 on antisocial behaviour. The whip to move.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The question is as on the order papers. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And motion number 5 on exiting, I'm merely reminding colleagues, because I'm sure they're well familiar with the point, motion 5 on exiting the European Union, brackets, financial services, close brackets, the whip to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is as on the order papers. Most of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order. We come now to the adjournment, the whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's time to put an end to the uncertainty over where our Royal Marines will be based in the future. Right from the start of this debate, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to all those who serve in the Royal Marines. As the UK's high readiness elite amphibious fighting force, they offer the UK hard power options when diplomacy fails and when disasters strike. Their contribution to our country has been delivered in blood and sweat, and I want to thank the Royal Marines in uniform today, those veterans who have served for their contribution to our national security, and to forces families for their supporting those who have served. Tonight, specifically, I want to focus my comments on the Royal Marines base in Stonehouse in Plymouth. In 2016, it was announced that this historic and spiritual home of the Royal Marines would close in 2023. But 3 years on, we are still not certain where the Royal Marines will be moving to when Stonehouse Barracks close. This is not the first debate on the Royal Marines today. Earlier today, my fellow Devon MP, the member for North Devon, made the case to keep the Royal Marines base at Chivenor open. MPs with the Royal Marines in their patches are not fighting between themselves. Indeed, there is an agreement that we need certainty for the Royal Marines' long-term future, wherever that may be. Certainty is required for 40 Commander in Taunton, as well as those Royal Marines at Chivenor, as well as those Royal Marines in Stonehouse. As the Member of Parliament for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, I'm proud to make the case for the Royal Marines, the pride and joy of our armed forces, to continue to stay based in Plymouth, their spiritual home for over 300 years. We all know that the Royal Marines are the finest fighting force the UK has, with unique and valued capabilities. I've seen this for myself at the Commando Training Centre at Lympstone, with the Commando Obstacle Course and the Passing Out Parade. I've seen it in Plymouth with the Royal Marines at Stonehouse, the Royal Marine Band School at Portsmouth, and on a rather blustery day on the back of an orc in the River Tamar with Royal Marines from 1st Assault Group. It is with great regret that morale of our Royal Marines is suffering, in part due to uncertainty over future basing. I know Royal Marines' morale is falling from speaking to many of them off duty in bars around Plymouth and while door knocking in my city. The latest Armed Forces Continuous Attitude Survey suggests there's been a significant fall in morale across the services. 2 years ago, 62% of Royal Marines officers rated morale in the service as high. Now that's just 23%. Since 2010, Plymouth has been on the hard end of cuts to our Royal Navy and Royal Marines. With cuts to 4-2 Commando, the loss of the Royal Citadel and the sale of our Royal Navy flagship HMS Ocean at a bargain price to Brazil, we know that ministers have cut more often than they have invested. That must not be the end of the story for the Royal Marines and their long and proud association with Plymouth. Talks of further cuts continued last summer as speculation suggested that Devonport-based amphibious ships HMS Albion and HMS Bulwark could face the axe as well. If these cuts went ahead, there would have been a logical threat to the existence of the Royal Marines. Indeed, rumours last April that the Marines might be merged with the Paras only added to the concerns that this was being lined up as a real possibility. Time after time, I've stood up in this place to demand answers, but unfortunately ministers have refused to rule out the loss of those capabilities at the time. The petition I launched to preserve the amphibious ships and the Royal Marines attracted 30,000 names, the bulk of them from the far southwest. I'm pleased to say, though, that in September, after a long, hard-fought campaign, we were relieved that the government decided to save HMS Albion and HMS Bulwark. That was the right decision, and I want to thank the Minister on the government bench for his personal championing of the cause of those ships and the Royal Marines. Stonehouse Barracks, happy giving way.
May I just say that from this side of the House, I'd like to pay tribute to the work that he did, and I think he would acknowledge the work that the Defence Committee did on the issue of saving our amphibious capability. And does he not agree that we all should acknowledge the contribution of the Honourable Member for Plymouth Moorview, another local MP, and the willingness of the Defence Secretary to take on board the message that we were trying to relay and even to announce it ahead of the Modernising Defence Programme announcement at the Conservative Party conference, no less?
I'm grateful for that intervention. Sadly, I didn't get an invite to the Tory Party conference this year. And I appreciate the point that the Chair of the Defence Select Committee made. I think our campaigns as a city are best fought when they're cross-party. And I hope that in future the member for Plymouth Moorview will be here to be able to make that case, and indeed as well. Stonehouse Barracks is the oldest operational military barracks in the country. Since the Corps of the Royal Marines was formed in 1664, it has had a base in Plymouth, close to Devonport. Stonehouse Barracks, opened in 1756, was the Royal Marines' first ever dedicated and purpose-built barracks. Along with similar barracks in Chatham and Portsmouth, Stonehouse is now the only one of those to remain. Since World War II, Stonehouse has been home to elements of 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3 Commando and 4-5 Commando until it moved to Royal Marines Condor in 1971, with Stonehouse then becoming the headquarters of 3 Commando Brigade. I'm pleased that the Minister yesterday confirmed that Condor was confirmed as safe in a debate yesterday, and I hope he'll have similar good news in due course for the rest of the Royal Marine bases. The estate optimisation strategy, a better defence estate, announced in December 2016, included the MOD's intent, and I quote, to dispose of Stonehouse Barracks by 2023 and to re-provide for the Royal Marines units in either Plymouth or the Torpoint areas. The promise to provide a super base in Plymouth is a pledge much touted by those on the opposite side, and I believe it is a good one, but we've seen little evidence to date of where this base will be built. As part of the major defence shake-up, the Army's 2-9 Commando will also leave Plymouth's Royal Citadel, which the MOD leases from the Crown Estate. In a PQ I tabled a few months ago, I was told that further assessment study work is being undertaken to inform the final decision. Mr. Speaker, it is right that decisions about basing are taken on grounds of military strategy and taken by those in uniform rather than for party political reasons, but a decision does need to be announced by ministers to address this uncertainty. Happy Ginway.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, which as other members will know, that I'm a fellow Janner in terms of having been born in his constituency. But would he agree with me that this isn't a debate, as much as many of us will have great affection for places like the Citadel, which for historic reasons has more guns over the city than over the Plymouth Sound. This is about making sure there's modern facilities provided. That it'll be sad to see these places go with great history, but we do want to see modern facilities for the Marines, who are our absolute cutting-edge fighting force, not perhaps look to defend 300-year-old barracks.
The honourable member preempts a piece of my speech, and he is exactly right. We need to make sure that the facilities for our Royal Marines and indeed all our armed forces are up for scratch. 300-year-old barracks are not currently providing the quality of accommodation that they should, and it is right that in repurposing and re-providing those facilities in Plymouth that the Royal Marines have the finest facilities, and so I agree with the gentleman on that point. Because of the months and months of uncertainty, I was disappointed that a decision around basing the Royal Marines was not included in the Modernising Defence programme that was recently published. I said prior to its publication that if the NDP does not guarantee the future of the Royal Marines, it will have failed. And it did not even mention the words Royal Marines in the document, let alone their future basing arrangements. But I'm encouraged by words that the Minister has said that news of their future will be coming soon. Mr. Speaker, the lack of clarity is a cancer to morale. Falling morale hits the Royal Navy's and Royal Marines' ability to recruit and retain the very best. And morale affects capability, and capabilities affect our strategic options in tough times. The logic of basing the Royal Marines in Plymouth, close to amphibious ships, Royal Marines Tamar and training grounds, is sound. But if a base is to be operational by 2023, after Stonehouse Barracks close, work needs to begin this year. There is a strategic importance for keeping the Royal Marines, Plymouth and Devonport together. When the Defence Review in 2010 reconfigured our defence capabilities, Plymouth was promised it would be the centre of amphibiosity for the Royal Navy. It is a promise that must be kept by this government. Royal Marines Tamar is a good sign that the MOD intends to keep that promise. But without a new home for the Royal Marines, it looks a slightly hollow pledge. Plymouth and Devonport in particular must remain the centre for amphibiosity in name as well as in strength. That means not only having it set forth in strategy, but having the ships and the Royal Marines that make that capability what it is today. A world-leading capability that is a deterrent to our adversaries and support to our allies. In looking at what facilities can be re-provided for the Royal Marines after Stonehouse Barracks closed, the Minister will know, because we've spoken about it a number of times, that I'm also keen to look at the memorials to those Royal Marines who have died that are in Stonehouse Barracks, to making sure they're relocated sensitively or protected in their current location. Second, as a proud Janner, someone born in Plymouth who lives in Plymouth, I feel I can say that Plymouth all too often hides our light under a bushel, and then we hide the bushel. That has... Happy to.
First of all, thank and congratulate the honourable gentleman for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport for bringing this forward. Would the member not agree that it is essential that there remains a strong military presence which feeds into the local economy, but also into the local community, and that bases cannot be completely separate and should instead be involved with and helping in the local area?
I agree entirely. Military bases may be surrounded by fences and razor wire, but they actually have bridges to the communities, connections to economies and bonds deeper than I think any moat provides. Royal Marines bases, such as those at Stonehouse, are part of our social fabric of our city, and I think we should say loudly that we're proud of them, we value them, and we want them to remain part of our vibrant fabric of our community, contributing economic activity, expertise, and the commando spirit of cheerfulness in the face of adversity to all things Plymouth. There are a number of options that have been and should be considered in the basing of this future super base. Whether that is decamping 3 Commando Brigade to the Royal Citadel while Stonehouse Barracks is refitted, whether that's building a new base at Devonport Dockyard or at Bull Point, expanding HMS Raleigh to accommodate the Royal Marines, building alongside Royal Marines Bickley, or brownfield and greenfield options, ministers must have a plan and make that public shortly. Plymouth City Council stands ready to work with the Ministry of Defence, especially in assisting in land purchases, if the suggested locations currently fall outside the 3% of the country the MOD already owns. I fear there's little logic of disposing of Stonehouse Barracks if ministers seek to make a profit from the land. It won't deliver any profit and will require significant multi-million-pound dowry to take on for any developer. Royal William Yard, only a few hundred metres down the road from Stonehouse, has shown that old military buildings can be repurposed beautifully, but not without significant investment, ongoing capital support and massive public subsidy. I doubt the MOD is planning on such a scale of public subsidy for the Stonehouse site after they sell it. As a Grade 2 star listed buildings, it's not attractive to developers in its current form. But equally, the date and historic facilities, lack of hot water, problems with heating and dormitory-based setup is not suitable for Marines in the 21st century. So in conclusion, I'd like to ask the Minister when he expects to have a long-term base for the Royal Marines announced, and what plans does he have for the Royal Citadel after the departure of 29 Commando in Plymouth? Mr. Speaker, the Royal Marines dedicate their lives to the protection of our country and to our national interests. The least we need to do is ensure that they have certainty about where they will be based, be they currently based in Plymouth, Taunton or Chivenham. I welcome the announcement that ministers will make an oral statement about the Better Estate strategy in the coming weeks, and I would encourage the Minister to use all his energies of his office to ensure that Brexit does not bounce or bump this statement. The Royal Marines, their families, be they in Taunton, Plymouth or North Devon, all deserve certainty about where the Royal Marines will be based in the future. Thank you.
Extremely grateful. I call the Minister Tobias Elwood to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure whether we'd actually get to this debate given the proceedings today, but very pleased that we have. And could I begin, as is customary, on congratulating the Honourable Member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport for securing this important debate. And it has been quite a week for parliamentary interest in the Marines, and I think that's absolutely fair and understandable in reflecting honourable members' active interest and passion in supporting our armed forces and the communities that they sit in. And the honourable member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport is no exception, and he's illustrated that in a powerful and passionate speech today. I can say, and then I could sit down, I won't, but answers are coming, and he hinted on that in that there is shortly to be a major statement on the rationalisation of our real estate on some of the assets that we have in the very near future. And I hope he recognises the importance that we do our due diligence correctly. There are many stakeholders involved, as he touched on. So it is important that we do our homework correctly and then make the announcements in accordance, because there are so many factors involved. But he touched on the importance of what our military bases are. They're not just defence assets. They provide homes, jobs and a way of life and are sizable communities in their own right. And they often play and have a significant input into the local economy. They, in essence, are living organisms that have a symbiotic relationship with the wider community. And many of our military establishments, and Stonehouse is a fantastic example of that, of the first garrison that was purposely built in this country, have been here for so long, they actually help define the area that they sit in. They add to its reputation. But colleagues will also be fully aware of the wider need to rationalise our defence real estate. And that estate has grown literally over hundreds of years and now represents 3% of UK land. And we do not need it. It is superfluous to requirements. Indeed, some of it is required for other aspects, such as housing and so forth. And we need to use our defence budget wisely. It is simply not possible to retain the huge defence real estate in the way that we've been accustomed to in the past, a legacy of sea, air and land assets often required and used during 2 world wars. So we have been obliged to conduct a wide-ranging study into MOD land with a view to transforming our estate into one that better supports the future needs of our armed forces. But with this comes more bespoke investment. He spoke about Stonehouse, for example, being inappropriate now. I visited that location. The shower units do not work. You've got Marines living in 8-man accommodation. This is not going to attract the next generation of recruits to join. So it's important that we do build for the future, and that's why we're investing £4 billion of effort over the next 10 years to create a smaller, more modern and capability-focused estate. But before turning to the UK marine footprint, if I may, I hope he will not mind me echoing some of the words used in today's earlier Westminster Hall debate, which specifically focused on RM Chivener. The Royal Marines play a critical and unique role in the wider spectrum of our armed force capability. And this year they celebrate their 355th anniversary. And in their long history, they have much to be proud of, including a vital role in Lord Nelson's victory over Trafalgar, securing and defending the Rock of Gibraltar in 1704, the infamous raid on Zeebrugge in 1918, earning 2 Royal Marines the Victoria Cross, and the D-Day landings in Normandy, where 17,500 Royal Marines took part in the largest amphibious operation in history. And more recently, of course, in 1982, they were essential in the recapture of the Falkland Islands. Today, the Royal Marines are the UK's specialised commando force, our elite unit, held at very high readiness, trained for worldwide rapid response, and able to deal with a wide spectrum of threats and security challenges, and operating in often dangerous and extremely difficult circumstances, from amphibious operations, littoral strike, humanitarian operations, as well as specialists in the mountain and cold weather warfare and jungle counterinsurgency. When diplomacy fails, Mr. Speaker, it is the Royal Marines that provides the UK government with a spectrum of hard power options with which we can respond. So to every one of those Royal Marines, and to the veterans as well, who have earned that coveted Green Beret, I say thank you on behalf of a grateful nation. Looking to the future, the SDSR 2015 confirmed our commitment to the Royal Marines. And I'm sorry that there was much speculation to the future of assets and locations, as well as the size of the Royal Marines as well. And I hope that the publication of the Modernising the Defence programme has put to bay some of those concerns, with the confirmation that HMS Bulwark, for example, and HMS Albion's future have been confirmed. Now, the House will be very familiar with the family of units that make up the Royal Marine Commando Orbat, which is heavily weighted in the southwest of the country. 3 Commando Brigade, as the Honourable Gentleman mentioned, HQ'd in Plymouth Stonehouse, expected to vacate by 2023. 40 Commando based in Taunton, Norton Manor Camp, which are earmarked to move. 42 Commando based in Bickley Barracks in Cornwall. And then Lympstone is also home to the amazing Commando Training Centre, which the Honourable Gentleman mentioned that he visited. I visited it too, an incredible place, and one which doesn't only train UK commandos, but also is an asset which attracts training from other parts of the world who come to see the standards of professionalism that we're able to espouse. 2-9 Commando Artillery is based in the Citadel, that was also mentioned. Again, this is no longer fit for purpose. We simply can't even get the artillery vehicles through the front doors any further. We cannot stay in that location. And of course, there's a Commando Logistic Regiment based at Chivener, which we debated at length in Westminster Hall this morning. At the other end of the country, Mr. Speaker, 4-5 Commando based in Condor. Again, another debate on that this week. And finally, 4-3 Commando, the Maritime Protection Group that look after our nuclear assets. But turning to the actual policy